Chapter 1: Are poor people not worthy of talking about love? Perfect Godly Riches Black Technology Sign-In System successfully bound. Would you like to check in today? Yes? No? Suddenly, 2 lines of red text flashed through her mind, leaving Su Yeching somewhat dazed. He was standing at the entrance of a residential complex called Huamao, shivering from the cold wind and feeling dizzy. He wondered if the red lettering he had just seen was an illusion. Looking at the gold ring box in her hand, Su Yeching smiled warmly. Fortunately, the box was still there. This is a ring he carefully prepared, to give to the person he cares about most. Rain. His first love was also the only goddess in his heart. Suddenly, the lights in front flashed, and a Porsche with its blinding headlights on sped towards us and stopped at the entrance of the residential area. A man and a woman got out of the car. The man was dressed in a sharp suit, and his Cartier watch gleamed under the lights. The woman had long, wavy hair that cascaded over her shoulders, and her tight-fitting skirt suit accentuated her voluptuous figure. She also had a pretty face. She was an average-looking woman. Rainy night. Su Yeching saw the woman and hurriedly ran up to her. Hearing the call, the woman turned around and saw Su Yeching. Her smiling face immediately turned cold. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to call me before you came? Yulin said unhappily. Su Yeching was just a poor guy, and Yulin was afraid that acquaintances would know that her boyfriend was a penniless wretch, so she usually didn't let him come to see her. Yulin, today is your birthday, and also the 3rd anniversary of our relationship. I want to give you a surprise. Su Yeching said, carefully handing the box to Yulin. A 3-year dating anniversary, the Porsche driving man next to him said sarcastically. Yulin, didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend? President Lin, you've misunderstood. He's not like that, Yulin hurriedly explained. Let's see what surprise they've prepared for you, the Porsche driving man said dismissively. Yulin reluctantly opened the box, and when she saw what it contained, she could no longer contain her anger. The Porsche driving man glanced at her, then looked Su Yeching up and down before saying disdainfully, Yulin, your taste is terrible. You found such a poor guy as your boyfriend? President Lin, please let me explain. Yulin said anxiously. The Porsche driving man interrupted her, continuing, this is cheap stuff, isn't it? Don't even mention it doesn't have diamonds, it's not platinum, it's not even gold. Yulin's expression changed repeatedly at this moment. She felt that Su Yeching had completely humiliated her. Su Yeching's expression turned sour as he listened to the Porsche driving man's sarcastic remarks, but he ignored the man and walked up to Yulin instead. Yulin, let's go inside and talk. What do you mean come in? Do you live here? Yulin glared fiercely at Su Yeching. Mr. Lin is right, you're just a poor guy. What's this? A ring? You're not thinking of proposing, are you? With this cheap junk that costs a few $100s? Yulin threw the box to Su Yeching with a look of disgust. Yulin, I'm poor right now and can't afford a big diamond ring, but I will work hard, Su Yeching said seriously. Work hard? That's laughable. No matter how hard you work, you'll be a wage earner your whole life. Your family is from a poor rural area. You have no money, no power, and no connections. No matter how hard you try, can you compare to Boss Lin? Yulin sneered. That's right, I have plenty of poor guys like you in my company. You're not even worthy of shining my shoes, the Porsche driving man continued sarcastically. Su Yeching, I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. You're not good enough for me right now. I deserve a better man. Yulin said coldly but firmly, let's break up. And don't ever come looking for me again. After saying that, Yulin turned to the Porsche driving man and said charmingly, Mr. Lin, thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. Let's go upstairs for a cup of coffee. Before Mr. Lin could answer, Yulin took the initiative to get close to him, linked arms with him, and walked into the residential area. The Porsche driver paused as he passed Su Yeching. Poor people don't deserve to talk about love, especially poor men. Do you understand? After saying that, he followed Yulin into the residential area. Watching Yulin cling tightly to President Lin as the two slowly walked into the building entrance, Su Yeching felt a heartache so intense she could hardly breathe. Anger mingled with resentment, but mostly with a sense of helplessness. I'm poor, all because of poverty. My girlfriend of 3 years left me with another man right in front of me. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yeching returned to his rented room. Although it's called a rental house, it's actually an underground parking garage in a residential area of Huajian City. Most of the people living here are young people who have no money and are working hard in this city to pursue their dreams. Opening the door, Su Yecheng glanced at the room with only a single bed, lowered her head, walked in, and lay down on the bed. Now all he can think about is how to make money. But he was just a poor kid. After graduation, he had no connections and was ostracized, so he had no way to make big money. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The first day's sign-in gift pack has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in for today? Yes? No? Su Yecheng is now certain that she has truly been favored by Lady Luck, and this super rich black technology sign-in system is real. He nodded quickly, yes. Ding. First day check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a high-tech mansion. Does the host wish to retrieve the property certificate and keys? Yes. A property certificate and keys were instantly in Su Yecheng's hands. Upon closer inspection, the mansion was located at the top of Huajiang Mountain, the highest mountain in the city. Holy crap, I've actually become the owner of that villa on the top of Huajiang Mountain? Su Yecheng had long heard of the mansion's fame, its market value being at least 800 million. The system immediately provided the answer. This system is the most unique high-tech sign-in system in the entire universe. By signing in daily, the host can not only obtain enormous wealth and various skill cards, but also products from a super civilized world, such as a high-tech mansion. Su Yecheng nodded secretly. This system is awesome. From now on, life will be a breeze. Let's go check out the house first. Having acquired the most luxurious mansion in Huajiang City, Su Yecheng didn't want to stay in this rented apartment for even a second longer. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. The host can make up for one missed sign-in upon first sign-in. Would you like to make up for it? There's a way to make up for missed signatures? Su Yecheng thought this system was absolutely adorable. Yes. A text message notification immediately went off, confirming the bank had received the funds. Notification of fund arrival, your account ending in 3390 received 100 million renminbi on September 1st, current account balance, XXXX Huaxia Bank. Chapter 2 Acquisition. Su Yecheng grabbed the keys she had just received, along with the property certificate and her phone, and rushed out. I went to the nearest ATM, inserted my bank card, and checked my balance. Balance displayed, 100,011.00. There really is that much money? My God. Su Yecheng was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. After withdrawing 10,000 yuan, Su Yecheng hailed a taxi and arrived at the villa at the address on the property certificate. Using the key in her hand to open the villa's gate, Su Yecheng still felt a little giddy after entering. The feeling was somewhat unreal. She couldn't believe she had suddenly become rich. This feeling is absolutely amazing. This is a high-tech villa. Whatever the owner desires, the villa will provide it. Su Yecheng ordered an Italian steak, opened a bottle of Lafite, took a nice hot bath, and then drifted off to sleep on the soft, comfortable bed. Ding dong. Another voice rang in her mind, and Su Yecheng reflexively sat up in bed. Time's up. Host, would you like to continue checking in? Yes, Su Yecheng's mind immediately replied. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million renminbi. Beep beep. Su Yecheng's phone beeped again with a text message notification. Notification of fund arrival, your account ending in 3390 received 100 million renminbi on September 2nd. Current account balance, XXXX Huaxia Bank. Holding his phone, Su Yecheng finally believed that this was not a dream. He was rich, and a super rich man who had received 100 million yuan in 2 consecutive days. Thinking about the humiliation she suffered yesterday, Su Yecheng picked up her phone and bank card and went out. Feng Yun Trading Company, Ltd. Standing at the entrance of Yulin's company, Su Yecheng straightened her collar and strolled inside. Sir, who are you looking for? The receptionist stopped Su Yecheng with a blank expression. I'm looking for your boss. Do you have a reservation? No. Sorry, you can't enter without an appointment. I'm here to acquire your company. Before Su Yecheng could finish speaking, the receptionist interrupted her. If you're sick, go see a doctor. What's wrong with you here? You. Su Yecheng was about to say something more. What is it? A man in his early 40s walked over. Secretary Wu, this man is insane, the receptionist said, glaring at Su Yecheng. This is our chairman's private secretary. You must go through him to see the chairman. I'm here to acquire your company, Su Yecheng repeated her purpose to Secretary Wu. You? Secretary Wu looked Su Yecheng up and down. He was dressed in cheap clothes, obviously from Taobao. That's right, I'm here to acquire your company. Take me to see your chairman, and I'll give you a 100,000 yuan bonus if it's done. Of course you can disagree, but you'll be out of here after I acquire it. Su Yecheng said, raising her head. Looking at Su Yecheng's confident demeanor, Secretary Wu was a little unsure. Could it be that he was really a rich second generation pretending to be poor? Thinking this, he nodded. Come with me. Take it up and see. If it doesn't work, it's just a waste of time, and we won't lose anything. Secretary Wu led Su Yecheng up to the top floor via the chairman's private elevator. After some negotiations, Su Yecheng easily bought the shares of the current chairman of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited for 100 million yuan. Secretary Wu, give me the account number. Su Yecheng did not forget her promise. Secretary Wu immediately gave her his bank account number. It's been transferred. Please check it out. Received, thank you Mr. Su. Secretary Wu was a very capable person. He immediately realized that Su Yecheng would be his benefactor in the future. Very good, Secretary Wu. If you'd like, you can stay on as my secretary. Your salary will double, Su Yecheng said casually. Money was as easy for him as breathing air. Yes, thank you, Chairman Su. Secretary Wu's chubby face was almost wrinkled from smiling. I made 100,000 in one day, and my salary doubled. What a lucky day. That's settled, Secretary Wu. Please take care of the rest. I'll come back tomorrow to take over the company. Su Yecheng said, seeing that the matter was settled, and prepared to leave. Please take care, Chairman Su. Tomorrow, I will bring all the company staff to welcome you. Secretary Wu respectfully saw Su Yecheng out of the company gate. Thinking about going to Fengyun Trading the next day, Su Yecheng sneered inwardly, wondering what expressions Yulin and her CEO Lin would have when they found out that she was the new chairman. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. With that in mind, Su Yecheng went to the biggest and best shopping mall in Huajiang City and bought the latest iPhone, a Rolex watch, and lots of designer clothes, pants, shoes. At 8:30 a.m. the next morning, Secretary Wu and more than 100 company employees stood outside the building of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited, waiting to welcome the new chairman. Although Su Yecheng said she would arrive at 9 o'clock, everyone waited there early in order to make a good impression on the new chairman. Secretary Wu stood at the front because he was the only one in the entire company who had seen the new chairman. Standing behind Secretary Wu were General Manager Lin Shi and Deputy General Manager Jiang Haitao. Standing behind them were several department managers, company employees. Have you heard? The new chairman spent 100 million to acquire our company, a female employee whispered in the back row. No way? 100 million? Who's so rich that they can just casually pull out that much money? He must be a rich kid, I heard he's very young, said Yulin, who was also standing in the back row. A rich second generation? I thought he would at least be a middle-aged man. Yulin, are you telling the truth? How come none of us knew? Is he handsome? Yeah, Yulin, how do you know he's a rich kid? You haven't met the new chairman either. Those who love gossip all turned their attention to Yulin. Of course I know. Although only Secretary Wu has met the new chairman, Mr. Lin is the general manager, so Secretary Wu naturally had to inform Mr. Lin. After a pause, Yulin said proudly, President Lin told me this himself. No way, Yulin, you're with President Lin? Then you're our general manager's wife. Yeah, Yulin. Why didn't you ever let slip a word before? You never let us share in your joy. That's right, that's right. Yulin, I joined the company at the same time as you. I helped you a lot back then, so you'll have to look out for me from now on. Yes, Yulin, no, Sister Lin. From now on, we're counting on you to protect us. Yes, Sister Lin, everyone calls her Sister Lin. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. Within minutes, everyone knew that Yulin had hooked up with General Manager Lin Shi. In no time, people flocked to curry favor with Yulin. Yulin was very proud of herself. She suddenly felt that breaking up with Su Yecheng yesterday was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Now that I've gotten on board with Boss Lin, I can do whatever I want in Fengyun Trading. Just as she was feeling smug, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 3: The New Chairman. Seeing Su Yeqing get out of the taxi, Yulin subconsciously assumed that he had come to see her. He frowned slightly, glaring at Su Yeqing with a hint of disgust. I had a strange feeling in my heart. Su Yeqing seemed odd today. Lin Shi, who was standing at the front of the crowd, also saw Su Yeqing, and he shared the same thought as Yulin. Stop right there. Do you know where you are? What are you doing here, you poor kid? Lin Shi stepped forward and stopped Su Yeqing. Get lost. Yulin has made her choice, and clinging on won't work. President Lin, I'm not here to see you today. I have important business to attend to. Su Yeqing is arrogant now. She's the chairman, and she's holding her head high as she speaks. Don't think that just because you bought clothes on Taobao, you're wearing designer brands. A poor person is a poor person. Lin Shi cursed with a look of disgust. Get as far away as you can. I have important things to do today and don't have time to deal with you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you. Mr. Lin, I wonder how long you can stay as general manager. There will be a time when you'll be crying. Su Yeqing looked at the arrogant Lin Shi and sneered. He's now the chairman of Fengyun Trading, so he's very confident. I'll cry, kid? Are you out of your mind? Did you get delusions from being dumped? Lin Shi seemed to have heard a great joke and burst into laughter without any restraint. Seeing the commotion ahead, Yulin also ran to the front row. Su Yeqing, what are you doing here causing trouble? I've already made it very clear that we've broken up, and I never want to see you again in this lifetime, Yulin said coldly. What a coincidence, Yulin. But I didn't come here to see you today. Su Yeqing remained unfazed and downplayed the situation. Su Yeqing, it's no use. No matter how much you beg me, it won't make a difference. To tell you the truth, I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash, a failure, and you can't give me anything, Yulin said harshly. Yulin, you think too highly of yourself. I've already told you I'm not here to see you. I've seen through you, and even if you came begging, I wouldn't want you, Su Yeqing sneered. Me, beg you? Su Yeqing, have you lost your mind? Or did you not even bring your brain with you? I'd beg you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Or did you get dumped and feel ashamed, so you're here to show off and find some sense of existence? Yulin said sharply. All right, Yulin. Why waste words with this poor bastard? The new chairman is arriving soon, let's get him out of here, Lin Shi said impatiently. No need, Mr. Lin. I am the new chairman of Fengyun Commerce. I hereby announce that you, Lin Shi, are fired. You can get out now. Su Yeqing crossed her arms and looked at Lin Shi, speaking slowly. Ha, you poor wretch, coming here to act like a big shot. What, seeing us welcoming the new chairman, you want to experience the thrill of being rich too? Upon hearing Su Yeqing's words, Lin Shi felt that this poor boy had gone mad after being dumped. The employees behind, seeing the commotion in front, all burst out laughing. So it turns out to be a poor kid who got dumped by Yulin causing trouble, and he's acting like a big shot. The new chairman is a rich second generation, not some poor guy who can just pretend to be someone he's not. Yulin was a little embarrassed. Just now everyone was trying to curry favor with her, but now that Su Yeqing had messed things up, everyone was watching her like she was a monkey being made a fool of. Su Yeqing, haven't you caused enough trouble? Do you think you're rich just because you impersonated the new chairman? Get out of here. I'm ashamed for you, even if you don't feel ashamed. But I am the new chairman of Fengyun. If I leave, who will you welcome? Su Yeqing said helplessly. I glanced around the crowd, but what's going on with Secretary Wu? I couldn't even see him. Su Yeqing, is this really necessary? Stop pretending. I know perfectly well that with your family's circumstances, you're calling yourself a chairman? Yulin said disdainfully. Alright, stop wasting time. Security, throw this pauper out. Every time you see him again, throw him out. Lin Shi was already very impatient and directly called the security guards to come up and kick people out. Suddenly, 5 or 6 burly security guards surrounded them. What happened? Secretary Wu's voice came hurriedly from inside the building, and he saw a group of security guards surrounding someone. The new chairman is arriving soon, I hope nothing goes wrong. Secretary Wu, you are the old chairman's personal secretary and the only one who has met the new chairman. Now someone is impersonating the new chairman, and I'm having security remove him. Lin Shi explained to Secretary Wu. Although he is the general manager, this Secretary Wu has always been by the chairman's side, and now he is the new chairman's confidant, so he still has to curry favor with him. What? Someone dares to impersonate the new chairman? Let me see who this blind fool is. Secretary Wu spoke angrily, pushing aside the security guards surrounding Su Yeqing. Chairman, you've arrived. Why are you standing here at the door instead of coming in? Secretary Wu immediately bowed and scraped when he saw Su Yeqing surrounded. I can't get in, that's all. Secretary Wu, where have you been all this time? If you hadn't come soon, I would have been thrown out. Su Yeqing said, not very happy. I've been kept out of the door for ages, it's infuriating. Excuse me, Chairman, I have a bit of an upset stomach and I just went to the restroom. Secretary Wu wiped away his cold sweat. This was a money god, he couldn't afford to offend him. Who is this blind fool who dares to block the chairman's way? Secretary Wu shouted. Chairman? He's really the new chairman? Lin Shi's face was filled with disbelief. He had seen Su Yeqing just the night before last. He was just a poor kid who couldn't even afford a diamond ring. This is our new chairman, President Lin. Do you know him? Secretary Wu asked Lin Shi, puzzled. We. Lin Shi was somewhat incoherent. We've met once, but we're not close. Su Yeqing interrupted Lin Shi. President Lin said that someone like me is not qualified to be his chairman. Secretary Wu, notify the finance department to have Lin Ji dismissed. Yes, Chairman. Although Secretary Wu didn't know how Lin Shi had offended Su Yeqing was now the boss, so he just had to carry out the orders. Lin Shi wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing and slunk away. Those behind stared in disbelief at the dramatic scene unfolding before them, unable to process what had happened for a long time. President Lin has been fired. This person really is the new chairman. Luckily, I was just watching the show and didn't offend the new chairman. I really couldn't tell he was a rich kid. Different thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Chapter 4 Invitation from a college classmate. What are you waiting for? Come and greet Chairman Su. Looking at the stunned crowd, Secretary Wu snapped unhappily. Greetings, Chairman Su. As an employee of a large company who had seen many big scenes, he immediately came to his senses after being scolded by Secretary Wu. Are you really the new chairman? Yulin still can't believe it. She knew Su Yeqing's own capabilities very well, so how did he become the chairman of Fengyun? Where did he get so much money? You should know that when she dumped him the day before yesterday, he was still a penniless guy. Has he been hiding something from me all along? Yulin pondered, hidden identity as a wealthy person, testing myself? Thinking this, Yulin stepped forward and looked pitifully at Su Yeqing. Yeqing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break up with you the day before yesterday. It was all because of that general manager Lin, no, it was Lin Shi, who forced me by taking advantage of his position as general manager. Yulin, even now, do you think I'll still believe you? No, Yeqing, I really love you, you have to believe me. Yulin said unwillingly. If she had known Su Yeqing was so rich, she wouldn't have paid any attention to Lin Shi. Now look what's happened, they've watched helplessly as this cash cow has slipped away from them. No need to act anymore, Yulin. Su Yeqing said coldly, you're a complete gold digger. Think about how many times you gave me attitude and how much I suffered because you thought I had no money. Didn't you say you never wanted to see me again? Then hurry up and leave. If you're fast enough, you can still catch up with your CEO Lin, Su Yeqing mocked. No, Yulin was about to say something when Su Yeqing waved her hand, interrupting her. Biting her lower lip, Yulin turned to leave. They've already seen through me, staying any longer will only bring me humiliation. Wait a minute. Su Yeqing remembered something and called out to Yulin. Yeqing, you still can't bear to part with me? Yulin felt as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness, and excitedly ran to Su Yeqing's side. Su Yeqing took 2 steps back. You misunderstood. It's just that the company fired you, and according to regulations, the company should pay you an extra month's salary. Secretary Wu, please take care of this and give Yulin a 3-month salary subsidy. It'll be worth it for us to have known each other for so long, Su Yeqing instructed. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Secretary Wu led Yulin toward the finance office. The dramatic scene secretly brought a smile to many people's faces. Actually, Yulin is very pretentious. Relying on her relationship with General Manager Lin, she is extremely arrogant and domineering in the company. She's always bossing this person around, and many people have long disliked her, but they dare not speak out against it. Now that everyone sees this woman so blind she's dumped the new chairman, they're all secretly thrilled. Evil will be punished. After dealing with Lin Shi and Yulin's matters, Su Yeqing led everyone into the building. Alright, let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Yeqing, and I am the new chairman of Fengyun Commerce. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. Su Yeqing waved her hand and continued, I hope everyone will work hard under my guidance. I won't treat you unfairly. Also, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. Thank you, Chairman Su. Thank you, Chairman Su. Thank you, Chairman Su. Another round of enthusiastic applause followed, much louder than the previous one. Su Yeqing kept Deputy General Manager Zhang Haitao on the job and sent everyone else back to their posts. Chairman Su. Zhang Haitao was a little reserved when he entered the chairman's office. After all, Su Yeqing had just fired Lin Shi, and he didn't know what Su Yeqing would do next. Chairman Su, the matter has been taken care of. Secretary Wu was very efficient and resolved Yulin's matter in no time before arriving at the chairman's office. Perfect timing, Secretary Wu is here too. Looking at Zhang Haitao, who seemed a little awkward, Su Yeqing said casually. Our company has always been operating normally, so I won't be making any major changes to personnel. After Su Yeqing sat down in the boss's chair, he said, Secretary Wu will still serve as the chairman's personal secretary and will report directly to me. Yes, Secretary Wu immediately replied. I fired Lin Shi, so Vice President Jiang will take over the position of general manager. Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I will do my best. Zhang Haitao finally breathed a sigh of relief when Su Yeqing announced the personnel appointments. President Jiang, I know you are very capable. You were just held back by Lin Shi before, unable to fully display your talents. Now you can unleash your potential. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Su Yeqing knew he didn't yet have the ability to manage a company, so he decided to appoint capable people to his position. Thank you for your guidance, Chairman. Rest assured, I will definitely achieve great things to repay you. Zhang Haitao made this guarantee with full confidence. In his eyes, Su Yeqing was his mentor. A fine horse is easy to find, but a discerning eye for talent is rare. After being suppressed by Lin Shi for so many years, I can finally unleash my talents. Zhang Haitao was determined to follow Su Yeqing wholeheartedly. Very good, Mr. Jiang's salary will be doubled, just like Secretary Wu's. Su Yeqing threw out another bait. Thank you, Chairman Su. Thank you, Chairman Su. Zhang Haitao realized that although Su Yeqing was young, he was very decisive and capable. As long as he worked hard under him, his future would be bright. Also, the company is currently short of a vice president, so we'll select one from among the department managers. Mr. Jiang, please handle this matter. Su Yeqing wanted to see if Zhang Haitao was loyal to her. She had already looked into the information of those department managers. Okay, Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely handle it well. Okay, that's all for now. You may leave. Su Yeqing stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the chairman's office. Looking at the cars that are as small as matchboxes moving on the road outside, I feel that life is truly amazing. 2 days ago I was a penniless young man, and today I'm the president of a big company. It's unbelievable. After a long day at the company, I returned to my villa in the evening and was lying on the sofa watching TV when a pleasant cell phone ringtone sounded. Shi Yong? Su Yeqing frowned. This Shi Yong was my classmate in college, but we haven't been in contact since graduation. I used to be poor, while Shi Yong was a rich kid who bullied me a lot at school. Why would he call me? With a sense of doubt, Su Yeqing answered the phone. Su Yeqing, I am Shi Yong. Before Su Yeqing could speak, the person on the other end of the phone introduced themselves. Hello, Shi Yong, what can I do for you? Hey Su Yeqing, we haven't gotten together since graduation. How about this, let's all get together this weekend, I'll treat. Shi Yong on the other end of the phone seemed very generous. Weekend? Because they weren't really close, Su Yeqing didn't really want to go. Chapter 5, Acquire Super Cool Driving Skills. I know that you working people don't have much time, especially you in sales, you're always running around after your clients. I specifically chose the weekend because I had you working people in mind. The person on the other end of the phone exuded a strong sense of superiority, which was extremely off-putting. It's settled then. I'll send you the address. You absolutely have to come. Before Su Yeching could reply, the call was disconnected. Their attitude was extremely arrogant. Su Yeching wondered to herself what kind of play Shi Yang was putting on. But it doesn't matter, my net worth is quite respectable now. With that in mind, Su Yeching decided to meet Shi Yang over the weekend. I tossed my phone aside, took a nice hot bath, and slept soundly all night. Ding dong. The anticipated voice rang in her mind again, and Su Yeching woke up excitedly from her dream. With a quick somersault, he sat up. The sound hadn't been heard for several days, and Su Yeching thought it was over and there would be no more follow-up. I was worried that he had only received 200 million, and then spent most of it. What would happen to him in the future? The pleasant sound rang out again. Host, you can sign in for one skill today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Su Yeching answered without hesitation. Check in today to receive F1 racing skills. Do you want to use them? Use, Su Yeching replied immediately. Ding. Check-in successful. A golden ring flashed across Su Yeching's body, and various racing steps and techniques appeared in Su Yeching's mind. That's fantastic. Su Yeching jumped up with joy. Like all men, Su Yeching also dreams of owning a luxury car. I used to envy people driving Santanas on the road, thinking that drivers were all very cool. After receiving the money, Su Yeching had been wanting to buy a car for a long time. But unfortunately, I was poor before and couldn't afford to learn to drive, so I had to give up on it. Secretary Wu, could you please get me a driver's license? Give it to me tomorrow. They didn't care what Secretary Wu did, money makes things easier, after all. Su Yeching hung up the phone and went straight to the 4S store. Su Yeching had already decided what car to buy. Su Yeching preferred to take a taxi, she didn't want the company car to pick her up. I feel that sitting in the back seat of a car and being driven around is something that older men do. Su Yeching was still a little excited when she arrived at the Koenigsegg 4S store. Thinking back to the first time I saw this kind of sports car on the road, its cool appearance and awesome engine roar deeply attracted me. At the time, I didn't recognize this car. I went back and looked it up online and found out that it was called Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg, which also means blade, perfectly embodies the masculine qualities of a man. Its coordinates are a ghost map, hence the nickname Ghost Sports Car. At that time, Su Yeching thought that if she could own such a car, she would have no regrets in life. Coming out of her own little emotional outburst, Su Yeching pushed open the door and went straight into the 4S store. There weren't many people in the store after all, this is a top-of-the-line luxury car, and not many people can actually afford it. There were a few salespeople standing in the store, but no one came up to greet me. Su Yeching ignored all of this and walked directly toward the display vehicle she had her eye on. Wait a moment, sir. Before he even got close, a female salesperson stopped him. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? I'll look at the car, Su Yeching replied simply. This kind of car is very expensive. The saleswoman looked at Su Yeching with a hint of disdain. Although he was dressed well, in designer brands, the cars in their store weren't something you could just buy with a little money. She and her colleagues had all clearly seen that the man had arrived by taxi. So when he entered, no one greeted him. Now that she saw him walking towards the most expensive car in her shop, the woman was starting to get a little uneasy. Sir, this is a Koenigsegg 4S dealership, specializing in top-of-the-line luxury cars. The car you're looking at is the absolute pinnacle of the pinnacle. If it were accidentally scratched, the damage wouldn't be something that could be fixed with just a few $100,000. The woman was getting a little impatient. I know, this is the car I want to buy. Su Yeching understood. She looked down on her and thought she couldn't afford the car. You want to buy this car? The woman's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, successfully attracting the attention of the other salespeople in the store. Everyone looked at them with disbelief. People coming to buy cars? Since this 4S store opened, they haven't seen anyone come in by taxi to buy a car. What's more, this man specifically asked for the most expensive car in the store. Hee hee, the people around chuckled softly. If this man could afford a car, they would have all crowded around him the moment he walked in. You should know that the commission for selling just one car is over 200,000 yuan. There's a famous saying in their shop, if you don't make a single order for a year, you can eat your fill for a year. Ignoring the idiotic looks from those people, Su Yeching said directly, I'll buy this car, but not you. Get your manager here. The woman finally began to believe that the man in front of her might actually buy the car. She smiled apologetically and said, Sir, let me introduce you. No need, get your manager. Su Yeching said coldly. He had seen too many such petty and opportunistic people. He wasn't going to let her get the commission from this car for nothing. The woman had no choice but to reluctantly walk toward the manager's office. A moment later, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Su Yeching turned around. The man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his fair face had a smile that was neither humble nor arrogant. Sure enough, those who can reach the position of manager are more shrewd and composed than ordinary people, and they don't show their emotions. "I want to buy that car." Su Yeching pointed ahead. "Okay, would you like me to introduce it to you?" The manager showed no surprise and asked in a very professional manner. "No need, just tell me how much this car costs." Su Yeching said directly. "Okay, sir. The car itself costs 18 million, and with all the paperwork done, it will cost around 20 million. "Sure, and it's not very expensive," Su Yeching said without even frowning. A hissing sound came from the surrounding area. The man said it wasn't expensive? 20 million people didn't even blink. Did they miss something? Why didn't you greet them when they came in? In an instant, regret overwhelmed everyone's hearts. The woman following behind the manager, in particular, had her face alternating between pale and flushed. She had been hoping for the best, wanting to see the man's embarrassed expression when he heard the car price. "It now seems that I have offended a major client. Can I pay by card?" Ignoring everyone's expressions, Su Yeching pulled a black card directly from her pocket. Black card. A group of people were hit hard again. This is a bank's top-tier VIP card. Banks simply cannot issue this kind of card unless you have a net worth of hundreds of millions. Chapter 6, Koenigsegg acquired. "Of course, sir, please wait a moment." After receiving the black card, the manager ushered Su Yeching into the VIP lounge. After personally pouring himself a cup of coffee, he went to the finance office. A few minutes later, the manager respectfully handed the black card back to Su Yeching. "Sir, your card has been swiped. Please wait a moment while the formalities are completed, and you can drive your car home immediately." "Okay, sure." Su Yeching gave a brief response. Su Yeching was a little bored, so she took out her phone and played some games. "Mr. Su, everything is taken care of." The manager already knew the wealthy man's personal information while processing the paperwork and waited respectfully for Su Yeching's reply. "All right." Su Yeching checked her phone. Only half an hour had passed. It must be said that this manager is quite efficient. Standing up, Su Yeching patted the slightly wrinkled front of her shirt, which was tucked into the sofa, and walked out of the VIP lounge. The manager, who was waiting on the side, handed over the car keys. "Mr. Su, here are your car keys." "Well, I left my driver's license at home today, so it's inconvenient for me to drive. Could you please send someone to take me to Feng Yun Trading?" Su Yeching hasn't gotten her driver's license yet, and she instructed Secretary Wu to get it by tomorrow. He doesn't want to drive without a license now. "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll take you there." The manager is very capable. Firstly, it brought me closer to my clients. Secondly, it also demonstrates the importance of Su Yeching. "Okay," Su Yeching said without any pretense, and walked towards the car. The manager gave a few instructions, got into the car, and drove Su Yeching towards Feng Yun Trade. Feng Yun Trading is a large company, so the manager didn't need to ask many questions and just got on the road. "Hey, did you hear that?" That guy said Feng Yun Trading. "I heard that Feng Yun Trading recently changed its chairman, who is a rich second generation. Could it be this Mr. Su?" Yes, my cousin works at Feng Yun Trading, and their new chairman's surname is Su." "Oh my god, what have we all missed?" Unbeknownst to Su Yeching, after he left, the Koenigsegg Forest store employees talked about him the most. While gossiping, everyone regretted their blatant misunderstanding. One of the girls said, "Did you hear that? Mr. Su wasn't driving because he didn't have his driver's license." "I knew it. Why would someone so rich take a taxi?" "Yeah, he's not only rich, but he's also law-abiding. My god, why isn't such a perfect man my boyfriend?" That is. A bunch of girls started swooning. "God gave you a chance, didn't you choose to reject it?" One of the older men joked. It was another round of jokes, and everyone chatted for a while before it ended. However, there was one person who was both angry and scared, the female shop assistant who had stopped Su Yeching. She was angry because she had blocked the 200,000 yuan commission that was already in her hands. What she feared was how the manager would deal with her after offending such a big client. It must be said, she wasn't just worrying unnecessarily when the manager returned, he indeed dealt with her seriously. He not only reported it to head office but also decided to deduct her year-end bonus. Of course, Su Yeching wouldn't consider the thoughts of these insignificant people. The Koenigsegg came to a steady stop in front of the Fengyun Trading Company, Limited building. The manager in the driver's seat quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Su Yeching in the back seat. Su Yeching stepped out of the car, and the security guard at the door immediately ran forward, saying, "Chairman Su, you've arrived." "Okay, park my car." Su Yeching signaled to the security guard to drive the Koenigsegg to the underground parking garage. "I'll have my secretary take you home." Turning around, Su Yeching spoke to the manager. This manager is very capable, and Su Yeching quite admires him. "No need, Mr. Su, you're busy. I can take a taxi home myself." The manager responded politely. "Okay," Su Yeching said without ceremony and went straight into the building. "I used to work in sales myself, and I was always the one chasing after clients. If you encounter a good customer, you can give them a friendly look. If you encounter a bad one, you have to act like a grandson and flatter them." Su Yeching knew that her attitude was already very good. Upon entering the chairman's office, Zhang Haitao knocked and came in. "Chairman Su, these are the profiles of the vice presidents I've selected." Zhang Haitao handed over a document. Zhang Ruxue used to be the manager of the second business department. She has strong business capabilities. In the past 2 years, the business department she led has consistently achieved the best performance in our company. Su Yeching flipped through the documents and nodded in satisfaction. He originally intended for Zhang Ruxue to be the deputy general manager. The reason Zhang Haitao was chosen was to see if he had any ulterior motives. "Okay, that's her." Su Yeching pretended to read through the information. He instructed Zhang Haitao, "Go and call over all the department managers." Yes, Zhang Haitao immediately turned around and left. Knock knock knock. Enter. "Chairman Su. Chairman Su. Chairman Su." Zhang Haitao led several department managers into the chairman's office. "I called you here for no other reason than to announce a few personnel appointments." Su Yeching glanced at the group and said, "First, you already know that Zhang Haitao is now the general manager of Fengyun. Second, Zhang Ruxue has been promoted from department manager to deputy general manager." Su Yeching paused for a moment. "Do you have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Ruxue's abilities were obvious to all, so there was nothing more to say. It seems this new chairman is quite capable. He has a good eye for people and can't be easily fooled. The group reached a consensus. Okay, then the positions of the 2 department managers will remain vacant for now, and the deputy managers will compete for the positions. Now let's talk about your salaries and benefits. Su Yeching glanced around at the group and, unsurprisingly, saw expectant looks in their eyes. I chuckled to myself. It seems I've become a fat sheep in their eyes. But who can blame me when I'm not short of money? Thinking this way, I still felt quite pleased. After being poor for so many years, I've suddenly become everyone's rich man. This feeling is just too good to be true. In high spirits, Su Yeching announced it in a very generous manner. The general manager and secretary Wu's salaries will be doubled. The deputy general manager will be paid 1.5 times the previous amount. The number of department managers will increase by 20% on top of the original amount. In addition, the year-end bonus that I promised everyone will remain double, and this applies to all employees of the company. Thank you, Chairman Su. We will definitely work hard. As soon as Su Yeching finished making the announcement, the group became incredibly excited, shouting their loyalty. After offering a few words of symbolic encouragement, Su Yeching told them to go back to work. He has achieved his goal, winning over the hearts of the people and stabilizing the company's situation. Chapter 7 stole his thunder. The company did not experience any panic despite the change of chairman and the dismissal of the original general manager. On the contrary, everyone is now full of energy. Whoever pays you is the boss. It doesn't matter who you work for. Everyone's goal is clear now, to work hard and achieve good results. The new chairman will not let you down. After all, the new chairman is a lucrative target. Fengyun Trading was a normally operating company, so Su Yeching didn't need to put in much effort to manage it. Speaking of Fengyun Trading, Su Yeching also got a great deal. The company's former chairman was getting old and was finding it increasingly difficult to manage such a large company. He originally wanted his son, who was living abroad, to come back and take over his business. But the son didn't want to go into business, he only wanted to stay abroad to do experimental research. That's why Su Yeching's proposal to acquire Fengyun Commerce went so smoothly. And so, a few uneventful days passed. Su Yeching would drive his dazzling Koenigsegg to the chairman's office every day to sit, sign documents, play games, and kill time. The weekend is here in the blink of an eye. Su Yeching picked out a brand new suit, put on his Rolex with diamonds, combed his hair neatly, jumped into his Koenigsegg, and drove to the address Shi Yong had sent him. De Guan Yuan Hotel. As soon as Su Yeching's car turned into the parking lot in front of the hotel, she saw several familiar figures. Shi Yong was leaning against a brand new BMW X5, surrounded by several sycophants who had fawned over him since college. Shi Yong listened with a beaming smile to what the people around him were saying. Su Yeching drove her car next to the BMW. Because it was night, people outside couldn't see who was in the car, they only saw a blindingly bright Koenigsegg stop. Several people swallowed hard. Men see luxury cars just like they see beautiful women, they have an innate, unique feeling about them. Aha! Seeing that his limelight had been stolen by someone else, Shi Yong snorted unhappily. The group immediately turned around. They didn't know the owner of the luxury car, so it was more practical to flatter Shi Yong. Brother Yong, you're so lucky. You're definitely a rich second generation. Brother Yong, you'd better look after us guys from now on. Shi Yong was very pleased. He was willing to spend several thousand yuan to treat his former college classmates to dinner today just to show off his newly bought car. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother seeing these poor bastards. Su Yeching listened quietly in the car. This Shi Yong, relying on his family's wealth, was extremely arrogant in college. However, back then I was penniless, and I had to earn my living expenses through part-time jobs. I couldn't afford to mess with these rich kids. However, looking at the car Shi Yong bought now, it's a BMW X5. For working people, it is indeed a luxury car. But compared to my Koenigsegg, it's nothing. Su Yeching opened the car door and quietly got out. Those who fawned over Shi Yong were actually observing Koenigsegg's movements. You should know that they usually only see these kinds of luxury cars in movies. Su Yeching? An incredulous voice cried out. The group of people were stunned and couldn't come to their senses for a long time. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Yeching greeted him casually. These lackeys of Shi Yong bullied him a lot back in college. Su Yeching, is this your car? Shi Yong walked over with an incredulous look on his face. Right. Su Yeching, you're here. Come in quickly. A warm sound interrupted everything outside. It was Su Yeching's college roommate, Wang Daio, nicknamed Four Eyes. As the sound came, a figure ran up to Su Yeching. Four Eyes, you've lost weight. Su Yeching was genuinely happy to see her old classmate. At that time, he was busy working, and this four-eyed guy helped him cover for him a lot by copying notes. The four-eyed family owns a small hardware store and can be considered a well-off family. So when I was in college, I often helped Su Yeching get meals and brought her instant noodles and other things to help her out. Of course, they genuinely wanted to help their classmate and didn't mean to look down on anyone. Su Yeching was very clear about this. The two entered the hotel arm in arm. After taking his seat, Four Eyes looked Su Yeching up and down and laughed. What windfall have you struck, kid? This outfit must have cost a lot of RMB. Su Yeching was about to speak when she was interrupted by a harsh remark. I bet he's being kept by some rich woman. It was Shi Yong, whose limelight had been stolen by Su Yeching, who mocked. In Shi Yong's eyes, Su Yeching was a poor man from 3 generations, someone who wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. But now, his limelight has been stolen by such trash, how can he swallow this insult? Ha, Su Yeching, why don't you learn from others and find a rich woman to keep you? Exactly, those rich women have terrible taste. Why don't they find a handsome guy instead of someone like you who has neither looks nor substance? Could it be a fat guy weighing over 300 pounds? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe Su Yeching is just better in bed. Ha ha ha. When the group of lackeys who followed Shi Yong and saw that Shi Yong had gone berserk, they immediately surrounded and attacked Su Yeching. Su Yeching's face turned ashen. Shi Yong, watch your mouth. Didn't you brush your teeth before you left home? Who are you calling names? You think I don't know what kind of person you are? Just because you're wearing clothes doesn't mean you're a human being. In my eyes, you're nothing but a dog, and I can kill you anytime. As Shi-Young cursed, he slammed his hand on the table. He looked like a mob boss, as if he was ready to beat up Su Yeqing at any moment. A nameless rage surged within Su Yeqing. This is how Shi-Young was in college, and now he's further insulting his own character. Did he really think Su Yeqing was the same powerless, pitiful girl who was bullied by everyone? Shi-Young saw that Su Yeqing didn't retort and assumed he was scared. In his mind, even if Su Yeqing had found a backer, it would be someone utterly shady, a pretty boy. Looking at Su Yeqing with disdain, Shi-Young felt that he still had to beat Su Yeqing up to save face. Watching Shi-Young step forward, Su Yeqing narrowed her eyes. Shi-Young, you dare touch me today, and I'll make you regret ever being born. Really? Then I'd really like to see how you'll make me regret ever being born. As he spoke, Shi-Young threw a punch at Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing, be careful! Wang Diao shouted anxiously. Just as Shi-Young's fist was about to hit Su Yeqing's face, Su Yeqing turned around and dodged it, then grabbed a fork from the table and stabbed it hard into Shi-Young's shoulder. Ah! Shi-Young let out a miserable scream, and as Su Yeqing pulled the fork out of her hand, a stream of blood splattered out. Chapter 8, Beat Up a Little Bastard. Everyone around was terrified by Su Yeqing's appearance. My impression of Su Yeqing is that she's a pushover, someone who can be easily manipulated. I never imagined he could be so crazy when he gets angry. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. One sentence came to everyone's mind. Little did they know, Su Yeqing was no longer the poor boy they could easily bully. He is now the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade, and he has a lot of confidence. Shi-Young was furious and in pain, yelling at the people around him, not expecting Su Yeqing to do this to him. Are you all dead? Get him! Kill this kid! The people around them looked at each other. They had all witnessed Su Yeqing's ruthlessness. To be honest, Shi-Young only occasionally invited them out for meals, and it was always to show off his wealth in front of them. To be honest, they've never given us any real benefits. Thinking this, several of Shi-Young's lackeys took a step back. Judging from Su Yeqing's current state, she might actually try to hit him too. They wouldn't do something that would be a losing proposition. Brother Young, should we call the police? Yes, Young, call the police. If we hit him again, it will be considered fighting, and we'll all get arrested. This is not something you should do. Seeing that the person who was usually timid and submissive to him would back down at crucial moments, Shi-Young had no choice but to give up. Now that I'm injured, I'm definitely no match for Su Yeqing. He gritted his teeth and said, call the police. A dozen minutes later, 2 police cars with red and blue flashing lights drove up. Su Yeqing was taken back to the police station. Wang Diao originally wanted to come along, but Su Yeqing stopped him, saying she could handle it herself. Shi-Young was taken to the hospital to have his wounds bandaged. Secretary Wu, please bring a lawyer to the police station. After making a phone call, Su Yeqing sat quietly in her chair without saying a word. Secretary Wu performed her job as a personal secretary very well. Within 20 minutes, she brought a scholar-looking man to the police station. Chairman Su, what happened? How did you end up here? Secretary Wu walked briskly to Su Yeqing and asked with concern. It's nothing, I just beat up a scumbag. Su Yeqing gave a calm reply. Oh, this is a minor matter, Attorney Wang can handle it. Secretary Wu pointed to the man behind her, this is our company's legal counsel. The man was very perceptive. Before Secretary Wu could speak, he stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, Chairman Su. I am Wang Jigang, the company's exclusive lawyer. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Su Yeqing nodded, I'll leave this to you. Upon receiving the instructions, Attorney Wang immediately demonstrated his professionalism by contacting the police officers at the local police station to mediate the situation. Chairman Su, you'll have to wait a while. We need to wait for the injured person to come over so we can discuss whether to settle it privately or what. Attorney Wang rushed over shortly after. I just spoke with the police officer who accompanied the injured person to the hospital. He injured his shoulder, but there's nothing seriously wrong. Good. Su Yeqing didn't make things difficult for the lawyer and took out her phone to play a game. He wasn't worried at all, he hadn't used any excessive force, he just wanted to teach Shi-Young a lesson. Don't think that just because you have some money you're the boss and you don't treat others like human beings. Which bastard dared to hurt my son? An arrogant voice came from the entrance of the police station. Don't you even bother to find out who I am? Do you think you poor folks can touch my son, Shi Jinlong's son? A fat man walked in arrogantly. The visitor was Shi Yong's father, Shi Jinlong. Shi Yong just told him on the phone that the person who hurt him was his college classmate, a penniless guy. Therefore, Shi Jinlong is extremely angry right now. He's a big boss, after all. How could some poor kid dare to mess with his son? If word got out, how would he ever face anyone again? Sir, this is the police station. Please be quiet. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, the police officer spoke up to stop him. My son was injured, and instead of catching the culprit, you're lecturing us victims? Shi Jinlong, relying on his status as the victim, persisted in his accusations. Su Yeqing felt a deep disgust for the arrogant person in front of her. I thought to myself, no wonder Shi Yong was so unreasonable when he was in college. His family upbringing was terrible, no wonder he was so unreasonable. Shi Jinlong glanced around, wanting to find that poor kid and teach him a lesson first. Secretary Wu, what are you doing here? To his surprise, Shi Jinlong saw the secretary of the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and immediately ran over. Oh, it's Mr. Shi. Our chairman Su beat up some clueless thug, so we're here to deal with it. Secretary Wu introduced, this is our new chairman of Fengyun Commerce, Chairman Su. Hello, Chairman Su. Before Secretary Wu could introduce him, Shi Jinlong immediately stepped forward obsequiously and said, I am Shi Jinlong from Hongyun Steel. Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow. Secretary Wu bowed and said, Hongyun Steel is our supplier. Nodding, Su Yeqing did not offer any opinion. However, Shi Jinlong, in an attempt to curry favor with Su Yeqing, shouted loudly again. Which blind punk dares to mess with you, Chairman Su? Tell me, you don't need to get involved in such a trivial matter, Chairman Su, I'll handle it myself. Shi Jinlong had no connection whatsoever between his son Shi Yong's affairs and Su Yeqing's. Because he always felt that the person Shi Yong was talking about was a penniless man and could not possibly be associated with someone like Chairman Fengyun. It's nothing, no need to trouble Mr. Shi. Su Yeqing gave a curt refusal. Having been rebuffed, Shi Jinlong stopped shouting and waited quietly to the side. Dad, you're here. Look, someone stabbed my shoulder. Shi Yong, who had just been bandaged up at the hospital, immediately shouted and rushed forward when he saw his father. I must get my father to avenge me today. Shi Yong thought bitterly to himself. Ah Yong, let me see how badly you're hurt. Upon hearing Shi Yong's voice, Shi Jinlong immediately stepped forward. Just as Shi Yong was about to say something, he saw Su Yeqing, who had been blocked earlier but was now visible as Shi Jinlong turned around, still sitting in the chair. Watching Su Yeqing sit motionless in the chair, he didn't show the slightest anxiety about hurting himself. It's as if I'm just an insignificant nobody. Thinking this, Shi Yong's anger flared up instantly. Ignoring Shi Jinlong's question, Shi Yong strode up to Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing, how dare you sit here? This time I'm going to make sure you rot in jail. With a fierce expression, Shi Yong turned back and said, Dad, it was this bastard who injured me. You must have him arrested. You. Shi Jinlong was completely stunned. Didn't Shi Yong say that his college classmate hurt him? Wasn't he supposed to be a poor kid? How is this related to the chairman of Fengyun? Chapter 9 God of Wealth. Shi Jinlong recalled what Secretary Wu had just said. The Chairman Su had beaten up a clueless thug and broke out in a cold sweat. You should know that Fengyun Trading is his biggest customer. If Shi Yong offends this god of wealth, then he won't be able to keep his company running. I'll just have to wait to go home and starve. Thinking of this, Shi Jinlong immediately shouted at Shi Yong. What are you doing? This is Chairman Su, the new chairman of Fengyun Commerce. A new chairman of Fengyun Commerce? How is that possible? Shi Yong absolutely refused to believe it. He and Su Yeqing had been classmates for 4 years in college, and he knew exactly how poor Su Yeqing was. Dad, you've definitely been fooled by him. He's just a penniless pauper. Shi Yong called out to Shi Jinlong. Shi Yong, please watch your words. This is our new chairman of Fengyun Trading, Chairman Su. Seeing Shi Yong's expression, Secretary Wu spoke up and shouted. Secretary Wu. Shi Jinlong and Fengyun Trading have also been doing business together for several years. Shi Yong had attended Fengyun Trade's annual meeting for 2 years along with Shi Jinlong, so he recognized Secretary Wu. But Shi Yong still couldn't accept this reality all at once. How could it be possible that the penniless guy he had always looked down on had suddenly become a major client of their company? Shi Yong shook his head vigorously, hoping it was just a hallucination caused by his injury. Alright, both parties have arrived, and we've reviewed the hotel's security footage. Now, please consider how to resolve this. Once everyone had arrived, the police officers began to handle the matter. Shir-Yong, did you offend Chairman Su? Before Shir-Yong could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Shir-Jinlong. Just kidding, Su Yeching is his sugar daddy. Even if Shir-Jinlong usually spoils his son, he wouldn't let him mess things up at this crucial moment. We've reviewed the hotel's security footage. It was Shir-Yong who started the verbal abuse and physical assault, though he didn't succeed. While Su Yeching's actions were partly in self-defense, they were still excessive. The police officer spoke matter-of-factly. Therefore, both sides bear responsibility. However, Su Yeching should bear the primary responsibility because she caused harm to Shir-Yong through excessive self-defense. This is a civil case. You two should discuss how to resolve it. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Su Yeching glanced at Shir-Yong. At this point, Shir-Yong had already come to believe Su Yeching's identity. He also understood why Su Yeching dared to go against him, and even dared to hurt him with a fork. He didn't dare to say anything more and retreated behind Shir-Jinlong. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. Shir-Jinlong glanced nervously at Su Yeching and immediately spoke to the police. Misunderstanding? Since you've called the police and someone was indeed injured, why don't you try to negotiate? That way we can close the case. The police officers also realized that the father and son were just paper tigers. It's estimated that Su Yeching is someone those two can't afford to offend. Chairman Su, it's all because that brat Shir-Yong was so ignorant and offended you. Shir-Jinlong bowed and scraped as he walked up to Su Yeching. Look, I've wasted so much of your time. Let's close the case for today. You should go home and rest early. I'll bring Shir-Yong to apologize to you tomorrow. Attorney Wang, then I'll leave it to you to handle. Su Yeching had no liking for such opportunistic people. Okay. Mr. Su, you can just sign here, I'll handle the rest. Attorney Wang handed Su Yeching a mediation agreement. After signing the document, Su Yeching didn't even glance at the Shir family father and son before leaving. Shir-Jinlong, on the other hand, saw him off with great enthusiasm, saying, Please take care, Chairman Su. Seeing that things were mostly settled, Secretary Wu gave some instructions to Attorney Wang, nodded to Shir-Jinlong, and left. Only Shir-Yong felt extremely wronged. Now nobody cares about him, the injured man. He didn't dare to make a sound, so he can only stand behind Shir-Jinlong, hugging his injured shoulder. The matter was resolved very quickly, and Shir-Jinlong didn't dare to ask for any compensation, saying that Shir-Yong was at fault first and deserved it. In fact, Su Yeching didn't care about the compensation issue. After all, this is nothing to him now. This amount of money is just a drop in the ocean for him. Sweet dreams. Ding dong. A voice as beautiful as heavenly music rang in Su Yeching's mind. Startled, Su Yeching immediately jumped out of bed. Host, you can sign in for one skill today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. Su Yeching answered without even thinking. Sign in today to receive a top-tier fighting skill. Use it? Use. Su Yeching immediately replied. Ding. Check-in successful. A golden ring flashed across Su Yeching's body. Various fighting techniques and routines appeared in Su Yeching's mind. He got up and kicked a few times in the air, then threw a few punches. Su Yeching felt full of energy. I glanced at the time, 8:30. Su Yeching realized that Shir-Yong's company was a supplier to her company. Since Shir-Jinlong said he would bring Shir-Yong to apologize today, I decided to go to the company early to find out what was going on. Upon arriving at Fengyun Trading, Su Yeching summoned Jian Haitao. Overseas shopping, Hongyun Steel is our supplier, right? Yes, Hongyun Steel is one of our suppliers. Jian Haitao replied that he didn't know why Su Yeching suddenly became interested in Hongyun Steel. Su Yeching only learned yesterday that Shir-Yong's company actually had business dealings with her own company. What impact would it have on our company if we cancel our cooperation with this company? Su Yeching asked. He hasn't fully grasped the company's business yet. It won't have much of an impact. Hongyun Steel isn't a big company for us. We can just switch to another building materials company. Actually, many companies want to cooperate with us and become our suppliers. Hongyun Steel was recommended by Lin Shi. I heard that Shir-Jinlong is a distant relative of Lin Shi. Jian Haitao told him everything he knew. Okay, I understand. Then please make arrangements to select a new supplier. I don't want to cooperate with Hongyun Steel anymore. Su Yeqing gave the instructions. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. John Haitao went down after receiving the instructions. Another leisurely morning. Su Yeqing thought of that system. It was truly amazing. In an instant, he transformed himself from a penniless nobody into a high-class individual, acquiring a variety of skills. The only drawback is that I can only wait for the system to summon me. I can't contact it anytime, anywhere. Around 2 p.m., Su Yeqing started to feel sleepy. The beautiful secretary came in and reported. Chairman Su, General Manager Shi from Hongyun Steel is waiting to see you outside. They actually came. Su Yeqing found it amusing. It seems that Hongyun Trading is indeed a major client for Shi Jinlong. Let him in. Su Yeqing gave instructions to his beautiful secretary and then lazily sat down in his boss's chair. Chapter 10: Termination of Cooperation. Hello, Chairman Su. I've brought Shi Yong here to apologize to you. Shi Jinlong greeted Su Yeqing with a fawning smile as he entered the chairman's office. It's okay, Shi Yong and I are old classmates. Su Yeqing said indifferently, right? Shi Yong. Yes. We're old classmates. Old classmates. Shi Yong nodded in agreement. Shi Jinlong's face lit up with joy. It seemed that Su Yeqing hadn't taken yesterday's events to heart, which made things easier. Then Chairman Su. Shi Jinlong wanted to discuss the order further. After all, he was able to cooperate with Hongyun Trade in the past because of Lin Shi. Now that Lin Shi has been fired, he needs to cultivate a good relationship with the new chairman. Su Yeqing raised her hand to interrupt Shi Jinlong. Shi Yong, our friendship hasn't faded in these 4 years. Do you remember how many times you've played tricks on me? How many times you've had people trip me up? Upon hearing Su Yeqing's words, Shi Jinlong's expression changed drastically, and he kicked Shi Yong in the leg. You beast! Who told you to offend Chairman Su? Apologize to Chairman Su right now. No, kneel down and apologize to Chairman Su. Shi Jinlong was terrified. Judging from Su Yeqing's appearance, it was clear that she and Shi Yong did not get along well. Hongyun Steel can be said to have grown so large by relying on Hongyun Trading. They used to be just a small workshop. He knew that if he didn't get Su Yeqing's forgiveness today, the consequences would be unbearable. It is very likely that Hongyun Trade will terminate its cooperation with Hongyun Steel. There used to be someone like Lin Shi to rely on. His fate is now entirely in Su Yeqing's hands. If Hongyun Trading stops ordering from him, he will lose 90% of his business. This would put their company at risk of bankruptcy. Shi Yong also knew that Hongyun Trading was their family's biggest backer. So when Su Yeqing said those words, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his body began to tremble. Think about what I did to Su Yeqing back in college. And then there was the insult to Su Yeqing yesterday. Shi Yong immediately knelt on the ground. Su Yeqing, no, Chairman Su. I was wrong. Please forgive me, I was blind. I was just being petty and got what I deserved. Shi Yong was no longer as arrogant as he usually was. He was now lying down in front of Su Yeqing like a lapdog. Shi Yong, let's not talk about the past. But didn't you say yesterday that I was a gigolo kept by an old woman? Why are you begging for forgiveness now? I'm sorry, I can't say anything nice. Shi Yong is now filled with deep regret. If he had known Su Yeqing's identity earlier, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he had 100 times the courage. Chairman Su, it was Shi Yong who acted recklessly. You are a magnanimous person, so please don't hold it against him. Shi Jinlong had no choice but to step in and smooth things over. His son caused the trouble, so the father had no choice but to clean up the mess. No need, Mr. Shi. Su Yeqing showed no mercy to Shi Jinlong. Hongyun Trading will no longer place orders with Hongyun Steel. No, Chairman Su, you're cutting off my path to survival. Shi Jinlong screamed in fright. Don't you know what Hongyun Steel was like before? If it weren't for Lin Shi, could you have gotten the orders from Hongyun Trading? Could you have kept Hongyun Steel afloat? Su Yeqing asked calmly. Chairman Su, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please give me another chance. Upon hearing Su Yeqing say that she wanted to terminate the cooperation with Hongyun Steel, Shi Yong panicked. He scrambled up to Su Yeqing and grabbed her leg, begging for mercy. Now, Shi Yong has only one thought in his mind, to seek Su Yeqing's forgiveness. Otherwise, his life of luxury would have completely disappeared. Looking at Shuyong, who used to be arrogant and domineering but now kneels before her like a dog, Su Yeching felt a surge of satisfaction. Roll. Su Yeching didn't feel sorry for this kind of person. If it weren't for my different status now, I don't know how Shuyong would have tormented me. Chairman Su. Sure, Jinlong was still trying to plead when Su Yeching called security guards, who then threw the father and son out of the building. After dealing with Shuyong and his son, Su Yeching made a phone call to Wang Dayo. Hey, Four Eyes. Su Yeching had just said one sentence. Su Yeching, are you alright? Did Shuyong give you trouble yesterday? Where are you now? Wang Dayo was indeed very concerned about Su Yeching. As soon as he received the call, a series of questions came out. Su Yeching smiled warmly. During my 4 years of university, this was the only person who was truly good to me, and the only friend I acknowledged. I'm fine, Four Eyes, let's go out and have some fun. Su Yeching chuckled. Okay, I'm helping my dad with the shop right now. Where should we get together? Wang Dayo on the other end of the phone was very happy to hear that Su Yeching was alright. I'll come pick you up, Su Yeching said. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeching picked up her car keys and went out. He is the chairman of the board and does not need to work from 9 to 5. This is the benefit of having power and influence. Knowing the way well, they drove to the entrance of Wang Dayo's hardware store. Wang Dayo had brought Su Yeching to his house a few times during college. Damn! Su Yeching, is this your car? Wang Dayo, who was waiting at the door, exclaimed in surprise when he saw Su Yeching get out of the Koenigsegg. When Wang Dayo left the hotel yesterday, he only saw Shuyong and the others surrounding Su Yeching. Although the dazzling Koenigsegg caught his eye, he didn't associate the car with Su Yeching at all. Who told Su Yeching to be so poor before? No wonder Shuyong picked a fight with you yesterday. Wang Dayo had a look of sudden realization. Do you think Shuyong was so kind as to treat us to dinner? It wasn't for any classmate reunion, he just wanted to show off his newly bought BMW X5. Su Yeching nodded. I found out after I went there. So how did you deal with him later? Did he just let you off so easily? Wang Dayo knew Shuyong's character well, but he was still a little worried about Su Yeching. Su Yeching gave a brief description of what had happened. What? You're the chairman of Fengyun Trading? Are you out of your mind? Wang Dayo exclaimed in disbelief. Fengyun Trading Company, Limited is the leading enterprise in the construction industry of Huajian City. How did Su Yeching suddenly become the chairman of Fengyun Commerce? It's a long story, just think of it as me making a windfall. Su Yeching found it difficult to explain the system. Otherwise, Wang Dayo would really have to take him to the hospital as if he were a lunatic. Wang Dayo couldn't understand why Su Yeching had suddenly become the chairman of Fengyun Commerce. However, seeing his good friend get a good opportunity, he was still very happy for Su Yeching. He punched Su Yeching on the shoulder, saying, "You've really made it big, kid. You'd better work hard from now on. I'm counting on you to give me a hand." Certainly. Su Yeching genuinely wanted to help Wang Dayo. Chapter 11: Visiting the University. Alright, let's talk about this in my office tomorrow. Now let's think about where we should get together. Su Yeching put his arm around Wang Dayo's shoulder, looking like they were good buddies. It's still early. Why don't we go for a walk around the school first, relive campus life, and let you experience the feeling of returning home in glory? Let's go check out the New World Bar later. Wang Dayo spoke with an excited expression. Su Yeching, I haven't been to the New World Bar yet. I heard it's very expensive. Of course you have to treat me today, otherwise I wouldn't dare go. Ha ha. No problem, let's go now. Su Yeching didn't hesitate at all. Get in the car. The journey was very smooth, and Su Yeching drove the Koenigsegg directly into the university campus. The security guard at the entrance probably recognized it as a luxury car, as he didn't stop it at all. Su Yeching and Wang Dayo strolled leisurely through the campus. Recalling the past, the two were filled with emotion. You little rascal, you really got lucky. Think back to when you were in college, you worked 3 jobs every day, you were so busy you were like a spinning top. Who would have thought you would become a tycoon in Huajian City now? Life is truly amazing. Wang Dayo sighed. Su Yeching nodded, also feeling a pang of emotion. He must have experienced both extreme heat and cold that day. When Yulin dumped him, he felt like he had lost all hope in his life. But when he returned to his rented basement, fate played another trick on him, suddenly bestowing upon him wealth he never dared to dream of in his entire life. Life is truly amazing. Su Yeqing strongly agreed with Wang Dao's statement. The two strolled along and arrived at the basketball hoop on the playground. This used to be Su Yeqing's favorite place to visit. Previously, Su Yeqing only had some free time on weekends, when he would come here to play a few balls and relax. Want a few balls? Wang Dao was certainly aware of Su Yeqing's hobby. Previously, no one wanted to play with Su Yeqing, he was the one who accompanied him in playing ball. Okay. As the two turned to go to the equipment room to borrow a ball. Xiaofeng? Wang Dao spotted a familiar figure. A boy sitting blankly next to the basketball court slowly raised his head when he heard someone call his name. Cousin? It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but the boy in front of me must have gone through something big, as there are still tears on his face that he has not had time to wipe away. It really is you, Xiaofeng. Wang Dao strode over. What happened? Who bullied you? Xiaofeng is the child of Wang Dao's second uncle. His second uncle had 3 daughters and 2 sons. With many children, the pressure is immense, and the economic situation is very poor. Although the children are very motivated and have good grades, the family simply cannot afford their expenses. They all earned their tuition and living expenses by working part-time. Xiaofeng is the eldest son in his second uncle's family, so he bears more pressure and has been very introverted since childhood. Cousin, it's all right. Xiaofeng didn't want to say anything, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, Xiaofeng. Wang Dao grabbed Xiaofeng's arm. Tell me what's wrong, and we'll figure it out together. Xiaofeng's eyes welled up with tears again, but she held them back. I might not be able to graduate. Xiaofeng lowered his head. How could this happen? Your grades have always been excellent, what happened? Wang Dao didn't believe it. With Xiaofeng's consistently top grades, how could he possibly fail to graduate? Our department head said I missed a few of his classes and that he wouldn't let me graduate. Department head? Is that the same Joe Boppy, a notorious exploiter? Wang Dao frowned and asked. This Joe Boppy, a notorious skinflint, was originally named Zhou Yue. His name sounds impressive, but he is very harsh and looks down on poor students, often making things difficult for them. Joe Boppy? I'd like to have a go at him. Su Yeqing, who was standing to the side, recalled how much trouble Zhou Boppy had caused her back then. I had already graduated and didn't intend to cause him any more trouble, but I didn't expect him to run into me like this. Since Xiaofeng is Wang Dao's cousin, he is also my cousin. Now Su Yeqing is capable of handling this matter. Let's go see Zhou Boppy. As Su Yeqing spoke, she led the way toward the department head's office. Cousin, maybe we shouldn't offend Zhou Boppy. Xiaofeng was unaware of Su Yeqing's identity. In his memory, his cousin didn't know anyone particularly capable or well-connected. Now his fate is in Zhou Yue's hands, and Xiaofeng dares not provoke him anymore. It's all right, Xiaofeng. Your cousin's brother is someone important. Don't worry about it. As Wang Dao spoke, he pulled Xiaofeng along and followed closely behind Su Yeqing. At the door of the department head's office, Xiaofeng still looked nervous and didn't dare to go in. Su Yeqing didn't even knock before pushing the door open and walking in. Who dares to come in without knocking? A man with a pointed face and monkey-like cheeks sitting inside called out unhappily. Director Zhou, it's been a long time, Su Yeqing greeted him. Who are you? Zhou Yue wasn't unaware of Su Yeqing, he had certainly given that poor kid a hard time back then. Zhou Yue simply couldn't reconcile the glamorous person before him with the poor boy he once was. For a moment, Zhou Yue was stunned. I'm Su Yeqing. Director Zhou, you really have a bad memory. Su Yeqing said sarcastically. Su Yeqing? You graduated a long time ago, what do you want with me? Once he confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed the poor boy Su Yeqing, Zhou Yue's tone turned cold. Zhou Yue knew Su Yeqing's file very well, a penniless wretch. Even though Su Yeqing is dressed very well now, Zhou Yue doesn't believe that Su Yeqing, who has only graduated for a year, can achieve anything. I guess he bought this outfit just to save face. Zhou Yue thought to himself with disdain. It's not that I have something to ask you, it's about Wang Feng. Looking at Zhou Yue's expression, Su Yeqing knew that his poor man's mentality theory had started again. Wang Feng's grades have always been top-notch, so why won't you let him graduate? Su Yeqing questioned. Why should I? Because I'm the department head. He dared to skip my class, that's disrespecting me. Zhou Yue was incredibly arrogant. No, Director Zhou. My father was hospitalized at that time, and I was taking care of him there. Besides, I called you but you didn't answer, and I also sent you a message to ask for leave. Wang Feng overheard them talking about their business outside the office and immediately went in to explain. A request for leave? Did I approve it? If not, it's considered truancy. In Zhou Yue's eyes, his own authority was paramount. He wouldn't bother with the petty squabbles of the poor. If you're sick and hospitalized, just hire a caregiver. If you can't afford a caregiver, it's because you're incompetent. He wouldn't pity those poor bastards. Director Zhou, isn't that a bit too heartless of you? Wang Diao remembered that his second uncle had indeed been hospitalized last month. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng was harassed by that shrew because he was taking care of his father, and was prevented from graduating. Chapter 12: Settling Things with Money. Favors? What kind of relationship do I have with you poor wretches? Zhou Yue's arrogant face made people want to punch him. You. Wang Diao, who was about to go up and argue, was pulled back by Su Yeqing. Director Zhou, please reconsider. How can you live with yourself making things difficult for a student who excels in both character and academics? Su Yeqing decided to give Zhou Yue one last chance. Conscience? Humph. Who do you think you are, coming here to yell at me? Let me tell you, not only will Wang Feng not graduate, but I'll also write a terrible evaluation for him. Let's see if he can find a job then. Zhou Yue has been the department head for so many years, and no one has ever dared to challenge him. Hearing Su Yeqing's words, he immediately jumped up. No, Director Zhou. Wang Feng became even more nervous after hearing Zhou Yue's words. It's already very difficult to find a job without a graduation certificate. If I were to give him another bad review, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaofeng, don't beg him, let's go. Su Yeqing stopped Wang Feng, who was still trying to plead for mercy. Zhou Yue, you brought this on yourself. I hope you won't regret it. Su Yeqing looked at Zhou Yue, who had a mean expression, and spoke coldly. Regret? With just a few of you? In Zhou Yue's mind, the three poor bastards in front of him couldn't cause any trouble at all. Su Yeqing, a monkey is still a monkey even when it wears clothes. Don't think that just because you're dressed like a human being, you're really a superior person. Zhou Yue is no less skilled at mocking people. Su Yeqing ignored them and walked out with Wang Diao and Wang Feng. Cousin, brother Su, what do we do now? In the corridor, Wang Feng was even more frustrated than before. Their fates were entirely in Zhou Yue's hands, which was also the source of his arrogance. Go find the principal. After saying that, Su Yeqing left. Find the principal? Cousin, would that even work? Seeing that Su Yeqing wasn't going to explain, Wang Feng asked Wang Diao timidly. Let's go, listening to your brother Su is the right thing to do. Wang Diao pulled Wang Feng along and followed. Just kidding, who is Su Yeqing now? He is the chairman of Fengyun Commerce. They're local tycoons from Huajiang City. He's the kind of person who can shake the entire city of Huajiang with a stomp of his foot. Is a mere university department head something that Su Yeqing can't handle? Thinking this, but since Su Yeqing had already gone far away, Wang Diao didn't have time to explain to Wang Feng and pulled Wang Feng to chase after Su Yeqing. Knock knock. Come in. The voice coming from the principal's office was very calm and composed. Headmaster. Su Yeqing led Wang Diao and Wang Feng inside. Who are you? The principal looked up at the three young men. They were unfamiliar faces, and he probably hadn't seen them before. Hello, principal. This Mr. Wang Diao and I are students from the previous graduating class. Su Yeqing pointed to Wang Diao and introduced him. This is Wang Feng, a recent graduate. Pointing to Wang Feng, Su Yeqing continued. That's right, principal. Last month, Wang Feng missed a few of Director Zhou Yue's classes because he was taking care of his hospitalized father. Of course, Wang Feng did send a message asking for leave. Now, Director Zhou is preventing Wang Feng from graduating because of this. Principal, what do you think? Is that so? Don't worry, I will investigate. The principal is also someone who has seen a lot. Although two of the three people in front of me were dressed very plainly, the one who was speaking was obviously very wealthy. However, Zhou Yue's arrogant and domineering behavior, yet his ability to remain in power for so many years, must have had a certain background. The principal, in making these calculations, also tried to evade the issue. I will handle it after I have investigated. Wang Feng's file can be retrieved now, and we also have Wang Feng's leave request information sent to Director Zhou. Su Yeqing gestured for Wang Feng to show the leave request information on his phone to the principal. I wonder how the principal will handle this. Su Yeqing wouldn't give the principal a chance to fool her. This? What do you want to do with it? The principal couldn't figure out Su Yeqing's true identity for a moment, judging from his demeanor. Logically speaking, although he, as the principal, doesn't usually pay much attention to students' information, he would still keep an eye on those with power and influence. May I have your name? The principal decided to first find out the identity of this leader. Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing? The principal thought carefully, but he couldn't recall anyone by that name. I am Su Yeqing, the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. Su Yeqing knew that these days, you couldn't get anything done without revealing your identity. Chairman of Fengyun Commerce? The principal was quite frightened. When did their school produce such a remarkable person? Right. Su Yeqing nodded affirmatively and continued. I know that most of the teachers in our school are very honest and upright. I am willing to donate 30 million yuan to the school to establish a teachers' foundation, which will be used to subsidize the salaries of the faculty and staff. 30 million? The principal was truly stunned. Looking at the person in front of him, he felt that he was just talking big. Even if he is the chairman of Fengyun Commerce, how could he so casually take out 30 million? This is too frivolous. If the principal doesn't believe me, he can ask the finance department to give me the account number, and I can transfer the money to you right now. Su Yeqing said without even blinking. It seems that 30 million is as easy for him as 300 yuan. The principal, with a skeptical attitude, called the finance department. Su Yeqing took out her phone and transferred a sum of money to the account provided by the finance department. Okay, go check it out. Su Yeqing put away his phone and went to the finance department to speak. Principal, we really did receive a transfer of 30 million. The finance officer stammered to the principal. Real? The principal immediately stood up and said to Su Yeqing with a smile, Chairman Su, please have a seat. His respectful attitude made it seem as if Su Yeqing was the principal and he himself had become a primary school student. Quickly make Chairman Su a cup of tea. The principal turned to the finance officer, who was still in a daze, and gave him instructions. Chairman Su, you're too low-key. You spent 4 years in university and the school didn't even know who you were. The principal instinctively assumed that Su Yeqing had concealed her identity as a wealthy man. No, my main purpose in going to university is to study, not to compare family backgrounds. Su Yeqing was playing it safe. He wouldn't tell the principal the truth. In today's society, the first thing people notice is a person's background. They don't care how talented you are. Yes, yes, yes. The principal nodded in agreement. I wonder what instructions Chairman Su has for this matter. The principal is someone who has worked his way up to this position over many years. He's a seasoned veteran. Su Yeqing donated so much money to the school all at once. To put it bluntly, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and he wouldn't do this for no reason. Principal, I won't play riddles with you. Su Yeqing looked at the principal and said, I have 2 requests for donating that 30 million. You said it, and as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. The principal was overjoyed to hear that he could get 30 million in exchange for just 2 conditions. Chapter 13 Encountering a beautiful woman at a bar. Good. Su Yeqing didn't mince words and directly stated her conditions. First, ensure Wang Feng graduates smoothly, and there should be no negative comments in his graduation summary. That's easy. The principal nodded in agreement. Secondly, Zhou Yue is unfit to be a teacher, and I request that the school expel him. Su Yeqing put forward a second condition. This? The principal looked troubled. Director Zhou Yue does bear some responsibility in this matter, but it shouldn't warrant his dismissal, right? The principal seemed to want to offend neither side. Really? During my 4 years of university, Director Zhou Yue certainly gave me a lot of special treatment. Su Yeqing wouldn't let the principal just give up on the matter so easily. Taking his 30 million, yet wanting to avoid offending Zhou Yue and the people behind him, this principal is far too naive. This week, Su Yeqing must expel him from the university, otherwise who knows how many poor students will be persecuted by him in the future. Really? I didn't know Zhou Yue was so bold. The principal weighed the options in his mind. Su Yeqing was the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade, which was a leading enterprise in the construction industry of Huajiang City. To put it bluntly, let alone just one Zhou Yue, even 10 or 8 more Zhou Yues wouldn't be a match for Su Yeqing. With that in mind, the principal made up his mind. Chairman Su, I really didn't expect Zhou Yue to be so lawless. In that case, he is not fit to be a teacher. I will fire him immediately. That's great. The principal has done a service to the people. Having achieved the result she desired, Su Yeqing rose to take her leave without hesitation. Principal, we'll be going now. Chairman Su, why don't you stay for a simple meal before you leave? The principal tried to persuade him to stay. You should know that opportunities to meet the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade are rare. Principal, you don't need to be so polite. Zhou Yue's matter is still waiting for you to take care of, so we won't bother you any longer. Su Yeqing led Wang Dao and Wang Feng directly out of the principal's office. The principal, with a smile on his face, saw them off as they left the office building. Brother Su, are you really the chairman of Fengyun Trading? Wang Feng remained in shock and hadn't recovered. More real than gold. Wang Dao patted Wang Feng on the head. The matter is resolved, smile. Brother Su, thank you so much this time. Wang Feng sincerely thanked Su Yeqing. No need for that. You're Four Eyes' cousin, which makes you my cousin too. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. Su Yeqing said generously. Alright, enough with the thank yous. Let's go play ball. Wang Dao did not have any particular thoughts about Su Yeqing's changed identity. In his eyes, Su Yeqing is still the Su Yeqing from college, his buddy. Come on, Xiao Feng. Let's go play ball. Your brother and I will take you out tonight to broaden your horizons. Su Yeqing called to Wang Feng and headed towards the sports equipment room. The three of them borrowed a basketball, played for a while on the court, and then decided to take a bath to cool off before having some fun in the evening. As the three were driving their stylish Koenigsegg out of the university gates, they spotted a familiar figure. Su Yeqing parked the Koenigsegg next to the man, rolled down the window, and leaned out. Oh, it's Director Zhou. Are you moving all that stuff? Do you need any help? It seems the principal acted quickly. Zhou Yue was dismissed in no time. Zhou Yue knew that Su Yeqing and her group were behind it. Now, whenever Zhou Yue sees Su Yeqing, he instinctively wants to curse at her. But when they saw the car Su Yeqing was driving, they obediently shut their mouths. Koenigsegg. Zhou Yue, who considered himself a member of the upper class, had some knowledge of such luxury goods. This was also to make it easier for him to judge people based on their social status. Looking at the Koenigsegg that Su Yeqing was driving, Zhou Yue weighed it in his mind and figured it must cost at least 20 million. It seems I really misjudged this time and offended someone I shouldn't have. Thinking this, Zhou Yue lost his confidence, hung his head, and walked past Su Yeqing's car in silence. That bastard finally backed down. That was so satisfying. Wang Dao sneered from the passenger seat, finally getting his revenge. Never mind him, let's go have some fun. Su Yeqing lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car roared off. The three of them took a nice, relaxing shower, had a Western meal, and dawdled until 11 p.m. New World Bar. The dazzling large LED lights shone brightly in the dark night. Colorful little lights surrounded the area, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Koenigsegg came to a smooth stop in front of the New World Bar. Su Yeqing and her group got out of the car and headed straight into the bar. Although it's still early, the bar is already packed with people. It's clear that New World Bar is always doing very well. I heard from my friend that this is the largest and most luxurious nightclub in Huajiang City, and the minimum spending per person to enter is 1,000 yuan. Wang Dao was talking about his gossip. If you have a drink and sit in a booth, there's no limit to how much money you can spend. Let's go somewhere else then, this is too expensive. Wang Feng, who is used to being frugal, started to back out. Keep in mind that he only earns about 2,000 yuan a month by tutoring. Don't worry, Xiao Feng, I'll cover all the expenses today. Su Yeqing is very generous. A few thousand yuan is nothing to him now, he spends it without batting an eye. Besides, Su Yeqing is now worth hundreds of millions, and it's really a bit unreasonable that he hasn't been to a place like this before. The three of them booked a booth, ordered a few bottles of wine, and leisurely enjoyed watching the beautiful women dancing on the DJ stage. This is the life of the rich. A dazzling display of lights and beautiful women dancing. Su Yeqing sighed inwardly. Since it was the first time for all three of them to be in such an occasion, they were a bit reserved and not quite at ease. So the three of them just drank some wine and ate some fruit. Watching the men and women on stage shaking their heads and swaying their waists as they danced, I didn't join them. Let her go. The music in the bar was very loud, so this discordant sound didn't attract much attention. Su Yeqing and the others, being so close, naturally heard it. It was a woman's voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a young girl wearing a white casual jacket, skinny jeans, and a ponytail. To be honest, the girl's outfit seemed a bit out of place among the people in the bar. In a bar, which woman doesn't have perfectly applied makeup and wear a tight-fitting dress? Driven by curiosity, Su Yeqing glanced at the girl a few more times. The girl was beautiful. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her naturally curled eyelashes fluttered like wings as she blinked. Her large, double-lidded eyes were very expressive, almost magnetic, drawing people in at first glance. Not to mention her classic oval face paired with snow-white skin. 100% standard beauty. Su Yeqing gave her a review. Chapter 14. One person takes down 5. Out of interest in beautiful women, Su Yeqing also became concerned about what was happening over there. The girl was seen protecting a woman holding a bottle of wine, arguing with a group of young men. Ha ha. The girl was surrounded by 5 men in their early 20s. Her hair was combed and shiny, and her clothes looked quite high-end. His roguish look gave him the air of a beast in human clothing. Another beautiful woman has arrived. We guys are really lucky. Yes, this little girl is prettier. Come on, little sister, judging from your outfit, this is your first time in a bar, right? Let me show you around. Yeah, beautiful, come have some fun with us guys. The 5 young masters became even more excited when they saw that the one who spoke up to stop them was a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he stepped forward and pulled up the girl and the woman holding the wine. The 2 women dodged and weaved. Unfortunately, the opponents outnumbered him and were all men, so he was no match for them in terms of physical strength. Su Yeqing frowned involuntarily as she watched the commotion. That girl's style really didn't suit this bar at all. For some reason, Su Yeqing felt an urge to protect the girl. Stop. Just as the group of men were about to make a move on her, Su Yeqing got up and quickly walked over. Hey, where did this brat come from, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? He's just a kid. Doesn't he know who we are? He just wants to meddle in other people's business. This kid just wants to show off in front of the pretty girls. Guys, let's teach him a lesson so he knows that being a hero isn't so easy. Seeing that Su Yeqing was alone and had a refined appearance, the 5 young masters didn't take him seriously and reached out to shove him. What are you doing? Want to fight? Wang Daiyou and Wang Feng also joined in. Su Yeqing got up too quickly without even saying a word, which caused them to be stunned and unable to keep up. Look, he even has followers. Exactly, those 2 little punks, go back to where you came from. The young men could tell from Wang Daiyou and Wang Feng's clothes that they were poor. You. Wang Daiyou was so angry that he wanted to go up and argue with them, but Su Yeqing stopped him. Let go of these 2 girls. Su Yeqing said calmly. They didn't take those 5 people seriously at all. You think you can just release it like that? Who do you think you are? One of the young masters shouted. They didn't take Su Yeqing seriously at all. Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is my fist. Su Yeqing now possesses top-tier fighting skills. He wouldn't even put a few rich young masters in his eyes, let alone a few real thugs. He's got some nerve. Guys, let's show this kid what the 5 tigers are all about. Today, Grandpa will show you that not everyone can be a hero. After the man who seemed to be in charge finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to get down to business. That's right, I'm going to beat this kid so badly he'll be kneeling in front of us. We have to make him kneel down and call us Grandpa 5 times first. He'll have to crawl out. The 5 young masters were used to bullying others, and they never thought they would run into a tough opponent this time. Wang Daiyou wanted to step forward to help, but Su Yeqing grabbed him. Unnecessary. Su Yeqing shook her head, you can just watch from the sidelines. You all come at me together, it's too slow to take them down one by one. Su Yeqing's words were indeed quite arrogant. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Since that's the case, let's all go at him together. He asked for it, so he can't blame us for ganging up on him. The 5 people were furious at Su Yeqing's arrogant attitude. The group didn't care about fairness, they just wanted to take action together and beat Su Yeqing down as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how Su Yeqing made her move. With a flick of his arm and a sweep of his leg, he sent all 5 men sprawling on the ground. Su Yeqing, you. Swallowing hard, Wang Dio stammered, You, what? When did you become so powerful? No problem, I found a master to teach me. The master said I have extraordinary bone structure and am a martial arts prodigy. Su Yeqing couldn't reveal anything about the system, so she could only continue making things up. Kid, I'll remember you. You just wait. The leader of the 5 struggled to his feet, uttered a harsh remark, and prepared to flee. Who gave you permission to leave? Su Yeqing kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground again. What do you want? Knowing that none of the 5 of them could defeat Su Yeqing, the man spoke uneasily. It's very simple. Just do what you just said, and I'll let you go. You dare. Bartender. Seeing that Su Yeqing was not going to let him off easily, the man had a sudden idea and called the bartender. Sir, fighting is not allowed here. Hearing the commotion, several burly men dressed in uniforms came over. That's really strange. When those guys were bullying those 2 girls, why didn't you intervene? Su Yeqing said sarcastically. Gentlemen, I am the manager of New World Bar. Let's talk this out. A fat, middle-aged man came out to greet them. Managerin, this man hit a few of us. The young man leading the group seemed to be a regular at the bar, and he started shouting again when he saw the bar manager. Yeah? The man, referred to as Managerin, sized up Su Yeqing and her group. They were all unfamiliar faces, they probably hadn't been to their bar before. Apart from Su Yeqing, who was dressed very well, the other 2 looked like they were poor. I simply can't afford to go to their bar. The 5 men who were beaten were regulars at the bar and were all rich kids. After comparing them, Managerin made a decision in his mind. Sir, it was indeed wrong of you to hit someone. Manageran's words were directed at Su Yeqing, clearly indicating his bias towards the 5 men. Managerin, right? Su Yeqing felt disgusted by these sycophants who bullied others by taking advantage of their power. Your New World Bar should have CCTV, right? Why don't we call the police and have them investigate what happened in this bar? Although New World Bar is the largest and most luxurious bar in Huajiang City, some unsavory things still happen there. People go to bars to have fun and release the tension of the day. If everything were done according to the rules, who would come? The New World would have closed down long ago. Managerin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his attitude towards Su Yeqing changed a lot. These are minor matters, there's no need to call the police. Su Yeqing didn't respond, waiting for the fat manager to continue. Chapter 15 Call me Grandpa and get out. But since you were the one who laid a hand on them and hurt them, I'll act as a peacemaker. You apologize to them, and that'll be the end of it. Managerin acted as if he had helped Su Yeqing. Really? What if I don't want to? Should we make Su Yeqing apologize? Su Yeqing was afraid that they would shorten their lifespans. Sir, I'm trying to reason with you. If you insist on going your own way, our bar's security isn't just for show. Managerin's tone was threatening. Really? Just the few of them? Su Yeqing glanced at the bartenders and shook her head. Those of this caliber are not even worthy of his attention. Kid, you're asking for it. The bartenders got anxious when they saw that Su Yeqing didn't take them seriously at all. Without waiting for Managerin to speak, they surrounded Su Yeqing with their fists clenched. Ah! No one saw how Su Yeqing, who was surrounded by those burly bartenders, made her move. Then, accompanied by several screams, the bartenders were launched into the air in parabolic arcs and crashed into the surrounding booths. Shock! No one expected that Su Yeqing, who looked so gentle and refined, would have such terrifying strength. Have you made up your minds? Su Yeqing spoke slowly to the 5 men. Should we do as you yourselves said, kneel down, call him Grandpa, and crawl out? Or should I continue? Su Yeqing did not explicitly state what she would continue. But the raised fist conveyed a very clear meaning. You dare! The young master at the head of the group glanced at the growing crowd around him. Many of them are acquaintances. If he really does that, he can forget about working in this industry in the future. You brat, do you know who I am? The man raised his voice, putting on an air of superiority. We may lose the fight, but we can't lose our spirit. My dad is a director of Fengyun Trading. Kid, if you dare mess with me again, I'll make sure you can't stay in Huajiang City. Fengyun Trading? Su Yeqing and Wang Dao exchanged a glance and smiled. He himself is the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade, and the son of a mere director dares to climb over him and call himself king? Which board member is your father on? My dad is Chen Weiming. Kid, scared yet? The man smiled smugly. He should have brought up his father earlier, he wouldn't have gotten this beating. Fear? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary, Su Yeqing's dictionary. Su Yeqing didn't care about that director Chen Weiming at all. Those who let their sons run rampant and act like tyrants are no good either. Hurry up and choose now, my patience is running out. Su Yeqing was getting a little impatient. These grown men were being so fussy and wasting her time. You're ruthless. Seeing that Su Yeqing wouldn't budge no matter what he said, the man had no choice but to console himself that a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Thump. 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 All 5 of them knelt down in unison. Good, call for help. Su Yeqing was so arrogant. Grandfather. The 5 of them shouted in unison this time, but their voices were a little soft. Alright, you can get out of here now. No, it's time to climb out. After teaching them a lesson, Su Yeqing didn't make things difficult for anyone else and simply let them go. Of course, climbing out is a must. The 5 men, their faces ashen, crawled toward the bar entrance. I just can't understand it. When did Huajiang City produce such a tough guy? After dealing with those 5 young masters, Su Yeqing glanced at the bar, which had been smashed up and looked rather disheveled. Manager in, I'll cover the damage. Then he glanced at the bartenders who had been beaten. Su Yeqing continued, I will give each of those people 10,000 yuan as a nutrition fee. Okay. Manager in saw that Su Yeqing didn't even respect the directors of Fengyun Trading, and knew that she was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Now look at Su Yeqing, who took on all the losses without saying a word. It seems I've met a big spender. Thinking this, manager and sycophantic skills came into play again. Sir, is there anything else you need? No need, let's be quiet. Su Yeqing had always looked down on manager N's lackeys and never gave him a kind look. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the people around dispersed. People are still a bit curious about the emergence of a figure like Su Yeqing in Huajiang City. A few people were whispering among themselves in the distance. Su Yeqing didn't take these things to heart. He has not yet revealed his identity to the public. Once everyone knows he is the chairman of Fengyun Commerce, this kind of attention will continue. Are you all right? After the matter was resolved, Su Yeqing turned around and asked the beautiful woman in white. It's all right, thank you. The girl in white shook her head and turned to look at the woman she was protecting behind her. How are you? Is everything all right? It's all right, thank you. It seems the two weren't together, but the woman in white was a beauty saving another beauty. Su Yeqing thought to herself. It's all right, I'll be going now. After confirming that the woman was all right, the girl in white nodded to Su Yeqing as a farewell, and then prepared to leave. Wait, can you tell me your name? Su Yeqing took a liking to the girl in white and stepped forward to ask her questions. We don't need names, we're just strangers who met by chance. The girl in white refused and walked straight towards the bar's entrance without stopping. Why? Su Yeqing wanted to chase after her, but her sleeve was grabbed by a small hand. Are you Su Yeqing? The owner of the sleeve spoke with disbelief. Su Yeqing turned around, realizing that there seemed to be no one in this place who recognized her. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with wavy hair, a curvaceous figure, and a very delicate face. Unfortunately, her makeup was too heavy, giving her a somewhat shady look. I don't know him. Su Yeqing had the answer in her mind. Do we know each other? Su Yeqing withdrew her hand and glanced towards the entrance of the bar. The woman in white had already disappeared. I sighed inwardly. A beautiful relationship had ended before it even began. Isn't this our class beauty, Lu Yu? Wang Dao started shouting loudly. Lu Yu? The class beauty? Su Yeqing spent all 4 years of university working part-time. During his time at school, he either copied notes that Wang Dao had taken for him or studied in the library. I really didn't put my mind to people who weren't involved. So I really have no impression of this class of beauties, Lu Yu. Lu Yu, what are you doing here? And with that wine bottle? Wang Dao has absolutely no sense of observation. Lu Yu's demeanor clearly indicated that she was a bar saleswoman, which was not respectable, and he kept rubbing salt into her wounds. I. Although Lu Yu was wearing heavy makeup, her face still turned bright red when Wang Dao asked her questions. Alright, Dao, why do you keep asking questions? Out of respect for the girl, Su Yeqing interrupted Wang Dao's probing questions. It's very impolite to keep asking people questions like this when we're not even familiar with each other. Consider Chapter 16 a donation. Wang Dao realized he had asked too many questions and reluctantly shut his mouth. I'll take my leave now. My mood for going to the bar was ruined, and the pretty girl I had my eye on disappeared without a trace. Su Yeqing felt quite disappointed. I used to be poor, and Yulin dumped me. Now I can be considered someone who can command the wind and rain. The girl I finally set my sights on, I don't even know her name, and she ran away. Upset. Deeply frustrated. Su Yeqing turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Lu Yu bit her lip shyly, as if she had mustered up her courage. Please don't tell anyone about what happened at the New World Bar. Don't worry, we're very tight-lipped, we won't tell. Wang Dao patted his chest and guaranteed it. Lu Yu smiled gratefully at Wang Dao, then looked steadily at Su Yeqing. Yes, we won't tell anyone. Judging from Lu Yu's expression, Su Yeqing knew he was going to stare at her relentlessly until he made a promise. All he could do was verbally agree. He wouldn't have gone out and talked about it anyway. He didn't have the time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Thanks. Having received Su Yeqing's assurance, Lu Yu smiled. She's really beautiful, no wonder she's known as the class beauty. Unfortunately, Su Yeqing's mind was entirely on the girl in white from earlier. He hadn't really noticed whether Lu Yu was beautiful or not. Lu Yu, don't take offense, but I heard you got a great job after graduation. Why are you doing sales in a place like this? Wang Dao was probably captivated by the beautiful woman's smile, forgetting what had happened before, and started talking more again. Lu Yu glanced at Su Yeqing again, but seeing that the other party's mind was not on her, she had no choice but to turn to Wang Dao. My mother is sick and needs to be hospitalized for surgery. There's nothing I can do about it. Is it serious? How much will it cost? It has to be said that Wang Dao was truly captivated by the beautiful woman, and unconsciously began to care about her. The doctor said that as long as the surgery is performed, there shouldn't be any major problems, but the surgery fee is too expensive, it will cost 100,000 yuan. As Lu Yu spoke, tears streamed down her face. Hey, don't cry. Upon seeing the beautiful woman in tears, Wang Dao panicked immediately. It's just 100,000. Without a second thought, Wang Dao betrayed Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing is a rich man now, super rich. We were college classmates, he will definitely help you. Right, Su Yeqing? After Wang Dao finished speaking, he didn't forget to wink at Su Yeqing. Wang Dao couldn't stand seeing beautiful women shed tears. He absolutely has to help with this. No, he will definitely ask Su Yeqing to help him with this favor. Su Yeqing looked at Wang Dao speechlessly. To be honest, they weren't even that familiar with this group of beauties. During his 4 years of university, Su Yeqing never spoke a single word to Lu Yu. Girls like them, who are considered beauties in their class, wouldn't deign to associate with a poor boy like him. Thinking about this, Su Yeqing was reluctant to help. Everyone has their own responsibilities. When I was penniless, I had to get through it all on my own, and no one offered me a helping hand. Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't react, Lu Yu felt a little embarrassed. In her eyes, Su Yeqing used to be a penniless nobody, so she never paid him any attention. I never expected Su Yeqing to have changed so much in just 1 year since graduation. For a moment, Lu Yu realized how blind she had been before. She has no grounds to ask Su Yeqing for help right now. Su Yeqing, Lu Yu only came here to work because she is a filial daughter. Wang Dao couldn't stand it anymore. In his mind, everyone was a classmate, and he should help each other if he could. Moreover, back in college, Wang Dao's family was relatively well off, so he didn't need to go out to work and had some contact with people like Lu Yu. There's still some camaraderie among classmates. Well. Su Yeqing sighed inwardly. Wang Dao is such a kind-hearted person. However, it was precisely because of his naturally kind heart that he became the only person who helped him during his 4 years of university without expecting anything in return. Give me your bank card number. Out of respect for Wang Dao, Su Yecheng still asked Lu Yu for her bank card number. For him now, 100,000 is indeed just a small amount of pocket money. Consider it a donation to those in need. Su Yecheng thought to herself. Lu Yu was still in a daze, not quite recovered from Su Yecheng's change in attitude. Lu Yu, quickly give your bank card number to Su Yecheng. Wang Dao urged him anxiously. Oh, my card number is. Lu Yu recited a string of numbers. Okay, go check it out. Su Yecheng took the phone and operated it for a while. Lu Yu saw her phone screen light up briefly and immediately tapped to take a look. Thank you, thank you. A total of 100,000 yuan has indeed arrived in my account. Alright, we'll be going now if there's nothing else. This time, Su Yecheng really did take a step and leave. He had already helped, but he had no intention of staying to see Lu Yu's expression, which looked like she was ready to offer herself to him. Lu Yu, hurry and take your mother to see a doctor. Try not to come to places like this again. We'll be going now. Seeing that Su Yecheng was almost out of the bar, Wang Dao greeted Lu Yu and then chased after her with Wang Feng. Lu Yu, who remained where she was, watched Su Yecheng's retreating figure, gripped her phone tightly, and a thought in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Su Yecheng, wait for us. Wang Dao and Wang Feng chased after them out of the bar and shouted. There are no demons or monsters chasing you, why are you running so fast? It's alright, I'm just a little tired today. I'll take you home. Su Yecheng did not mention that Lu Yu's gaze had made him very uncomfortable. He didn't want to ruin the friendship Wang Dao cherished from his university days. Su Yecheng drove his Koenigsegg to drop Wang Dao and the others off at the entrance of his family's hardware store. Dao, come to my company tomorrow. Seeing Wang Dao getting off the bus, Su Yecheng spoke. He wanted to help Wang Dao out by seeing if his company could order anything from Wang Dao. Now that she has that ability, seeing her only friend from university holed up in this small shop every day, Su Yecheng still feels a little uneasy. Great. I'll visit your big company tomorrow. Wang Dao excitedly agreed. Su Yecheng waved goodbye to Wang Dao and Wang Feng, then stepped on the gas. Boom. The Koenigsegg sped away like it was flying, leaving only the roar of its engine behind. Su Yecheng is really amazing now. Watching Koenigsegg's shadow fly away, Wang Dao sighed. Wang Dao was genuinely happy for Su Yecheng, his old friend, who had achieved such great success. I drove home at 80 kilometers h the whole way. This is the city, I can't drive like a Koenigsegg here. Su Yecheng took a hot bath. Since moving into this villa, Su Yecheng has found that she has also developed one of the bad habits of a rich young master. That means I absolutely must take a nice hot bath when I get home. Thinking back to when I lived in an underground garage, let alone taking a hot bath, I couldn't even guarantee a normal shower. Because I couldn't pay the rent on time, the landlord would often cut off the water and electricity. Chapter 17, Signing in at a building. Su Yecheng lay on the soft bed, thinking about her past life, which could be considered a way of reminiscing about the bitter past and appreciating the sweet present. Without realizing it, Su Yecheng thought of the girl in white in the bar again. Judging from her appearance, that girl wasn't someone who frequented bars often. Moreover, she was willing to offend people for the sake of a liquor salesman she didn't even know. She's such a spirited and interesting girl. The girl's image kept appearing in Su Yecheng's mind. Ding dong. Su Yecheng reflexively got up. Wasn't he thinking about the girl in white? When did you fall asleep? Host, you can receive ownership of a Huatai building by signing in today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright red property certificate appeared in Su Yecheng's hand. Is it really the Huatai building? Su Yecheng looked at the name of the building on the property certificate and was so excited that she didn't know what to do. This is the largest office building in Huagang City, covering an area of 2,800 square meters and standing 31 stories high. It is specifically rented to companies of all sizes in Huajiang City for office use. It can be said to be a gathering place for all kinds of companies in Huajiang City. Of course, large companies like Fengyun Commerce have their own buildings and don't need to rent office space. However, this is a fixed asset, and the business of collecting rent by renting it out is a surefire way to make money. Su Yecheng was still calculating the approximate annual revenue of the Huatai building when her cell phone rang melodiously. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Tianfei, the property manager of Huatai building. Mr. Su, I just received a notification that Huatai building has changed hands. When would you be available to complete the formalities? From now on, the rent can be directly deposited into your account. Manager Zhang, right? I've been a bit busy these past few days. I'll call you in a few days. Okay, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeqing looked at the red marriage certificate in her hand. Since she already had it, she wasn't in a hurry anymore. I also invited Wang Dayo to the company today. Thinking this, Su Yeqing put away the property certificate for Huatai building, got up, washed up, and went to the company. Secretary Wu, does our company have a director named Chen Weiming? Su Yeqing still had the image of the girl in white from yesterday on her mind, and couldn't help but think of the young master's boast that his father was Chen Weiming, the director of Fengyun Trading. However, Chairman Su, he is a minor director, holding only 5% of the shares. Secretary Wu was a little puzzled. Why would the chairman be interested in such a small shareholder? A minority shareholder? Su Yeqing stroked his chin. Interesting. The son of a minor shareholder dares to be so arrogant. By the way, Chairman. Secretary Wu knew very well that a secretary had to keep her mouth shut and not ask questions she shouldn't ask. So he didn't dwell on the matter of Chen Weiming. Our company's board members are very eager to meet the new chairman. When would you have time to meet with them? Secretary Wu diligently performed her duties. He was Su Yeqing's personal secretary, and his job was simply to take care of Su Yeqing's affairs. Go and make the arrangements. Hold a cocktail party so everyone can get together and get to know each other. Su Yeqing knew it was time for her to show herself. The veil of mystery would eventually be lifted. Okay, Chairman Su. Secretary Wu accepted the order and left. Su Yeqing reviewed a few documents on her desk and waited for Wang Dayo, feeling a bit bored. At the entrance of Fengyun Commerce's office building, Wang Dayo went straight to the front desk. Hello, I want to see your chairman Su Yeqing. Do you have a reservation? The receptionist looked at Wang Dayo, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, and asked in an unfriendly tone. No. Wang Dayo gave an honest answer. No? You can't go in if you don't have one. Our chairman Su isn't someone you can just meet with anyone. The receptionist was so arrogant. Just kidding, do you think the chairman of Fengyun Trading is someone that any ordinary person can meet? Your chairman Su sent me, I'm his friend. Wang Dayo also realized that the receptionist was a snob, so he brought up his own status. Friend? The receptionist looked Wang Dayo up and down again. A cheap shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of domestically made sneakers. Aside from being about the same age as his chairman, there was really no other way to tell what kind of relationship this poor young man in his early 20s could have with the chairman. Actually, you can't blame the receptionist, she's new and only started working there on her second day. So she didn't know that Su Yeqing was also wearing such cheap clothes when he came to acquire Fengyun Trading. If she had known what happened, she would never have stopped Wang Dayo in front of her. At least informing them wouldn't be a difficult thing. Of course, there aren't that many what ifs or if onlys in the world, so the receptionist's fate was also predetermined. What's wrong, Xiaohong? A young man in a security guard uniform walked over. He was the boyfriend of the receptionist named Xiaohong. He got his girlfriend in by taking advantage of the fact that his uncle was the security manager of Fengyun Trading Company and the previous receptionist's resignation. A lunatic came along, and we can't get rid of him. When she saw her boyfriend arrive, the receptionist became even more arrogant, her language was foul, and she was clearly a person with very low manners. Who are you calling a lunatic? Wang Dayo was also furious. He had been speaking to the person politely, but the person had called him a lunatic. I'm talking to you. What's up? Kid, here to pick up girls? What kind of girl are you trying to pick up? She's like this. I wouldn't even take her if she were given to me for free. When Wang Dayo got angry, he started speaking rudely. I'm here to see your chairman Su. Hey kid, what do you mean? Isn't my girlfriend pretty? The security guard wouldn't listen to Wang Dayo's request to find Chairman Su. They immediately assumed that Wang Dayo looked down on his girlfriend. Does she think she's pretty just because she looks like that? Doesn't she ever look in the mirror? To be honest, Wang Dayo is quite good at insulting people. You. The receptionist was furious. It's a woman's nature to love beauty, and now she's being told to her face that she's not pretty, especially in front of her boyfriend. The receptionist really couldn't swallow this insult. Brother Long, he's bullying me like this, aren't you going to do anything about it? The receptionist said in a coquettish tone to the security guard. How dare you speak ill of my woman, kid? Are you tired of living? Seeing the woman acting coquettishly towards him, the security guard acted impulsively and threw a punch at Wang Dao's face. Bang! The security guard was trained after all, and Wang Dao was knocked to the ground by a punch. Chapter 18, I wouldn't even accept being paid to do it. Su Yeqing, in the chairman's office, was unaware of what was happening outside. I wondered if I had stayed up too late last night, and if Wang Dao was still sleeping? Thinking this, Su Yeqing picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello. Just as Wang Dao was about to get up after being knocked to the ground by the security guard, his cell phone rang in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID on his phone screen and answered it in a curt tone. What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you so angry first thing in the morning? Su Yeqing and Wang Dao had been friends for 4 or 5 years, and Wang Dao's hello made him sense something was off. Did I disturb your sweet dreams? Are you grumpy when you wake up? Su Yeqing joked. What do you mean by morning grumpiness? I've been up for ages, okay? Wang Dao rolled his eyes at the sky and said irritably, I'm downstairs at your company. You're here? I've been waiting for you for ages. Hurry up and come on up. Su Yeqing was a little excited when she heard that Wang Dao had arrived downstairs at Fengyun Trade Building. Brother, your guard dog is too scary, I can't get in. Wang Dao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at the security guard, and said resentfully. What? You've been stopped? Wait here, I'm coming down right away. Su Yeqing hung up the phone and hurriedly walked towards the chairman's private elevator. Downstairs, Wang Dao also hung up the phone and glared at the security guard who had assaulted him. You wait and see how your chairman deals with you. Kid, keep pretending. The security guard thought Wang Dao was just bluffing. He had never seen Su Yeqing personally come downstairs to pick up anyone. Not to mention he was just a poor kid. When your chairman friend arrives, believe me, I'll beat him up just the same way. The security guard clenched his fists, looking like he was about to hit someone. What happened? A security guard who looked like a leader rushed over. The person who arrived was the security manager, who was also the uncle of the security guard who beat the man. He initially thought from a distance that the guy was just looking for a job or doing sales, and that he could simply get rid of him. But seeing that the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, he had no choice but to come out and stop it. If he disturbs those above, he'll be in deep trouble. Uncle, it's nothing. He's just a small fry. When the security guard saw his uncle approaching, he exclaimed loudly, I'll just throw him out in a bit. Okay, hurry up, don't alert the higher-ups. The security manager nodded, indicating that he didn't need to handle such a small matter personally, and turned to leave. The security guard, seeing that even his uncle had come over to inquire, didn't want to cause any further commotion. He stepped forward, grabbed Wang Dao by the collar, and prepared to throw him out. Stop. This is the scene that Su Yeqing saw as soon as she stepped out of the elevator. Wang Dao was being grabbed by the collar and couldn't break free. They were dragged toward the building entrance. Chairman? When the security guard saw that it really was Su Yeqing coming down, he was stunned and unconsciously loosened his grip. What happened? Chairman Su, it's a small matter. The security manager, who hadn't gone far, saw Su Yeqing appear and immediately turned back. This kid tried to force his way into Fengyun Trading Company. I had someone throw him out. Force our way in? Su Yeqing looked at Wang Dao, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Didn't you say you were here to see me? Wang Dao was very annoyed. He had said it so many times, but the problem was that someone had to listen to him. I told you, Chairman Su, you're too high and mighty to be connected with. We poor people can't possibly get close to you. Having rushed here excitedly early in the morning, only to be met with a bellyful of anger, Wang Dao's tone towards Su Yeqing was also quite harsh. What happened to your mouth? Su Yeqing didn't mind Wang Dao's tone, because when Wang Dao turned his head, he noticed that his mouth was still bleeding. He got beaten up by your watchdog. This made Wang Dao even angrier. What kind of people does Su Yeqing support? They're all bullies who rely on their master's power. Who did it? Upon hearing that Wang Dao had been beaten by his own security guard, Su Yeqing immediately turned cold. The crowd around felt the air pressure was extremely low, making it difficult to breathe. Chairman, this kid tried to force his way into our company, and he even harassed me. The receptionist didn't seem to feel any sense of insecurity whatsoever. She's been working here for 2 days, and the chairman hasn't even given her a second glance as he comes and goes. If I can take this opportunity to strike up a conversation with the chairman, I might just catch his eye. Then her wish to rise to a higher social status and become a phoenix is about to come true. The receptionist, with her own ulterior motives, couldn't help but wear a smug smile, as if her dream had come true. He flirted with you? Su Yeqing looked the receptionist up and down. How thick-skinned must this woman be? Don't you know Wang Dao and Su Yeqing? So, does that mean someone who doesn't find a beautiful woman attractive can flirt with this receptionist? I doubt even if they paid him, Wang Dao wouldn't want it. The receptionist, not understanding Su Yeqing's meaning, nodded shyly. Wang Dao, when did your taste become so bad? You're so desperate for a partner. Su Yeqing teased Wang Dao. He knew it was definitely the receptionist and security guard being snobbish again, a bunch of petty people. Hiss. Those around gasped. What's going on? From the conversation between the two people in front, everyone already knew that the chairman knew this poor young man. Judging from the current situation, the two are more than just acquaintances. That's so familiar. Chairman, you. The receptionist also realized something was wrong, but she still found it hard to accept Su Yeqing's direct mockery. Didn't he tell you he was coming to see me? Su Yeqing looked at the receptionist. This is something the receptionist has always dreamed of, but not with such a terrifying look. Yes, I told you. I thought he was a liar. The receptionist finally realized what fear was. She even started to stutter. What do you think? Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? Su Yeqing uttered a string of tongue twisters that terrified the receptionist, making her cry. Who exactly did it? Su Yeqing was getting impatient. This was the second time he had asked this question. Yes, it's me. With everyone watching, the security guard who assaulted the man knew he couldn't deny it. I forced myself to come out. You think you're so tough? You dare lay a hand on my friend? Su Yeqing just couldn't understand how there could be so many snobbish people in this society who could categorize people into different classes just by their clothes. The problem is that he's clearly not a noble person himself, yet he still bullies others by taking advantage of his superior's power. I didn't know he was your friend. The security guard offered a weak and hesitant explanation. Does ignorance justify resorting to violence? If word gets out, people might think that Fengyun Trading is a place that breeds mad dogs. Su Yeqing couldn't swallow the insult of someone who dared to hit her, so she resorted to foul language. Chapter 19 Tenfold Repayment. I could hear the strong dissatisfaction in Su Yeqing's tone. The security guard didn't dare to answer, and could only cast a pleading look at the security manager. The security manager was cursing the receptionist and the security guard who assaulted him to the core. But since he brought these two people into Fengyun Trading himself, if he doesn't help them out, he will also bear some responsibility if things are investigated. With this in mind, the security manager had no choice but to step forward. Chairman Su, it's all a misunderstanding. They didn't know this man was your friend. They thought he was trying to force his way into Fengyun Trading, so... Su Yeqing glanced at him, and the security manager couldn't continue speaking. It seems those two have already given these excuses. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the security manager stepped aside. There's no point in saying anything now. We can only leave it to fate. Dao, how did he hit you just now? You'd better pay me back tenfold. Su Yeqing's current principle is that she will never swallow her anger. The idea of repaying evil with kindness is just something used to deceive honest people. Su Yeqing's current principle is, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will repay them tenfold. Good. Wang Dao had long wanted to avenge that punch. Unfortunately, the security guard was tall and strong, and he was no match for him. Now that he has received Su Yeqing's orders, he will not hold back. Bang, bang, bang. It was clear that Wang Dao was really holding back his anger, and he showed absolutely no mercy when he struck. 10 punches, no more, no less, each punch carrying the force of the wind, landed on the security guard's face. The security guard's face was covered in bruises from the beating. His two swollen eyes narrowed into slits. Both corners of his mouth were cut, and bright red blood was flowing from them. The security guard was wincing in pain, clutching his face, but dared not utter a sound. Just kidding, this was an order personally given by the chairman. That's an imperial edict. He has to accept it whether he wants to or not. Are you calm now? Su Yecheng saw that Wang Dayou was also tired from fighting and guessed that he had calmed down. Snort. Wang Dayou arrogantly turned his head to the side, holding it high. Su Yecheng was both amused and exasperated. Why would a grown man try to act like a woman? He straightened his expression, turned to the security guard and the receptionist and said, "You two can get out of here." "No, Mr. Su. I didn't lay a hand on him." The receptionist cried out in resentment when she realized that she was about to be fired after only a few days of working at the job she had worked so hard for. Because of her low level of education, she has been working in a factory doing piecework work where the more she does, the more she earns. It's not easy to get into a big company like Fengyun Trading. Although she was just a receptionist, she had no idea how many levels she had risen through. Thinking back to a few days ago, when she found out she could get into Fengyun Trading, she really bragged about it in front of her group of girlfriends. Now, because of her own blindness to talent, she's been kicked out after only 2 days, and she can't bear the shame. "Chairman Su, please don't fire me." The security guard was even more direct, immediately kneeling down in front of Su Yecheng. Su Yecheng remained unmoved. They were just two snobbish little people. He didn't have that much sympathy to pity them. "Chairman Su, I have a 60-year-old mother at home, and my whole family is counting on this job to earn money." The security guard got anxious when he saw that Su Yecheng didn't respond at all. "Chairman Su, please. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I was blind to your greatness." Unfortunately, Su Yecheng has seen far too many snobbish and petty people in society over the years. This kind of petty person will fawn over anyone who is tough. They will only relentlessly suppress those who have no background or connections. Therefore, no matter how pitiful such a person may sound, they are not worthy of sympathy. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. The ancients were very wise. Seeing that Su Yecheng did not react, the security guard immediately grabbed Wang Dayou's leg again. "What are you doing?" Wang Dayou was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. "Sir, I'm so sorry. I was blind and offended you. Please plead with Chairman Su on my behalf." "No need. Fengyun Trading will not tolerate such a menace." Fearing that Wang Dayou would soften his stance and agree, Su Yecheng directly sentenced the 2 men to death. "Someone, throw these 2 people out." Upon receiving Su Yecheng's order, several security guards who were standing nearby grabbed the 2 men and threw them out of Fengyun Trade Center's Shaman building. "Manager Nyo, right?" Su Yecheng had just heard the security guard who hit the man called his security manager uncle. "Chairman Su, it's me." The security manager was very worried, wondering if this trouble would affect him. "Fengyun Trading is a legitimate company." Su Yecheng was speaking to the security manager, word by word. "Although we believe in recommending the virtuous without regard to kinship, Fengyun Trading is not a place where just anyone can get in. You'd better keep your eyes open when you bring in anyone else in the future. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble." Yes. Chairman Su." The security manager nodded repeatedly. "I promise I'll never do it again." Su Yecheng knew that the security manager hadn't done anything too extreme, so she only gave him a verbal warning. "Let's go to my office." He turned around and pulled Wang Dayou toward the chairman's private elevator. "Call." Watching Su Yecheng walk away, the security manager let out a sigh of relief. He was terrified just now. He didn't dare to breathe loudly. "I'm never bringing anyone into the company again. They almost killed me." Thinking this, the security manager strode away, deciding that doing his job was the most important thing. He must perform well and try to change Chairman Su's bad impression of him. Su Yecheng led Wang Dayou directly into the chairman's office via the private elevator. "Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital to get checked out?" Su Yecheng looked at Wang Dayou's slightly swollen lips and asked with concern. "It's just a minor injury, I'm not that delicate." Wang Dayou looked completely indifferent. He started out angry, but now he has not only gotten his revenge, but also received a huge return. This kind of highly profitable business sounds amazing. "It's good that you're all right." Seeing that Wang Dayou didn't seem to care, Su Yecheng knew that the injury wasn't serious. "Su Yecheng, you're pretty good." Wang Dayou looked at Su Yecheng's large office. A super large mahogany executive desk. A large, genuine leather executive chair that can easily fit a person inside. And there's a miniature golf course laid out on the ground. His loud and boisterous nature started to show again. Hey Suyeching, what kind of incredible luck did you have? Did God just throw money at you? Alright, I called you here because I have something important to discuss. Suyeching really didn't know how to explain being chosen by the system in such a mysterious way. Besides, even if he told Wang Dao wouldn't believe him. This is really too incredible. Chapter 20, Making Money by Inviting Brothers. Suyeching had no choice but to change the subject to divert Wang Dao's attention. Serious business? You're the chairman of Fengyun Trading now, what serious business do you have to discuss with me? Wang Dao looked puzzled. It's true that he and Suyeching are friends. But given the vast difference in their social status, what important business could Suyeching possibly have with him? That's right, Fengyun Trading mainly deals in building materials. Look, your family owns a hardware store, and we need some small parts. Besides, your business has been open for so many years, you must have some of your own supply channels. I was thinking of entrusting you with the procurement of some products. As long as you don't exceed our usual purchase price, it's all the same who makes money. Besides, we're brothers. After listening to Suyeching's rapid-fire speech, Wang Dao became excited. Are you serious? My family only has a small shop. Can we really supply goods to a company as big as Fengyun Trading? Suyeching nodded very seriously. Wow, does that mean I'm going to be rich? Wang Dao was so excited that he jumped up. If you're willing, I'll have our company's general manager talk to you and see what products we can start with in our collaboration. Yes, I'm 100 times willing. I'm not stupid, why would I refuse? Wang Dao laughed so hard that he pulled at the wound on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. Please let Mr. Jiang in for a moment. Suyeching pressed the speakerphone button on the table and instructed her secretary. Knock knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su, you wanted to see me? Jiang Haitao didn't dare to delay at all when he heard that the chairman had summoned him. Friend, this is Jiang Haitao, the general manager of Fengyun Trading. Mr. Jiang. Suyeching introduced him to Wang Dao. Mr. Jiang, this is my college classmate and good brother, Wang Dao. After introducing the two to each other, Suyeching got straight to the point. That's right, Mr. Jiang. My brother's family owns a hardware store, which is also somewhat related to the construction industry. Do you see if there's anything our company can purchase from them? After a moment's thought, Jiang Haitao asked. I wonder if Mr. Wang has any wall-mounted bolts or similar building materials at his home? Mr. Jiang, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Dao. Wang Dao felt extremely uncomfortable being addressed as Mr. by the general manager of Fengyun Commerce. These are all big shots in the business world compared to them, I'm just a newbie. Although he knew that the other party was doing it out of respect for Suyeching, Wang Dao still felt very uncomfortable. After making the correction, Wang Dao thought about it carefully. After graduation, he couldn't find a suitable job and stayed at his family's hardware store looking after the storefront. Therefore, I have a basic understanding of the product range in the store. Some. Is Mr. Jiang referring to the kind of through-wall screw rod made of number 45 round steel, with one end threaded, 10 centimeters long, and covered by a steel pipe sleeve? Wang Dao asked to confirm. Yes, it's this kind of through-wall screw rod. Upon hearing Wang Dao's introduction, Jiang Haitao knew that he was also somewhat of an insider in the industry. He's not some clueless kid who just relies on connections. Then, Mr. Su, how should we set the price? Jiang Haitao asked Suyeching questions. From a business perspective, as long as the quality of these small accessories is up to standard, it doesn't matter who you order from. But since Wang Dao is claiming to be Chairman Su's brother, it's best to clarify the price issue. I've already discussed this with Wang Dao. We'll go with the price our usual suppliers offer. We don't do business at a loss, and we won't lose money on this kid either. Suyeching said with a smile. Jiang Haitao is indeed dedicated. Every word he utters is related to his profession. Dao, are there any issues with the price? Suyeching asked Wang Dao. No problem, you've already given me business, you wouldn't cheat me. Wang Dao was completely at ease. Given Suyeching's current net worth, if he wanted to swindle people, he wouldn't even be in line. Besides, I've known Suyeching for so many years, and I trust Suyeching's character completely. Okay, Dao, let us try a 3-month trial order first. You can supply Fengyun Trading with 1 million sets of through-wall screw rods each month. If the quality is good, we can transfer all our orders for through-wall bolts to you. Zhang Haitao's every word was business-oriented, without any beating around the bush. 1 million sets? Wang Dao was so surprised that his mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. They didn't care whether opening their mouths so wide would tear at their wounds. Is there a problem? Zhang Haitao frowned. 1 million sets was a very small amount in his eyes. It's worth noting that Fengyun Commerce and Trade has a monthly sales volume of tens of millions of sets of building materials. This is also why Shi Jilong of Hongyun Steel was so shameless in trying to get close to Su Yeqing. No problem. Wang Dao secretly pinched his arm. Pain. It seems it's real, and I'm not dreaming. Okay, Dao, you go and sign a contract with General Manager Jiang first, and then come find me. Su Yeqing noticed Wang Dao's excitement and reminded him to take care of the important business first. Okay. Thank you for your help, Mr. Jiang. Who says Wang Dao is bad at socializing? When he meets his lucky charm, his face is beaming like a flower. Mr. Su, let's go and get the formalities done first. Zhang Haitao greeted Su Yeqing and then took Wang Dao to sign the contract. Su Yeqing, you're amazing. Before Wang Dao, who had just signed the contract, even entered the room, his loud and boisterous voice could be heard first. Signed? Su Yeqing was used to it and ignored Wang Dao's strange behavior. It's signed. Su Yeqing, this is the biggest deal I've ever seen in my life. Do you know how much money it is? Wang Dao was incredibly smug. He had forgotten that this was just a small order from Su Yeqing's company. Don't be surprised. Do a good job, and you'll get 10 or 20 times more orders in the future. Really? Don't worry, I swear on my happiness for the rest of my life, I will definitely do my job well. Wang Dao was so serious that he almost swore an oath to the heavens. Stop joking, all you need to do is ensure the quality. Su Yeqing felt a little helpless. Wang Dao was being far too unruly today. Su Yeqing, you've helped me so much, how can I ever repay you? It's a pity I'm not a woman, otherwise I would have offered myself to him. Wang Dao's smugness is really asking for trouble. Su Yeqing made a face as if she felt a chill. If you keep disgusting me like this, just cancel the contract. I want to live a few more years. Ha ha ha. The two college friends smiled at each other. For them, nothing is better than the friendship forged during their university years continuing into the future. Chapter 21 High-Tech Mansion. Seriously, Su Yeqing, you've been a huge help to me this time. I don't know how to repay you. Wang Dao abandoned his usual playful demeanor and spoke in a serious tone. What are you saying? What kind of relationship do we have? If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to graduate. You were the only person who considered me, Su Yeqing, a friend during our 4 years of university. Now that I'm successful, of course I have to help my brothers out. Work hard. Let's dominate Huajian City together. Su Yeqing took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet and poured a glass for Wang Dao and herself. Come on, let's wish our brothers' careers all the best and our brotherhood ever deepening. Okay, cheers. The two exchanged a glance, tilted their heads back, and drank it all in one gulp. By the way, Otomo, if you really want to thank me, there's an opportunity right now. Su Yeqing paused for a moment, keeping everyone in suspense. Really? Tell me quickly what it is? I'm willing to go through fire and water if it's within my power. Ha, Dao, have you been reading too many martial arts novels? It's not that dramatic. I just need to borrow your pen, Yadi, for one day tomorrow, okay? Are you sure? Wang Dao had absolutely no idea what Su Yeqing was up to. You have a Koenigsegg, the king of cars, but you don't drive it. Why do you come to borrow my tractor, a BYD? Su Yeqing, are you kidding me? Su Yeqing shook her head and said to Wang Dao in a serious tone. Dao, you know about my family's financial situation in the past. My house isn't even a tile house, it's made of planks pieced together, and the roof is thatched. Now, whenever it rains, the house leaks everywhere. It's like it's raining heavily outside, but drizzling inside. I originally wanted to bring my parents here, but they are honest people from the countryside, and I was afraid they wouldn't be used to living here. So, I thought I'd buy them a house in our town. This way they can live comfortably, and when they're bored, they can go back to the countryside to visit relatives, which is convenient. That's a good thing. But what does it have to do with you borrowing Yadi's pen? Wang Dao still couldn't understand Su Yeqing's way of thinking. Instead of driving his Koenigsegg, he borrowed a BYD, a car he himself looked down on, which was an old relic that had been driven for over 10 years. I really don't understand the minds of rich people. You know our place is poor, driving a Koenigsegg there would be too conspicuous. Besides, my parents are honest people. I don't want to cause any trouble in that place and affect their peaceful life in the future. Yes, you've thought of everything. Wang Dao admired Su Yeqing's meticulous thinking. No wonder Su Yeqing has been rich for a while now, but I've never heard him mention his parents. It turns out it was to protect them. He's a filial son. Wang Dao's evaluation of Su Yeqing has reached a new level. It seems I really didn't misjudge him back in college. It's okay to be poor when you're young, the key is to have good character. Okay, I came here in my BYD today. I'll leave the car keys with you in a bit, and I'll take a taxi home. Wang Dao wholeheartedly supported Su Yeqing's approach. I won't thank you. Here, have another drink, since you don't need to drive later anyway. Su Yeqing poured another cup for Wang Dao. Well, this is the first time I've ever tasted such good wine. Dry. The two young people marveled at the wonder of life for a while, chatted about some interesting things that happened in college, and time flew by. Wang Dao went back to prepare for the through-wall bolts. An order for 1 million units. Wang Dao is full of energy right now. Because he had been drinking, Su Yeqing unusually asked Secretary Wu to drive him back to the villa. Turn on the lights. Su Yeqing didn't even raise her hand, just moved her mouth, and the villa was brightly lit. Temperature 26 degrees Celsius. The central air conditioning started spinning rapidly. That's the power of high-tech luxury homes. You just give them a single command, and they'll take care of everything for you. Even better than a maid. As usual, Su Yeqing took a nice hot bath. I ordered a plate of spaghetti. Su Yeqing was born into a poor family and wasn't picky about her daily diet. As long as she was full, she was fine. I slept soundly until dawn. Wang Dao's pen, BYD Su Yeqing, was already driven into the garage of his villa by security guards yesterday. After changing into her old clothes and picking up her car keys, Su Yeqing got into her BYD and drove towards her hometown. Yejuyu Garden Community. Su Yeqing had already researched the information online. This is the best residential area in their town, with a green area of up to 50%, and it has complete facilities suitable for the elderly to exercise. The entire community maintains a constant temperature and oxygen level 24 hours a day, making it very suitable for living. Of course, the housing prices in this community are also among the highest in the entire town, reaching as high as 15,000 yuan per square meter. For a small, underdeveloped town, this is an astronomical price. We drove straight to the entrance of the sales office of the Yejuyu Garden residential complex. Su Yeqing got out of the car and walked towards the sales center. Su Yeqing? A tenor voice rang out. Su Yeqing was a little puzzled. How come she could run into acquaintances everywhere she went? Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a man in a sales office uniform walking towards him. Wang Xiaowu? Su Yeqing recognized the person who came. It was his high school classmate. You work here? You're doing pretty well. Su Yeqing exchanged pleasantries out of politeness. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Actually, being a real estate salesperson isn't a particularly noble job. But when Wang Xiaowu saw that Su Yeqing was wearing cheap clothes, a sense of vanity arose in him, wanting to show off in front of Su Yeqing. How did you get here? This isn't close to the bus stop. Having not seen each other for many years, Wang Xiaowu knew that Su Yeqing had gone to university again, but he couldn't figure out Su Yeqing's background and wanted to find out more details. Oh, I drove here. Pointing to the BYD bicycle parked next to the sales office, Su Yeqing looked indifferent. Upon seeing that it was an old-fashioned BYD, Wang Xiaowu revealed a contemptuous smile. Are you here looking for a job? We have very high requirements, and we don't usually hire just anyone. However, our security department is recruiting security guards. You can give it a try. Looking at Wang Xiaowu's expression, Su Yeqing felt utterly speechless. What's wrong with people these days? Why are you all so snobbish? Just because I don't wear designer clothes or drive a luxury car? My former classmates mocked and ridiculed me like that. I'm here to buy a house. Based on Wang Xiaowu's attitude, Su Yeqing also lost patience and went straight to the point. Buy a house? Su Yeqing, are you kidding me? Do you know what level of residential building our Yejuyu Garden community is considered in this town? Do you know how much the houses cost in this neighborhood? A series of questions clearly showed how much Wang Xiaohu looked down on Su Yeqing. Chapter 22 Dog Legs. Su Yeqing felt that this was really enough. Why are people so bored these days? They go to a sales office not to buy a house, but just to have fun? I'm here to buy a house. Su Yeqing repeated with a cold face. So what, old classmates? They're all just a bunch of rich people's lackeys. Su Yeqing, stop pretending. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Wang Xiaohu looked at him with disdain, as if his eyes were about to grow out of his head. You're not here to look for a job because you're too embarrassed to admit you've run into me, are you? It must be said that Wang Xiaohu has a great sense of self-worth and an incredibly rich imagination. Don't worry, I know that security manager very well. As long as I put in a word, you can get this job right away. Su Yeqing felt that talking to such a despicable person was a waste of her breath. Bypassing Wang Xiaohu, Su Yeqing headed directly towards the model area. Stop right there, Su Yeqing. Wang Xiaohu felt looked down upon when Su Yeqing ignored him like this. With that shout, the attention of several male sales staff who were idly chatting nearby was drawn to him. Unfortunately, the pricing of this Yajiyu Garden residential complex is simply too high for the people in this small town. As a result, very few people usually come to see the house. Those real estate agents are practically bored out of their minds. Seeing the commotion around Wang Xiaohu's side, and realizing there was something interesting to watch, they all gathered around. What's wrong, Wang Xiaohu? Why are you getting angry with this poor kid? It has to be said that Su Yeqing was being too low-key this time. She didn't have a single valuable item on her body. A faded t-shirt, ripped jeans, and warrior canvas shoes. You really can't tell from any of these things that someone could afford to buy a house in the Yajiyu Garden community. This kid is my high school classmate. If he's here to look for a job, then so be it. They even put on airs when they saw me here, saying they were here to buy a house. You have no idea how poor his family is. We still live in a thatched house. You all know each other inside and out, so why are you still pretending in front of me? Is that really necessary? Wang Xiaohu is ruthless when it comes to revealing people's secrets. However, Su Yeqing didn't care. Not to mention that he never felt inferior because of his family's financial situation, even when he was poor. Now, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, he no longer needs to consider the worth of these lowly ants. Ignoring him, Su Yeqing continued forward. Kid, can't you understand human language? I never imagined those sales staff were just bored out of their minds. After listening to Wang Xiaohu's long introduction, he actually wanted to find some amusement in Su Yeqing to pass the time. Several people surrounded Su Yeqing. A cold glint flashed in Su Yeqing's eyes as she frowned and asked. What's up? Of course something's wrong. Kid, do you know where you are? You poor wretch, aren't you afraid of dirtying our place by coming here? Su Yeqing also got angry at the group's aggressive behavior. I'm here to buy a house. If you're not willing to serve me, then call your manager over. Ha, Su Yeqing, stop pretending. If you can afford a house here, I, Wang Xiaohu, will kneel down and kowtow 3 times to you, and call you grandpa 3 times. Wang Xiaohu laughed out loud as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Okay, what's the largest single-level apartment you have? I want one that's well ventilated from north to south, with 2 balconies, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms facing south. Su Yeqing knew that talking more nonsense would be useless. Some people's deeply ingrained ideas will never wake them up unless you slap them in the face with reality. Alright, Su Yeqing, you can continue acting. Let me make this clear from the start, if you can't come up with the money, you're just messing with us guys, and we won't hold back when it comes to it. You poor wretch, I advise you to go back to where you came from, and stop looking for trouble here. That's right, if you keep dawdling, we're really going to have to teach you a lesson. Several people surrounded Su Yeqing, already itching to fight. They seemed convinced that Su Yeqing absolutely couldn't afford a house, and that she couldn't escape this beating. Enough with the nonsense? Is this how you do business? Just give me a quote based on my requirements. Su Yeqing was too lazy to pay attention to them. If it weren't for the fact that this neighborhood had the best conditions, he would have left long ago. Very well, Su Yeqing. You're refusing to listen to reason, so here's your price quote. Wang Xiaohu was so angry at Su Yeqing's arrogant attitude that his nose almost crooked. He took the sample booklet, flipped to the largest set, and threw it in front of Su Yeqing. This is the best house in our Yajiyu Garden community, and it can meet all your requirements. Su Yeqing looked at it carefully and found it to be quite good, meeting all his requirements. How much is this set? Hearing Su Yeqing's calm tone, Wang Xiaohu was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Does this kid have to be so pretentious? They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Gritting his teeth, Wang Xiaohu quickly calculated, the total price is 5.25 million, plus other taxes and fees, it's estimated to be around 5.5 million. After saying that, Wang Xiaohu raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Yeqing. I told you to pretend to be rich, let's see how you keep it up now. The sales staff surrounding them also looked on with expressions of anticipation. In their eyes, Su Yeqing was practically synonymous with human punching bag. They were all waiting for Su Yeqing to say that he couldn't afford it, so that they could have a legitimate reason to treat him to a meal. Take this opportunity to vent everyone's frustration from being idle. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Su Yeqing calmly pulled a bank card from his pants pocket. He handed it to Wang Xiaohu. You guys should accept credit cards here, right? Black card. Everyone was stunned. What kind of net worth must that be? The person who could get a black card from the bank was actually the poor guy Wang Xiaohu was talking about. With deep skepticism, the group glanced at Wang Xiaohu with hostile eyes. This kid has really messed up today. This. Wang Xiaohu was so frightened that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. What? Such a big sales office of yours doesn't accept credit cards? Su Yeqing continued to attack Wang Xiaohu. Yes. Wang Xiaohu took the black card and turned to run towards the manager's office. Oh my god. Can anyone tell him what happened? Is this still the Su Yeqing he knows? Wasn't his family dirt poor? She had confirmed that Su Yeqing was just a poor kid driving a beat-up BYD, so how could he possibly pull out a black bank card so easily? A series of huge question marks hovered over Wang Xiaohu's head. When the manager heard that someone had come to buy the largest apartment in the Yajiyu Garden community, he immediately came out to greet them. Hello Mr. Su, I am the manager of the sales office of Yajiyu Garden community. This is your bank card. The payment has already been made. Please wait a moment while the finance department processes the paperwork. The manager respectfully handed over the black card with both hands. No rush. Su Yeqing put away the black card and said to the few people around her who were still stunned, we still have some things to take care of, right? Chapter 23 Kneel down and call me grandpa. The group gasped and dared not utter a sound. This looks like they're going to settle scores later. The manager seemed a little confused. Mr. Su, is there anything else I can do for you? Just kidding, there aren't many people in today's society who can buy a house worth 5.5 million in one go. However, it's rare to see someone who can use a black card to buy a house. At least, this was the first time the manager had ever seen such a thing in his life. I've only ever seen this kind of black card before, in movies and TV shows. Back then, I thought that even though I couldn't own it, it would be nice to touch it and have some fun someday if I was lucky enough to do so. It seems that God heard my prayers. I'm afraid you can't do this for me. Su Yeqing had no intention of letting those people off the hook. She should have been prepared when they attacked her. Kind people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. Su Yeqing will no longer be the kind of person who passively accepts whatever comes her way. Mr. Su, we were very rude just now, please forgive us. Several people changed their tune very quickly, knowing exactly when to back down. After all, they are all from the lower class, living a life dependent on others. Forgive me? You weren't like this just now. Weren't you planning to beat me up if I couldn't afford a house? Now that I've bought the house, shouldn't you pay some price too? Su Yeqing had an expression that left no room for doubt. It's a joke. To paraphrase a classic saying, if apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? What happened? What did you do to Mr. Su? The manager gleaned some insights from Su Yeqing and the others' conversation. It must be those brats who looked down on Su Yeqing because her clothes were so ordinary, and they offended her by being so disrespectful. Manager, we didn't do it on purpose. It was that kid Wang Xiaohu who instigated us. At the crucial moment, those people didn't hesitate to push Wang Xiaohu out. Wang Xiaohu, get out here right now. The manager roared. Just kidding, these clueless guys will only cause him trouble. Are people like them going to offend someone who has a black card so easily? Moreover, they don't even know Mr. Su's true identity. If things go wrong, we might all end up in a mess. Manager, you wanted to see me? Wang Xiaohu knew he had made a huge mistake and hid in the manager's office, too afraid to come out. He just prayed in his heart that Su Yeqing would forget him, buy the house, and leave. Unfortunately, God did not hear his prayer. Or rather, even if God heard this, he wouldn't help such a cowardly bully. Wang Xiaohu, what are you up to again? Anyone who enters our sales office is our customer, our God. Have you forgotten this highest principle of our sales office? Or are you saying you don't want to work here anymore and want to get out? Mr. Su is our most valued client. Tell me, what have you done? The manager was furious. What kind of bastards were these? They dared to offend just anyone. Manager, you can follow your company's rules later. I'd like to resolve our personal issues first, is that all right? Although Su Yeqing was asking for the manager's opinion, her tone was unchangeable. Of course, Mr. Su, please go ahead. The manager bowed and stepped aside. He truly treated Su Yeqing like a god. Wang Xiaohu, I've bought the house. Now you can kneel down and kowtow 3 times, calling me grandpa 3 times. Upon hearing that Su Yeqing had no intention of letting him go, Wang Xiaohu's face turned pale instantly. Su Yeqing, we've been classmates for a while, so just pretend I was talking nonsense and let me off this time. Wang Xiaohu begged for mercy. Just kidding, if he really knelt down and kowtowed in front of so many people, how would Wang Xiaohu ever face anyone again? Let you go? If I don't have money to buy a house, will you let me go? Su Yeqing questioned sharply. Besides, you should learn a lesson. Your eyes are for seeing things clearly, not for using as dog eyes. Wang Xiaohu, you've been provoking me time and time again, so you can't blame anyone else for this. Seeing that Wang Xiaohu kept making excuses, Su Yeqing also lost patience. Manager, I believe you've already heard why I bought the house. Now that your employee has violated our previous agreement, can I cancel the lease on this house? Su Yeqing was adept at exploiting people's weaknesses. Wang Xiaohu, you have to keep your word. Do you want me to fire you? When the manager heard Su Yeqing say she wanted to check out, he immediately became agitated and launched into a tirade against Wang Xiaohu. That's truly striking at the snake's vital point. Su Yeqing had the manager under her control, and the manager, in turn, had Wang Xiaohu under her control. There's always something that can subdue another. Thump. After much deliberation, Wang Xiaohu decided to prioritize keeping his job. When you can't even get enough to eat, who cares about saving face? Kneeling respectfully before Su Yeqing, Wang Xiaohu kowtowed 3 times and addressed him as grandpa 3 times. Su Yeqing crossed her arms and accepted it without a second thought. Mr. Su, are you satisfied now? The manager cautiously inquired from the side. We can't let a cooked duck fly away. The large apartment that Su Yeqing bought will directly impact their sales office's performance this quarter. Okay, let's leave Wang Xiaohu's matter at that. Su Yeqing nodded, showing no sign of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. He simply made Wang Xiaohu do to him what he wanted to do to him. Okay, then Manager Su, please come with me to the VIP room to rest for a while. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. This Mr. Su was actually quite reasonable. Did I say that everyone else's issues have been resolved? As Su Yeqing finished speaking, the hearts of the sales staff next to her, which had just been put back into their stomachs, were once again hanging in mid-air. What have you done to offend Mr. Su this time? Tell me yourselves. The manager was speechless. What day is it today? Why are these bastards so blind, always picking on people they shouldn't mess with? We. The group stammered and dared not speak. They now realized that the person in front of them was not someone they could mess with, and they couldn't very well say directly that they had initially planned to beat him up. Heh, you're too scared to say it now? Su Yeqing was laughing so easily that, from a distance, it looked like a group of friends chatting together. Only the manager and the sales staff understood that this Mr. Su was a smiling tiger. Weren't you going to attack me? Logically, I should return it myself. But there are several of you, and if I have to fight them one by one, I'll just be the one who gets exhausted in the end. Hearing this, the group no longer expected Su Yeqing to let them off the hook. I wonder what kind of tormenting methods Su Yeqing has come up with this time. Su Yeqing carefully examined the group of people, then casually uttered a sentence. Chapter 24. Another director. How about this, let Wang Xiaohu do it for me. Wang Xiaohu suddenly looked up, intending to refuse immediately. As long as Wang Xiaohu does a good job, manager, please give me face and let's not hold it against him for what happened today, okay? Su Yeqing wouldn't give Wang Xiaohu a chance to refuse. The implication was that if Wang Xiaohu couldn't satisfy Su Yeqing, then the sales office manager would be waiting for Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu's current assessment of Su Yeqing can be summed up in one word. That is, ruthless. I don't know if I had a brain fart just now. Why did I have to mess with this person of all people? Wang Xiaohu is now in a real bind. If he really makes a move, those bastards will surely seek revenge on him in the future. They're no good. For someone with a humble background like myself, I will absolutely not hold back when it comes to taking action. If he doesn't make a move, Su Yeqing will clearly not let him off the hook. The manager might actually fire him. Having made a firm decision in his heart, Wang Xiaohu raised his head and walked up to the sales staff without the slightest hesitation. Slap, slap, slap. Without a word, Wang Xiaohu raised his hand and slapped several people across the face. Judging from the sound, the blow was quite forceful. Several people covered their faces, unable to retaliate immediately. But from the way they stared at Wang Xiaohu, it was clear that a grudge had been formed. Seeing Wang Xiaohu's expression of resignation, Su Yeqing did not offer any opinion. He has achieved his goal, there's no need for him to stay here and watch them fight like dogs. Mr. Su, this way please. Seeing that Su Yeqing had no intention of pursuing the matter further, the manager quickly ushered him to the VIP room. Having settled the matter of the house, Su Yeqing did not go straight home to see her parents. First, he needs to contact a renovation company to get everything done in the house before bringing his parents over. Secondly, her parents are honest people, and Su Yeqing was afraid they wouldn't be able to accept it if they knew she had suddenly become rich. Therefore, Su Yeqing decided to take it one step at a time. He first called his father, telling him that he had been promoted and his salary had increased several times, and that he had sent them 10,000 yuan to spend first. It must be said that Su Yeqing understands her parents very well. Even the small sum of 10,000 yuan shocked Su Yeqing's father for a long time. He probably had never seen so much money in his entire life. He kept confirming with Su Yeqing whether the money was really earned by Su Yeqing herself, for fear that Su Yeqing would go astray. Only after repeatedly assuring her father did Su Yeqing's father accept the money. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeqing was both amused and exasperated. If mom and dad found out they had suddenly become billionaires, would they be completely shocked? Shaking her head, Su Yeqing decided to take it slow and let them improve their living conditions before talking to them about the house. Otherwise, he was afraid that his stubborn father would suspect his money was ill-gotten and call the police directly. I drove my BYD back to Huajiang City, bumping and swaying all the way. It's really getting old, Otomo should get a new car. Su Yeqing remarked with feeling that even driving this BYD made him a little carsick. Hey, Otoko. Where are you? I've finished what I needed to do, and I'm returning the car to you. Su Yeqing dialed Wang Daio's number, intending to return the car. Su Yeqing, I reckon you should have finished your business by now. I'm at the KFC on the left side of my shop. Come over here, I have good news for you. Wang Daio was acting mysteriously, urging Su Yeqing to hurry up and go over. Su Yeqing was completely bewildered. What was Wang Daio up to now? We drove all the way to the KFC restaurant that Wang Daio had mentioned. Su Yeqing parked the car and prepared to go inside. Isn't this Wang Daio's beat-up BYD? How come it's being driven by some poor kid? A sharp, soprano voice rang out from the side. Su Yeqing saw two girls dressed in flamboyant clothes pointing and whispering at her. She's good-looking, but her manners are terrible. Su Yeqing made her own assessment. However, he has never been interested in such vulgar women. If they hadn't been so loud, he wouldn't have given them a second glance. It seems they know Wang Daio, because they recognized Wang Daio's pen, Yachty, at a glance. Su Yeqing ignored the two men and went straight inside to find Wang Daio. Su Yeqing, over here. Wang Daio greeted Su Yeqing with a sly smile, which gave Su Yeqing goosebumps. Su Yeqing's intuition told her that Wang Daio had some kind of scheme up his sleeve today. Hey, why are you so slow? Being late is a disgrace to a man's gentlemanly conduct. Listening to Wang Daio's rambling, Su Yeqing rolled her eyes helplessly. Is it necessary for you and me to have any gentlemanly manners? Su Yeqing really couldn't understand this college classmate. How could she have become so pretentious after only 1 year of graduation? Wang Daio wasn't like this before, now he's almost become a woman. Hey, I'm talking to you. Before Wang Daio could finish speaking, he started calling out to the door. Xing, over here. They are those two girls from earlier. Su Yeqing instantly lost interest, stood up and said, "My friend, since you have friends, I'll be leaving now. Why are you in such a hurry? Sit down. I have important business to attend to." Wang Dao grabbed Su Yeqing and made him sit down. "Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Shi Qingqing." Wang Dao pointed to one of the girls and introduced her to Su Yeqing. Out of respect for Wang Dao, Su Yeqing nodded politely as a greeting. This woman is no good. She's far too shrewd. Su Yeqing made up her mind about Shi Qingqing. Come, this is the main character today, Homanya. She's Qingqing's best friend. This is my good friend, Su Yeqing." With Wang Dao explaining so enthusiastically, everyone knew exactly what was going on. A blind date. Wang Dao, you really are a bird of a feather flock together. You're a poor guy yourself, and your friends are all penniless. Shi Qingqing spoke sarcastically, showing no signs of being Wang Dao's girlfriend. "Qingqing, what's wrong? Why are you talking like that?" Wang Dao had no idea what was wrong with Shi Qingqing today. He originally intended to introduce Su Yeqing to them, and perhaps even try to matchmake Su Yeqing and Homanya. Then he planned to give Shi Qingqing a surprise by telling her that he had received a big order from Fengyun Trading. With Su Yeqing protecting him, he will soon rise to prominence. What's wrong with me? Wang Dao, look at yourself. You're such a poor and pathetic person. I'm here today to break up with you. You have the nerve to introduce an even poorer guy to my best friend. We all saw it. He doesn't even have a car. He had to borrow your old BYD to drive. Do you know who Homanya is? She's the daughter of a director of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited. You poor wretches are not worthy of it. Shi Qingqing said a lot at once, but Su Yeqing grasped the key point. The daughter of a director of Fengyun Trading Company, Ltd. Another director of Fengyun Trading. Chapter 25 Free Backup Plan. Su Yeqing glanced at Wang Dao, shook her head slightly, and gestured for Wang Dao not to reveal his identity as the chairman of Fengyun Trading. Wang Dao no longer has the heart to play matchmaker for Su Yeqing. He was very puzzled. Why did Shi Qingqing suddenly want to break up with him? Qingqing, what happened? You were fine, why did you break up with me? Wang Dao asked Shi Qingqing, puzzled. What do you mean by alright? What do you mean by alright, Wang Dao? Do you know how much you've embarrassed me in front of my friends? You drive a beat-up BYD all day long, and you can't even pull out a penny from your pocket. I've had enough of your pathetic state. Shi Qingqing seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and suddenly burst out with a tirade. Qingqing, you knew about my financial situation when we first started talking. Why are you suddenly bringing this up now? Besides, haven't I been good enough to you? Why can't I have any money in my pocket? I've used all my money to buy you designer bags and cosmetics. Wang Dao was a little discouraged. He didn't understand why he had treated Shi Qingqing so well, even though he had been completely devoted to her. He would do everything he could to fulfill any request Shi Qingqing made. Even when he ran out of money and had to rely on instant noodles to survive, he never complained. Hee, Wang Dao, are you trying to be funny? I talked to you in the first place because at least your family had a shop, but who knew that the shop was rented and you wouldn't make much money in a year? You're going to buy me designer handbags? Designer cosmetics? Think about it, we've been dating for over half a year, and all you've ever bought me is a bag and a set of cosmetics. How can you even bring that up? Shi Qingqing never expected Wang Dao to be so poor. After dating for 6 months, I bought a bag and a set of cosmetics. Our dates usually consisted of going to cheap, knockoff restaurants like KFC. Forget about 5-star hotels, I've never even been to one of those full-service buffets. Qingqing, you should speak from your conscience. Just one bag? That one bag of yours costs 30,000. Also, those cosmetics cost over 10,000. You're just an ordinary office clerk, do you usually need these things? Wang Dao felt a little disheartened. He had been dating his girlfriend for half a year, and he had been sincere towards her. She's really something, treating herself like an ATM. He immediately turned hostile when he realized he couldn't satisfy her vanity. Alright, Qingqing, why waste so much breath on this kind of person? Homanya, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, was getting a little impatient. It's just a breakup, why make such a fuss? Moreover, Wang Dao even wanted to introduce his rich daughter to his poor friend, which was truly demeaning to himself. He's demeaning himself by doing that. Do you think Ho Manya is someone like her, someone from a poor family, could possibly aspire to? Thinking this way, Ho Manya's words became even more impolite. Wang Dio, stop being so shameless. To tell you the truth, Qingqing already has a new boyfriend. He's a rich man, not someone a poor kid like you can compare to. Sure, Qingqing, is it true? You're cheating on me? Wang Dio wanted Sure Qingqing to give him an answer in person. Wang Dio, why are you saying such nasty things? What do you mean by cheating? You can't satisfy me, but does that mean other outstanding men aren't allowed to like me? Sure Qingqing's statement was an indirect admission. She's a gold digger, she'll be with whoever can satisfy her material needs. Very good, Sure Qingqing, I hope you won't regret it later. Having seen through Sure Qingqing's true colors, Wang Dio became more open-minded. He had no interest in such a money-grubbing woman. Regret? Wang Dio, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Someone like you, Sure Qingqing, could find a better man anywhere on the street. Sure Qingqing was clearly someone who never suffered a loss regardless of whether she was in the wrong. She would always argue back. Wang Dio, come to my place tomorrow morning. I'll show you what kind of man is worthy of me, Sure Qingqing. And take away those worthless rags you bought. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Trying to fob me off with these worthless things is a waste of space. Since things were out in the open, Sure Qingqing stopped trying to hide anything. She had long looked down on Wang Dio's poverty. At that time, she hadn't found a suitable replacement yet, so she thought she could use him as a free backup plan. Why not take advantage of it? Very well, Sure Qingqing, I'd like to see which blind man like me would fall for you. Wang Dio said through gritted teeth. After all, she had invested real feelings, and it's impossible not to feel heartbroken when she suddenly realized that she had been treated like an idiot all along. Fine, come over tomorrow if you dare. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Sure Qingqing pulled Ho Manya away. Wait a moment. Ho Manya still felt insulted today and wanted to vent her anger. Facing the silent Su Yeqing, Ho Manya proudly showed off her newly done fingernails. See? You poor people should just stay at the bottom of society and behave yourselves. Don't have any unrealistic ideas. Just find a woman who is as lowly as you. People like us from the upper class, let alone seeing it, we can't even dream about it. In Ho Manya's view, although Wang Dio did not mention his intention to match her with Su Yeqing because Sure Qingqing had proposed breaking up earlier. But the very idea they had was an offense to her. It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Okay, I've got it. Su Yeqing nodded in agreement. The Fengyun Trade Company's cocktail party is in a few days. I wonder if this arrogant young lady in front of me will participate. If she went to the event and saw him, knowing that he, Su Yeqing, was the chairman of Fengyun Trading, what kind of expression would she have? Su Yeqing was actually looking forward to the party. Humph, you're smart to know what's good for you. Seeing that Su Yeqing was obedient, Ho Manya stopped talking and turned to leave. Sure Qingqing hurriedly followed behind her. Are these two really best friends? Judging from their status, there's definitely a difference. Su Yeqing pointed to the two of them standing one in front of the other, and Sure Qingqing looked like a little follower no matter how you looked at it. Wang Dio shook his head and gave a bitter smile. How come I didn't realize sooner that Sure Qingqing was such a vain woman? I knew she always liked to be friends with rich girls, so I didn't think much of it. Now it seems that she did this so that she could get into that circle and make it easier for her to hook up with rich guys. It's not too late now. Luckily, you're not too deeply involved. It's good to recognize this kind of woman sooner rather than later. Su Yeqing patted Wang Dio on the shoulder, comforting him. It's true that these two brothers are in the same boat, they both seem to encounter the same type of gold-digging women. Chapter 26 Handsome Man Beauty Pill. Out with the old, in with the new. I'll have to be more careful when choosing a girlfriend in the future. Su Yeqing said this to Wang Dio. Actually, this was something he said to himself. In the past, he was no better than Wang Dio at judging people, especially women. After dating his girlfriend for several years, he still couldn't resist her materialism and got dumped. Cheer up, and tomorrow you'll have a good showdown with that man who wore your slut. Those are the truly blind people. Su Yeqing encouraged Wang Dio. Su Yeqing, actually I don't want to go tomorrow. To be honest, I was faking it just now. I just didn't want to lose any face in front of Sure Qingqing. Wang Dio hung his head, looking listless. Why are you such a coward? If you don't go tomorrow, you'll really be laughed at by Sure Qingqing. Do you want to have to avoid that woman from now on? Su Yeching looked at him with a disappointed expression. Just kidding, how could his friend be looked down upon by that kind of woman? But even if I go, it won't make a difference. You heard it yourself, Shi Qingqing found a rich man. She clearly wants me to show off in front of me. Wouldn't I just be asking for a humiliation? Wang Dao didn't want things to be this way, but his financial situation was what it was. When you encounter someone like Shi Qingqing who only cares about money and not people, everything depends on economic strength. Even if Wang Dao goes there tomorrow, he will only be humiliated. Don't worry, I'll go with you tomorrow. In the past, Su Yeching would have been helpless in this situation. But who is Su Yeching now? Now he's someone who treats money like dirt. It's not that he doesn't love money, but rather that he has so much money that he can't possibly spend it all, so there's no need for him to care. If he encountered a gold digger like Shi Qingqing, he could bury her in money. Are you serious? Wang Dao looked at Su Yeching with hopeful eyes, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Certainly. Su Yeching replied with absolute certainty. Go home and rest today. I'll pick you up tomorrow in my car. Good. Hearing Su Yeching's assurance, Wang Dao drove home in his BYD, the pen Su Yeching had returned to him, with peace of mind. Su Yeching took a taxi back to her villa. Too much has happened today, Su Yeching just wants to take a hot bath to relax. Ding dong. The voice that Su Yeching praised as the most beautiful sound came again. Su Yeching quickly got up. Su Yeching didn't remember when she fell asleep yesterday. I just felt really tired, so after a quick bite, I climbed into bed. Until I was awakened by this beautiful sound. Host, you can sign in today for a reward. Would you like to sign in? Check in. Su Yeching knew that the system was giving out good things, so she didn't need to ask what the benefits were. She just answered that she was signing in. Ding. Sign in successful. Host has received one handsome guy beauty pill. Su Yeching looked at the small mahogany box that had appeared in her right palm. Upon opening it, I found a dark-colored pill. It does resemble the imperial pills that ancient emperors took, as seen on television. Without even thinking, Su Yeching grabbed the water glass from the bedside table and swallowed the beauty pill for handsome men. A golden light enveloped her face, and Su Yeching felt as if her entire face was moving freely, with an indescribable itchy and tingling sensation. With a hint of anticipation, Su Yeching dashed into the bathroom. Wow! The man in the mirror is so handsome! Su Yeching shouted excitedly. Looking closely, it resembles myself, but it doesn't quite feel like me. It's like Su Yeching used to have had minor cosmetic surgery on her entire face. She has the same double eyelids and big eyes, but because the corners of her eyes used to droop slightly, her eyes didn't look very bright. Now, just by tilting the corners of his eyes upward, he looks like a completely different person, his eyes sparkling with life. His nose was the same big nose as before, but it became more prominent, which made him more handsome. Su Yeching carefully observed her entire face, noting that almost all of her features had been subtly altered. But if you say it's been surgically altered, it just doesn't taste the same. If you're a woman, you can only blame it on amazing makeup techniques. Su Yeching looked at herself in the mirror and was extremely satisfied. He's incredibly handsome now. Even the most popular male stars would pale in comparison if they stood next to him. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Su Yeching got a little carried away and even started humming a children's song. Su Yeching is now a woman who possesses both wealth and beauty. She is truly God's favorite. Just then, the tinkling sound of a cell phone rang, pulling Su Yeching, who was about to float away into the sky, back to reality. Su Yeching glanced at the caller ID, Wang Dao. I inwardly cried out, oh no! I was so excited to have encountered such a wonderful thing so early in the morning that I completely forgot about Wang Dao. He answered the phone. Dao, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Without hearing Wang Dao grumble anything, Su Yeching hung up the phone, washed up, and went out. Driving my Koenigsegg at breakneck speed, I saw Wang Dao waiting in circles in the distance, even before I reached the hardware store. Dao, get in the car. Su Yeching knew she had wasted time, so she didn't get out of the car and directly let Wang Dao get in. After asking Wang Dao for the address, I entered it directly into Koenigsegg's navigation system and headed straight for my destination. After getting on the bus, Wang Dao looked at Su Yeching with a feeling that he couldn't quite explain. Su Yeching looks so handsome today. I've known him for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever felt this way. Why are you staring at me? I can't concentrate on driving anymore. Su Yeqing felt a little uncomfortable under Wang Dao's gaze, and her heart was pounding. Have we been discovered? Did Wang Dao realize that his appearance had changed? Su Yeqing, I only realized today how handsome you are. Wang Dao sighed with genuine emotion. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Why did I always think you were so ordinary? Damn it, I'm definitely going to make a lot of money. Money can make women beautiful and men handsome. Wang Dao instinctively attributed Su Yeqing's transformation into a handsome man to his wealth. Su Yeqing secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fine. Wang Dao was so familiar with him that he didn't suspect anything about the changes in his appearance. It seems that no one else would think of it in any other way. At most, people think that he has become handsome because he likes to dress up. With a weight lifted from her heart, Su Yeqing felt visibly more relaxed and started driving faster. Su Yeqing, be careful not to speed. It's just a compliment, why are you so cocky? I know. It's not that I don't want you to be late, I'm afraid they'll think you're too scared to go. The two bickered all the way to Shi Qingqing's rented apartment. Chapter 27 Wearing a Green Hat. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Wang Dao's phone kept ringing. It's Shi Qingqing. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? This is a deadly series of tortures. Wang Dao looked at his phone, somewhat reluctant to answer. He was almost there was no need to answer. You should answer it. It keeps ringing, and I can't concentrate on driving. Su Yeqing looked in the rearview mirror and brushed her hair aside as she spoke. He's so handsome, I'm starting to like him more and more. Evildoer. Wang Dao watched Su Yeqing's actions and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. He's going to see his ex-girlfriend who dumped him, but this guy is only concerned with showing off. Reluctantly, I answered the phone. Hello. Wang Dao, are you too scared to come? Wang Dao was choked by Shi Qingqing on the other end of the phone after he had only said one word. Are you even a man? Didn't you brag quite a bit yesterday? If you don't dare to come, just say so. I'll throw away all that junk. I won't have to stand by the roadside waiting for you for so long. Just as Wang Dao was about to speak, a man's voice next to him stunned him. Honey, please don't get angry. You're pregnant, and getting angry will affect the baby. Shi Qingqing, you fucking cheated on me a long time ago, didn't you? I'll be there right away. Wang Dao hung up the phone immediately. What's wrong now? Su Yeqing didn't understand. They had already broken up, so why was it worth getting so angry? Did you know that Shi Qingqing is pregnant? And she even mentioned her new boyfriend. We've only been dating for 6 months, and she's already pregnant with someone else's child. How long do you think she must have been having an affair with another man? That's just how cheap women are. Isn't she just casting a wide net to catch rich guys? Is it worth getting angry over a woman like that? Su Yeqing genuinely felt there was no need to be angry. Whether you get cuckolded sooner or later, it's all the same, you'll end up being cuckolded. He wasn't this angry when he saw Yulin and Lin Shi walk into Yulin's room. If a woman's heart is no longer with you, you can't keep her by your side. Wang Dao was still fuming and didn't say a word. The Koenigsegg drove smoothly into the destination community. Shi Qingqing was seen nestled against a pot-bellied, balding man. The two stood by the roadside, with a pile of plush toys at their feet. Qingqing, do you think that kid won't dare to come? I heard he drives a BYD that's over 10 years old. The man, who looked to be in his 40s, glanced at his BMW 520 and felt incredibly good. See, this is the advantage of being rich. The delicate woman in his arms was only in her early 20s, yet she willingly fell at his feet. These are things that fresh-faced young men who have just entered society cannot compare to. Having money is an advantage. The fat man kissed Shi Qingqing on the cheek, his smugness evident on his face. Squeak. With a screech of brakes, a gleaming Koenigsegg came to a smooth stop beside the couple who were embracing in broad daylight. Shi Qingqing looked at the Koenigsegg parked next to her, but couldn't see the people inside the car. However, according to her standards, the richer a man is, the more handsome he is. The man in that car must be the most handsome she's ever seen. She glanced at the fat man holding her, feeling a surge of disgust. How could I have been so stupid? Just because I drive a BMW 520 doesn't mean I'm rich? Look, this is a real luxury car, this is what a truly wealthy person looks like. Shi Qingqing, is this your new boyfriend? Your taste is terrible. He's old enough to be your father. Looking at the shameless couple embracing on the roadside, Wang Dao felt a surge of disgust. He realized he had been blind to have spoiled Shi Qingqing like a treasure. Thinking this, Wang Dao pushed open the passenger door of the Koenigsegg and got out, making sarcastic remarks as he did so. Wang Dao? Shi Qingqing stared in astonishment at the person who stepped down from Koenigsegg. But then she smiled knowingly, as if she knew what she was doing. Wang Dao, do you think I'll change my mind just because you rent a luxury car? Let me tell you, a pauper is a pauper, no matter how hard he tries to pretend, he can never look like a rich person. What's wrong with my new boyfriend? Being older is a sign of a successful man. Shi Qingqing immediately rejected all the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. She really thought a very wealthy person had come. It turns out that Wang Dao was just putting on a show, renting a car to make a facade. Your new boyfriend is really successful. Su Yeqing couldn't stand it anymore and got out of the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg. Does owning a BMW 520 at this age make a man a successful man? Shi Qingqing, you are really too short-sighted. You. Shi Qingqing was about to retort when she suddenly froze upon seeing Su Yeqing's face. Is this really the Su Yeqing who was eating chicken yesterday? Wow, this is so cool. This handsomeness has nothing to do with money, it's genuine handsomeness. But when I saw him yesterday, he was just an ordinary poor boy. How come he's so handsome today? Could it be because he was wearing designer clothes? Qingqing. The fat man next to her saw Shi Qingqing staring at Su Yeqing with a lovesick expression and spoke up to remind her, displeased. Ha? Oh. Shi Qingqing snapped out of her daze and glanced at Su Yeqing again. What good is being handsome if you don't have money? In Shi Qingqing's eyes, you're just trash. You two are hilarious. Everyone knows each other well, what's the point of renting a car? This car rental fee must be ridiculously high, right? Did you prepare several months' salary just to satisfy your vanity? Today is Shi Qingqing's day to show off, and she won't let those two poor boys have their way. You really can't rent this car even if you have the money. The chubby gentleman next to you must be quite worldly, ask him. Shi Qingqing turned her head and saw the fat man nod with a solemn expression. This car is currently worth 20 million, and no car rental company would buy this kind of car to rent out. If it gets scratched or bumped, the rent probably won't even cover the repair costs. That's impossible. Shi Qingqing looked incredulous. She knew all about Wang Dao's social circle. Since it wasn't rented, it must have been borrowed. The person who would lend him such a luxury car must have a very close relationship with Wang Dao. But I've been dating Wang Dao for over 6 months, and he's never mentioned having any wealthy friends. What's impossible? This car belongs to Su Yeqing. Wang Dao said smugly, let's see you all look down on people. Actually, you're all blind. The real super rich are right in front of you, but you can't even recognize them. Chapter 28 was thrown away like trash. Su Yeqing? The fat man next to Shi Qingqing got excited when he heard the name, and subconsciously withdrew his hand from Shi Qingqing's body. Do you know this poor kid? Shi Qingqing looked incredulous, her brows furrowed, not caring about whether she would develop wrinkles. I know him, oh no, I don't know him. The fat man was speaking incoherently. Shi Qingqing's face darkened. Is it really that hard to tell whether we know each other or not? Shut up. The fat man changed his previous attitude and roared at Shi Qingqing. This woman is so clueless. Even at a time like this, she still dares to call Su Yeqing a poor boy. If Su Yeqing, who drives a Koenigsegg, is a poor guy, then what is he? His BMW 520 is only worth about the price of one of their wheels. Then wouldn't he be a beggar? Are you Su Yeqing, chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade? The fat man bent down and asked Su Yeqing with a fawning expression. Kindness. Su Yeqing nodded, acknowledging her identity. It really is you. Upon receiving Su Yeqing's affirmation, the fat man was overjoyed. He gesticulated wildly for a while, then stretched out his hands as if to shake hands with Su Yeqing, but immediately put them down, as if he was not worthy to shake hands with Su Yeqing. I've heard so much about you. I never expected to meet you here in person. I've been hearing that Fengyun Trading has changed hands and that the current chairman is a young man. I never expected it to be such a handsome and talented young man like you. My name is Huang Yukai. I have always wanted to have some business dealings with Fengyun Trading. Chairman Su, it's fate that we meet here today. I wonder if you could give me a chance. The fat man knew how to seize opportunities. After confirming that Su Yeqing was the chairman of Fengyun Commerce, he immediately wanted to find an opportunity to climb up the ladder of power of Fengyun Commerce. Indeed, we have quite a connection. Su Yeqing smiled gently, but the smile on her lips was enigmatic. You gave my good friend a really nice gift. How can I properly thank you on behalf of my brother? I don't quite understand what Chairman Su means. The fat man was a little stunned. When did he meet Chairman Su's brother? If he knew this person, he would have already connected with Fengyun Trading, and wouldn't have had to humble himself and beg for small orders. Is the child in Shi Qingqing's belly yours? Su Yeqing pointed to Shi Qingqing, who was frozen in place. Qingqing? Yes, she's pregnant with my child. The fat man was a little confused. Now, because he is completely focused on Su Yeqing and only thinking about getting in touch with Fengyun Trading, he has completely forgotten the purpose for which he and Shi Qingqing are standing here today. Before today, Shi Qingqing was my friend's girlfriend. But you've already gotten her pregnant, so don't you think you've given my brother a cuckold's horns? This gift is too generous. How would you like us to repay you properly? Su Yeqing spoke softly, her face expressionless and calm. But as Su Yeqing spoke these words, word by word, the fat man felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He lost his balance and his obese body swayed a few times. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The fat man waved his hands repeatedly, his exaggerated movements causing his entire belly to shake. Chairman Su, I really didn't know that Shi Qingqing was your brother's girlfriend. I only dated her because she told me she was single. Chairwoman Su, I was completely deceived by her. I'm returning her to your brother now, and I promise I won't look for her again. Hearing that Huang Yukai had dumped her like trash, Shi Qingqing's eyes turned red with anger, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. That's a really bad joke of yours. Just throw this junk away. Do you think my brother is a garbage dump? My brother was kind-hearted and took pity on this woman, so he reluctantly accepted her. Since she is so shameless, my brother would never want her again. Just kidding, you two not only slept together, but you also got her pregnant. Is the intention to return it to Wang Dao now so that he can become a cheap, unpaid father? Buy one get one free, what a great deal. Su Yeqing looked at Huang Yukai as if he were an idiot and launched into a tirade of sarcasm. Shi Qingqing, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore as they kicked her around like trash. Huang Yukai, what do you take me for, Shi Qingqing? I'm carrying your son. Shi Qingqing went to great lengths to get into Huang Youcai's bed after learning that Huang Youcai's wife was infertile. Her plan was very clever, first, to have a child with Huang Yukai. Then, by using the child, she forced Huang Yukai to divorce, and then she took the throne of Mrs. Huang. You bitch, you were the one who climbed into my bed on your own initiative, and you even said you like mature men like me. You lied to me and said you didn't have a boyfriend? Then who are Chairman Su's friends? Huang Yukai was furious that he had offended Su Yeqing for no reason because of Shi Qingqing, and he started cursing at Shi Qingqing. So what? I'm pregnant with your child now, so you have to marry me. Shi Qingqing knew that if she didn't force Huang Yukai to agree to marry her now, she would never have another chance. A child? How would I know if this is my child? Who knows how many men a shameless woman like you has on the side? You think I'm easy to fool, huh? So you're pinning this bastard on me? For Huang Yukai, there are plenty of women in this society who want to climb the social ladder. Shi Qingqing wasn't some stunning beauty, so there was no need for him to offend Su Yeqing for the sake of such a woman. Therefore, Huang Yukai disregarded the fact that Shi Qingqing was pregnant and tried his best to distance himself from her. You good-for-nothing Huang Yukai. Shi Qingqing pointed at Huang Yukai with a trembling index finger, her face flushed red with anger, unable to utter a complete sentence. Compared to the usually sharp-tongued Shi Qingqing, she was a completely different person. Chairman Su, I really didn't mean to do this. Your brother and I were both deceived by this bastard. I'm so glad you were here today, because you all helped me see this woman's true colors. Don't worry, I will never talk to her again. Huang Yukai apologized to Su Yeqing and made a series of curses and oaths. Su Yeqing rolled her eyes helplessly at the sky. What's going on? Today's protagonist is Wang Dao, not him. The fat guy shouldn't be apologizing to himself. Su Yeqing nodded towards Wang Dao. You should say that to my brother, he's the victim. Yes. The fat man immediately ran to Wang Dao's side. Brother, I'm so sorry. We were all deceived by this woman. Ignorance is no excuse, so please forgive me this time. Wang Dao glanced at Shi Qingqing, then at Huang Yukai, who looked like a grandson to the side, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Chapter 29 The Gold Digger's Dream Shattered. To me, you two look like a pair of adulterers. I heard you have a wife, so what are you going to do about this child in her belly? Wang Dao wasn't trying to help Shi Qingqing, he just wanted to see what the fat man would choose. Knock it off. Whether it's mine or not, it has to be aborted. Huang Youcai's tone was very firm. I promise I will never have any contact with this woman again, and I will definitely keep my word. Wang Dao nodded. Is that so? That's good too. I also think that since you have a family, you shouldn't be messing around with random women outside. With that final blow, Shi Qingqing's dream of becoming Mrs. Huang was shattered. No, you can't do this to me. Shi Qingqing screamed, still making a death struggle. Su Yeqing and Wang Dao simply watched from the sidelines. This is something Huang Yukai should handle himself. It has to be said that Huang Yukai was a shrewd man who had been in the underworld for many years. He knew that if he didn't make a clean break today, Su Yeqing wouldn't let him off the hook. He ran to his BMW 520 in a few quick steps, opened the driver's side door, bent down and took out a men's handbag. He walked up to Shi Qingqing, unzipped his briefcase, and took out a wad of cash. Here's 10,000 yuan, take it and get an abortion. Shi Qingqing took 2 steps back, refusing to accept the money. The child was her last bargaining chip. If she really aborted the fetus, she would never be able to get close to Huang Yukai again. So how can she realize her dream of becoming a wealthy wife? Seeing that Shi Qingqing refused to take the money, Huang Yukai threw the money directly at Shi Qingqing's feet. You have to have an abortion, whether you like it or not. Even if you insist on giving birth to him, I won't acknowledge it. At worst, I'll just get a fake divorce from my wife and leave with nothing. Don't even think about getting a penny out of me. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket. Huang Yukai may look chubby and simple-minded, but he can be ruthless when it comes to getting things done. This completely shattered all of Shi Qingqing's plans. Chairman Su, Brother Wang, I've taken care of things here, so I'll head back now. Huang Yukai was not worried that Shi Qingqing would bother him again. Having said all that, they knew it was impossible to get any more money out of him. A gold digger like Shi Qingqing should know what the best choice is for herself. Watching the BMW speed away without a trace of regret, Su Yeqing smiled knowingly. It seems that Shi Qingqing is really not even worth as much as a scallion in their eyes. She was carrying someone else's child, and they just threw it away like that. Society is so realistic. Su Yeqing sighed softly, feeling a little sorry for the unborn child. Being put into the womb of a woman like that, being used as a bargaining chip, is destined to have no good outcome. Patting Wang Dao on the shoulder, Su Yeqing turned and walked towards Koenigsegg. I'll wait for you in the car. Wang Dao nodded and watched Su Yeqing get into the Koenigsegg. Wang Dao walked step by step to Shi Qingqing and asked without a trace of warmth. You knew I was poor from the beginning, so why did you even bother talking to me? Shi Qingqing simply bent down and picked up the money from the ground, clutching it tightly in her hand. If you like rich people so much, why did you provoke me in the first place? Wang Dao practically shouted it out. This is a question he couldn't figure out even after thinking about it all night yesterday. If Shi Qingqing is a gold digger, why did she agree to date him in the first place? So you came here today on purpose to ruin my happiness? Shi Qingqing did not answer Wang Dao's question, but instead questioned him in a hoarse voice. In her view, everything today is because of Su Yeqing and Wang Dao. They ruined her dream of becoming a rich wife. Ha ha ha. Wang Dao smiled, but his smile was tinged with bitterness. Sure enough, Shi Qingqing was still the same person who would blame everything on others. Didn't you ask me to come see your new boyfriend? Aren't you just showing off your rich boyfriend? Shi Qingqing, Wang Dao, was truly blind to have known you. Shi Qingqing's face turned pale and then red. Everything that happened today was caused by my own vanity. If she weren't so eager to show off that she'd found a rich man, she wouldn't have let Wang Dao come here. So, does that mean none of these things will happen? Shi Qingqing shook her head violently. No, it's not my fault. It's Wang Dao's fault. He brought Su Yeqing along, which scared Huang Yukai away. Su Yeqing? Shi Qingqing realized that since Su Yeqing was so powerful, Huang Yukai was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Su Yeqing. Wouldn't Wang Dao, as Su Yeqing's good friend, have an even greater chance to make a fortune? Otomo, I'm sorry. I was bewitched back then. I was wrong. Shi Qingqing stepped forward and grabbed Wang Dao's arm, her face full of pleading and apology. Give me another chance. I'll abort the child right now. From now on, I will be devoted to you and follow you faithfully. I don't have the money to support you. Wang Dao looked at the hand tugging at his sleeve with disgust, wondering what Shi Qingqing was up to now. No, my friend. Your friend is Su Yeqing. He's so capable, he'll definitely help you. Shi Qingqing's eyes darted around as she began to make plans. Shi Qingqing, you are really exceptionally smart. Wang Dao pushed Shi Qingqing's hand away, patted his sleeves, they were dirty. Su Yeqing really helped me. He gave me a deal that would bring in several million every month, and if I did it well, it could even be worth tens of millions. Wang Dao glanced at Su Yeqing, who was sitting in the car, bored, and admiring his handsome face in the rearview mirror again. I thought to myself, when did this guy become so vain? Tens of millions? My friend, you've struck it rich. You're even richer than Huang Yukai. Shi Qingqing has completely lost her composure, her eyes are shining as if the money is hers. Their greedy nature was on full display. Wang Dao nodded, affirming Shi Qingqing's statement. But what she said next plunged Shi Qingqing into the deepest abyss. I was planning to tell you this good news yesterday, but you couldn't wait to dump me. Don't you think this is your retribution? Someone like you who only cares about money will stubbornly push away large sums of money. How are you? Does it hurt? Shi Qingqing's weakness was hit by Wang Dao. I never imagined that the rich guy I dreamed of hooking up with would be pushed away by my own hands. How ironic. Shi Qingqing looked at Wang Dao, wanting to say something more. Wang Dao has already given her no chance. Alright, I've seen the person. He's a rich man. I won't take the things I gave you anymore, you can just throw them away. He turned around and got into the Koenigsegg without a second thought. Chapter 30, Lacking a Mistress. Boom. The Koenigsegg sped away with the two of them in its car. Only Shi Qingqing, her face filled with despair, remained standing there, stunned. That was fucking awesome today. Thanks, bro. Wang Dao sincerely thanked Su Yeqing, who looked particularly handsome today. Su Yeqing shook her head and brushed a tuft of hair that was hanging down her forehead. Since becoming handsome, Su Yeqing has paid great attention to his image, always feeling that he is now the focus of attention wherever he goes. He now has a great understanding of how celebrities live under the media spotlight. This is really stressful. Wang Dao couldn't help but roll his eyes, he was just being sentimental. Su Yeqing, on the other hand, was only concerned with making a face. And yet, that face was so handsome it was outrageous. So what if he dresses up a bit better now that he's rich? When I'm rich, I'll get him 10 or 8 designer outfits to wear, and he might not be any worse off than you then. Virtue. Su Yeqing glanced guiltily at the rearview mirror. Did Wang Dao really think that changing into nice clothes would make him as handsome as himself? Without a system-generated beauty pill, and even though I've been wearing designer brands for ages, has anyone ever said I'm handsome? Blinking, Su Yeqing snapped out of her reverie and teased. Okay. You're the most handsome. These days, the heartbroken are the ones who suffer the most, it's truly unbearable. Su Yeqing knew that Wang Dao had seen through Shi Qingqing's true colors and had moved on from his heartbreak, which was why he dared to joke about it. Sha. I was just blind to fall for that kind of woman's tricks. Wait, once I've finished your deal and become rich, I'll show you what it means to be able to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single petal on you. Well, another scumbag has been added to the world. Seeing that Wang Dao was in good spirits, Su Yeqing also joked with him. Screw you. Ha ha. Laughter emanated from the Konica Minolta, and if you told me that someone inside had just broken up with their boyfriend yesterday, probably no one would believe it. Su Yeqing dropped Wang Dao off at the shop and then went to the company. She hadn't been to the company for 2 days, and her desk was piled high with documents waiting for Su Yeqing's signature. Su Yeqing rubbed his temples, loosened his bow tie, and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. He breathed a sigh of relief, resignedly picked up the pen from the pen holder, and carefully flipped through the documents, signing his name with a flourish. I used to only envy those big bosses who made money quickly and easily. Now that I've actually reached this position, I realize how difficult it is. Fengyun Trading is already a company on the right track, and Su Yeqing doesn't need to put much effort into its daily operations. But even this endless stream of documents and signatures was enough to give Su Yeqing a real headache. After reviewing documents for over an hour, Su Yeching's eyes were practically spinning. After having her secretary bring in a cup of coffee, Su Yeching threw herself into the boss's chair. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yeching, who was lost in thought, was brought back by the knocking on the door. Enter. Chairman Su, I've arranged everything for the reception. It's scheduled for 3 days from now at the Hualilan Hotel. Is that all right with you? Secretary Wu, who had just entered, looked at Su Yeching, who was sitting upright at her desk, carefully reviewing documents, and asked her respectfully. I felt a surge of admiration. Chairman Su is truly young and promising. He acquired Fengyun commerce at such a young age, yet he's not a spoiled brat. Look how dedicated they are to their work. Su Yeching pretended to look up from the documents and glanced at Secretary Wu. You can decide these small things. Okay, Chairman Su. Secretary Wu looked at Su Yeching's face and felt something was different about him. He was too handsome. A man who is truly dedicated to his work is the most handsome. Secretary Wu noticed that Chairman Su was the most handsome she had ever seen him. I felt a little uncomfortable under Secretary Wu's intense gaze. Su Yeching coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. Is there anything else? No, it's nothing. Secretary Wu realized he had been caught staring at Su Yeching, and his face flushed red as he left the chairman's office. What's wrong with me today? It's not like we just met Chairman Su. Why do I suddenly find him so handsome? Oh my god. I'm a middle-aged man, I can't be like those young girls and swoon over a crush. Secretary Wu muttered to herself all the way back to her office. On the other side, Su Yeching touched her face, thinking about the look in Secretary Wu's eyes when she was staring at her earlier, and her sense of smugness deepened. Looks like I'm so handsome that I'm attractive to both men and women. Even an old man like Secretary Wu was captivated by her. Thinking this, Su Yeching wondered what she would do if she encountered a group of enthusiastic middle-aged women. Won't they devour me alive? If the system knew about Su Yeching's thoughts, it would probably roll its eyes. Is it necessary to be so narcissistic? Although you, Su Yeching, are indeed handsome now, and not just ordinary handsome. But we live in a society governed by law, and everyone is a law-abiding citizen, okay? Su Yeching spent half the day in the chairman's office pretending to be a diligent and good boss, and all the documents on his desk were approved. He decided to give himself another day off tomorrow. You can go and take a look at your property Huatai building. They called Jiang Haitao over and asked him about the company's basic situation. They learned that under Jiang Haitao's leadership, all of the company's operations were running normally. Su Yeching was very satisfied. It seemed that giving Jiang Haitao a prominent position was a very wise decision. After giving Jiang Haitao some instructions, Su Yeching left Fengyun Trading. Su Yeching strolled around a shopping mall near the company and ordered a bowl of rice noodles at a snack shop for dinner. However, given Su Yeching's current handsome face, which is even more attractive than that of a celebrity, and his expensive designer attire, it's a good thing. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, and some young girls were even whispering and peeking at Su Yeching. This feeling made Su Yeching very uncomfortable. After quickly finishing dinner, Su Yeching lost interest in strolling around and drove his Koenigsegg back to his villa. We're still missing a mistress. Looking at the empty villa, Su Yeching muttered to herself. I wonder when I'll run into that girl in white at the New World Bar again. After taking a hot bath, Su Yeching lay down on the bed and started counting stars. For some reason, he really missed the girl in white today. I have a strong feeling that the girl in white is waiting for me somewhere. Su Yeching fell asleep thinking about the girl in white. When she woke up the next day, it was already broad daylight. Su Yeching got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and then prepared to go shopping at Huatai building. Before even stepping out of the villa, Su Yeching looked down at her designer clothes and frowned. These past few days he's seen too many scumbags who judge people by their clothes. He decided to change back into his old clothes and go to Huatai building today. Let's treat this as an incognito visit. Su Yeching muttered to herself. Chapter 31. So her name is Zhang Xingxuan. He changed into a faded blue shirt, ripped jeans, and white canvas shoes. Su Yeching jumped onto the Koenigsegg and headed straight for the Huatai building. Of course, if you're going to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Su Yeching did not park the Koenigsegg in the parking lot of Huatai building. Instead, he parked his car 2 blocks away from the Huatai building and walked to the entrance of the Huatai building himself. The journey was relatively smooth, and Su Yeching entered the Huatai building without encountering any obstacles. Perhaps this area is mostly comprised of companies renting office space, with a very diverse population, so the security guards wouldn't be able to manage everyone individually. Su Yeqing walked directly to the elevator door. The property manager, Zhang Tianfei, told him over the phone that his office was on the 30th floor of the Huatai building. Su Yeqing's office is on the 31st floor of the Huatai building. Su Yeqing decided to go to Zhang Tianfei's place first to find out about the situation at Huatai building. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Su Yeqing prepared to step inside. Get out of the way. The man behind her pushed Su Yeqing aside and prepared to enter the elevator. Su Yeqing was caught off guard and stumbled as the man pushed her. But Su Yeqing was skilled in combat, and she quickly regained her footing, pulling the man who was about to squeeze into the elevator out. Who is it? The man was very unhappy about being dragged out of the elevator and turned around to ask a question. Turning around, the man saw a young man dressed very plainly. He's all right looking, but he's too poor. The man made his own assessment in his mind. Why are you pulling me? Seeing Su Yeqing's attire, the man assumed she was another recent college graduate looking for a job and asked arrogantly. You pushed me first. Su Yeqing calmly stated the facts. So what if I pushed you? Do you even know who I am? I am the young master of Shunji Company here. The entire 22-story Huatai building belongs to my family's company. Do you know how much we pay in property management fees each year? You're a poor loser who just came in from outside. You should be grateful you can even take the elevator. How dare you block my way, you rich kid? The man who claimed to be a rich young master did indeed look very wealthy, with a large face, a large mouth, and large ears. It looks very festive. Rich young master? What's his position? Su Yeqing really couldn't figure out what the position of a rich young master in a company was. Even a large company like Fengyun Trading doesn't have this position. Is he simply ignorant? Su Yeqing was quite meticulous about things she didn't understand, and she didn't mind the rich young master's attitude, so she asked him questions without hesitation. The rich young master looked at Su Yeqing as if she were an idiot. You don't even recognize me, rich young master? You think you're qualified to ride in Huatai's elevator? Go back to where you came from. Su Yeqing didn't care that she didn't get the answer she wanted. Anyway, they're insignificant people, so it's fine if I don't know. With her hands in her pockets, Su Yeqing walked around the rich young master and headed towards the elevator. Because of their delay, the elevator had already gone up, and they would have to wait for the next one. The rich young master decided to quit when Su Yeqing completely ignored him. He put his hand on Su Yeqing's shoulder, intending to pull her away. But who is Su Yeqing? That's a true martial arts expert. She's not one of those good-looking but useless playboys you can just mess with. Su Yeqing was furious when she saw the paws resting on her shoulder. How come I keep running into scumbags like this everywhere I go? Is it possible that my constitution makes me prone to attracting this kind of person? Grab the claws on your shoulder and pull back. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Su Yeqing tied the rich young master's hands behind his back. If Su Yeqing exerted even a little force, that arm would be ruined immediately. You blind bastard, how dare you touch me? Let go of me right now, or I'll have you beaten to a pulp. Do you know who my dad is? Xu Gang. Do you know Xu Gang? Su Yeqing picked at her ear with her free hand. It was so noisy. This man can be just as noisy as a woman. Xu Gang? I don't know him. Su Yeqing released her grip on the rich young man's arm and gently pushed him forward. The rich young master stumbled and almost fell flat on his face. You ignorant and arrogant poor wretch, are you tired of living? Today I'll make sure you come in upright and leave horizontal. The rich young master became arrogant again as soon as he gained his freedom. Who is this rich young master? He's always the one bullying others. He's never been the one being bullied. What's more, he was a penniless man. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted the rich young master, who was about to step forward and beat up Su Yeqing. But he didn't lower his hand, which was raised in mid-air. Young master, why are you bullying people again? A pleasant female voice came from inside the elevator. It looks very familiar. Su Yeqing looked at the elevator with surprise. It really is that girl in white. The girl wore a light yellow skirt suit today, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her snow-white skin glowed softly against the backdrop of her pale yellow dress. So beautiful. Su Yeqing stared intently at the girl as if she were a fairy descending to earth. The girl frowned slightly, quickly walked to Su Yeching, turned her back to him, and blocked the rich young master. How can you bully people like that? As the elevator doors opened, the girl saw a scene where a rich young master was about to punch Su Yeching. Jiang Xingxuan? It's you again. Why do you like meddling in my business so much? Or is it that your dad's lousy company went out of business and you're trying to throw yourself at me, so you're deliberately trying to get my attention? The rich young master squinted his narrow eyes, leering at the girl blocking Su Yeching's way. So her name is Jiang Xingxuan. What a beautiful name. Su Yeching's face didn't change much, but she was incredibly excited inside. He finally learned the name of the girl he had been longing for, which brought their relationship to a new level. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Xingxuan blushed with a smile and clenched her little hands tightly. What gives you the right to bully others? Don't think you can bully people just because your father is the CEO of Shunji Company. He's just a poor kid who's not worth mentioning. Do you really need to treat him like this? The rich young master scoffed and touched his nose. He had actually had his eye on Jiang Xingxuan for a long time. Unfortunately, Jiang Xingxuan usually ignores him completely, and even stops him when he sees him bullying others. This isn't the first time something like this has happened today. This made the rich young master very unhappy. Hey Jiang Xingxuan, your dad's company is about to go bankrupt, right? I heard your family has been owing Huatai building rent for several months. If Huatai hadn't changed hands and the new owner hadn't shown up yet, you and your daughter would probably have been kicked out long ago. Chapter 32 Beauty Saves Handsome Guy. Huatai has changed hands? For the past few months, the company has not received any orders, and its cash flow has been disrupted. Therefore, Jiang Xingxuan kept going back and forth between various banks with his father, hoping to get some loans to alleviate the pressure. However, banks require a review of the company's cash flow over the past 6 months to grant loans. Jiang Xingxuan's father's company has not had any large-scale financial transactions recently, so no bank is willing to lend them money. What the rich young master said was true. My family's company is indeed on the verge of bankruptcy. Huatai has not paid its rent for 3 months. Thinking of all this, Jiang Xingxuan's delicate face fell, and she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan's expression, the rich young master knew he had hit a nerve. He smiled slyly. How about it? You could consider marrying me. As long as you become my woman, I'll have my dad put in a good word with the bank, and the loan will be taken care of for you right away. Jiang Xingxuan suddenly raised his head and said stubbornly, Don't even think about it. We'll figure out our own family's problems. Don't even think about it. I won't let you bully anyone today either. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I'll call the police. Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan was unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, the rich young master shook his head dejectedly. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Don't come begging me when your company really goes bankrupt. After uttering those harsh words, the elevator doors opened at just the right moment, and the rich young master slipped into the elevator and left. Are you all right? Jiang Xingxuan took a deep breath, suppressing the troubles brought up by the rich young master, and turned to ask Su Yeching with concern. I'm fine. We meet again. Su Yeching smiled gently, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xingxuan's small face, wanting to reach out and smooth out the furrowed brows on Jiang Xingxuan's face. Such a good girl shouldn't have any worries. Su Yeching made a decision in her heart, she must help Jiang Xingxuan. Who are you? Jiang Xingxuan looked at Su Yeching in front of him. He was an incredibly handsome guy. But I don't recognize myself. Actually, Jiang Xingxuan can't be blamed for this. After being transformed by the handsome guy beauty pill, Su Yeching's appearance was improved by more than just a little. If you weren't someone who knew him well, it would be impossible to connect the incredibly handsome Su Yeching in front of you with the ordinary Su Yeching you used to be, the one you'd easily lose in a crowd. New World Bar. Su Yeching winked playfully at Jiang Xingxuan, giving him a hint. It's you? Jiang Xingxuan tried hard to recall for a while, and finally remembered. But you weren't this handsome back then. Perhaps it was because Su Yeching was too handsome now, but looking at Su Yeching's face, Jiang Xingxuan unconsciously voiced the question in his mind. Ha ha ha. Su Yeching couldn't help but laugh. This girl was too cute. Jiang Xingxuan felt like he was a total fangirl right now. If you're alright, I'll be going now. Looking at Su Yeching's smile, Jiang Xingxuan felt completely drawn to her. Having found an excuse, Jiang Xingxuan just wanted to leave as soon as possible. I'm so ashamed of myself right now. Wait a moment. Su Yeqing grabbed Zhang Xingxuan's small hand as he was about to leave. Weak and boneless. A tingling sensation directly stimulated Su Yeqing's senses. You. Zhang Xingxuan looked at his hand being held by Su Yeqing and blushed deeply. Su Yeqing also realized that she had been a little too hasty. Although extremely reluctant, she still let go of Zhang Xingxuan's little hand. He simply clenched his palms slightly, as if to prolong the electric shock sensation. I'm sorry, I was too excited. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Su Yeqing was afraid that his abruptness would be misunderstood as being a pervert and leave a bad impression on the girl, so he hurriedly explained. Zhang Xingxuan laughed, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes, indescribably gorgeous. It's okay, you don't seem like a bad person. Sigh, this society really does rely on looks to make a living. If you were an ugly guy who dragged a girl along, would you be so understanding? I'd be grateful if they didn't slap me or just call me a scoundrel. How could I possibly expect to receive a smile from a beautiful woman? You work here? Su Yeqing had already grasped the basics of the conversation between Zhang Xingxuan and the rich young master. I just want to confirm this. Mentioning his family's company made Zhang Xingxuan feel down and he lost interest in chatting with Su Yeqing. That's great, I work here too. We can see each other more often from now on. Su Yeqing was incredibly excited at the thought of being able to take advantage of her proximity to the source of the beauty. Oh, you work here too? Zhang Xingxuan seemed uninterested. Su Yeqing works here, but her family's company might have to close down and she have to leave. The property manager, Mr. Zhang, has already urged us several times. Out of consideration for his long-standing acquaintance with his father, he didn't directly kick them out. But this can't go on forever. After all, Manager Zhang is just an employee and can't make decisions on his own. As soon as the real boss of Huatai Building gives the word, they'll have to pack their bags and leave. Seeing Zhang Xingxuan's increasingly pale face, Su Yeqing knew that she must have been thinking about her family's company again. Su Yeqing couldn't bear to see Zhang Xingxuan sad, and was about to say something to comfort him. I always find strength amidst hesitation and loneliness, and I never shed a tear even when I'm deeply hurt. Zhang Xingxuan's phone rang. Invisible wings. It seems that Zhang Xingxuan is a very strong-willed girl. Zhang Xingxuan gave Su Yeqing an apologetic smile and answered the phone. Hello, Dad. I'm coming down, I'll be out soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xingxuan said goodbye to Su Yeqing. Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Su Yeqing to respond, Zhang Xingxuan turned and left. His slightly drooping shoulders and somewhat heavy steps revealed Zhang Xingxuan's mood on this trip. They must be going to handle some tricky business. Su Yeqing felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Xingxuan when she saw him like this. But at most, they can only be considered acquaintances. He couldn't offer to help them directly, as that would make people think he had ulterior motives. Shaking her head, Su Yeqing decided to go to Zhang Tianfei's place first to find out what was going on. Ding dong. The elevator went straight up to the 30th floor and stopped. Su Yeqing didn't call Zhang Tianfei, but instead strolled around until she reached the office door with the sign that read Property Manager's Office. Manager Zhang, our Shunji company has been renting in Huatai Building for 6 years now, so we're considered long-time customers. Business is tough for everyone right now. Could you perhaps discuss the rent increase with the new landlord? A middle-aged man's strong, resonant voice came from the manager's office. Shunji Company? It sounds familiar. Chapter 33, 80 million rent. Su Yeqing remembered it was the company mentioned by the man who called himself a rich young master that she had met at the elevator entrance earlier. Interesting. Su Yeqing's beautiful lips curled up slightly. That arrogant rich young master relies on Shunji Company, which is actually here to haggle over the rent because of poor business. Mr. Zhu, we always act in accordance with the contract. The contract we signed at the time stipulated that the rent would increase by 10% every year. Moreover, workers' wages are rising every year, and all kinds of expenses are also increasing, so it's not easy for us to handle. Besides, I'm just an employee. No matter how much you talk to me, it won't make a difference. Everything depends on Mr. Su's decision. Su Yeqing guessed that the person speaking must be Zhang Tianfei, the property manager. Mr. Su? You mean the new Huatai property owner? Has this Mr. Su ever been to Huatai? When can I meet him? The middle-aged man asked anxiously, clearly very eager for the rent to be lowered. Su Yeching decided to meet the backer of that rich young master and pushed open the door to the property manager's office. Sure enough, in the room were a middle-aged man who looked very energetic and a man in his 30s who was sitting at a desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a clean-cut appearance and a scholarly air. Hearing the noise, both of them turned to look at the doorway. "Mr. Su, what brings you here? You didn't even call, so I could have come down to meet you." The scholar-like man recognized Su Yeching at a glance, immediately stood up from his chair, and walked up to Su Yeching. Although he had never met Su Yeching in person, there was a photo of Su Yeching on the transfer documents for Huatai Building. Zhang Tianfei naturally kept his new boss in mind. Su Yeching smiled indifferently. "Manager Zhang, right? I'm just here to take a look, there's no need for such a grand ceremony." The middle-aged man on the side, however, wore an incredulous expression. He was a man who had seen a lot of things, and he was surprised that the man whom Manager Zhang called Mr. Su was really the new owner of Huatai Building. But the other person was not only very young, but also had an excessively handsome face. If Mr. Su were a second-generation rich kid who inherited his family's business, I could accept that. The problem is that this new owner of Huatai Building is clearly a poor young man, judging from his appearance. He probably doesn't have more than 200 yuan on him. "Mr. Su, this way please." Zhang Tianfei respectfully led Su Yeching to sit down on the sofa, and personally brewed a cup of Longjing tea, placing it on the coffee table in front of Su Yeching. Zhang Tianfei didn't have as many ulterior motives as that middle-aged man. He was certain that Su Yeching was the new owner of Huatai Building. So no matter what Su Yeching is dressed up as, even if Su Yeching comes in beggar's clothes, he is still Zhang Tianfei's new boss. Su Yeching sat on the sofa, ignoring the middle-aged man. He was the one asking for a favor, and he wasn't about to lower himself to greet a stranger. Since Su Yeching entered the office, Zhang Tianfei had no interest in paying attention to the middle-aged man anymore. Huatai Building has been owned for quite some time now, and Su Yeching has never shown her face. Since Su Yeching finally came by herself today, Zhang Tianfei naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to learn more about her. Understanding the temperament of Huatai's new owner will be very helpful for his future work. "Mr. Su, since you finally have time to come today, let's sign the last document so that the rent for Huatai Building can be directly deposited into your account from now on." Zhang Tianfei knew that rent was the most important thing for the new landlord, so he got straight to the point. "Good." Su Yeching thought, since I'm already here, I might as well get all the necessary paperwork done at once. "Okay, you can just sign here." Zhang Tianfei took a document from the locked filing cabinet and handed it to Su Yeching. After carefully examining the document, Su Yeching signed her name. "Okay, Mr. Su. I'll have the finance department transfer this quarter's rent to you right away." Zhang Tianfei picked up the phone and gave a few instructions. A few minutes later, Su Yeching's phone beeped with a text message notification. Su Yeching took out her phone and saw that it was a text message notification from the bank. "Notification of fund arrival, your account ending in 3390 received 70 million renminbi on September 22nd. Current account balance, XXXX Huaxia Bank. 70 million. Su Yeching glanced at the numbers, made no comment, and put away her phone. Seeing that Su Yeching's expression didn't change at all when she saw such a large sum of money, Zhang Tianfei secretly admired her. It seems that this Mr. Su has a lot of influence. 70 million is nothing to him. Since the rent for Huatai Building in the first quarter should have been 80 million, but only 70 million was transferred to Su Yeching, Zhang Tianfei felt he needed to explain. "Mr. Su, the first quarter rent for Huatai Building is 80 million. However, because 3 companies have not yet paid their rent, we can only transfer the 70 million we have received to you for now. Collecting rent is the property management company's job. The owners are paying him a salary, but he hasn't done his job well, so Zhang Tianfei feels a bit embarrassed. Especially in front of new homeowners, I wonder if it will leave a bad impression. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Zhang." Su Yeching knew that employees shouldn't be constantly suppressed. Timely praise was also necessary. "Mr. Su, you're too kind. This is just my job." Zhang Tianfei was surprised that Su Yeching, a wealthy and powerful person, would speak to him so politely, and he was a little flattered. Zhang Tianfei's attitude became even more respectful. "Mr. Su, would you like me to take you to your office? I can also report on the situation of those 3 companies that haven't paid their rent." "Good." Su Yeching nodded in agreement. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Su." The middle-aged man who had been standing to the side finally couldn't hold back and interrupted Su Yeching, who was about to get up. "Originally, I thought that I was at least an elder in front of this young man. Since Zhang Tianfei hadn't introduced himself, he didn't want to take the initiative to greet him for fear of lowering his status. Thinking to myself, I figured they'd see me once they finished their business, since I'd been standing there the whole time. But to his surprise, neither of them paid any attention to him for a long time, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride and speak up. Actually, you can't really blame the two of them. Zhang Tianfei didn't want to introduce this trouble to Su Yeqing because the middle-aged man was from one of the 3 households that hadn't paid rent. Because of the rich young master at the elevator entrance, Su Yeqing didn't really want to talk to the people from Shunji Company. Because someone called her name, Su Yeqing stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Su Yeqing didn't say anything, but looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression, her face clearly saying, "I don't know you, do you want something from me?" Chapter 34 Parody Names. The middle-aged man saw that Su Yeqing hadn't responded at all after he had spoken. They had no intention of speaking to me at all. His face flushed red without him noticing. I'm a big boss of a company, after all. When have I ever encountered such an embarrassing situation? But today I'm here to discuss the rent. To put it bluntly, I'm here to beg them. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke first. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhu Gang, the owner of Shunji Company on the 22nd floor of Huatai Building. I would like to discuss our company's rent for this quarter with you. Rent? Isn't that what Manager Zhang is responsible for? You can just talk to Manager Zhang directly. Su Yeqing made it clear that she didn't want to deal with Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang is a very familiar name to me. Isn't he the father that arrogant rich young master was talking about? You're kidding me. I just stepped into this Huatai building and got insulted by your son, Zhu Gang. Now you, as my father, have the nerve to come up to me and try to take my money? It seems like the Zhu family has monopolized all the good things in the world. Especially when he thought about how that rich young master blatantly bullied the girl he liked by taking advantage of Shunji Company, and even wanted Jiang Xingxuan to marry him. Thinking about all this made Su Yeqing furious. Zhu Gang looked at Su Yeqing's increasingly worse expression and wondered what he had done to offend him. Logically speaking, this was the first time I had met Su Yeqing. Moreover, judging from Su Yeqing's attitude towards Manager Zhang just now, she doesn't seem like someone who's petty about money. Why did the other person's expression turn so bad as soon as I mentioned the word rent? With some trepidation, Zhu Gang spoke hesitantly. That's right, Mr. Su. Because Manager Zhang can only act according to the signed contract, it is only useful for me to talk to you. Zhu Gang glanced at Su Yeqing furtively, but saw that she still didn't make any move. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue speaking. Mr. Su, due to the economic downturn this year, business is not very good. So I hope you can grant me a few months' grace to postpone the rent payment. You have quite the appetite. Su Yeqing muttered to herself. What he overheard at the door just now was that Zhu Gang was only asking not to raise the rent by 10%. Now, things have gotten even worse. They don't even want to pay the rent anymore. Human greed is insatiable. It's like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Su Yeqing cursed him in her heart, but showed no sign of it on her face. It seems they are seriously considering it. Zhu Gang was secretly delighted when he saw Su Yeqing's expression. Could there be a chance? Seeing how Su Yeqing remained unfazed after receiving the 70 million yuan transfer, Zhu Gang knew that Su Yeqing was someone who was used to seeing large sums of money. That's why I proposed delaying the rent payment at the last minute. Su Yeqing had been secretly observing Zhu Gang's facial expressions. Seeing his smug look, Su Yeqing knew that the old fox thought he had succeeded. You know this rich young man? Su Yeqing knew it was time to teach Zhu Gang a lesson. He always thought everyone else was a fool and that he had everything planned out for him. He is my son. What, Mr. Su, do you know him? Zhu Gang became even more certain. It seemed that Su Yeqing was a playboy who often went out to play, and that he actually knew his son. Thinking that her son always liked to go out and play and cause trouble everywhere, she never expected that he would be useful at a crucial moment. It seems I don't need to be too strict with them anymore. I can go out and have more fun, get to know more rich kids, and it will be much easier to get things done in the future. Zhu Gang then proceeded to lavish praise on his playboy son. Su Yeqing's merciless attack left him utterly humiliated. I don't know him. I met a guy at the elevator who claimed to be a rich young man. He said his father was Zhu Gang from Shunji Company on the 22nd floor. I didn't believe him at first, but now it seems to be true. Yes, it's true. I never expected that Mr. Su would meet my son on his first visit to Huatai building. You two are really destined to meet. Xu Gang knew he was overthinking things, but he was now eager to build a better relationship with Su Yeqing, and he was showering her with flattery. Su Yeqing smiled and glanced at Xu Gang. The look in his eyes was somewhat strange, making Xu Gang feel uneasy, wondering what was wrong this time. Then Su Yeqing's magnetic voice rang out again, very sexy, but to Xu Gang it sounded like a death knell. Your rich kid said that the entire 22nd floor belongs to your family. I was dragged out of the elevator. He said that since your family pays so much in property management fees, I'm lucky if I can even ride the elevator. Just because I arrived first and blocked his way into the elevator, your son wants to beat me up. Su Yeqing smiled gently as she watched Xu Gang's face grow paler and paler because of her words. So your company hasn't paid the rent yet? Then shouldn't your son be the one who's not allowed to ride the elevator? As Xu Gang heard each of Su Yeqing's words, cold sweat involuntarily streamed down his face. Xu Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a forced smile. It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Su, this must be a misunderstanding. The person you met in the elevator is definitely not my son. Yes, it must be an imposter. Misunderstand? Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow and leisurely sat down on the sofa again. He did say that his father's name is Xu Gang. Su Yeqing wouldn't give Xu Gang a chance to argue. He dared to fight with him and even tried to take advantage of her woman. Su Yeqing will not let that rich young master get away with it. Mr. Su, please wait. I will immediately call that unfilial son up here to apologize to you. Xu Gang realized he couldn't fool them anymore and had to face reality. Xu Gang took out his phone and made a call. Xu Fugue, you get to Manager Zhang's office on the 30th floor right now. Xu Fugue? Su Yeqing almost spat out the mouthful of tea she had just taken a sip from her teacup. This name? Is it really that funny? Dad, how many times have I told you not to call me by my full name? The person on the other end of the phone seemed very excited. Their voice was so loud that even without speakerphone, everyone around them could hear them clearly. The rich young master was quite upset when he received the call. Xu Fugue is simply a major stain on my life. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I have often been ridiculed by my classmates because of this name. When he grew a little older, the rich young master also asked his family to change his name. However, his grandfather was stubborn and said that he had his fortune told when he was born. Only this name can ensure his safe and peaceful growth, and a life of wealth and honor. Because his family had only one son for 3 generations, no one dared to joke about Xu Fugue's fate. Under the old master's authority, this name has stayed with him to this day. After hanging up the phone, young Master Fu was still bothered by his father calling him by his full name. But he also knew that the situation must be very serious for his father to shout out his full name. I don't know what went wrong when my father was discussing the rent with Manager Zhang. Thinking this, the rich young master hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Chapter 35 She is my woman. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 30th floor. The rich young master walked familiarly toward the property manager's office. Dad, what did you call me here for? Because the manager's office door was not closed, the rich young master walked right in. It's you? Aside from his father and the very familiar property manager Zhang, young Master Fu was quite surprised to find Su Yeqing sitting on the sofa. You brat, you dare show your face again? Are you waiting for my fist to come out? Because of what happened at the elevator entrance and Jiang Xingxuan's biased attitude towards Su Yeqing, the rich young master hated Su Yeqing with a passion. Shut up! When Xu Gang saw that Xu Fugue dared to curse Su Yeqing as soon as he came in, he knew that what Su Yeqing had said earlier was true. Dad, why are you yelling at me? He is just a poor kid. Look at him, he is dressed no better than those beggars, and he still dares to offend me. I was being lenient by scolding him. You have no idea, he actually dared to drag me out of the elevator just now. I really want to find someone to beat him up. The rich young master was completely unaware of the unusual atmosphere. His attention was completely on Su Yeqing the moment he entered the room. The 3 people in the office were not found, only Su Yeqing was sitting, while Manager Zhang and his father stood respectfully to one side. Xu Fugue. You beast. You still haven't repented. Do you know who you've offended? Xu Fugue finally sensed something was wrong. It seemed this poor kid had quite a background. Although this Manager Zhang is just a property manager, he is the one who manages Huatai building. So even a boss like his own father would greet Manager Zhang very politely. Moreover, although Manager Zhang was not arrogant, he was somewhat cold. I've never seen Manager Zhang stand behind someone so respectfully, like a little follower. What do you mean, what, tell me? How did you offend Mr. Su? Zhu Gang was furious. He had been trying to argue that it was a misunderstanding, but this unfilial son started cursing right away. This directly confirmed that he had offended the wealthy man in front of him. Which Mr. Su? How did I offend him? Xu Fugui didn't know Su Yeqing's name yet, and was stunned by his father's shout. It's Mr. Su, the new owner of Huatai Building. Zhu Gang was truly disappointed in his son. How could I have raised such a son? He's not only useless in ordinary times, but he also has no sense of propriety when it matters. Are you a new homeowner in Huatai? How is this possible? Xu Fugui shook his big head, unable to believe it. What is the concept of owners of Huatai Building? He can easily rake in hundreds of millions a year just by collecting rent. How could it be this poor boy who is dressed in cheap clothes from head to toe and is not presentable at all? This is Mr. Su, the new owner of our Huatai Building. Manager Zhang spoke up at the opportune moment. Hearing what Manager Zhang of the property management said, Zhu Fugui dared not act recklessly anymore. However, his pig-headed brain couldn't understand that he was clearly a billionaire, a tycoon who could crush him with a flick of his little finger. Why are you dressed so poorly? You're not even as good as an average white-collar worker. Is this the true lifestyle of the wealthy? Am I a nouveau riche with a mindset of wearing gold and silver every day and only wearing designer brands? Zhu Gang was furious when he saw Zhu Fugui just standing there dumbfounded. Zhu Gang raised his foot and kicked Zhu Fugui in the knee joint. With a thud, Zhu Fugui was kicked hard by Zhu Gang and knelt heavily in front of Su Yeqing. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Zhu Gang bowed deeply to Su Yeqing. It's all my fault for not raising my son properly, and he has offended you. I hope you can forgive this beast for his mistake, considering my old age. This was the first time Zhu Fugui had ever seen his father so servile in front of others. For a moment, I didn't know how to start the conversation. His mouth moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. However, his reddened eyes suggest that Zhu Fugui is not entirely a spoiled brat. He still felt sorry for his father. Su Yeqing quietly observed everything before her, without rushing to speak. He could tell that Zhu Fugui was not completely incorrigible. But if we let him off easily this time, he will think that everything is easy to solve, and he will only become bolder in the future. Seeing that Su Yeqing remained silent, Zhu Gang glanced at Zhu Fugui a few times, and understood perfectly. You beast, take responsibility for your own mistakes. Go and beg Mr. Su for forgiveness yourself. Zhu Fugui, after being severely scolded by his father, came to his senses. He realized he had gotten himself into big trouble. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it was my fault. I shouldn't have offended you. Zhu Fugui knelt on the ground and apologized to Su Yeqing. Are you saying that you did something wrong today because I'm a property owner in Huatai Building? What if I'm not? What if I'm just an ordinary passerby? Would you then be blameless? Seeing that Zhu Fugui did not truly recognize his mistake, Su Yeqing spoke in a particularly cold tone. If he's a stubborn person, there's no need for him to waste his time here. Su Yeqing stood up, deciding to ignore the father and son. No, that's not it. Seeing that Su Yeqing was about to leave, Zhu Fugui panicked and grabbed Su Yeqing's leg. Mr. Su, I misspoke. I shouldn't have looked down on people, and I shouldn't have bullied others by taking advantage of my power. I will never do it again, I promise. I really promise that I will be a good person from now on. Zhu Fugui made his promise with tears streaming down his face, but his attitude seemed very sincere. Satisfied, Su Yeqing withdrew her foot and slowly sat back down on the sofa. Wouldn't that be too much of a burden for you? As the saying goes, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. If I force you to change, wouldn't that make me look like I'm abusing my power? Su Yeqing's casual words startled Zhu Fugui, who shook his head in shock. No problem. It's my fault, I was too arrogant. I will definitely be a kind and approachable person in the future. Su Yeqing nodded in satisfaction. There was still room for improvement. Okay, let's leave it at that. I hope you keep your word. Upon hearing Su Yeqing's words, Zhu Fugui felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and his whole body went limp. But the simple two words, spoken by Su Yeqing, instantly straightened Zhu Fugui's limp body. You seem to be relentlessly pursuing Jiang Xingxuan, don't you? Stay away from her from now on. She's my woman, not someone you can mess with. Su Yeqing stared intently at Zhu Fugui. The scene of Zhu Fugui making a move on Jiang Xingxuan today still makes him very unhappy. Your woman? Zhu Fugui was stunned. When did this happen? Just now, the two of them seemed like complete strangers at the elevator entrance. Chapter 36 Declaring Sovereignty. Yes, Jiang Xingxuan is my woman. Su Yeqing asserted her dominance in a domineering manner. Anyway, I've already decided on her, and it's only a matter of time before she becomes my woman. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Fugui nodded vigorously. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to provoke Jiang Xingxuan now. This could kill someone. Very good. From now on, when you see her, you should take a detour and keep a distance of more than 10 meters. Su Yeqing perfectly embodies the domineering CEO style. We haven't even gotten anywhere yet, and we're already on guard against every fly. What if you accidentally ride in the same elevator? Zhu Fugui, looking like a good student, asked earnestly. Then you should take the stairs. Su Yeqing said this through gritted teeth. Suddenly I feel that Zhu Fugui's IQ is worrying. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Su Yeqing glanced at Zhu Fugui and gestured for him to stand up. He's not an emperor, he doesn't need people to kneel before him all the time. Mr. Su, what about my matter? After Zhu Gangjin and Su Yeqing finished dealing with Zhu Fugui, they asked nervously. Su Yeqing tapped the sofa armrest with her right hand, her left hand supporting her chin and gently stroking it, her bright black eyes fixed on Zhu Gang. That look made Zhu Gang feel a low pressure blowing over him, as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. This young man is terrifying. Only one sentence popped into Zhu Gang's mind. I overheard what you and manager Zhang were saying at the door. Su Yeqing paused for a moment, and unsurprisingly saw Zhu Gang's expression change again. We've been caught. Since the contract was signed a long time ago, it cannot be changed, and the 10% increase rule cannot be broken. Otherwise, with so many companies in this Huatai building coming to me, how am I supposed to survive? Hearing Su Yeqing's resolute words, Zhu Gang knew there was no room for negotiation. I sighed, and suddenly felt several years older. But the Su Yeqing is really something, can't she just say everything at once? His simple 2 words rekindled Zhu Gang's hope, and he pricked up his ears, waiting anxiously. If your company is indeed facing difficulties this year, the rent payment can be deferred for 2 months. That's great, thank you Mr. Su. Zhu Gang was so happy he almost danced with joy. I have a condition, that your company is indeed facing financial difficulties. If I find out that you have no difficulties and just don't want to pay or want to delay paying the rent, then Huatai building will not rent to you in the future. Just move out. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Su, I promise. As soon as the funds are in place, I will pay the rent immediately. Okay, you can contact manager Zhang about this matter again in the future. Su Yeqing waved her hand, signaling Zhu Gang and his son to leave. Su Yeqing glanced at Zhang Tianfei, who was standing to the side, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back, and gestured for Zhang Tianfei to sit down and speak. If you're sitting while others are standing, won't you always have to look up at them to talk to them? Not only is it tiring, but it might even make your neck crooked. Just say what you want to say. Although this is our first meeting, I know you are a very serious and responsible person at work. Mr. Su, is Miss Jiang Xingxuan really your girlfriend? Zhang Tianfei was truly a scholar. There were some things he was too embarrassed to say aloud. Su Yeqing was surprised that Zhang Tianfei wanted to ask this, and his handsome face blushed for once. He said that just now to stop Zhu Fugui from pursuing Jiang Xingxuan. Heaven knows, Jiang Xingxuan doesn't even know his own name. However, I am determined to win Jiang Xingxuan's heart. Su Yeqing silently cheered herself up. With an awkward smile, Su Yeqing decided not to hide anything from Zhang Tianfei. Not yet, it's just my opinion. Zhang Tianfei's fair face showed an expression of understanding. I knew it. If Miss Jiang is Mr. Su's girlfriend, why have I never heard her mention it? She won't keep coming to me about the rent anymore, she can just talk to Mr. Su directly. Rent? Su Yeqing remembered that Zhu Fugui had mentioned at the elevator entrance that Jiang Xingxuan's father's company was having some problems. Yes, Ms. Zhang's father's company is also one of Huatai's tenants. Because their business has been bad for the past 2 years, the rent has been overdue for more than half a year. The previous homeowner didn't keep a close eye on Mr. Jiang because he seemed like an honest person. One of the three companies that didn't pay rent this quarter is Xingyu Steel. Xingyu Steel. Su Yeqing murmured the name softly, a gentle smile appearing on her face. It looked especially charming on his handsome face. Even Zhang Tianfei, a man, was almost fooled by that smile. It seems that my connection with Jiang Xingxuan is truly extraordinary. Not only is her company located in her own Huatai building, but her company's business is also related to Fengyun trading. God loves me. Su Yeqing had a few thoughts running through her mind, and she concluded that her fate with Jiang Xingxuan was predetermined. Mr. Su, what do you think of the rental price for Xingyu Steel? Seeing that Su Yeqing seemed lost in thought, Zhang Tianfei had no choice but to interrupt him. Oh, this. Su Yeqing realized she had lost her composure, so she immediately stopped smiling and straightened up. We'll waive the rent for Xingyu Steel this year. Just consider it a reward for Miss Zhang's act of bravery. Okay. Zhang Tianfei really wanted to roll his eyes at Su Yeqing. Even though Xingyu Steel is a small company and the area it rents is not large, the annual rent is still 12 million. So Su Yeqing just dismissed it with such a casual remark? That's such a waste of money. Su Yeqing didn't care what others thought. For him, the biggest gain today was meeting Jiang Xingxuan again. As for money, that's a minor matter. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. After listening to Manager Zhang's brief report on the current rental situation of Huatai building, Su Yeqing left without even checking her own office. I learned that Jiang Xingxuan's family company was located in Huatai building. In order to pursue beautiful women, I will definitely come here often, so I'm not in a hurry. After leaving the Huatai building, Su Yeqing was in an extremely good mood. Since the parking lot was a bit far, Su Yeqing strolled around at her leisure. Huatai building is located in the city center, surrounded by many large shopping malls, and has a full range of supporting facilities. Daigo Shopping Center. Su Yeqing stopped in front of the most expensive shopping mall in Huazhong City. Thinking about how she was quite wealthy but still rarely bought new clothes for herself, Su Yeqing decided to go shopping. Chapter 37 Never Fight a Battle You Can't Win. Su Yeqing strode into the Daigo Shopping Center. The first floor is the men's clothing section, filled with boutiques of top luxury brands. Su Yeqing walked into the Givenchy men's boutique and casually started browsing. There were 3 sales assistants in the store. The one on duty was about to greet a customer when she saw her enter, but stopped when she saw Su Yeqing's attire. He's just a poor kid, he can't afford the clothes in their store at all, so he's not worth entertaining. Miss, may I try this dress on? Su Yeqing didn't notice the sales assistant's attitude. He was in an exceptionally good mood today because he had met Jiang Xingxuan. So much so that everything seems good to me. Xiaoli, go and deal with him. The sales assistant on duty nudged the intern named Xiaoli. Regular store employees are unwilling to do such thankless and arduous tasks. Having been pushed out, Xiaoli had no choice but to walk up to Su Yeqing. Sir, what size clothes are you wearing? 180. Su Yeqing lifted her head from under the clothes and smiled gently at the sales assistant. So handsome. This was the first time that sales assistant Xiaoli had seen such a handsome customer. Seeing Su Yeqing smiling gently at her, she blushed instantly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Sigh, why is Xiaoli so dense? I asked her to get rid of this poor boy, but instead, she actually gave him clothes to try on? If he gets the clothes dirty, can he afford to pay for them? The sales assistant on duty was very dissatisfied with Xiaoli's behavior and was about to step forward to stop him. Another man, who looked older, grabbed her arm. Forget it, they're all young, let him have a try and have some fun. Su Yeqing was very satisfied with the clothes he tried on, and then picked out a few more outfits. He didn't need to try them on anymore, he just asked the sales assistant to pack them up in his size. Sir, are you planning to take them all? Xiaoli was a little flustered. These clothes must have cost over 1 million yuan in total. This is something that the poor boy in front of me can't afford. Okay, I'll take them all. Go pack them up. Su Yeqing said in a cheerful mood. We'll be seeing Jiang Xingxuan a lot more often in the future, so of course he'll have to dress himself up to look handsome. Even if it's a tactic of using his good looks, he's willing to use it as long as it can attract Jiang Xingxuan. Sir, do you know the price range of the clothes in our store? These clothes you picked out probably cost over 1 million. Xiaoli didn't want to hurt Su Yeqing's pride, after all, everyone likes handsome guys. But she also had to make Su Yeqing face reality. These clothes were not something ordinary people could afford. Okay, let's wrap them all up. Su Yeqing knew the sales assistant meant well, because her outfit today did indeed seem a bit out of place in the store. Not angry at all, Su Yeqing simply took out her black card. Swipe your card. Okay. Xiaoli was a little stunned when he saw that Su Yeqing had pulled out a black bank card. It seems I haven't met enough people. I mistook a truly wealthy person for a penniless pauper and even worried that they couldn't afford it. Su Yeqing paid the bill, grabbed her clothes, and went out. The three sales assistants were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Xiaoli was all smiles as he unexpectedly received a large order. The sales assistant who was supposed to be on duty looked annoyed. This should have been my own achievement, but I gave it away by myself. Su Yeqing was carrying shopping bags, ready to browse around some more, when an unfamiliar voice interrupted him. Are you Su Yeqing? Su Yeqing looked in the direction of the sound. A tall, thin man, about the same age as himself. She was dressed head to toe in designer brands, but she didn't look tacky at all. Instead, she gave off a noble feeling. A square face, typical of men, is very masculine, and a pair of sword-like eyebrows adds to the man's heroic spirit. I don't know him. Su Yeqing thought about it carefully and realized that she did not recognize the man. I probably have never seen it before. Logically speaking, such an outstanding man should have left an impression on me if I had seen him before. I am Su Yeqing, who are you? Since they had called her by name, Su Yeqing felt obliged to respond out of politeness. Who I am is not important. What is important is that I advise you not to be too arrogant. Huajiang City is not your domain, Su Yeqing. You must always leave a bottom line in everything you do. If you go too far, it will be difficult for everyone to get along in the future. Su Yeqing frowned deeply. This man is quite hostile towards me. I've offended quite a few people recently, but they're all scum. Su Yeqing simply made them receive the punishment they deserved. Why does the man in front of me look like he's done something heinous? If I may ask, how have I offended you? Su Yeqing felt it was necessary to understand the unprovoked hostility. S University, Director Zhou Yue. The man uttered a simple sentence, the meaning of which was very clear. He was standing up for Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue? Su Yeqing gave a disdainful smile. Do you think I went too far in any way? Do you know this person? Su Yeqing still couldn't connect the man in front of her, who looked very classy, with Zhou Yue, a scumbag in human skin. He is my uncle. And you know what? This man spoke very little. He was a man of few words, and he would never waste words if he could avoid saying more, except for the part where he warned Su Yeqing. Oh, your family? No wonder. Su Yeqing smiled knowingly. There was nothing more to say. They were siding with their own people, not with what was right. No matter how she explained, it would be useless. I did it, so what? I don't think I did anything wrong. If you're not convinced, there's nothing I can do. Su Yeqing shrugged, as if to say, what can you do about it? My name is Chen Yiming. I hope you'll still be this arrogant when I see you next time. The man tossed out a sentence and walked away nonchalantly. But Su Yeqing knew things were definitely not that simple. Judging from Chen Yiming's appearance, he is not a simple person, and there must be something waiting for him. Thinking this, Su Yeqing lost interest in continuing to shop and went straight back to the parking lot where she parked her Koenigsegg, carrying her shopping bags. Secretary Wu, please help me investigate a man named Chen Yiming. His uncle used to be Zhou Yue, the department head at S University. Su Yeqing wasn't afraid of Chen Yiming, he just preferred to fight battles he was confident of winning. The saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeqing regained her good mood and drove her Koenigsegg back to her villa in a dashing manner. Over there, on the 10th floor of Huatai Building, is the General Manager's office of Xingyu Steel Company, Ltd. Dad, what did Manager Zhang call you about? Jiang Xingxuan and her father had just returned to the company from the bank when Jiang Shumao received a call from Manager Zhang of the property management company, asking them to come to his office for a talk. The father and daughter knew it was definitely about the rent. But they just went to 3 banks, and none of them were willing to lend them money. Dad, should I go find Manager Zhang? Jiang Xingxuan didn't want to embarrass his father, so he decided to bear it himself. No need, Xiao Xian. Manager Zhang said that my daughter and I should go together, so let's go together. In fact, Jiang Maoshu would rather face it alone than let his daughter suffer along with him. Chapter 38, the 12 million was rounded down. Knock knock knock. Jiang Xingxuan followed his father up to the 30th floor, took a deep breath at the door of the property manager's office, and knocked. Please come in. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's voice, the father and daughter walked in as if facing certain death. What's meant to happen will happen, there's no escaping it. Manager Zhang, you were looking for us? Jiang Mashu asked cautiously, looking rather reserved, which made Jiang Xingxuan feel quite uncomfortable. It's General Manager Jiang, please have a seat. Upon seeing the visitors, Manager Zhang immediately stood up and greeted them warmly. This was the first time Jiang Xingxuan had ever seen Manager Zhang like this. My impression of Manager Zhang is that he always gives people a cold, aloof, and unapproachable feeling. Is everything so unusual today? Are they trying to kick Xingyu Steel out of Huamao building? Jiang Xingxuan wasn't the only one with this idea. Jiang Mashu also thought so. He straightened his back. These past few days had been the time in Jiang Mashu's life when he had bent over the most. Now he was too embarrassed to ask Manager Zhang for help again. The only thing I can do is to save face. Manager Zhang, I know that Xingyu Steel has been in arrears on rent for too long. Please speak frankly, I am prepared. Manager Zhang was taken aback. Looking at the serious-looking Jiang father and daughter, he realized that they had misunderstood him. President Jiang has misunderstood. Manager Zhang smiled. This was the person the new boss had specifically requested, and he dared not offend him. I did call you and Miss Jiang here today to discuss the rent, but it's not what you're thinking. Jiang Xingxuan and his father looked at each other, not at all what they thought. What is it? Well, Mr. Su, the new owner of our Huatai building, came over today. He said he would directly reduce the rent for Xingyu Steel for 1 year. Manager Zhang didn't mince words and directly stated Su Yeqing's decision. Will you waive our rent for a year? Jiang Mashu doubted that he had heard correctly. I don't know any Mr. Su. How come they waived my company's rent for a year right away? That's no small sum, a whopping 12 million. It's true. Mr. Su said it's a reward for Miss Jiang's act of bravery today. Seeing the disbelieving looks on the faces of the Jiang father and daughter, Manager Zhang had no choice but to continue speaking. I acted as a hero? Jiang Xingxuan was stunned. Did I do anything good today? Aside from speaking up for that very handsome guy at the elevator entrance. But there was no one else around at the time, so how did Mr. Su know about this? Besides, just because of a few words he said, he got 12 million in rent. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Manager Zhang knew that the Jiang family father and daughter might not be able to accept it right away, and that anyone else would probably feel the same way. Imagine who could be so extravagant as to casually wipe out 12 million? Mr. Zhang, I am merely conveying Mr. Su's message. You need not feel any burden. Mr. Su did not attach any conditions. Manager Zhang offered a few words of comfort to the Jiang family and then told them to go back and process it themselves. He couldn't say this outright. He couldn't very well tell Jiang Mashu directly that the new boss wanted to pursue his daughter. If he ruins the boss's plans, Zhang Tianfei will be in deep trouble. Jiang Xingxuan and his father returned to the 10th floor, to the Xingyu Steel office, in a daze. Jiang Xingxuan briefly told his father what had happened that day. The father and daughter thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. What exactly does this new boss of Huatai mean? Could it be that Jiang Xingxuan's small act really impressed his new boss? That's such a far-fetched idea, isn't it? Because of Su Yeqing's actions, the Jiang family father and daughter were filled with unease. Meanwhile, Su Yeqing, who was in the villa, thoroughly enjoyed a hot bath and lay on his large bed. My mind is filled with the scene of meeting Jiang Xingxuan today. Ding dong. Because he was so excited about the beautiful woman yesterday, Su Yeqing, who had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, was woken up by the sound that he loved most. Sitting up straight, Su Yeqing waited to see what surprise the system would give him today. Host, you can sign in for 1 skill today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. For Su Yeqing, everything the system gave her was good, and the more the better. Checking in today will earn you a professional level English proficiency certificate. Would you like to use it? Use. Ding. Successfully used. A golden light flashed across Su Yeqing's forehead, and all sorts of English words were etched into Su Yeqing's mind. Marvelous. Su Yeqing jumped up with joy. When I was in college, I was always busy working and didn't have much time to improve my English. I only managed to get a level 4 English proficiency certificate to graduate. Now it's great, the system is really tailor-made for him, and all the benefits it gives him are exactly what he needs. If the system were here, it would definitely say arrogantly, of course, it's a high-tech sign-in system, an advanced system that can know the host's own needs. Su Yeqing feels that she is increasingly developing in the direction of becoming an elite. He's definitely a tall, rich, and handsome guy with great talent. Thinking that she still had things to do, Su Yeqing packed up and drove to Fengyun Trade Center. Chairman Su, the cocktail party is at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Secretary Wu was already waiting in the chairman's office. Although Su Yeqing told him to make his own decisions on minor matters, there were some things he still needed to consult. Secretary Wu handed over a list. Chairman Su, this is the list of directors of our Fengyun Commerce Group. You directly acquired the former chairman's shares, holding 70% of the shares. There are 5 other directors, big and small, among whom only Director Ho Yong holds 10% of the shares, which is a slightly larger proportion. Su Yeqing glanced at him. Ho Yong? He must be Ho Mengya's father. Okay, I understand. Su Yeqing turned to the second page. Secretary Wu then introduced the list. This is a list of some construction steel suppliers in Huajiang City. We only selected some of the larger companies. We did not invite other companies that did not meet the requirements for cooperation with Fengyun Trading. Su Yeqing searched carefully from beginning to end, but couldn't find the name Xingyu Steel. Add Xingyu Steel. Secretary Wu thought about it seriously for a moment. Xingyu Steel? There seems to be such a company in Huajiang City, but it's not very large and has no business dealings with Fengyun Trading. Chairman Su, Xingyu Steel is just a small company and has no business relationship with us. Secretary Wu raised his doubts. Su Yeqing smiled alluringly. There will be some in the future. Okay, I'll add it right away. Looking at Su Yeqing's smiling face, Secretary Wu felt uneasy. Chairman Su himself is finding it increasingly difficult to understand. Ironically, even at my advanced age, I'm still constantly drawn to Chairman Su's face. What exactly went wrong? I've never felt this way when I've worked with Chairman Su before. It has to be said that it must have been really tough on Secretary Wu. How strong must his mind be to face that is so offensive to both gods and men every day? Chapter 39: Attending the Cocktail Party. Su Yeqing's heart was fluttering, and she was just waiting to meet Jiang Xingxuan again the next day. 8 p.m., parking lot of the Hualilan Hotel. Xiaoxian, this is our last chance. Inside an Audi Q7, Jiang Mashu spoke to Jiang Xingxuan. Whether it was divine intervention or not, these past 2 days have been filled with good news for Jiang Mashu. First, the new owner of Huatai Building waived his rent for a year. Immediately afterwards, I received an invitation from Fengyun Trading to attend a cocktail party hosted by the new chairman. Thinking back to how I used to desperately try to meet with the top executives of Fengyun Trading, now I can finally meet their chairman face to face. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely seize the opportunity and let Fengyun Trading see the sincerity of Xingyu Steel. Jiang Xingxuan's expression was solemn, and her small hands clenched tightly. This is a crucial battle that will determine success or failure. As long as they can reach a cooperation agreement with Fengyun Trading, Xingyu Steel can get back into operation. Although Fengyun Commerce has terminated its cooperation with Hongyun Steel, giving other companies a chance to compete, there are still a lot of companies eyeing Fengyun Commerce. Xingyu Steel is far too small in scale compared to Fengyun Trading. To be honest, Jiang Xingxuan was just trying to comfort her father. In reality, she herself was very nervous and had no confidence at all. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xingxuan took her father's arm and entered the Hualilan Hotel. Today, the entire floor of the Hualilan Hotel has been booked by Fengyun Trading. After Jiang Xingxuan and his father went inside, they kept looking for the new chairman of Fengyun Trading, hoping to get in touch with him before anyone else. Hey, isn't this the beautiful girl from the New World Bar? What are you doing here? A glib, effeminate male voice interrupted Jiang Xingxuan's searching gaze. It's him. Jiang Xingxuan recognized him. He was one of the 5 rich young men he had met at the New World Bar when he invited the bank manager there. That was my first time going to a bar. I originally wanted to build a good relationship with the bank manager so that the bank would grant Xingyu Steel a loan. Unexpectedly, instead of getting things done, she encountered several men harassing a young girl. I couldn't resist and provoked those young masters. I never expected to run into you here. It seems we are truly destined to meet. The man stared at Jiang Xingxuan with a sly look. Jiang Xingxuan dressed up nicely for today's formal reception. She looked even more beautiful than she usually did in the bar. Jiang Xingxuan was disgusted by the man's impolite gaze. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Jiang Xingxuan moved a few steps to the side, intending to get around the man. No, we can get to know each other by introducing ourselves. The man clearly didn't want to let Jiang Xingxuan go, and directly stretched out his arm to block Jiang Xingxuan from leaving. My name is Chen Jishan, and I am the son of a director of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited. After introducing himself, the man couldn't help but glance smugly at Jiang Xingxuan. When people hear that they are the son of a director of Fengyun Trading, they will try to curry favor with him. Although Jiang Xingxuan really wanted to do business with Fengyun Trading, the incident at the bar made her realize that the man in front of her was a scoundrel. Ignoring him, Jiang Xingxuan continued walking. Hey, you! Chen Jishan pulled Jiang Xingxuan back. Su Yeqing had actually been paying attention to the events at the party. To be precise, he had been waiting for Jiang Xingxuan to appear. I was a few minutes late because a director was toasting me. In that instant of turning her head, Su Yeqing saw Jiang Xingxuan being grabbed by a man. Because the man had his back to him, Su Yeqing couldn't see his face clearly. Putting down her wineglass, Su Yeqing stormed over. He walked a little hurriedly because he could see the suppressed anger on Jiang Xingxuan's face, which meant that Jiang Xingxuan must have been harassed. Let her go. Chen Jishan, who claimed to be the son of a director of Fengyun Trading, turned away with a displeased look when he saw his good deed being interrupted. Who's the blind fool who dares to ruin my good time? It's you. It's you. Jiang Xingxuan recognized Su Yeqing. He was the man who had been at the elevator entrance of the Huatai building that day. However, his outfit today is completely different. He is dressed very elegantly. Chen Jishan also recognized Su Yeqing, the one who had embarrassed him at the New World Bar. This is the first time in my life I've been so humiliated. He originally wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, he didn't see Su Yeqing even after he went to the New World Bar with a few thugs several times. I never expected to run into you here today. It's a good opportunity to settle both old and new scores. Jiang Mashu, who had just returned after seeing several acquaintances who had left for a while, was greeted by this scene. What's wrong, Xiao Shen? What are you lingering here for? We still need to find the chairman of Fengyun Trading. You're looking for the chairman of Fengyun Trading? What's the matter? After listening to their conversation, Chen Jishan was unsure of their relationship with the new chairman. Who are you? Jiang Mashu glanced at Chen Jishan, a very fashionable young man who seemed to come from a well-off family. My father is a director of Fengyun Trading. What do you want with the chairman? Chen Jishan adjusted his suit jacket, striking a pose as if he were the host. This? Jiang Mashu was in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to find the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. He knew that Fengyun Commerce was basically controlled by the chairman alone, because he held absolute control. Other shareholders just received dividends at the end of the year. What? You look down on my dad, who's a board member. Seeing that Jiang Shumao seemed unwilling to talk, Chen Jishan became displeased and pressed him for answers aggressively. No, we just want to talk to the chairman about cooperation. After all, the man was the son of a director of Fengyun Trading. Now that he wanted to climb up the ladder of Fengyun Trading, Jiang Shumao dared not offend him easily. You should have said so earlier. You could have just told me about this little thing. Chen Jishan, seeing that this was yet another person trying to curry favor with Fengyun Trading, became smug. If your daughter becomes my girlfriend, I'll talk to my dad and have Fengyun Trading give you some orders. Su Yeqing couldn't hold back any longer and tried to steal his girlfriend right in front of him. This Chen Jishan was really asking for trouble. Su Yeqing pulled Chen Jishan aside, stared at him fiercely, and said, word by word. Kid, you better stay away from her. Chen Jishan flung Su Yeqing aside, symbolically patted his suit jacket, and then rolled his eyes at Su Yeqing. You really think you're something special? Don't you even know where you are? This is a cocktail party hosted by Fengyun Trading Company, Limited, and it is my territory, Chen Jishan's territory. Kid, if you know what's good for you, go back to where you came from. As Chen Jishan spoke, he reached out to grab Jiang Xingxuan's hand again. Jiang Xingxuan turned around and hid behind Su Yeqing. I will not be your girlfriend. Even if Fengyun Trading does not cooperate with us, I will not sell myself. Chapter 40 Girlfriend. Su Yeqing's gloomy face finally brightened up. As expected of the girl I've chosen, she's ambitious. He secretly praised Jiang Xingxuan in his heart, but directly started cursing at Chen Jishan. Did you hear that? They don't even want you. You're the one who should get lost. Chen Jishan's face turned bright red as he watched Su Yeqing not only refuse to move aside but also verbally abuse him. Relying on the fact that this was a party hosted by Fengyun Trading, Chen Jishan assumed that Su Yeqing was just someone who wanted to do business with Fengyun Trading. As one of the owners of Fengyun Trading, Chen Zhishan had never seen Su Yeqing attend any of Fengyun Trading's events, so he didn't take Su Yeqing seriously at all. He raised his middle finger and waved it directly at Su Yeqing. "You're blind, kid. Do you think this is a place where someone like you can just throw a tantrum?" While cursing at Su Yeqing, Chen Zhishan called out to the security guards responsible for security around him. "Throw this kid out. I don't want to see him at any of Fengyun Trading's events in the future." To be honest, if this were a regular person, Chen Zhishan would have nailed the imposing manner perfectly, exuding the air of a true master. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Yeqing. The security guards who had been summoned looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? They were transferred from Fengyun Commercial Building, so of course they knew Su Yeqing's identity. Why is a young man suddenly appearing and trying to throw Chairman Su out? Is this going against the heavens? The security guards looked at each other, and seeing that Su Yeqing hadn't spoken, they didn't dare to act on their own. "Are you deaf? My father is Director Chen Weiming. You think I can't order you around with some nobody? You think you can just throw some random kid around?" As Chen Zhishan became more and more excited, his voice grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of those around him. What happened? What's going on? Jiang Haitao noticed the commotion and came over. "Mr. Jiang, you've come at the right time. This kid, who seems to have appeared out of nowhere, sneaked into our Fengyun Trading's party. I was just having security kick him out." Upon seeing that the visitor was the general manager of Fengyun Trading, Chen Zhishan immediately pointed at Su Yeqing and accused her of being the villain who had made the first accusation. "Chairman Su, it's you here." Following the direction Chen Zhishan pointed, Jiang Haitao was quite surprised to see Su Yeqing. Why did Chairman Su leave so quickly? He was just toasting Chairman Su with Director Zhang a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, Chairman Su has come all the way here. And judging from the commotion, it must have been going on for a while. Chairman Su? What Chairman Su? When did Fengyun Trading Company Limited get a director with the surname Su? Chen Zhishan never imagined that Su Yeqing would be the new chairman. Therefore, when Jiang Haitao addressed him as Chairman Su, he instinctively assumed that Fengyun Trading had simply added another director. "This is Chairman Su of our Fengyun Trading Company Limited." Jiang Haitao's face fell. He was very dissatisfied with Chen Zhishan's attitude. This is impossible." Although Jiang Haitao said so, Chen Zhishan still couldn't accept the reality that Su Yeqing was the new chairman. Or rather, he couldn't accept the reality that he had just offended the new chairman. When Jiang Xingxuan and Jiang Shumao heard Jiang Haitao's introduction, they were stunned to learn that the young man who had helped them was the chairman of Fengyun Trading, whom they had been searching for so long. "What's going on? Zhishan, what are you doing here?" A man in his 50s, who was balding, also rushed over after hearing the commotion. "Dad, When Chen Zhishan saw that it was his father, Chen Weiming, who had come over, he was very frightened. The thought of having just offended the new chairman made him feel deflated, and he didn't dare to say a word. "Chairman Su, President Jiang, what are you both doing here?" After observing from the sidelines for a while, Su Yeqing finally made a move. He pointed at Chen Zhishan, who was too frightened to speak, and then spoke to Director Chen Weiming. "Your son harassed my girlfriend and even wanted security to throw me out. You've got some nerve. Girlfriend?" When Jiang Xingxuan, who was standing behind Su Yeqing, heard those three words, his mind went blank. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she hid behind Su Yeqing, lowering her head even further. "When did I become Chairman Su's girlfriend? Although I was indeed attracted to Mr. Su at the elevator entrance that day, I only know that his surname is Su now. I don't even know his full name, let alone become his girlfriend." Jiang Xingxuan was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he didn't notice the commotion around him. Jiang Shumo frowned deeply upon hearing Su Yeqing's introduction. What does Chairman Su mean by this? He was certain before that his daughter did not know him, so why is he now saying that Xiao Xian is his girlfriend? Unlike the Jiang family father and daughter, who only voiced their doubts in their hearts, Chen Weiming was so excited he almost jumped up. Before coming to the hotel, he repeatedly told Chen Zhishan to keep a low profile today and to make a good impression on the new chairman. Now look what's happened. Of all the people he could mess with, he had to provoke Chairman Su's girlfriend. Isn't this just walking into the line of fire? Chen Weiming was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Chen Zhishan across the face. "You bastard, have you lost your mind? You even dared to offend Chairman Su's girlfriend?" I don't know." Chen Zhishan covered his swollen face and weakly offered an explanation. Chen Weiming was truly enraged, and he showed no mercy in delivering the slap. Shut up! There's no need for this useless nonsense. Go and beg Chairman Su for forgiveness yourself. Su Yeqing simply watched coldly, without offering any opinion despite Chen Weiming's slap. Su Yeqing's slightly furrowed brows showed that she was not in a good mood. Chairman Su, I'm so sorry. Chen Jishan knew he had really messed with the wrong person this time, so he had no choice but to obediently admit his mistake. No response. Su Yeqing didn't react at all. Everyone's heart sank even lower. It seemed Su Yeqing hadn't calmed down at all. Su Yeqing was actually angry at Chen Jishan's attitude towards Jiang Xingxuan. This is the second time. That time at the New World Bar, Chen Jishan had ulterior motives towards Jiang Xingxuan. Now at this party, they're even getting handsy. Suddenly, a pair of small hands tugged at the hem of Su Yeqing's dress, who was still angry. Su Yeqing turned her head and saw Jiang Xingxuan with a flushed face. Chairman Su, there are too many people here. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Xingxuan felt a little embarrassed because Su Yeqing had just declared her ownership and everyone around her was staring at her. Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan was about to leave, Su Yeqing hurriedly grabbed her hand. The moment their hands clasped, a tingling electric current coursed through their bodies. Su Yeqing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Chapter 41 establishes the relationship. Jiang Xingxuan looked at their clasped hands and instinctively wanted to separate them. But Su Yeqing wouldn't let her have her way. She held on even tighter. Having finally won the heart of a beauty, how could he not seize this opportunity? Jiang Xingxuan struggled slightly for a few moments, but seeing that Su Yeqing showed no sign of letting go, he stopped struggling. Jiang Xingxuan already had a good impression of Su Yeqing. He has helped me several times now, and Su Yeqing is indeed too handsome. Basically no woman can resist him. Jiang Xingxuan's girlish heart has been somewhat captivated. Su Yeqing also sensed the change in Jiang Xingxuan and knew that she was no longer resistant to her. Su Yeqing's heart was practically soaring. However, on the surface, Su Yeqing did not show any of this. She gently pulled Jiang Xingxuan over and made her stand beside her. Su Yeqing turned her head and looked at Chen Jishan, her handsome face radiating a chilling aura. This is the second time you've tried to hit on my girlfriend. It was a very plain statement, but it made Chen Jishan feel uneasy. I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your girlfriend. I was blind and offended someone I shouldn't have. I'm really sorry. Chen Jishan kept apologizing, his attitude as humble as could be. Should I forgive him? Su Yeqing lowered her head and asked Jiang Xingxuan gently. The doting tone in his voice broke the hearts of the girls around him. Every girl here today is dressed up beautifully, hoping to win the favor of the chairman of Fengyun Trading and rise to prominence. Jiang Xingxuan's appearance instantly eliminated all these girls. Kindness. Jiang Xingxuan blushed and nodded slightly. Looking at Su Yeqing's handsome face, looking at her gently, and slowly asking for her opinion in her ear. Jiang Xingxuan was completely unable to think straight, and subconsciously leaned closer to Su Yeqing. Why are the women around me looking at me with such terrifying eyes? It was as if they wanted to devour her alive. Su Yeqing smiled contentedly as she watched Jiang Xingxuan seek security in her. My girlfriend has forgiven you. As if he had received a letter of acquittal, Chen Jishan's tense body relaxed. But if we don't punish you, won't that encourage others to follow suit? Su Yeqing knew she had to teach these people a lesson. Chen Jishan had essentially jumped out on his own, so she would make an example of him. Since you don't really want to see me either, I'm the same as you. Transfer your family's shares in Fengyun Commerce to me, then we won't have to see each other anymore, and we'll avoid getting annoyed with each other when we do. After Su Yeqing finished speaking, she grabbed Jiang Xingxuan's hand, which he hadn't let go of, and prepared to leave. No, Mr. Su, it's my fault for not raising my son properly, it's all my fault. Upon hearing that Su Yeqing wanted to acquire his shares in Fengyun Commerce, Chen Weiming couldn't hold back any longer. He only owns 5% of Fengyun Commerce, such a small fraction. If Su Yeqing really wanted to acquire it, he wouldn't have any chance to resist. However, the annual returns from this 5% stake are substantial. Now, Chen Weiming was extremely reluctant to spit out the fatty meat he was holding in his mouth. With a single kick, Chen Weiming sent Chen Jishan kneeling before Su Yeqing. Chairman Su, I will discipline this unfilial son properly from now on. Please rest assured, I will never let him appear in front of you and your girlfriend again. Oh? Huajiang City isn't that big, how can you guarantee you won't just run into them? Su Yeqing looked at Chen Weiming and teased him. In fact, Su Yeqing knew in her heart that it wouldn't be so easy to get Chen Weiming to obediently transfer the shares of Fengyun Commerce to her. After all, Chen Weiming wasn't stupid. He wouldn't just give away money he had already earned for no reason. The reason I said that was just to scare Chen Jishan and to vent Jiang Xingxuan's anger. I'll send him abroad immediately. I'll send him to Africa to study for 3 years, so he can suffer and learn a lesson. Chen Weiming immediately made a promise to Su Yeqing. Director Chen is very reasonable. Satisfied, Su Yeqing pulled Jiang Xingxuan towards the hotel balcony. He wanted to take this opportunity to confirm his relationship with Jiang Xingxuan. Once the main character had left, the people around dispersed. Only Chen Jishan, who was kneeling on the ground, collapsed to the ground upon hearing that his father was going to send him to Africa. Balcony of Hualilan Hotel. Jiang Xingxuan was pulled by Su Yeqing all the way to the balcony. Seeing that no one was around, Jiang Xingxuan struggled to pull his hand away. However, Su Yeqing seemed to have become addicted and refused to let go. Chairman Su, you. Jiang Xingxuan looked at Su Yeqing with a hint of helplessness, hoping that he would understand his meaning and let go of his hand. Xian, I was serious about what I just said. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you at the New World Bar. Su Yeqing looked intently into Jiang Xingxuan's eyes. People say that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and Su Yeqing hopes that Jiang Xingxuan can see her sincerity. After several encounters, I'm becoming more and more attracted to you. Can you give me a chance and be my girlfriend? Looking at Su Yeqing's handsome face and the way he treated him so carefully, Jiang Xingxuan's heart was completely captivated. He nodded slightly. That's great, Xian. Su Yeqing hugged Jiang Xingxuan tightly and shouted excitedly. Wait a minute. Jiang Xingxuan lifted her head from Su Yeqing's embrace, and she suddenly thought of a very serious problem. I don't even know your name, how can I be your girlfriend? Looking at Jiang Xingxuan's face, which was almost scrunched up, Su Yeqing smiled with satisfaction. He pinched Jiang Xingxuan's nose. Xian, you're so cute. My name is Su Yeqing. Remember, your boyfriend's name is Su Yeqing. Ha ha. Seeing that Su Yeqing had mocked her, Jiang Xingxuan angrily swung her small fist and lightly patted Su Yeqing's chest a few times. Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan, having established a romantic relationship, were whispering sweet nothings to each other. A father and daughter hurriedly walked into the entrance of the Hualilan Hotel. Munya, look at you, you're always dawdling. You're already late for your first meeting with the new chairman. The man grumbled as he strode toward the Fengyun Trade Center's cocktail party. Dad, wait for me. The woman called Manya, unable to walk freely because she was wearing a floor-length evening gown, called out anxiously. Hurry up, it's almost time for the chairman to give his speech. The man urged him on anxiously. He was Ho Yong, a director of Fengyun Trading. Because he holds 10% of the shares, although it is much smaller than Su Yeqing's, he is still considered the second largest shareholder. It's all your fault, Dad. If you hadn't asked me to dress up nicely, would I have spent more than 2 hours just getting my hair done? Ho Manya complained softly. If it weren't for her father saying that the new chairman was about the same age as her and that she should make the most of this opportunity, she wouldn't have spent so much time getting ready, and now she's almost late. Chapter 42 Body Fragrance. Standing on the balcony of the Hualilan Hotel, Zhang Haito looked at the two people on the balcony, deeply in love, and felt utterly overwhelmed. The chairman's speech was about to begin, but Su Yeqing seemed to have completely forgotten about it, preoccupied only with their romance. Aha! Zhang Haitao pretended to clear his throat, successfully attracting the attention of the two people on the balcony. Su Yeqing turned around and saw that it was Zhang Haitao. Her anger, which was about to rise, subsided by more than half. He knew that Zhang Haitao was very discreet and wouldn't bother him easily. Jiang Xingxuan, on the other hand, looked like he'd been caught red-handed, and shyly buried his head in Su Yeqing's chest. Holding the shy little woman in his arms, Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Haitao. Zhang Haitao knew that Su Yeqing was waiting for him, so he had no choice but to step forward. Chairman Su, it's almost time for you to give your speech. Su Yeqing glanced at the Rolex watch on her wrist. Indeed, I was so focused on my relationship that I forgot about the important things to do today. He gently patted Jiang Xingxuan on the back. Xian, wait for me over there for a moment. We'll start the opening dance later. Good. Jiang Xingxuan was a sensible girl, and quietly stepped aside. As the host introduced Su Yeqing, chairman of Fengyun Trading, on the stage of the reception, next, please welcome Chairman Su to give us a speech. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Su Yecheng strode onto the stage. He waved his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Su Yecheng. Today's party is just an opportunity for us to get to know each other. From now on, I will lead Fengyun Commerce and everyone to make progress and get rich together. Another round of even more enthusiastic applause followed. Making money together is everyone's ultimate goal in joining Fengyun trade. Su Yecheng has spoken for everyone. After giving a brief speech, Su Yecheng stepped off the stage and prepared to go find Jiang Xingxuan. Chairman Su, please wait a moment. A man who was walking in a hurry called out to Su Yecheng. I am Ho Yong, a director of Fengyun Commerce. I'm sorry I'm late. Su Yecheng politely shook Ho Yong's outstretched hand. Chairman Ho, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chairman Su, I'm really sorry for today. I'm late for our first meeting, you know. I should be punished. Ho Yong, being a seasoned veteran, spoke with neither servility nor arrogance, instantly bridging the gap between himself and Su Yecheng. Dad, why are you walking so fast? I can't keep up. The woman who appeared with the coquettish voice was a young woman wearing a tight-fitting evening gown, with exquisite makeup and her hair neatly tied up, except for a few strands of hair hanging down at each side of her temples. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Ho Yong turned around and gave the woman a light shout. He was hoping that his daughter could keep Su Yecheng in check, so he couldn't let her leave a bad impression on Su Yecheng on their first meeting. He pulled the woman over. Chairman Su, this is my daughter, Ho Manya. I was a little anxious because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to finish your speech. Please forgive me. While forcing a smile, Ho Yong pushed Ho Manya in front of Su Yecheng. Manya, quickly greet Chairman Su. Ho Manya straightened her long skirt, which was a little messy from walking in a hurry, took a deep breath, and put on what she thought was her most ladylike smile. Look up. Chairwoman Su, hello, I am Ho Manya. Su Yecheng looked ahead with a half smile, ignoring Ho Manya. He was waiting to see how this pretentious woman would react once she saw his face clearly. It's you? As expected, Ho Manya's ladylike smile completely crumbled when she saw Su Yecheng's appearance. You two know each other? Ho Yong was a little happy. The two must know each other. It seemed that he had taken another step closer to his little scheme. Ho Manya didn't know how to answer her father. When I left home today, my father kept reminding me to make a good impression on the new chairman, and if possible, to develop a further relationship with him. However, Ho Manya knew that because of what happened last time, she had already left a very bad impression on Su Yecheng. Last time, he directly pointed at Su Yecheng and called him a lowly person. He still keeps saying that Su Yecheng is not good enough for him. Ho Yong became a little anxious when he saw that Su Yecheng remained silent and his daughter seemed hesitant to speak. What do you mean, I? You're all young people, what's there to be shy about? Turning his head, Ho Yong fawned over Su Yecheng. Chairman Su, Manya is a girl, she's shy. When did you two meet? If I had known you and Manya knew each other, I would have taken her to Fengyun Trading to pay her a visit long ago, instead of having to wait until this party to squeeze in with everyone else. You two can have more private space and spend more time together now. Su Yecheng was speechless at Ho Yong's blatant act of selling his daughter. Su Yecheng straightened his suit and looked at Ho Yong with an indifferent expression, not giving Ho Manya even a glance. Chairman Ho is joking. How could I possibly know someone like your daughter? I'll take my leave now, my girlfriend is waiting for me. After saying that, Su Yecheng strode off to find Jiang Xingxuan without a trace of hesitation. Thinking that Jiang Xingxuan was already his girlfriend, Su Yecheng's face unconsciously lit up with a smile, making the women around her swoon again. Ho Manya remained standing there, staring blankly as Su Yecheng left without saying a word to her. She thought Su Yecheng would at least make some sarcastic remarks. After all, she had pointed her finger at him and cursed him last time. But no, Su Yecheng didn't say a single word to him from beginning to end, and didn't even glance at him. It felt like I was just a wisp of air. This feeling of being ignored was even more painful for Ho Manya than being scolded. Ho Yong would be a fool if he still couldn't notice something was off about the two of them. He also noticed Su Yecheng's attitude towards Ho Manya and glared at her fiercely. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Su Yecheng quickly found Jiang Xingxuan on the sofa next to the balcony. Sitting down next to Jiang Xingxuan, Su Yecheng put her arm around Jiang Xingxuan's shoulder. Xian, you're so obedient, you've been waiting for me here so well. The two were standing very close, so close that Su Yecheng could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Xingxuan. It wasn't the smell of perfume, it was probably a girl's natural body odor. Xian, you smell so good. Unable to contain herself, Su Yeqing blurted out what was on her mind. This successfully made Jiang Xingxuan's face turn bright red again. He nudged Su Yeqing, creating some distance between them. Can't you be serious for once? Su Yeqing straightened up, knowing she couldn't be too hasty. If you're mistaken for a pervert and scare away the girl, it's definitely not worth it. Xian, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself for a moment. But don't worry, my feelings for you are absolutely genuine. But seeing Su Yeqing's unusually nervous expression, Jiang Xingxuan smiled. Chapter 43 First Love. Why are you so agitated? I just don't know how to approach dating. After all, this is my first time dating. Jiang Xingxuan's voice grew softer and softer. She was a little embarrassed because she had never been in a relationship and her friends often teased her for being a leftover woman. Xian, don't worry about anything, just do what you think is right. Dating is about making yourself happy, there's no such thing as should or shouldn't do anything. Su Yeqing was overjoyed to hear that she was Jiang Xingxuan's first love, never expecting that Jiang Xingxuan would be embarrassed because of it. The two young lovers were whispering to each other when Jiang Haitao realized with a headache that he had to do that sinful thing again. I wonder if I'll get in trouble for interfering with my boss's good time and time again? Jiang Haitao was internally screaming, but he still had to bite the bullet and step forward. Chairman Su, General Manager Jiang from Xingyu Steel is looking for you. Jiang Haitao really wanted to say, you've slept with someone else's daughter, so why is your father-in-law coming to me? Where is justice? My dad? Before Su Yeqing could react, Jiang Xingxuan suddenly stood up. Oh no, I forgot that my dad and I came to the party to discuss cooperation with Feng Yun Trading. Now that we're dating, what am I going to do about this? Jiang Xingxuan looked anxious. If a normal person knew that their boyfriend was the person they had always wanted to curry favor with, they would be overjoyed. But Jiang Xingxuan is different in her mind, doing business is simply doing business. Now that Su Yeqing is her boyfriend, the cooperation between Xingyu Steel and Feng Yun Trading is now mixed with other emotions and is no longer simple. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan pacing anxiously, Su Yeqing felt a little sorry for him. He grabbed Jiang Xingxuan. What's wrong, Xian? What does our dating have to do with our two companies doing business? Su Yeqing's thinking is perfectly normal, of course he would give his full support to his girlfriend's company. How can it be unrelated? Our two companies are not the same in strength. My dad and I came here just to try our luck. Now that we're dating, if Feng Yun Trading gets orders for our company, people will definitely say that I only got them because of your connections. Jiang Xingxuan was so anxious that he twisted his hands together. She truly loved Su Yeqing. After all these years, she had finally met a man who moved her heart, and she didn't want to give up easily. However, Feng Yun Trading is also crucial to its own company. Whether Xingyu Steel can weather this storm depends on whether it can reach a cooperation agreement with Feng Yun Trading. Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan and shook her head helplessly. What a stubborn girl. If it were anyone else, they would have already made all sorts of demands on their boyfriend. On the contrary, she looked down on her own status. Sighing, Su Yeqing felt this was the first time she had been disliked because of her current status. Taking Jiang Xingxuan's hand, Su Yeqing said helplessly. Xian, if you're worried about what others will say, then let's just focus on dating. How about we leave these business matters to your father and General Manager Jiang to handle? Jiang Xingxuan tilted his head, thought for a moment, and asked, is this really okay? Of course you can. You can't just abandon me because I'm the chairman of Feng Yun Trading, can you? Su Yeqing made a hurt expression, which successfully amused Jiang Xingxuan. Okay, I'll do as you say. Good boy. Su Yeqing tucked a tuft of hair that had fallen by Jiang Xingxuan's ear behind her ear, then pulled her towards the VIP room. Go see your uncle, he's probably still wondering about our situation. Seeing that Su Yeqing wasn't angry, Jiang Haitao breathed a sigh of relief and followed behind Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan. Fortunately, the chairman didn't lose his temper. He wants this kind of thing to happen less often in the future, he wants to live a few more years in peace. Uncle, hello. Su Yeqing led Jiang Xingxuan into the VIP room and greeted Jiang Shuma, who was sitting on the sofa. Now that he's Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend, he naturally has to lower his standards when meeting his future father-in-law. Jiang Shuma was unaware that Jiang Xingxuan had already agreed to Su Yeqing's request. She stood up, somewhat apprehensive. No, Chairman Su, hello. Dad. Jiang Xingxuan, who was standing behind Su Yeqing, called out. Jiang Shumo looked over and noticed that the two were holding hands. Xiao Xian, what's your relationship with Chairman Su? Uncle, Xian has agreed to be my girlfriend. Su Yeqing felt that it was better for the boy to speak first in this kind of situation, so she answered before Jiang Xingxuan could. Didn't you just meet? What's wrong? Jiang Shumo still couldn't quite accept it. I know my own daughter well, she would never fall in love with someone after just one meeting. If it's for orders from Fengyun Trading, then that's even more impossible. The daughter he raised, Jiang Shumo, is not the kind of person who would sell herself for money. Uncle, this isn't the first time I've met Xian. We had met a few times before, and I fell in love with Xian at first sight. I was in such a rush back then that I didn't have time to get their contact information, which has always been a regret of mine. I never expected that God would take pity on me this time and finally grant my wish. Su Yeqing spoke very sincerely to Jiang Shumo, intending to persuade him, as a man, to entrust his daughter to him with peace of mind. Xiao Xian, is this true? Have you met before? Although Su Yeqing's attitude seemed very sincere, Jiang Shumo was still a little uneasy and confirmed with Jiang Xingxuan. Yes, Dad. He's the one I mentioned to you, the one who helped me at the New World Bar that time. Having received an affirmative answer, Jiang Shumo had no reason to object. Uncle, please sit down. Seeing that she had won over her father-in-law, Su Yeqing felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders. After pulling Jiang Xingxuan to sit down, Su Yeqing began to address the main point of the day. President Jiang, please have a seat. Seeing that Jiang Haitao was still standing, Su Yeqing gestured for him to sit down with her. After a pause, Su Yeqing said seriously. That's right, Uncle. Xian believes that our relationship will affect the normal cooperation between Fengyun Trading and Xingyu Steel. So I think Xian and I will not get involved in this matter. You and President Jiang will handle all business matters, okay? Su Yeqing was definitely the type to fawn over her father-in-law, so she humbled herself and asked Jiang Shumo for his opinion. Cooperate? Jiang Shumo felt that everything that happened today was done in a skipped manner. First, his precious daughter found a boyfriend without saying a word. Now his future son-in-law, who is also the chairman of Fengyun Commerce, is here to discuss cooperation with him. He hadn't even gotten the chance to cooperate with Fengyun Trading yet, and they were already coming to talk to him about the details of the cooperation. Chapter 44: Upgrading the Diamond Black Card. After explaining these matters, Su Yeqing pulled Jiang Xingxuan outside. Since it was agreed that neither of them would participate, let Jiang Haitao and Jiang Shumo talk to each other alone. Su Yeqing is not actually good at dancing, and Jiang Xingxuan doesn't like being treated like a monkey. The two of them hid in a corner and went off to be lovey-dovey. Many people at the party actually wanted to chat with Su Yeqing and build a relationship with her. But seeing that Su Yeqing's mind was entirely on the woman beside him, he didn't want to disturb her. After all, if they failed to establish a relationship and instead anger the chairman of Fengyun Trading, then it would be a loss. Su Yeqing spent the night in a pleasant manner. He originally intended to take Jiang Xingxuan home, but since Jiang Xingxuan came with his father, there was no need to go through the trouble. Su Yeqing drove his Koenigsegg back to his luxurious villa. After taking a hot bath, Su Yeqing lay in bed, imagining the day when Jiang Xingxuan would live with her in this villa, and fell asleep contentedly. Ding dong! Su Yeqing woke up reflexively. More good news! Host, you are eligible to receive a monthly sign-in bonus today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. Although Su Yeqing didn't understand what the monthly sign-in benefits meant, since the system had said it was a benefit, it must be pretty good. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have received 1 billion renminbi. 1 billion? Su Yeqing's mind was a little confused for a moment. How come the amount I received from signing in before has suddenly increased tenfold? This system offers bonus check-ins, including monthly and yearly check-ins in addition to regular daily check-ins. The system seemed to be able to read minds, and it immediately answered Su Yeqing's question. Does a monthly sign-in mean you sign in every month? Does an annual sign-in mean you sign in every year? Su Yeqing, like a curious child, communicated with the system in her mind. A monthly sign-in is given if you have signed in all your check-ins for the month without missing a single one. An annual visa is granted if you complete all the monthly visas for the year without missing any. Of course, at the same level of rewards, the annual sign-in reward is higher than the monthly sign-in reward, and the monthly sign-in reward is higher than the daily sign-in reward. The system truly lives up to its reputation as a high-tech system, answering all of Su Yeqing's questions in an instant. Yes. Su Yeching was extremely satisfied with the system's answer. As long as she checked in every time, the rewards she would receive would increase and become bigger. I was so focused on talking to the system that I didn't have time to check my bank messages. Su Yeching picked up her phone from the bedside table and opened it. Notification of fund arrival. Your account ending in 3390 received 1 billion renminbi on October 5. Current account balance, XXXX Huaxia Bank. I really did receive a text message notification from the bank that 1 billion yuan had been deposited into my account. Su Yeching decided to make some proper plans. Although Fengyun Commerce is now very large, it can be said to be the leading company in Huajiang City in the building materials industry. I was naive and thought I was the big boss. However, I now know that there are still many large companies in Huajiang City, but they have different business scopes and don't usually come into contact with each other. Su Yeching decided to make good use of the money she earned from signing in through the system to expand her own field. However, this is not something that can be rushed, it needs to be planned slowly. Su Yeching felt that the priority should be to focus on their relationship and win Jiang Xingxuan's heart. Although she knew that Jiang Xingxuan also liked her, they hadn't known each other for very long, so Su Yeching still felt a little insecure. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, someone will steal my partner away. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. Su Yeching's phone rang. Su Yeching thought it was Jiang Xingxuan calling and quickly picked up her phone. It was a call from an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Su Yeching was a little disappointed it wasn't Jiang Xingxuan calling, so she had been disappointed for nothing. Hello Mr. Su, I am Lu Zixuan, manager of Huaxia Bank. We just noticed a significant change in the funds in your account. Our bank would like to upgrade your bank card. When would be a convenient time for you? It seems that the arrival of that billion yuan has attracted the bank's attention. Do banks constantly monitor changes in customers' account balances? Su Yeching was a little puzzled. The bank called as soon as her money arrived in her account. I have a feeling of being watched. Although she felt a little annoyed, Su Yeching didn't show it. Every industry has its own rules. Banks make a living by making money, so they naturally pay close attention to the flow of funds of their customers. Upgrade your bank card? Su Yeching asked, somewhat puzzled. I already have a black card from the bank, how can I upgrade it? Mr. Su, our bank also has a special diamond black card that we don't advertise to the public. It's specifically for customers with over 1 billion in liquid funds. To protect the assets of these customers, our bank has not disclosed this diamond black card to the public. Only customers of your caliber are qualified to know about it. The man on the other end of the phone patiently explained. Okay, I'll go over there this morning. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll be waiting for you at the bank. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeching washed up, ate a few bites of bread, and went out. Because Huaxia Bank was on his way to Fengyun trading, Su Yeching decided to go to the bank first to take care of things before going to the company. Hello sir, what service do you need? As Su Yeching entered Huaxia Bank, a woman whose employee ID number read lobby manager came up to her and asked her questions. Upgrade your bank card. Please take a number and wait in line. The lobby manager assumed that Su Yeching's bank card was simply locked and needed to be upgraded. I'm looking for your manager, Lu Zixuan. Su Yeching decided to go directly to manager Lu. If upgrading to the diamond black card requires taking a number and waiting in line, then what kind of prestige is that? It's not as useful as his current black bank card. Looking for manager Lu? The lobby manager looked Su Yeching up and down. Manager Lu said that a major client with working capital of up to 1 billion yuan would be coming today, and he would only be receiving this client and would not see anyone else. But Su Yeching in front of me was dressed very respectably. But if his liquid assets reach 1 billion, then his net worth is beyond the reach of ordinary people. When you go out, you should at least have 3 or 5 bodyguards, if not a large entourage. Looking at the man now, he's young and single, not at all like the big client manager Lu is waiting for. Thinking this, the woman's face showed a hint of impatience. Manager Lu is very busy today and doesn't have time to see anyone. If you want to upgrade your bank card, just go and get a number and wait in line. Now that there's a customer complaints section, the lobby manager can't be too harsh on Su Yeching. He simply told Su Yeching impatiently to go and queue up to handle her business herself. Chapter 45 Investigating Chen Yiming. What a waste of such beautiful eyes, they've used them all to judge people by their snobbishness. Su Yeching muttered to himself and took out his phone from his suit trouser pocket. I found the caller ID of the person who called me this morning and dialed back. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Mr. Su. When are you coming? I'll meet you at the door. The man on the other end of the phone was very enthusiastic, a stark contrast to the lobby manager. Su Yecheng glanced at the lobby manager who was still standing to the side, her impatience evident on her face. No need, I'm right here in your bank lobby. But your lobby manager said you're too busy to see me today, Manager Lu. Su Yecheng deliberately emphasized the words Manager Lu. Sure enough, the lobby manager, who had been standing listlessly to the side, waiting for Su Yecheng to get a number and queue up, immediately widened his eyes when he heard Su Yecheng say Manager Lu. Mr. Su, you are too kind. My task today is to receive you, my distinguished guest. Please wait a moment, I'll be right out. Manager Lu, fearing that Su Yecheng would get angry and leave, ran out with his phone in hand. Before Su Yecheng could hang up her phone, she saw a man running down the bank stairs. Mr. Su, right? Hello, I am Lu Zixuan. This Manager Lu is very young and very smart. He had never met Su Yecheng, but he heard her mention the words lobby manager on the phone. As soon as he went downstairs, he realized that the young man standing next to the lobby manager was the big client he was waiting for. Hello, I am Su Yecheng. Su Yecheng remained calm, showing neither pride in Manager Lu's enthusiasm nor dissatisfaction with the previous lobby manager's neglect. What's going on, Xiao Zhang? Didn't I say that I was only hosting Mr. Su today? How could you leave Mr. Su standing here in the lobby waiting? Manager Lu is a very good person at handling things. These words highlighted Su Yecheng's distinguished status in their bank. She also criticized the lobby manager for neglecting Su Yecheng. This was also a way of indirectly explaining to Su Yecheng that this matter had nothing to do with him. Su Yecheng just smiled and didn't want to speak up for the lobby manager. The lobby manager was already frightened when Su Yecheng mentioned Manager Lu on the phone. When she saw Manager Lu personally come downstairs to greet Su Yecheng, she was completely stunned. She wanted to say that she didn't know the man in front of her was the VIP that Manager Lu had specifically instructed her to wait for. But this excuse is too weak. Because Mr. Su told me that he was looking for Manager Lu. I just looked down on him. I felt that although he seemed to have some money, he was definitely not at the level of a client with $1 billion in working capital that Manager Lu mentioned. The lobby manager could only think these words in his heart, he couldn't say them out loud. Saying it out loud will only offend more people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It was a very curt apology, but it was the only thing the lobby manager could say. Manager Lu glanced at Su Yecheng. Su Yecheng didn't say anything, but impatiently raised her wrist to look at the time on her diamond-encrusted Rolex watch. Is this how you usually work? You have no sense of observation at all. We have wasted Mr. Su's precious time. Your year-end bonus will be deducted this year. Write me a self-criticism later. Manager Lu knew he had to give Su Yecheng an explanation. So he directly announced the punishment for the lobby manager in front of Su Yecheng. The lobby manager nodded meekly, tears welling up in his eyes. I was filled with regret. How could I have been so blind? Why did I have to look down on people? Okay, Manager Lu. Just get the paperwork done, I need to go to work. Su Yecheng found it a bit boring. If you want to punish your subordinates, you have plenty of time later. Why do you have to do it in front of me? Okay, Mr. Su, this way please. We need to provide your ID card. Manager Lu led Su Yecheng into the VIP room. The upgrade studio for Diamond Black cards is located next to the VIP lounge and is separate from the regular banking services in the lobby. A few minutes. Manager Lu handed over a shiny black bank card with both hands, genuinely adorned with sparkling diamonds. Mr. Su, your bank card has been upgraded. Su Yecheng looked at the upgraded bank card. You know what, the difference in quality makes it look better. I used to think that owning a black card from a bank was a really cool thing. Now it seems I was too narrow-minded. The real big boss uses a diamond black card that banks don't publicly issue. After putting away the diamond card, Su Yecheng got up and left. Manager Lu escorted Su Yecheng to the parking lot in front of the bank and opened the door of the Koenigsegg for her. Mr. Su, please take care. If you ever need my help in the future, just give me a call. When Manager Lu saw Su Yecheng's car, he was even more certain that Su Yecheng was quite wealthy. He drives a Koenigsegg at a young age, and has over $1 billion in cash on hand. What else could it be if not a family that owns a mine? Su Yecheng nodded, which was considered a greeting, and drove the Koenigsegg onto the highway with a whoosh. In high spirits, Su Yecheng drove the Koenigsegg directly to the entrance of the Fengyun building. They entered the private elevator and went directly to the chairman's office. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. The person who arrived was Secretary Wu. It seems he had been waiting for Su Yecheng for a long time. Hand over a document. Chairman Su, this is the information on Chen Yiming that you asked me to look up. Su Yecheng took the documents handed to her by Secretary Wu, and squeezed them. They were quite thick. It seems that Secretary Wu was very meticulous in his work. Su Yecheng turned the pages one by one. The first page introduces some information about Chen Yiming's upbringing. From elite kindergartens, elite primary schools, elite junior high schools, it's all about getting more expensive. Turning to the second page, you find Chen Yiming's illustrious history at Z University, student union president, head of the literature department, vice head of the sports department. In short, he was a multi-talented individual. Su Yecheng turned to the third page with little interest. During her university years, she was busy working and had never participated in any of the student union activities or social events. The third page is the key page that Su Yecheng needs to see. Chen Yiming is the only son of the Chen family's foreign trade heiress, and he takes his mother's surname. No wonder Su Yecheng found it a bit strange when he said Zhou Yue was his uncle. This document contains a detailed record of Chen Yiming's family situation. Chen Yiming's mother, Chen Fengjiao, brought the entire Chen family foreign trade business with her when she married Zhou Yuhua, Chen Yiming's father, who was just a lowly clerk at the time. Is there any chance of winning in Chapter 46? After marrying Chen Fengjiao, Zhou Yuhua immediately resigned and took over Chen's foreign trade. However, Zhou Yuhua was not cut out for business. Over the years, Chen's foreign trade almost went bankrupt under his management. In recent years, after Chen Yiming took over, Chen's foreign trade gradually regained its former glory as a leader in the foreign trade industry. It seems that this Chen Yiming is not simple. Su Yecheng thought to herself. Turning to the last page, it was noted that Chen Yiming had actually taken control of Chen's foreign trade. Secretary Wu, which is larger in scale, Chen's foreign trade or our Fengyun trading? Su Yecheng hasn't been in this industry for very long, and there are some things she doesn't know very well yet. They are even less aware of companies that have no business relationship with them and that they don't usually interact with. This is because our two companies belong to different fields, so there is no basis for comparison. But in terms of company assets, they should be about the same. Secretary Wu glanced at Su Yecheng, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It's okay, just say it directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. Su Yecheng knew that Secretary Wu was afraid of saying something that would anger her, so she was hesitant to speak directly. That's right, Chairman Su. Currently, the assets of the two companies are roughly the same. Secretary Wu, having received instructions from Su Yecheng, spoke freely. However, because Chen's foreign trade is gradually recovering to its former scale, it is not yet at its peak. However, Fengyun trading has already gotten on the right track. If we continue to operate like this, the company can stand firm, but the room for further progress is relatively small. Su Yecheng stroked his chin and said in a deep voice. So, if Chen's foreign trade is managed well, its scale will surpass that of Fengyun trading in the future? You could say that. Secretary Wu didn't just fawn over Su Yecheng, he spoke the truth. Su Yecheng's beautiful lips curled up slightly. No wonder Chen Yiming dared to speak to me so arrogantly that day. He must have powerful backing. What if we add the Huatai building to the mix? What are my chances of winning then? For some reason, Su Yecheng had a gut feeling that she and Chen Yiming were destined for a tough battle sooner or later. Huatai building? That's a building that rakes in money wherever it's located. It's fair to say that the income that Fengyun trading earns over 3 years of hard work is something that others can easily earn by collecting a year's rent. There's absolutely no comparison. Secretary Wu was genuinely frightened. This Chairman Su is really too bold. Is he going to try to acquire Huatai building again by repeating his old tricks? Just kidding, he was only able to acquire Fengyun Commerce by sheer luck. The old chairman's son was unwilling to take over, and the father and son were at odds over the company. This forced the former chairman to transfer his shares in Fengyun Commerce for 100 million yuan in a fit of anger. It's fair to say that Su Yecheng got a complete lucky break. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to acquire Fengyun Commerce even with 500 million yuan. Now, let alone the Huatai building. Industry insiders know that the annual rent for the Huatai building is as high as 300 million yuan, not to mention its physical building, which covers an area of 2,800 square meters and has 31 floors. Secretary Wu stared at Su Yeqing for a long time, swallowed hard, and cautiously spoke. Chairman Su, I think we should give up on the Huatai building project, it's unrealistic. Su Yeqing gave Secretary Wu, who had a serious expression, a strange look. What's wrong? He can't even think about his own business? What's the meaning? Su Yeqing asked very seriously, so seriously that Secretary Wu felt like she was doing something wrong. Taking a deep breath, Secretary Wu decided that he still needed to bring Su Yeqing to her senses. Chairman Su, you can't acquire Huatai building, so don't even think about comparing Fengyun Trading plus Huatai building with Chen's foreign trade. Ha ha ha. Su Yeqing was genuinely amused by Secretary Wu. It was so funny. How could Secretary Wu be so adorable? Secretary Wu felt a little scared as she watched Su Yeqing laughing so hard she was practically slumped in her chair. Is Chairman Su out of his mind? Su Yeqing forced herself to stop laughing and took a deep breath. Secretary Wu, what if I told you that this Huatai building is my property? Su Yeqing waited with amusement for Secretary Wu's reaction. Really? Is this true? Secretary Wu was truly stunned. She hadn't expected Chairman Su to be so wealthy. Of course. Does this give me a better chance of winning against Chen's foreign trade? Su Yeqing's serious demeanor completely convinced Secretary Wu. That's natural. Having received a satisfactory answer, Su Yeqing closed the document, gestured for Secretary Wu to leave, and then walked to the large French window to think quietly. The rent from Huatai building certainly increased his chances of winning. However, Fengyun Trading's territory in the construction sector is already limited, and it is indeed difficult to expand further. However, there is still a lot of room for development in Chen's foreign trade. In this respect, Su Yeqing is indeed a little inferior to Chen Yiming. It seems I need to make good use of the money I earn from signing in through the system to carve out another territory for myself. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su Yeqing isn't exactly idle. She has quite a few things to do every day, big and small. Chairman Su, this is our contract with Xingyu Steel. Please take a look. Zhang Haitao brought the contract he had negotiated with Zhang Shumao to Su Yeqing for approval. Although Su Yeqing said she wouldn't be directly involved, as the chairman, the final decision still rests with Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing read it carefully from beginning to end. Very good, you'll be in full charge from now on. Su Yeqing had promised Jiang Xingxuan that she wouldn't participate in this collaboration, so she didn't plan to offer any further opinions. Okay, Chairman Su. Zhang Haitao received the instructions but did not leave immediately. Is there anything else? Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow. That's right, Chairman Su. The actual situation of Xingyu Steel is no secret in the industry. Although we can place such a large order with Xingyu Steel this time, I'm afraid that Xingyu Steel may not be able to operate it given its current economic strength. If you fail to deliver the goods on time as stipulated in the contract, I'm afraid you won't be helping Ms. Zhang, but rather harming her. Because if there is a delay or failure to deliver the goods, it will be considered a breach of contract, and the penalty for breach of contract will be very high. This could directly lead to the bankruptcy of Xingyu Steel. Zhang Haitao looked serious. He knew that Su Yeqing had partnered with Xingyu Steel to help the Zhang family. Otherwise, even without the current economic crisis, Xingyu Steel, given its scale, would not have met the requirements of Fengyun Trading's partners. He didn't want Su Yeqing to do something good but end up doing something wrong, which would be even more difficult to handle later. After signing the contract, won't Fengyun Trading pay a 30% deposit first? Su Yeqing believed that Fengyun Trading's advance payment should be sufficient to support Xingyu Steel's operations. Chapter 47 Huatai provides guarantee. Chairman Su, you may not be aware of the cooperation methods on the lower level. Raw materials are in very short supply right now, and the economic situation is not very good. If Xingyu Steel orders further down the supply chain, it will require payment upon delivery, which means full payment. This creates a cyclical problem. Fengyun Trading can only pay 30% of the deposit up front, and the remaining 70% will be paid after Xingyu Steel's products are inspected and accepted. Xingyu Steel has to pay for the goods in advance before delivery. We signed an order for 15 million this time. After deducting the 15 million that we will pay, Xingyu Steel will have to advance at least 30 million. However, I heard that Xingyu Steel has approached many banks, but so far no bank is willing to lend them money. As Su Yeqing listened to Zhang Haitao's analysis, her beautiful brows furrowed deeply once again. It seems that Feng Yun trading's orders cannot immediately solve Jiang Xingxuan's company's difficulties. Actually, this matter is very easy for him. He, Su Yeqing, can directly give Xingyu Steel 50 million yuan to get it running. But when she thought of Jiang Xingxuan, that stubborn little woman, Su Yeqing knew she had to give up her idea. After instructing Jiang Haitao to act according to the contract, Su Yeqing nestled deep into her boss's chair. He was thinking about how to help Jiang Xingxuan solve this problem without making her feel like she was benefiting from his relationship as her boyfriend. Su Yeqing rested her chin on her right hand and held her phone in her left, her thumb idly stroking the screen. Unable to think of a good solution, Su Yeqing suddenly became excited when she glanced at the phone screensaver she had unconsciously swiped open. Yes. Why didn't he think of Lu Zixuan, the manager of Huaxia Bank? Opening the call log, Su Yeqing dialed the number from that morning directly. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lu Zixuan. Is there anything I can do for you? The call was answered quickly, without Su Yeqing needing to introduce herself. It seems that Lu Zixuan has saved Su Yeqing's phone number. Hello, Manager Lu, I'd like to ask if your bank handles loan services? Actually, Su Yeqing was just asking politely. Isn't the job of a bank to absorb customer deposits and then lend them out to earn the interest rate difference? Yes, our bank offers loan services. I wonder if you are Mr. Su. Or. Lu Zixuan on the other end of the phone was unsure of Su Yeqing's meaning. No wonder, it's hard to believe that a tycoon who just had 1 billion yuan added to his account in the morning would call him in the afternoon to ask about a loan. It's a friend of mine. Su Yeqing didn't mince words, she knew she'd have to say it sooner or later anyway. Xingyu Steel, I wonder if Manager Lu has heard of it. You mean Mr. Jiang Shumo Xingyu Steel? Lu Zixuan on the other end of the phone looked puzzled. Jiang Shumo has contacted me several times recently, but because my company doesn't meet the loan requirements, I haven't approved it. He had also heard from several colleagues that Jiang Shumo had visited almost every bank in Huazhong City. Now he can get Su Yeqing to call him personally. Logically speaking, the relationship between Jiang Shumo and Su Yeqing should be quite special. Why would Jiang Shumo go to one bank after another, begging them to lend him money when it's only a few tens of millions? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just borrow it from Su Yeqing? Yes, it's Jiang Shumo Xingyu Steel. I wonder if Manager Lu could do me a favor and get the loan approved for Xingyu Steel. Su Yeqing disliked beating around the bush and preferred to be direct. If he can do it, he will. If he can't, he'll figure out another way. Logically speaking, Xingyu Steel does not meet our bank's lending conditions. Lu Zixuan was in a bit of a dilemma. On the one hand, he didn't want to offend Su Yeqing, a major client. On the other hand, he was just a branch manager, and banks have their own set of procedures for doing things. If you handle it improperly, you might be committing a job-related crime. After hesitating for a while, Lu Zixuan tentatively spoke. Mr. Su, if you really want me to lend money to Xingyu Steel, I may still need to trouble you to provide a guarantee. This is the only way. If Xingyu Steel fails to meet the stringent standards, it needs to find a reputable company to act as its guarantor. In this way, if Xingyu Steel encounters difficulties in repaying its loans, the bank can find a guarantor. The bank's interests will not be harmed. Even through the phone, Su Yeqing could sense Lu Zixuan's shrewdness. A cunning fox. Su Yeqing cursed inwardly. Sure, just tell me what documents you need for the guarantee. Since Xingyu Steel's capabilities did not meet the requirements, Su Yeqing had no choice but to comply with the bank's demands. Mr. Su, you would be best to use your company or some real estate to guarantee Xingyu Steel. That would be the easiest way to do it. Company? I only own one company, Feng Yun Trading. However, the two companies currently have a business partnership, so it is impossible for them to provide further guarantees. Real estate? It seems this is the only way. Su Yeqing quickly figured everything out in her mind. Then let's use Huatai Building as collateral. Is that all right, Manager Lu? Huatai Building? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became a bit shrill. Is that not allowed? Su Yeqing was a little conflicted. Leaving aside the property value of Huatai Building itself, the annual rental income alone is equivalent to the loan amount of many Xingyu Steel companies. Is Manager Lu not happy about this? No, Mr. Su, that's not what I meant. I never expected that you would own a property like Huatai Building at such a young age. Su Yeqing really wanted to curse. You're so loud and boisterous. You made me think that the bank's loan requirements were so high that even Huatai Building couldn't help you. Okay, then. What's the next step? However, I have one request. The people at Xingyu Steel must not know that Huatai Building is acting as a guarantor. Just treat it as a normal bank loan. Su Yeqing was afraid that Jiang Xingxuan would feel embarrassed to accept the help if he knew that she had helped him behind the scenes. This? Mr. Su, our bank has never encountered this situation before. Lu Zixuan was extremely puzzled. Was this a case of doing good deeds anonymously? I'll be honest with you, Jiang Xingxuan from Xingyu Steel is my girlfriend. She's very independent and doesn't really want me to interfere in her affairs. Is that so? Okay, Mr. Su, then please sign a guarantee agreement first, and we'll follow the bank's procedures for the rest. Lu Zixuan understood it was all just to make the beauty smile. It seems this Mr. Su is quite the romantic. Okay, then send me a message with the materials you need me to provide, and come find me at Fengyun Trading this afternoon. Su Yeqing wasn't worried that Lu Zixuan wouldn't want to run errands. I'm their Diamond Black Card customer. If they can't even handle this little thing, then it just means their service is terrible. Chapter 48. Let's have a proper relationship. Having solved the problem, Su Yeqing was in an extremely good mood. Lu Zixuan from Huaxia Bank, however, was still holding his phone, which had been hanging up and kept ringing, and couldn't react. Fengyun Trading? I haven't even had time to process what happened at Huatai Building, and now there's Fengyun Trading Company on top of that. What exactly is Su Yeqing's background? I'd never heard anyone in the industry mention Su Yeqing before, but today I was suddenly shocked by all this. Could it be that I haven't done my job properly? Why haven't we thoroughly investigated these prominent figures in Huazhong City? Lu Zixuan reflected deeply and realized that he needed to be more meticulous in his future work. Lu Zixuan immediately sent a text message to Su Yeqing informing her of the documents needed, and then began preparing for the Xingyu Steel loan approval process. The entrance to the Fengyun Trading Company, Limited building. Lu Zixuan arrived at the lobby of Fengyun Commercial Building at the agreed time. Since Su Yeqing did not tell him his specific position at Fengyun Trading, Lu Zixuan had to ask the receptionist. Hello, I'm looking for Su Yeqing, Mr. Su. The receptionist gave the newcomer a strange look. People who usually come to Fengyun Trading to see the chairman address him as Chairman Su. This is the first time someone has said they are here to see Mr. Su. Do you have an appointment? Despite having doubts, the receptionist was very polite. It seems she must have heard about what happened to the receptionist earlier. I am Lu Zixuan, manager of Huaxia Bank. Mr. Su asked me to come to Fengyun Trading to find him. Oh, it's Manager Lu. Chairman Su instructed that you can take his private elevator directly to the chairman's office when you arrive. As the receptionist spoke, she led Lu Zixuan to the door of the chairman's private elevator. Chairman? It seems I was right. This Su Yeqing's identity is indeed not simple. Lu Zixuan walked into Su Yeqing's office, deep in thought. Su Yeqing had prepared all the necessary documents, and Lu Zixuan was very efficient. The procedures were completed in just a few minutes. Chairman Su, I will be waiting for you and Mr. Jiang at the bank tomorrow. Lu Zixuan packed up the documents, didn't linger, and got up to take his leave. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Lu. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Zixuan, Su Yeqing had her secretary see Lu Zixuan out. With everything settled, Su Yeqing wanted to have a proper relationship with Jiang Xingxuan. Pick up the phone and dial. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Hello, who is this? Xian, you didn't save my number? Su Yeqing felt very disappointed to hear a familiar voice speaking unfamiliar words. Jiang Xingxuan on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. He took the phone off his ear and looked at it. It did indeed show the three words Su Yeqing. Sorry, I was a bit busy and answered the call without checking the caller ID. The voice, filled with deep apology and profound weariness, touched Su Yeqing's heart. Xian, didn't you say you weren't going to participate in this collaboration? What have you been busy with? It's some internal issues with Xingyu Steel. Jiang Xingxuan didn't want to say that she had actually been busy looking for a bank loan. My father is currently busy negotiating a cooperation agreement with Fengyun Trading. He took the initiative to take on the loan himself. But she spent another morning running around, even though she told people that her company had reached a cooperation agreement with Fengyun Trading. However, the banks still need to consider the cash flow situation, and none of them are willing to lend money to Xingyu Steel. Zhang Xingxuan didn't want to bother Su Yeqing with these matters anymore. She felt that Su Yeqing had already helped her a lot. She didn't want her relationship with Su Yeqing to be mixed with other relationships. Su Yeqing knew that Zhang Xingxuan's stubbornness was flaring up again, but he didn't call him out on it. Xian, I heard from a friend who works at a bank that Xingxuan Steel needs a loan. He heard about the cooperation between Feng Yun Trading and Xingyu Steel and expressed his willingness to lend money to you. I don't know if you still need it? Su Yeqing asked the question faintly, knowing that this was the only way to get Zhang Xingxuan to accept it. Really? Which bank? I've been to every bank, but none of them are willing to lend to us. Now that Su Yeqing knew, Zhang Xingxuan decided not to hide it anymore. Xingyu Steel really needs a bank loan to complete Feng Yun Trading's order. It's Huaxia Bank. Let's set a time to go there together tomorrow. That's amazing, Yi Qing, you're my savior. Hearing Zhang Xingxuan shout happily on the phone, Su Yeqing smiled gently. All my hard work has finally paid off. Xian, you should have some time now, right? It's time for us to start dating properly. Su Yeqing's tone sounded like a young wife complaining. This successfully evoked a deep sense of guilt in Zhang Xingxuan. I'm sorry, Yi Qing, I've been busy with company matters and have been neglecting you. Then you'd better make it up to me today. I'll come pick you up right away, and we'll go see a movie later. Without waiting for Zhang Xingxuan's reply, Su Yeqing hung up the phone, picked up the car keys on the table, and walked out of the chairman's office. Chairman Su, there will be a department manager meeting later. The beautiful secretary, seeing that the big boss was about to skip work, immediately reminded him. Let General Manager Jiang take charge. Before the secretary could react, Su Yeqing had already taken the private elevator directly to the underground parking garage. The world is vast, but love is the greatest thing. Now, he'll get angry at anyone who dares to interfere with his dating life. Driving the Koenigsegg, attracting countless envious glances along the way, Su Yeqing smoothly parked the car in front of the Huatai building. Su Yeqing got out of the car, called Zhang Xingxuan to let her know she had arrived, and then leaned against the car door to wait. Mr. Su, you've arrived? It was property manager Zhang Tianfei and a chubby man. When Zhang Tianfei saw Su Yeqing, he quickly walked up to her, assuming that the new boss had come to inspect the work. The fat man next to Zhang Tianfei looked puzzled by Zhang's attitude. Who is this young man? What makes Huatai's property manager treat people this way? Manager Zhang, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. You can go about your business and don't worry about me. Su Yeqing was quite approachable. He had investigated Zhang Tianfei and found him to be very serious and responsible, so he felt at ease entrusting the Huatai building to him for continued management. Girlfriend? Zhang Tianfei quickly realized what was going on. It seems the boss acted quickly, winning over Miss Jiang in such a short time. Manager Zhang, who is this? The fat man couldn't figure out Su Yeqing's identity, so he had to step forward and ask. Zhang Tianfei looked at Su Yeqing and received a signal from her. This is Mr. Su, the new owner of our Huatai building. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wan Fucking, the chairman of Fucking Jewelry. Our Fucking Jewelry office is currently rented on the 25th and 26th floors of this Huatai building. The fat man had known about the change of ownership of Huatai building for a long time, but he had never had the chance to meet the new owner. When they met again, he seized the opportunity to introduce himself. Chapter 49, Just Ascending to Power. Hello, I am Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing greeted him politely. There are many companies in Huatai building, and Su Yeqing has not looked into the specifics, so she doesn't know which companies have rented there. However, he knew about Fucking Jewelry. Fucking Jewelry has counters in shopping malls of all sizes, selling everything from small gold items to large rare diamond jewelry. As long as you have the money, there's no piece of jewelry that Fucking Jewelry can't customize. It can be said that Fucking Jewelry is a leader in the jewelry industry. Su Yeqing hadn't expected that Fucking Jewelry would also be renting a space in her Huatai building. Mr. Su, this is my business card. You can contact me directly if you need anything in the future. Wan Fucking handed over his business card with both hands and then took his leave. He overheard it while standing to the side. Su Yeqing had come to pick up his girlfriend. If I waste any more time, I'm afraid it will offend Su Yeqing. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's good to establish a connection today. Yi Qing. As soon as Zhang Xingxuan stepped out of the Huatai building, he saw Su Yeqing. There's no way to ignore a shiny Koenigsegg with a handsome guy standing next to it. Xian. Su Yeqing went up to Jiang Xingxuan and took his little hand. "Oh, Manager Zhang, you're here too." After walking a few steps, Jiang Xingxuan noticed Zhang Tianfei standing to the side. There was nothing she could do. Her attention had been completely drawn to Su Yeqing, and she hadn't noticed that someone else was nearby. It's all because Su Yeqing is too handsome. Jiang Xingxuan glanced at Su Yeqing with dissatisfaction. Su Yeqing also noticed Jiang Xingxuan's little actions, but she was completely confused and didn't know what she had done to offend her girlfriend. "Hello, Miss Jiang. I've always been here. It's just that you only have eyes for Mr. Su." Zhang Tianfei made a rare joke. Jiang Xingxuan, on the other hand, looked like he'd been caught red-handed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he pulled his hand away from Su Yeqing's grasp. "You two know each other? And you know what? Jiang Xingxuan is quite the intelligent beauty." She grasped the key point immediately. "I'm a homeowner in Huatai Building. Do you think Manager Zhang knows me?" Su Yeqing knew this was something that couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it, so she jokingly brought it up. "Are you a homeowner in Huatai?" Jiang Xingxuan remembered that the manager Zhang had mentioned that the new landlord, Mr. Su, had waived a year's rent for his company. "Yes, he just took over." Su Yeqing wanted to lighten the mood. "So you're saying you're waiving our company's rent?" Jiang Xingxuan asked in a low voice, his hands unconsciously twisting together again. She even said that she didn't want her relationship with Su Yeqing to involve any other factors. Now, he was once again being taken care of by Su Yeqing. "Xian, you weren't my girlfriend back then." Seeing Jiang Xingxuan struggle and noticing that her hands were red from being twisted, Su Yeqing reluctantly took her hands again. "I thought you were a very righteous girl back then. Later, after Manager Zhang told me about your company's situation, I decided to lend a hand." Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan with a face full of pity, even though he had indeed fallen for Jiang Xingxuan back then. However, fearing it would increase Jiang Xingxuan's mental burden, he made up an excuse. Su Yeqing was afraid that Jiang Xingxuan would get stuck on her own thoughts, so she wanted to give her some advice. Jiang Xingxuan, however, quickly figured it out himself. "I was being too serious. When we heard that the new landlord of Huatai had waived a year's rent for our company, my dad and I were very grateful. Now that I know the new homeowner in Huatai is my boyfriend, what's wrong with that? It's all because of favors received, it's just a different recipient. However, once Xingyu Steel's funds are back in operation, we will still make up for the rent." Okay. I'll do whatever you say." Su Yeqing breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting her mind at ease. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Xingxuan would make a big fuss about this. "Let's go see a movie then." After greeting Manager Zhang, Su Yeqing opened the car door for Jiang Xingxuan and got in, then jumped in herself and sped away in her Koenigsegg. What a perfect couple. Zhang Tianfei watched Koenigsegg speed away, adjusted his glasses, and exclaimed in admiration. Su Yeqing skipped work to go on a date today. The two watched a light-hearted romantic movie, strolled hand in hand through the mall, and did the same things that other couples do when they're dating. Normally, what men fear most is going shopping with girls, but for Su Yeqing, who is deeply in love, it is a very enjoyable thing. "This women's clothing store looks nice, Xian, let's go in and take a look. It's a Chanel boutique." Su Yeqing heard that this was a French brand, and that girls liked the clothes from this brand. Good. Jiang Xingxuan came from a well-off family and had some exposure to designer brands. It was only in the last 2 years, due to the impact of the overall economic situation, that the company's business experienced a downturn. Anyway, dating is just about going out and having fun with someone you like. Whether you actually buy anything isn't important. Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan entered the store and, looking at the dazzling array of clothes, began to select them with appreciation. "Oh, isn't this Miss Jiang from Xingyu Steel?" A sharp female voice rang out as a stylishly dressed woman appeared. Wen Yiding. Jiang Xingxuan recognized the woman. "Hey Jiang Xingxuan, how come you still have time to go shopping? I've heard that Xingyu Steel is about to go bankrupt. Are you sure you can afford the clothes here?" Wen Yiding and Jiang Xingxuan were in the same department in university. Because Jiang Xingxuan is beautiful and popular, she is hailed as the school beauty by her classmates. Wen Yiding felt that Jiang Xingxuan had overshadowed her. In addition, the senior Wen Yiding had a crush on had always liked Jiang Xingxuan. Therefore, she harbored a deep resentment towards Jiang Xingxuan and opposed her at every turn. The sales assistant who was introducing things to Jiang Xingxuan stopped her enthusiastic service when she heard Wen Yiding's words. "This is a luxury store. A young lady from a bankrupt company couldn't afford it. I packed all the clothes my girlfriend liked into her size. Su Yeqing was furious when she saw someone embarrass Jiang Xingxuan right in front of her. If the other person hadn't been a woman, he would have punched her already. As soon as Wen Yiting entered the room, she focused on Jiang Xingxuan and didn't notice Su Yeqing standing next to her. Now that I see someone speaking up for Jiang Xingxuan, I want to see which blind fool it is. So handsome. This was the only thought that came to Wen Yiting's mind. Seeing Wen Yiting staring at her with such infatuation, Su Yeqing felt a chill run down her spine. Miss, you're drooling. Ah. Wen Yiting subconsciously raised the back of her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth. There's nothing there. Realizing he'd been tricked, he looked around at the people staring at him like he was an idiot. Wen Yiting's long-standing inferiority complex in front of Jiang Xingxuan was completely ignited. Chapter 50 The Pretty Boy. Jiang Xingxuan, your company is almost bankrupt, and you still have the mind to look for a gigolo? You dress all respectable, you probably can't afford to support someone like that, can you? Could it be that you're being kept by some rich woman, and she's the one supporting you in return? Wen Yiting laughed, finding it amusing. Miss, if you forget to brush your teeth before going out, you'd better buy a pack of chewing gum to get rid of your bad breath. Seeing the woman humiliating Jiang Xingxuan like this, Su Yeqing didn't hold back and cursed back. You pretty boy, do you know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of Ontai Life Insurance, and my father is the chairman of Ontai Life Insurance. In fact, Wen Yiting's family's company is about the same size as Xingyu Steel Company used to be. However, Xingyu Steel is currently facing an economic crisis, and she feels that this is the time for her to finally stand up for herself. Ontai Life Insurance? I don't know. Su Yeqing wouldn't give this aggressive woman any face and said disdainfully. I knew you were a clueless pretty boy who didn't know anything, not even Ontai Life Insurance. Wen Yiting glared at Su Yeqing with hatred. It's unbelievable that Jiang Xingxuan is so lucky her family's company was almost bankrupt, yet she still managed to find such a handsome man. Even if he really is a kept man, it's still a source of pride to take him out. That's enough, Wen Yiting. My boyfriend isn't some gigolo. Jiang Xingxuan was also angry when he heard Wen Yiting insulting Su Yeqing by calling her a pretty boy. She had always known that Wen Yiting and she didn't get along, so she didn't mind if Wen Yiting said a few things about her. She was used to it anyway. You can't expect a mad dog to bite you and then bite you back. However, Wen Yiting vented her anger on Su Yeqing, constantly insulting her, until Jiang Xingxuan could no longer hold back. What, you're capable of doing it, but don't have the guts to admit it? Wen Yiting was smug when she saw Jiang Xingxuan was angry. Over the years, no matter how much he provoked Jiang Xingxuan always acted as if he didn't care. It makes it seem like she's performing a one-woman show every time. Wen Yiting, if I remember correctly, your family's company also rents a place in Huatai Building, right? Jiang Xingxuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Yeqing. Yes, my Ontai Life Insurance is located in Huatai Building, but your Xingyu Steel should be kicked out soon. Wen Yiting raised her head high. The companies that can work in Huatai Building are all of a certain size, otherwise, a high rent alone would be enough to deter most people. Jiang Xingxuan looked at Su Yeqing tenderly, and when Su Yeqing returned her a doting smile, he smiled knowingly in return. Our Xingyu Steel owes Huatai Building rent, but the new owner of Huatai Building said that he will waive 1 year's rent for us. This time, Jiang Xingxuan was more confident. She followed suit and raised her head, making her swan-like neck even more captivating. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan like this, Su Yeqing was overjoyed. He doesn't like a little white rabbit that can be bullied by others. On the contrary, Su Yeqing found Jiang Xingxuan's current arrogant demeanor quite adorable. Ha, Jiang Xingxuan, are you obsessed with money? Did the new owner of Huatai waive your rent for a year? I bet you don't even know who the new owner of Huatai is. You're just dreaming. Wen Yiting felt that Jiang Xingxuan was just being stubborn. She had heard that no bank was willing to lend money to Xingyu Steel anymore. Thinking this way, Wen Yiting felt that she could finally vent all the anger she had suffered because of Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Xingxuan, don't act like you're very familiar with the new boss of Huatai just because he hasn't shown up yet and nobody knows him. Even if Wen Yiting loves to pretend, she wouldn't be as shameless as Jiang Xingxuan, who forced connections with big shots she had no connection with at all. What should I do? Yi Qing, they don't believe me. Jiang Xingxuan took Su Yeqing's arm and acted coquettishly, like a little woman. Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked at Su Yeqing a few times, signaling Su Yeqing to cooperate. A big smile spread across Su Yeqing's handsome face. His woman was just too adorable. They're even putting on an act. What can I do? This kind of nobody doesn't know the boss of Huatai, and her level isn't high enough. Can I force her to upgrade her status? Su Yeqing looked helpless, and to be honest, her acting was quite convincing. You two are so shameless. My level isn't high enough? But yours is? Wen Yiting was furious. Jiang Xingxuan was clearly in a weaker position, so why was she the one suffering? Fine, if I don't give you an answer today, you probably won't be able to sleep. I'll be a good person and help them to the end. Su Yeqing sighed, feigning helplessness, and took her phone out of her pocket. A number was dialed. Manager Zhang, does Antai Life Insurance rent rooms in our Huatai building? Inform their chairman that his daughter offended my girlfriend, and that Huatai building will no longer be rented to them. Give them 3 days to move out, and I'll pay the penalty for breach of contract. Wen Yiting looked at Su Yeqing with disdain as he pretended to make a phone call. You two are quite the pair, each one a master of boasting. I'm just waiting for Huatai building to be the place where Antai Life Insurance has to move out. Wen Yiting opened and closed her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the phone rang shrilly. Dad, I'm outside. What's up? You brat, what did you do to offend the girlfriend of the owner of Huatai building? Now they want us to move out within 3 days. The voice on the other end of the phone was practically hysterical, and Su Yeqing and the others could hear it clearly. When did I offend the girlfriend of the owner of Huatai building? I don't even know them. The conversation abruptly ended. Because when Yiting saw Su Yeqing smiling at her, she remembered the phone call Su Yeqing had made earlier. Dad, do you know the new owner of Huatai building? I don't know him. I wish I did. All I know is that his name is Su Yeqing. You could tell that Wen's father was still very angry. His voice was unusually loud. Su Yeqing? Wen Yiting was so startled that her hand trembled and she dropped her phone on the ground. Hey, you brat, say something. The shouting and cursing on the ground continued. But Wen Yiting couldn't care less about any of that now. She remembered that Jiang Xingxuan had called this man Yi Qing earlier. You are the new owner of Huatai building? Su Yeqing? Wen Yiting still asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. Su Yeqing nodded, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in Wen Yiting's heart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wen Yiting was almost in tears. Can anyone tell her what's going on? She just wanted to show off in front of Jiang Xingxuan and embarrass him. How could she have offended the new boss of Huatai building? How did Jiang Xingxuan become the new boss's girlfriend? Chapter 51 God of Dance. Ignoring Wen Yiting, Su Yeqing turned to the sales assistant who had been listening in and spoke. Bring over all your latest styles for my girlfriend to try on. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The sales assistant overheard everything and knew exactly who the real big spender was. All the sales assistants in the store immediately surrounded Jiang Xingxuan to serve him. Wen Yiting stood awkwardly to the side, her apologies ignored by everyone, and even the sales assistants in the store ignored her. But I can't just pack up and leave. She brought this mess upon herself. If she can't get Su Yeqing to retract the order, she'll probably be skinned alive by her father when she gets back. The Chanel sales assistant was very dedicated, handing Jiang Xingxuan all the season's best-selling products in his size. Yi Qing, isn't this too much? Jiang Xingxuan looked at the clothes in front of him speechlessly. This was just too outrageous. It's okay, try this one on first. Su Yeqing picked out a sky blue dress and handed it to Jiang Xingxuan. Mr. Su, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know who you were. While Jiang Xingxuan was trying on clothes, Wen Yiting slowly moved next to Su Yeqing and carefully explained. I know. Su Yeqing nodded understandingly, which pleased Wen Yiting. However, I also know that you are deliberately targeting Xianxian. Su Yeqing added another sentence, leaving Wen Yiting speechless. They know everything, so no matter how much I explain, it's useless. Wen Yiting stood awkwardly to one side, wondering how she could make up for this mistake. Miss Jiang, you look beautiful in this dress. This color is more suitable for people with fair skin like you. The sales assistant praised Jiang Xingxuan as soon as he came out of the fitting room. Su Yeqing turned her head and was also stunned. Jiang Xingxuan looks so beautiful. It's indescribably beautiful, almost otherworldly. Yi Qing, how are you? Jiang Xingxuan was a little unsure of what to do when Su Yeqing remained silent. Beautiful, so beautiful. Su Yeqing snapped out of her shock and praised him repeatedly. How can you praise yourself like that? Jiang Xingxuan was a little embarrassed and said shyly. Get all of these clothes a set in my girlfriend's size. Su Yeqing thought the Chanel clothes suited Jiang Xingxuan very well and planned to buy all of the new items. Yi Qing, this is too much. Jiang Xingxuan knew that the clothes here were very expensive, and buying them all would be a staggering amount. The sales assistant had never encountered such a generous customer before, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. It's okay, as long as you look good in it. As he spoke, Su Yeqing took out a diamond black card. Swipe your card. Okay, sir, madam, please wait a moment. The sales assistant saw that Su Yeqing had taken out a bank diamond black card and didn't hesitate. He immediately called over all the sales assistants in the store to pack the clothes, and then went to swipe his card. Mr. Su, hello, this is 6.88 million. Here is your bank card. The sales assistant respectfully handed over the diamond black card with both hands. This customer is incredibly wealthy. He casually bought his girlfriend a 6.88 million yuan outfit without even blinking. Well, it's not convenient for us to carry so many clothes around while shopping. Do you offer delivery service? Yes, Mr. Su, please leave your address and we will deliver it to you right away. Su Yeqing asked Jiang Xingxuan to leave an address, ignored Wen Yiting who was lingering on the side, and took Jiang Xingxuan's hand to go out. Miss, is there any clothing you like? The sales assistants all witnessed the farce that just happened. Knowing that Wen Yiting has no real ability, she still dares to offend people so easily. They were starting to look down on her, and asked sarcastically. You guys, humph. Wen Yiting watched as Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan left without even glancing at her, as if she were invisible. She also saw these Chanel sales assistants as snobbish. It's just that she placed a 6.88 million yuan clothing order with Su Yeqing. Is it really necessary to be so sarcastic towards her? Stomping her foot, Wen Yiting still reluctantly chased after Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan in the direction they had left. Yi Cheng, I don't want to shop anymore, let's go back. Wen Yiting followed them like a tail, making Jiang Xingxuan very uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll take you home. Get some rest. I have an appointment with Manager Lu from Huaxia Bank at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Would you like me to pick you up? Jiang Xingxuan thought for a moment and then shook his head. No need, my dad will definitely handle the loan. I'll go with Dad tomorrow. We'll meet at the bank entrance. That way, you won't have to make the trip back and forth. Su Yeqing reached out and pinched Jiang Xingxuan's nose. Our Xian is so considerate. Someone is watching. The two joked and bickered all the way to the parking lot, got into the Koenigsegg, and sped off. Wen Yiting, who had been following along, stood there dumbfounded, and had no choice but to go home to see if her father had any ideas. After sending Jiang Xingxuan back, Su Yeqing returned to her villa in a great mood. Today was his first date with Jiang Xingxuan, and it showed him a different side of this young woman. Su Yeqing is growing to like Jiang Xingxuan more and more. Lying contentedly on the big bed, Su Yeqing drifted off to sleep happily. Ding dong. Something good has come again. Su Yeqing reflexively got up. Host, you can sign in for one skill today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. Su Yeqing's answer was incredibly straightforward. Sign in today to receive a Dance God skill. Do you want to use it? Use. Ding. Successfully used. Another golden light flashed, and Su Yeqing began to dance. Marvelous. Su Yeqing closed her eyes and felt various dance moves appear in her mind, and her hands and feet moved along with them. After jumping for a while, Su Yeqing felt tired and stopped. I didn't know before that you could get the Dance God skill by checking in with the system. I wish I had checked in earlier to earn this reward. At that Fengyun trade party, I missed the chance to dance the opening dance with Jiang Xingxuan because I wasn't very good at dancing. I still feel a little regretful. I checked the time, it was 8:15. Today I'm going to accompany Jiang Xingxuan and the others to Huaxia Bank. This is a chance for me to impress my future father-in-law, so I can't be late. Su Yeqing dared not show off her dancing skills anymore and went to the bathroom to wash up and get ready. At 9 a.m., Su Yeqing, who had just eaten a quick breakfast, left home early to avoid traffic jams. This is much more proactive than him going to work at Fengyun Trading. Hey, Xian, I'm at the Huaxia Bank parking lot. Okay, no rush, drive slowly, there's still time. Chapter 52. We're all family. After talking to Jiang Xingxuan on the phone, Su Yeqing leisurely turned on the car's music and played some mobile games to pass the time while waiting for Jiang Xingxuan and the others. An Audi Q7 pulled up next to the Koenigsegg. Su Yeqing immediately got out of the car. He saw Jiang Shumao's car after the party at Fengyun Trading. "Uncle, Xian, you've arrived." Jiang Shuma got out of the car and saw Su Yeqing, and he seemed a little reserved. Su Yeqing is his daughter's boyfriend, so he is an elder. However, Su Yeqing is still the chairman of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited, and is his customer. Jiang Shuma was in a dilemma, but after thinking for a moment, he still greeted them politely. "Chairman Su, I'm sorry to trouble you again today." "Uncle, you can just call me Xiao Yi. I am Xuan's boyfriend, and we will be family from now on." Su Yeqing dared not let his future father-in-law call him chairman, otherwise, would he still be able to marry his daughter? "Dad, just call him Xiao Yi. Calling him chairman makes me feel awkward." Su Yeqing nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I'll call you Xiao Yi." Jiang Shumao laughed heartily. Seeing Su Yeqing's attitude towards him, Jiang Shumao knew that this young man was sincere towards his daughter. When a man is willing to lower his status, it shows his attitude and respect for the other person. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered Huaxia Bank. "Mr. Su, you've arrived." It's the same lobby manager from last time. It seems they learned from their experience, as their attitude this time was extremely respectful. "I will inform Manager Lu immediately." Manager Lu instructed me to inform him as soon as you arrived, Mr. Su. He came down to pick you up in person. The lobby manager was about to take out his phone to make a call. "There's no need to trouble Manager Lu to come downstairs. You can just take us there directly." Su Yeqing stopped the lobby manager from doing so. He came to help Jiang Xingxuan and his group with their loan application. It wouldn't be too strange if Manager Lu came downstairs to pick him up in person. He didn't want Jiang Xingxuan to realize that he had done something underhanded again. "Okay, please follow me." The lobby manager was very cooperative and led Su Yeqing and the others upstairs. "Uncle, let's go upstairs." Su Yeqing and the other two followed the lobby manager directly to the manager's office. "Manager Lu, Mr. Su and his group have arrived." The lobby manager opened the door and invited Su Yeqing and the others into the office. "Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, hello." "Xiao Zhang, didn't I tell you to let me know when Mr. Su and the others arrive, and I would come downstairs to pick them up?" Manager Lu reprimanded the lobby manager. "Su Yeqing is a major client of the bank and cannot be neglected. We're all friends, there is no need for you, Manager Lu, to come downstairs to pick us up personally." Before the lobby manager could speak, Su Yeqing spoke directly. Yes, we are friends, huh?" Manager Lu was clearly flattered. To be called a friend by Mr. Su is such a great honor. "Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, please have a seat." "Xiao Zhang, go pour some tea." Manager Lu greeted them warmly. Looking at Manager Lu, whose attitude had completely changed, Jiang Shumo understood that this was all because of Su Yeqing. Thinking back, I realized I had visited Manager Lu several times before. You could even say he came to beg several times, but they never even gave him a second glance. Every time, they just tell me to go back and wait, and that's how they get rid of me. Thinking of this, Jiang Shumao still felt a little sour. In this society, strength still speaks volumes. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su told me about your company's situation." Manager Lu's words brought Jiang Shuma back to reality. "That's right, Mr. Jiang. Previously, your company did not meet the loan requirements because the banks had their own regulations." Manager Lu glanced at Jiang Shuma with a slightly apologetic expression. Su Yeqing saw this and knew that Manager Lu was trying to explain his past behavior. With a smile, Su Yeqing didn't interrupt. She wasn't the main character today, she could just wait. However, Mr. Su later mentioned to me that Xingyu Steel and Fengyun Trading had signed a contract. Manager Lu gave Su Yeqing a fawning look, and seeing that Su Yeqing had no objections, he continued. "Therefore, after careful consideration, our bank has decided to approve your Xingyu Steel's loan request." Phew, after all that build-up, we've finally gotten to the point. Thank you, Manager Lu." Although he knew that Su Yeqing had helped him, Jiang Shumao still sincerely thanked Manager Lu. The contract with Fengyun Trading has been signed, and now the bank loan has been approved. Xingyu Steel is truly saved. If it weren't for someone else, Jiang Shumao would have really wanted to cry. "Uncle, everything has been settled. Have you brought all the necessary documents?" Su Yeqing noticed Jiang Shumao's agitation and felt a little sorry for him. It's so hard being a middle-aged man, there's no one he can rely on, and everyone is waiting for him to rely on them. "I've brought everything, I've brought everything. Jiang Shumo glanced gratefully at Su Yeqing. This little Yeqing had noticed his embarrassment and deliberately spoke up to help him out of the predicament. The rest of the matter went smoothly, and Manager Lu did not mention the Huatai building acting as a guarantor. This time, Manager Lu personally escorted Su Yeqing and the others out of the bank. Mr. Su, please take care. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. Su Yeqing took the initiative to extend her hand and shake hands with Manager Lu. Thank you for your help this time, Manager Lu. Of course, of course. After successfully completing the loan application, the three of them walked easily to the parking lot. Uncle, are you going straight back to Huatai building? Su Yeqing asked politely. Zhang Tianfei from Huatai building sent me a message early in the morning. It was said that when Li Chuan, the chairman of Antai Life Insurance, wanted to meet him. After all, she had suddenly asked him to move out, so Su Yeqing agreed to meet him in the morning. I need to go to Fengyun Trading. General Manager Jiang has asked me to discuss the contract. When the topic turned to Fengyun Commerce, Jiang Shumo became more polite. Su Yeqing is still the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade, and it's impossible for Jiang Shumo not to care about her at all. Oh, I'm going to Huatai building. Xian can come with me. Su Yeqing didn't inquire about the contract, having stated that she wouldn't be involved. There was no need to bring it up again. By the way, Xian told me yesterday that you are the new owner of Huatai building. Jiang Shumo was so focused on the bank loan today that he forgot about such an important matter. Look, you directly waived a year's rent for Xingyu Steel. I don't even know what to say. Jiang Shumo said this with great embarrassment. Now that he knows it was his daughter's boyfriend who waived the rent for his company, Jiang Shumo is indeed a little embarrassed. I've benefited too much from Su Yeqing lately. Uncle, we're all family, you don't need to be so polite. Su Yeqing didn't want Jiang Shumo to have too many thoughts, so she directly stated her position. Chapter 53: The Father's Fault for Failing to Raise a Child. Yes, Dad, I've already talked to Yi Qing. Once Xingyu Steel's cash flow improves, we'll make up the rent. Jiang Xingxuan, not wanting his father to be under too much pressure, also offered words of comfort. Okay. Jiang Shumo looked at the young couple standing in front of him and felt very gratified. After watching Jiang Shumo drive away, Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan also got into the Koenigsegg. Yi Qing, did you go to Huatai building because of what happened yesterday? Jiang Xingxuan looked at Su Yeqing, who was driving attentively, and asked softly. Yesterday, she got a bit competitive and publicly revealed Su Yeqing's identity as the new owner of Huatai building. Su Yeqing glanced at Jiang Xingxuan with amusement, knowing that this little woman was overthinking things again. It has nothing to do with you. It's not like it's anything shameful. Everyone will find out sooner or later anyway. That way, when I pick you up in the future, I can walk around the Huatai building with my head held high. Su Yeqing's gentleness was only revealed when she was with Jiang Xingxuan. Do you think you're a crab? Jiang Xingxuan felt relieved because of Su Yeqing's words, and seeing that Su Yeqing was starting to show off, he played along and joked with her. We chatted and laughed all the way to the entrance of Huatai building. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Having received confirmation that Su Yeqing would be coming today, Zhang Tianfei waited at the building entrance early in the morning. Because Su Yeqing was in a bit of a rush last time and hadn't been to her own office yet, Zhang Tianfei had to take the new boss to see it. Kindness. Su Yeqing nodded. Hello, Manager Zhang. Jiang Xingxuan, who got off the bus at the same time, politely took the initiative to greet Zhang Tianfei. Miss Jiang has arrived as well. Su Yeqing patted Jiang Xingxuan's hair. Xian, do you want to come with me to the office to take a look? No need, you have other things to do, I'll go back to the company first. Jiang Xingxuan didn't want to get too involved in Su Yeqing's affairs. She knew Su Yeqing had already done enough for her. Okay, you can go up first then. Su Yeqing didn't insist. He knew this little woman could be very soft-hearted at times. He was afraid that if the Wen family father and daughter begged for mercy, Jiang Xingxuan would soften his heart. As Jiang Xingxuan entered the elevator, Zhang Tianfei stepped forward. Mr. Su, Wen Lichuan has been waiting in my office. Take me to the 31st floor first. Su Yeqing had her hands in her pockets, not in a hurry at all. Okay. Zhang Tianfei led Su Yeqing directly into the elevator and up to the 31st floor. The boss has spoken, those minor figures who make mistakes should bear the consequences themselves. Su Yeqing entered a large office without a nameplate. The interior is even more luxurious than the chairman's office of Fengyun Trading. Not to mention that the area is twice the size of Feng Yun Trading's office. The decoration style is full of the word luxury. Mr. Su, do you see any areas in this office that need to be changed? Zhang Tianfei looked at Su Yeqing. Everyone has different preferences, and he didn't know whether Su Yeqing was satisfied with the current office decoration. No need, I don't come here often anyway, let's leave it at that. Su Yeqing's main office is still Feng Yun Trading. Besides, the decor here is already top-notch, there's not much to change. Okay. Zhang Tianfei stood quietly to the side, waiting for Su Yeqing's instructions. Give me the tenant information for Huatai Building. After yesterday's events, Su Yeqing felt it was necessary to take a closer look at the businesses under her name. If Jiang Xingxuan hadn't reminded him yesterday, he wouldn't have known that the arrogant Wen Yiting was just the daughter of one of his tenants. Zhang Tianfei immediately took a folder from the large filing cabinet and handed it to Su Yeqing. Mr. Su, all the tenant information of Huatai Building is in here. Good. Su Yeqing took the folder and looked at it carefully. Zhang Tianfei remained silent and stood there waiting. An hour later, Su Yeqing raised her head and rubbed her slightly sore neck. Manager Zhang, why have you been standing here the whole time? Su Yeqing was so engrossed in watching that she didn't notice Zhang Tianfei standing there waiting for her. Su Yeqing glanced at Zhang Tianfei with a slightly apologetic look, not expecting him to be so straightforward. I think Mr. Su was looking at it too intently, so I don't want to disturb him. Zhang Tianfei didn't mind, he was just an employee, and Su Yeqing, as his boss, was already quite easy to please. Did Wen Lichuan come alone? Su Yeqing came to Huatai Building today because of this matter he hadn't forgotten. The reason they deliberately made Wen Lichuan wait for so long was to make him feel uncertain. It was a psychological tactic. He came with his daughter. Zhang Tianfei answered truthfully. Su Yeqing nodded. It seemed that Wen Lichuan did have some brains. Knowing that it was his daughter who caused the trouble, they brought the culprit over directly. Let them come here. Su Yeqing didn't want to take the initiative to meet them. He found a comfortable position in the office chair and took out his phone to play. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing that Su Yeqing was focused on her phone and didn't respond, Zhang Tianfei had no choice but to reply himself. Please come in. Mr. Su, Manager Zhang. A middle-aged man with a square face walked in, followed by a girl with her head down. Su Yeqing only frowned slightly upon hearing the voice, without looking up. It seemed that the visitor had disturbed his enjoyment of playing the game. Wen Lichuan walked quietly to Su Yeqing's desk. They dared not utter a sound and waited quietly. Time passed by, minute by minute. Finally, Su Yeqing seemed to have finished a game and put away her phone. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wen Lichuan from Antai Life Insurance. Seeing that Su Yeqing had finished her work, Wen Lichuan immediately introduced himself. What's up? Su Yeqing raised her head, her expression indifferent, and her tone distant. Mr. Su, Yiting offended your girlfriend. I already scolded her after she got home yesterday. Could you please be magnanimous and not hold this brat against you? Can you rescind the order that makes Antai Life Insurance move out of Huatai Building? Wen Lichuan acted like a junior servant. Actually, he had no choice. In the insurance industry, you have to let your clients see your capabilities. Having your office in Huatai Building is a testament to your capabilities. Because companies that don't reach a certain size cannot enter the Huatai Building. Now that Su Yeqing is asking him to move out of Huatai Building, she is telling her clients that Antai Life Insurance is not strong enough and is being forced out of Huatai Building. Who would still trust Aetna Life Insurance after this? How can Aetna Life Insurance maintain its foothold in the insurance industry? Your daughter insulted my girlfriend in public, and you think you can resolve that with just a casual remark? Su Yeqing's face fell. No wonder Wen Yiting dared to be so arrogant. It's all because Wen Lichuan spoiled her. It's truly the father's fault for not raising his child properly. Chapter 54, Re-signing the contract. No, that's not what I meant. Wen Lichuan nervously waved his hands repeatedly. He glared fiercely at Wen Yiting, who had remained silent since entering the room. You made the mistake yourself, so you should ask Mr. Su for forgiveness. I. Wen Yiting looked up at Su Yeqing, whose face was cold, and didn't know what to say. I apologized yesterday, but Mr. Su didn't accept it. What do you mean? Are you mute? Wen Lichuan was furious, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It's all my fault for spoiling this daughter too much. She dares to offend anyone. This time they've caused such a huge disaster that it could directly impact Antai Life Insurance. How would I know that Jiang Xingxuan is Mr. Su's girlfriend? That's how I always talk to her. If her boyfriend weren't a property owner in Huatai Building, would you have cursed me like that? Wen Yiting was severely scolded after returning home last night. This morning, my father dragged me to the Huatai Building again. I've been standing like I'm being punished since morning, and I haven't even had a chance to sit up against the chair. Now, in front of Su Yeqing and manager Zhang, his own father is showing him absolutely no respect. Wen Yiting also completely exploded. You still think you're right, huh? When Li Chuan was humiliated when Wen Yiting publicly contradicted him. Smack. A very crisp sound. Dad, you hit me? Wen Yiting covered her face, which had been slapped by Wen Lichuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Wha? Wen Yiting had never been beaten by her father before. She covered her face and ran out crying. Isn't Mr. Wen going to pursue them? Su Yeqing asked casually. He was used to seeing these spoiled and willful young ladies. They are the ones who bully others most of the time, and if I suffer even the slightest grievance, it's like the sky is falling. No, it was her fault to begin with. The matter was not yet resolved, and Wen Lichuan had no time to deal with Wen Yiting's little temper. Moreover, he really needs to keep a close eye on his daughter, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble she might cause him in the future. Mr. Su, I will give Yiting a good talking to when we get back, and I promise I won't let her provoke Miss Jiang again. When Lichuan knew that Su Yeqing was acting out of anger for the sake of a woman. This issue needs to be addressed at its root. Oh, you can do that? Su Yeqing really couldn't stand Wen Yiting's sarcastic attitude towards Jiang Xingxuan. The person he wanted to cure was Wen Yiting. I promise. Wen Lichuan nodded repeatedly, almost as if he were about to swear an oath. Since Mr. Wen has said so, I can't just condemn him outright, can I? Su Yeqing placed her hand on the boss's chair and patted it intermittently. However, my girlfriend has suffered such a great injustice, and it's not so easy to resolve. Su Yeqing's beautiful eyes stared straight at Wen Lichuan, making Wen Lichuan feel uneasy. Mr. Wen, if you are sure you still want to rent the Huatai Building for office space, this contract needs to be signed again. Re-sign? Wen Liquan was a little confused. Yes, we'll renegotiate the contract, and the rent will increase by 30%. Consider it a lesson learned. Su Yeqing said it with certainty, without the slightest hint of joking. 30%, Mr. Su, isn't that too high? If the rent increases by 30%, his annual rent will increase by 3.6 million, which would amount to 36 million over 10 years. Wen Lichuan felt a bit bewildered. The price Wen Yiting paid for offending Mr. Su's girlfriend was far too high. I didn't T-force Mr. Wen. Actually, I still hope you can move out within 3 days. I will pay the penalty for breach of contract. After all, my girlfriend lives in this Huatai Building. I'm worried that if your anti-life insurance continues to rent here, what if your daughter runs into my girlfriend and goes crazy again? Su Yeqing appeared completely unconcerned. In fact, Su Yeqing was speaking from the heart. He didn't care about the rent from anti-life insurance at all. Money is really not important to Su Yeqing now. Because they have plenty of money. For him, Jiang Xingxuan's happiness is the most important thing. Mr. Su, I'll sign it again. And I promise I won't let Yiting step into the Huatai Building. When Lichuan gritted his teeth and made a decision directly. He had already seen Su Yeqing's determination. When Lichuan is now afraid that if he hesitates, Su Yeqing will really kick anti-life insurance out of Huatai Building. Manager Zhang, I'll leave this matter to you. Once Su Yeqing made her decision, she didn't want to deal with these trivial matters anymore and simply handed them over to Zhang Tianfei. Seeing that his boss had spoken, Zhang Tianfei led Wen Lichuan to prepare to go down and sign the contract again. Looks like the boss isn't a spendthrift. He knows when to add more money to fleece the customers. Zhang Tianfei mentally praised Su Yeqing. Having witnessed Su Yeqing's generosity in waiving 12 million yuan with just a few words, Zhang Tianfei's biggest fear now is that his boss doesn't treat money like money. Wait a moment. Su Yeqing suddenly called out to the two people who were almost at the door. Zhang Tianfei was startled. No way, this new boss can read minds and heard the things I just said to him in my head? He turned around nervously. Upon realizing that Su Yeqing was indeed staring at him, Zhang Tianfei instantly lost his composure. Add a clause to the contract stating that if Wen Yiting speaks rudely to Jiang Xingxuan again, Huatai Building can terminate the lease with anti-life insurance at any time. Okay. After receiving the order, Zhang Tianfei quickly walked out. Su Yeqing looked at Zhang Tianfei's fleeing speed and touched her face in confusion. Am I that scary? The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. The sudden ringing of her cell phone startled Su Yeqing. After checking the caller ID, Su Yeqing answered the call with a disgruntled expression. Otomo, what's up? Can't I come to you, the big boss, for no reason? Wang Dayo on the other end of the phone still seemed carefree. Aren't you busy with orders? Why are you calling me now? Don't come crying to me when you can't fulfill the contract. Friends who are really close are like Su Yeqing and Wang Dayo. They have a very good relationship, but the things they say to each other are incredibly annoying. TCH, just wait and see if you can get more orders from me. Wang Dayo has been busy with orders lately and is full of confidence. Speak, what do you want from me? Su Yeqing knew Wang Dayo well enough to know that it wouldn't be something trivial for him to put down his order and come to her at this time. He, you know me best. Well, Liu called me to say that her mother's surgery was very successful and she wanted to thank me. I know you won't care about these things, and I already turned them down for you. But she called me several times, and I felt too embarrassed to refuse, so I agreed on your behalf. 7 p.m. tonight, at Philip's restaurant. Su Yeqing was a bit overwhelmed. He still remembered Lu Yu's gaze, and he didn't really want to have any contact with her. Hey, Su Yeqing, did you hear me? I promised on your behalf, so you have to give me that face. Wang Dayo was getting a little anxious when he didn't get a reply from Su Yeqing for a long time. Okay, I understand. Su Yeqing readily agreed he already had a new idea. Chapter 55 The beautiful woman looks familiar. 1858. Filet Restaurant. Wang Dayo, has Su Yeqing really agreed to come? Lu Yu, who had clearly dressed up carefully, watched as the time drew closer to 7 o'clock, but she couldn't even spot Su Yeqing. Lu Yu was getting a little anxious. She had come to Su Yeqing today under the guise of expressing her gratitude, and had even dressed up specially for the occasion. Ever since that day when Su Yeqing transferred 100,000 yuan to him without batting an eye at the New World Bar. Lu Yu also inquired carefully. I now know that Su Yeqing is quite remarkable, having become the chairman of Fengyun Commerce. Seeing how capable the poor boy she used to look down on is now, Lu Yu is filled with regret. If I had known this would happen, I should have gotten closer to Su Yeqing back in college. However, when Lu Yu inquired about Su Yeqing's whereabouts, she learned that Su Yeqing and Yulin had already broken up, so she felt that she still had a chance. Don't worry, Su Yeqing won't go back on her word. Maybe there's traffic on the way. Let's wait a little longer. Wang Dayo didn't have as many ulterior motives as Lu Yu. He firmly believed that Lu Yu genuinely wanted to thank Su Yeqing, which was why she made so many calls to ask him to meet Su Yeqing. Oh, then let's wait a little longer. Lu Yu actually wanted Wang Dayo to make a phone call to confirm with Su Yeqing again. But seeing that Wang Dayo didn't seem to be in a hurry, she didn't want to urge him directly. He was afraid that Wang Dayo would see through his thoughts and then he wouldn't be able to ask Wang Dayo for help in the future. See, I told you this kid would come. Wang Dayo pointed to Su Yeqing at the restaurant entrance and said. There was no way around it. Su Yeqing was just too handsome, and he attracted a lot of attention as soon as he entered the restaurant. Upon hearing Wang Dayo's words, Lu Yu also looked towards the door. I was stunned for a moment. Su Yeqing is so handsome. How come I never noticed this before? Can money really change a person so much? Lu Yu's resolve hardened. Hey, the beautiful woman Su Yeqing is holding hands with looks familiar. Wang Dayo looked at Jiang Xingxuan, who was walking in hand with Su Yeqing, with a puzzled expression, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Upon hearing Wang Dayo's questioning voice, Lu Yu immediately shifted her gaze from Su Yeqing's face to Su Yeqing's hands. Sure enough, she was holding a little hand. As Su Yeqing entered, the girl behind her also came into Lu Yu's view. It's her? Lu Yu recognized the girl who had helped her at the New World Bar. But judging from the situation at that time, she and Su Yeqing should not have known each other. When did these two get together? Lu Yu felt a deep sense of displeasure. Su Yeqing, over here. Wang Dayo didn't notice anything unusual about Lu Yu and raised his hand to greet Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing smiled when she saw Wang Dayo and took Jiang Xingxuan's hand as they walked over. His smile caused a stir in the restaurant, with many gasps of surprise. Some even started whispering among themselves. Is this man a celebrity? How can he be so handsome? I've never seen such a handsome celebrity before. Has he debuted? My goodness, the girl he's holding hands with is so lucky. Su Yeqing ignored all of this and went straight to Wang Dao's table. Su Yeqing, who is this beautiful woman? She looks so familiar. Wang Dao is somewhat immune to Su Yeqing's good looks. Being a man, it's only natural for me to look at beautiful women. My girlfriend, Jiang Xingxuan. Su Yeqing introduced Jiang Xingxuan to Wang Dao with a smug look on her face. She lowered her head and looked at Jiang Xingxuan gently. Xian, this is my best and only friend from college, Wang Dao. Hello, sister-in-law. You're so beautiful. Haven't we met somewhere before? Wang Dao was incredibly outgoing, immediately moving up to Jiang Xingxuan. We should have met at the New World Bar. Su Yeqing had mentioned the New World Bar before, so when Jiang Xingxuan thought of that place, he remembered that he had indeed met Wang Dao there. Oh, right, you're the chivalrous heroine who stepped in to help. Wang Dao admired Jiang Xingxuan's behavior that time and moved closer, somewhat excited. Jiang Xingxuan took a step back uncomfortably, only to find himself in Su Yeqing's arms. Su Yeqing hugged Jiang Xingxuan tightly and frowned at Wang Dao. Dao, you scared Xian. Seriously, this is his girlfriend, why is Wang Dao being so enthusiastic? Su Yeqing tightened her grip on Jiang Xingxuan's hand. He definitely has the air of a domineering CEO. Yi Cheng. Jiang Xingxuan felt a little embarrassed seeing so many people watching, so he nudged Su Yeqing's hand, signaling him to let go of him. Su Yeqing gave a sly smile and leaned close to Jiang Xingxuan's ear. You threw yourself into my arms. Boom. Jiang Xingxuan's face turned bright red. Hey, do you two have to be so flirtatious? I'm a bachelor right now, can't you be a little considerate of my feelings? Wang Dao started making a big fuss again. Su Yeqing, you're here. Please have a seat. Lu Yu, who had always been treated as an invisible person, was unwilling to be ignored and spoke up to show her presence. Oh, right, I was so busy looking at the pretty girls that I almost forgot Lu Yu was hosting today. Wang Dao's intention was to help Lu Yu ease her embarrassment, since they had indeed overlooked her. But to Lu Yu, it didn't sound the same. What does it mean to only look at pretty girls? Does that mean Su Yeqing's girlfriend is beautiful, but he himself isn't? Without responding to Wang Dao, Lu Yu simply greeted Su Yeqing and sat down herself. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Xingxuan clearly sensed Lu Yu's unwelcome attitude towards him. Lu Yu, it was Wang Dao who said you called me several times to thank me, so I came over. But did you see the same attitude from the person who actually helped you at the New World Bar last time? Or is your gratitude just because of the money? Su Yeqing was very dissatisfied with Lu Yu's attitude towards Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Xingxuan helped her at the bar, but she ignored it. If you were to say that this meal was simply a thank you dinner, Su Yeqing really wouldn't believe it. After all, Lu Yu's eyes had already betrayed her last time. Su Yeqing agreed to come over with Wang Dao this time because she wanted to completely put an end to Lu Yu's feelings for her. Su Yeqing really didn't want to get involved with gold diggers. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just didn't recognize Miss Jiang for a moment. Lu Yu felt very embarrassed that Su Yeqing had exposed her so mercilessly. But in order to have any future contact with Su Yeqing, he had no choice but to lower his stance. He quickly stood up. Miss Jiang, please have a seat. I didn't recognize you just now. Thank you so much for what you did last time. Lu Yu greeted Jiang Xingxuan warmly, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xingxuan glanced at Su Yeqing. At first, she thought it was Wang Dao's words that upset Lu Yu, and she just thought the girl was a bit petty. But now it seems that Lu Yu's target is Su Yeqing. Chapter 56 Using a Gun. Su Yeqing returned Jiang Xingxuan's gentle smile and tightened her grip on her hand. Jiang Xingxuan understood and shook hands with Su Yeqing in return. The two sat down hand in hand. Since Lu Yu is going to put on an act, they might as well play alone. Jiang Xingxuan also wanted to see how Su Yeqing would deal with these women who came to her door. After all, given Su Yeqing's wealth and looks, there will be many women like her in the future. She had no time to swat away the flies one by one. Thinking this, Jiang Xingxuan glanced at Su Yeqing, the warning in his eyes quite obvious. Su Yeqing accepted Jiang Xingxuan's warning and looked completely innocent. This isn't something he wanted, okay? The two were exchanging flirtatious glances. Wang Dao, on the other side, also realized that his good intentions had been used as a tool, and he was a little unhappy. Seeing that no one was talking to her, Lu Yu became a little anxious. Miss Jiang, I really didn't mean it. I was so happy to see Su Yeqing that I didn't notice you. After all, we haven't seen each other for a while, and I'm a little too excited. If Lu Yu was merely deliberately ignoring Jiang Xingxuan earlier, so now she's openly declaring war on Jiang Xingxuan. Oh, I see. Jiang Xingxuan simply nodded calmly, unmoved by Lu Yu's provocation. Su Yeqing was starting to have a hard time. What do you mean they haven't seen each other for a while? It makes it seem like they see each other all the time. After graduation, Su Yeqing only saw Lu Yu once at the New World Bar. How can you be so shameless? Su Yeqing really wanted to spit it out, but Jiang Xingxuan handed him a drink. Yi Qing, try it, it's delicious. Su Yeqing obediently lowered her head and took a sip. It's delicious, Xian, you should have some too. Good. The two of them started showing their affection without regard for anyone else, completely ignoring Lu Yu. Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan was completely unaffected by her, Lu Yu was so angry that she almost bit her lip until it bled. They had no choice but to continue using drastic measures. Su Yeqing, thank you so much for my mother's surgery last time. I didn't expect you to be so worried when you heard that my mother was sick, and to send me so much money without even thinking about it. Listen to that, how ambiguous it is. Lu Yu believed that she was no uglier than Jiang Xingxuan. Moreover, Su Yeqing had known Jiang Xingxuan for no longer than he had. The two must have just started dating. If he could make Jiang Xingxuan suspicious, their relationship would easily break down. That will be a good time for me to take over. I don't know whether to say that Lu Yu is too confident or just brainless. It's unbelievable that someone would do something like this, directly sowing discord in front of the parties involved. Lu Yu, you look like a clown right now. Su Yeqing abandoned the gentleness she showed only to Jiang Xingxuan, her whole body turning icy cold. If it weren't for Wang Dao's sake, I wouldn't have helped you at all. Because we are not only unfamiliar with each other, but we can even be said to be strangers. We hadn't even exchanged a single word before that, had we? You mentioned earlier that we haven't seen each other for a while? Have we met? If I weren't rich now, would you be willing to meet with that poor kid from before? Su Yeqing's eyes were filled with coldness. Some people really didn't need pity. Giving her face will only embolden her to take advantage of you. All I can say is that I helped a heartless person. You are neither grateful nor willing to give, and you are always coveting what does not belong to you. Consider that money a donation to a beggar, and don't ever show your face in front of me again. Su Yeqing stood up and pulled Jiang Xingxuan along. Xian, let's go. Su Yeqing glanced at Wang Dao, who was still sitting there dumbfounded, and felt a bit disappointed in him. Dao, you should be more careful. Don't let your good intentions be taken advantage of by these shady people. Watching Su Yeqing leave without looking back, Wang Dao felt a pang of sadness. Lu Yu, I treated you as a classmate, I never expected you to have such dirty thoughts. I guess I misjudged it. Everyone left with disgusted expressions, and Lu Yu slumped blankly in her chair. This woman is quite pretty, yet she's so shameless. That's right, someone helped her, and she actually tried to ruin their relationship. They're just after their money. You heard that man say that when she was poor, she never even spoke a word to him. Ugh, that's so shameless. This kind of woman only deserves to be a mistress who knows how many families she'll ruin in the future. Because of Su Yeqing, everyone's attention in the restaurant was drawn to her. Seeing the exciting plot unfold, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they all listened intently. Now that Lu Yu has achieved this result, everyone is cheering. Mistresses are like rats, everyone hates them. Although Lu Yu is not a mistress yet, who told her to desperately want to become one? Listening to the whispers around her, Lu Yu felt utterly humiliated. Pay the bill. All Lu Yu wanted to do now was escape this place that had made her lose all face. The total is 58 yuan. The meal never even started, they just ordered a few drinks. The waiter also looked disdainful, probably having noticed the commotion. Lu Yu was furious when she saw the waiter looking at her with a mocking expression. But she knew there was nothing she could do. If she dares to lash out, the people around her won't just point fingers, they'll probably drown her in their spittle. After paying the bill, Lu Yu just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Ah! With a scream, Lu Yu fell heavily to the ground. The heel of my right high heel broke. Lu Yu felt herself trip over something. She glared resentfully at a woman in the seat next to her who was covering her mouth and snickering. Lu Yu knew that it must have been her who tripped her. But if you don't have evidence, the other party won't admit it. Lu Yu reluctantly picked up her high heel that had broken. He simply took off his left shoe as well, and walked out of the restaurant barefoot, limping. Then came the sound of everyone clapping and cheering. Women like this should be punished. That's right, it can be considered that God has opened his eyes. Parking lot. Wang Dao, panting, caught up with Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan, who were about to get into the car. Su Yeqing, I'm sorry. I made a mistake this time. I really didn't know that Lu Yu had such thoughts. Wang Dao was extremely annoyed. He didn't understand how Lu Yu had become like this. Jiang Xingxuan had helped her before, how could she repay kindness with enmity? Dao, you're just being too kind. Not everyone deserves your sincere treatment. Look at how she treated me before, you should know that she is not a good person. Be more careful in the future. The same principle applies to doing business. Su Yeqing patted Wang Dao on the shoulder and got into the car without blaming him. Chapter 57 Stargazing. Xian, are you angry? In the car, Su Yeqing cautiously looked at Jiang Xingxuan's face, wondering if this little woman was unhappy because of what had just happened. Why should I be angry? You guys are all fine, aren't you? Jiang Xingxuan looked completely bewildered. What's there to be angry about? The woman came up to him, but Su Yeqing not only ignored her, but also scolded her. Shouldn't he be happy about that? Su Yeqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's not angry. Yulin used to be incredibly jealous she wouldn't even let him talk to other girls. Xian is the best, he's both considerate and generous. Are you hungry? I'll take you to get something delicious to eat. Because of Lu Yu's antics, everyone missed dinner. Jiang Xingxuan shook his head, then suddenly gave Su Yeqing a sweet smile. Yi Qing, let's go see the stars. For some reason, Jiang Xingxuan wanted to do something romantic with Su Yeqing at this moment. Look at the stars? We need to eat first. Su Yeqing didn't know where Jiang Xingxuan's sudden idea came from, but he didn't want his woman to go hungry. Let's buy a family bucket meal and bring it with us, anyway, I really want to see the stars right now. Jiang Xingxuan was unusually acting coquettish. Su Yeqing was very pleased and nodded directly. Okay, let's go see the stars. The two bought a family bucket at a KFC store on the roadside and took it to their car. But where can we go to see the stars? Huajiang City doesn't have any high mountains. The higher you are, the clearer and more romantic your view of the stars will be. Jiang Xingxuan had just suddenly had the idea to watch the stars with Su Yeqing, but he hadn't really thought about where to go. Shaking his head, Jiang Xingxuan passed the question to Su Yeqing. You really do things on a whim. Su Yeqing affectionately ruffled Jiang Xingxuan's hair. Jiang Xingxuan's hair is naturally straight and has never been permed. It feels soft and comfortable to the touch. Su Yeqing realized that she had fallen in love with this feeling. How about we go to the top floor of the Huatai building to see the stars? Su Yeqing's mind works faster. The Huatai building is tall, and you can see very clearly from the top floor. Besides, this is my own property, so I'm not afraid of being kicked out so late. Good. The two of them happily made the decision. Koenigsegg sped toward its destination. On the way, Su Yeqing called Zhang Tianfei to tell him that she was going to the rooftop terrace of Huatai and asked the security guard to open the door. Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan walked hand in hand to the top floor of Huatai without any obstacles. This place is so beautiful. Having rented a place in Huatai for many years, this was the first time Jiang Xingxuan had ever been to the top floor, and it was at night. Here, you can clearly see the dense lights all around, echoing the stars in the sky, making you feel like you are in a sea of stars. Su Yeqing took off her suit jacket and threw herself on the ground, then pulled Jiang Xingxuan to sit down. Xian, eat something to fill your stomach first. Good. The two dined under a sky full of stars. Jiang Xingxuan leaned against Su Yeqing's chest, quietly appreciating the serene beauty of the night. Su Yeqing hugged Jiang Xingxuan tightly. Neither of them spoke, but they felt their hearts had drawn closer together. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. I watched the stars with Jiang Xingxuan until very late yesterday, and Su Yeqing didn't get home until midnight. Just as I was dreaming, my phone started ringing incessantly. Su Yeqing got up in frustration. Mom, it's you? Is it something urgent that you're calling so early in the morning? Su Yeqing answered the phone immediately when she saw it was her home number. Yi Qing, it's almost 7 o'clock, why aren't you up yet? Don't you have to go to work today? Su Yeqing glanced at the time and saw it was only 6:50. Now that I'm the boss, I don't need to clock in on time. Aside from system check-ins, I usually sleep until I naturally wake up. Mom, I got a promotion, so I don't have to go so early anymore. Su Yeching decided to gradually get her family to accept her current situation and also let her parents live a better life. You got promoted? That's great. But don't get too cocky. If you're late for work, your boss will scold you. Su Yeching felt like laughing as she listened to her mother's earnest lecture. I wonder what kind of expression Mom would have if she knew she was now a big boss. By the way, Mom, is there something you need that's on your phone so early? Su Yeching was afraid that her mother would continue nagging, so she changed the subject. Oh, I was so excited when I heard you got promoted that I almost forgot. Your uncle's youngest son is getting married this weekend, and your aunt wants the entire Su family to be there. Could you come back for a visit? Otherwise, your aunt will scold you again. Aunt? Su Yeching remembered that her uncle's family rarely had any contact with her own family. Because my family was a poor household in the village, while my uncle was a minor official in the village and his family was much better off than mine. My uncle is henpecked, my aunt makes all the decisions at home. So instead of helping his family, he was forced to sever ties with them under pressure from his aunt. What was this aunt's intention in suddenly demanding that the entire Su family be present? Mom, didn't my uncle's 2 previous sons not invite us to their weddings? Why the sudden change this time? Yiqing, your uncle's youngest son is marrying a girl from town this time. I heard that the woman's family is very powerful. This was a request made by the woman, who said that the entire man's family must be present to show respect for her. Actually, Su Yeching's mother didn't want to go either, because every time they met, she would be scolded by that sister-in-law. But this time, her sister-in-law came to her door in person and spoke up, so she dared not disobey. Su Yeching knew that his mother was an honest person, and he originally wanted to refuse. Why should you guys just hand over your numbers to us with a single word? But then I thought of my parents. If he didn't go, his aunt would definitely take her anger out on the 2 of them. Mom, I understand. I'll go back this weekend. Okay, Yiqing. That's just how your aunt is. Don't take what she says to heart. Su's mother knew that this time she was putting Yiqing in a difficult position. It's all because she and Yiqing's father are incompetent, and their child is bullied as a result. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. Su Yeching comforted her mother, telling her not to overthink it. To make up the number of people for my aunt's son? Su Yeching really wanted to ask them where their confidence came from. They treat their own family like servants, coming and going as they please. Do you really think you're still that easy to bully, poor kid from before? Su Yeching decided that she would no longer keep a low profile this time when she returned. He really wanted to see what kind of expressions his aunt's family would have when they saw him now. Chapter 58 Fat Woman. On the weekend, Su Yeching got up early. Although I drive myself and don't have to rush, it's still quite far from Huajiang City to my rural home, more than 200 kilometers away. Last time I drove back, it took more than 3 hours because it wasn't all highway, and in some places the car couldn't go very fast at all. She changed into a Givenchy suit and styled her hair neatly, not a single strand out of place. Putting on her Rolex watch, grabbing her briefcase, Su Yeching had withdrawn 200,000 yuan in cash yesterday, just in case there were no places to use credit cards in the countryside, for emergencies, and picking up her car keys from the table, Su Yeching went out. Listening to music throughout the journey, Su Yeching was quite excited. I guess I've returned home in glory. Although rural areas are poor, they have one advantage: they have a lot of land. There is a large open space in front of Su Yeching's house, so there is no need to worry about parking at all. Su Yeching brought the Koenigsegg to a smooth stop in front of her house. Yiqing's mom, do you think your Yiqing is too embarrassed to come back? Look at the time. There's only 1 bus a day from Huajiang City to our town. If your Yiqing really came back, he should have crawled home by now. Su Yeching recognized the voice as that of Aunt Hohot from next door. She was a fat woman who loved to gossip. They do nothing all day but visit each other's homes and gossip about everyone's affairs. Moreover, this Aunt Hohot is particularly sharp-tongued and sarcastic. My mother must have suffered countless verbal taunts from her. Xiaofeng's mom, don't say such harsh things. Yiqing promised me she would come back, and she definitely will. He was probably delayed by something on the way. Even the most honest person will get angry when they hear someone insult their child, let alone a mother's instinct to protect her child. Yiqing's mom, I'm telling you, you don't need to cover for your Yiqing anymore. Everyone knows that your Yiqing is the only college student in the village. But so what? I'm still not doing as well as my Xiaofeng. My son Xiaofeng has become a contractor. Just last month, he even bought a car. Su Yeqing didn't want her mother to suffer in front of Aunt Hohat anymore, so she called out directly from outside the door. Mom, I'm home. Yi Qing is back. A woman in her 50s ran out of the dilapidated wooden house. She had a kind face, and her clothes were faded from washing, with several patches on the front. She looked like an honest rural woman. Mom, didn't I send Dad some money? Why don't you buy yourself some nice clothes? Su Yeqing wanted her parents to live a more comfortable life, but she didn't expect her mother to be so frugal. Why waste that money? Mom saved it for you to get married. Mom, I don't need that money. Before Su Yeqing could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the fat woman who followed her out of the house. Oh, it's Yi Qing back. I thought you missed the train and weren't coming back. If you don't make it back today, your aunt will be furious. The fat woman covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. It was as if she could already see the scene of Su Yeqing's aunt pointing at Yeqing's mother and cursing her. Aunt Hohat, it's been a long time. You are even more blessed now. Su Yeqing knew that this woman disliked being called fat the most, so she retorted sarcastically. You. Sure enough, Aunt Hohat got angry when she heard Su Yeqing make a veiled remark about her being fat, and stared intently at Su Yeqing with her narrowed eyes. What's so great about a poor college student like you? You still haven't found a decent job, have you? Why don't you beg me, and I'll have my son Xiaofeng find you a job at the construction site. I just don't know if someone as thin as you can earn that kind of money. Seeing that Su Yeqing was about to get angry, Su's mother quickly pulled her back. Yi Qing, how did you get back? Come inside and rest for a bit, we're going to your uncle's house later. Su Yeqing understood his mother's meaning, but not wanting to put her in a difficult position, he swallowed his anger. Mom, where's Dad? Su Yeqing hadn't seen her father since she returned, which she found a bit strange. Your uncle called your dad over to help early this morning. Mom, are you really going to wear this? Su Yeqing frowned. It's not that he dislikes his mother. Instead, it was because his mother had been suppressed by his aunts and uncles for so many years after marrying into the Su family. Now that I have the ability, I don't want my mother to suffer those humiliations anymore. This must be your mom's best outfit, right? Yi Qing, don't you understand your family's situation? Aunt Hohat had been sulking the whole time, and whenever she had the chance, she would speak up and make sarcastic remarks. Shut up. Su Yeqing was also losing patience. She was like a fly, constantly bothering him. Oh, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Just you wait. Aunt Hohat wiggled her big, fat buttocks and ran home. Yi Qing. Su's mother looked at Su Yeqing with a worried expression. That Aunt Hohat and her family are no pushovers judging from her appearance, she's gone to find help. It's okay, Mom. Su Yeqing wasn't worried at all. He is now a fighting expert, and he wouldn't even blink an eye if 10 or 8 brutes came at him. Mom, let me take you to town to buy some clothes. Su Yeqing grabbed her mother and ran outside. No need to waste that money, my clothes are fine. Besides, we don't have enough time, we still need to. Su's mother, who was pulled directly to the car by Su Yeqing, was so shocked by the shiny Koenigsegg that she couldn't say a word. This, Yi Qing, where did this come from? Mom, this is the company. Su Yeqing, how dare you insult my mother? Are you tired of living? Su Yeqing's words were interrupted by a burly man. Su Yeqing sighed inwardly. Another delay was about to occur. It's just that Aunt Hohat lives too close to us. She went to get help, and it was all settled in a few minutes. Leaning comfortably against the car, Su Yeqing watched as 3 men rushed towards her in a fit of rage. The 3 men, who had initially appeared aggressive, were abruptly stopped in front of Su Yeqing's car by one of the young men. Su Yeqing, whose car is this? The man who asked the question was the one who had stopped the other 2, and he was also the Xiaofeng that Aunt Hohat had mentioned. It seems that having seen the world makes a difference. One does have some discernment. Su Yeqing sighed inwardly and replied calmly. Mine. You, yours? Xiaofeng swallowed hard. How did Su Yeqing suddenly become so extravagant? This is a Koenigsegg, its market value is estimated at 20 million. I have no chance to get my hands on such a top-of-the-line luxury car. If I hadn't bought a car last month and carefully researched the market for various cars, including checking out information on luxury cars as well. Even with this car right in front of me, I wouldn't recognize it. Chapter 59 Internal Strife. Xiaofeng, why are you wasting your breath on that poor kid? If he dares to insult me, just hit him. Because she was too fat, Aunt Hohat, who was walking behind, did not see the scene she had imagined. The three of them, father and sons, were beating up Su Yeqing. Extremely dissatisfied, he shouted out. That's right, Xiaofeng, it's just a car. Is it more expensive than your car? Listen to your mother, just give her a good scolding and she'll behave. Seeing his wife getting angry, Xiaofeng's father tried to push away Xiaofeng's hand that was blocking him and stepped forward. Dad, it's different. Do you know how much this car costs? Xiaofeng was getting a little anxious. His parents were country bumpkins and had no idea how much Su Yeqing's car was worth. People who can drive that kind of car must be very wealthy and powerful. How much is it worth? Besides, looking at his family's situation, it's not even certain that the car belongs to him. That's right, Xiaofeng, this definitely doesn't belong to that poor kid. He must have borrowed it to show off. Another man chimed in. The two men thought about it more and more and felt that what he said made sense, so they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to bypass Xiaofeng and go up to fight. Su Yeqing pulled her mother to the side of the car, stood in front of her with her feet slightly apart, ready to fight. This car has a piece of paint chipped off. I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold my car. Xiaofeng couldn't stop them by himself, and he shouted anxiously. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of nice car could Su Yeqing afford? Aunt Hohat has always been proud of her youngest son. Judging from Xiaofeng's current behavior, Aunt Hohat thinks he's too cowardly. The poor boy who used to be able to scold at will is now feared by his own son, who has become capable. You bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Xiaofeng was really anxious Su Yeqing was someone they couldn't afford to mess with now. If Su Yeqing is a poor kid, then we're not even as good as beggars. Seeing his parents' indifferent attitude, Xiaofeng felt like he was going to vomit blood. Su Yeqing hadn't expected that Xiaofeng was so good at handling people. A car was enough to completely change his attitude. It seems there's a reason why he's doing so well. Amused, Su Yeqing pulled her feet back and leaned lazily against the Koenigsegg. It seems they've already turned on each other without him even having to lift a finger. Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you? Did Su Yeqing curse your mother? Even if it's his own car, do you have to be so cowardly? Aunt Hohat, who had always been the type to act with impunity, had never suffered any injustice before, and she shouted relentlessly. I'm a coward? Do you even know how much his car is worth? Xiaofeng was almost driven crazy. How come he never noticed before that his mother was so unreasonable? How much is it worth? Aunt Hohat rolled her small eyes. What kind of expensive car could this poor boy possibly buy? 200,000? That's still cheaper than your car. You bought your car for 250,000. Seeing Xiaofeng hold up two fingers, Aunt Hohat was even more smug. Ultimately, even if Su Yeqing were rich, she couldn't compare to her son. He. Su Yeqing was also amused by the fat woman. Is this some kind of joke? 200,000? That's not even enough to buy one of his car tires. Seeing her son shaking his head repeatedly, Su Yeqing mocked herself again. Aunt Hohat felt a little guilty. Could it be 2 million? Xiaofeng continued to shake his head. Don't tell me it's 20 million. Aunt Hohat was quite assertive this time. She felt that Xiaofeng was joking with her. She knew Su Yeqing's family background very well. She wouldn't believe you if you said this car belonged to Su Yeqing, let alone that Su Yeqing bought a car worth 20 million. This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. Xiaofeng nodded with unwavering determination, leaving the other three completely stunned. 20 million? What does this mean? Let alone seeing it, even thinking about it, these country folk never imagined they had so much money. Ignoring them, Xiaofeng stepped forward and walked up to Su Yeqing. Yeqing, my mother was in the wrong this time, please don't take it to heart. His attitude was very sincere, but Su Yeqing knew there was more to come. Really? Yeqing, where are you working now? The fact that Su Yeqing can spend so much money on a car shows that her financial strength is terrifying. Fengyun Commerce. Su Yeqing did not intend to hide her return this time. Anyway, the house he bought is already renovated, so he can just have his parents move in without worrying about being bothered by random people. After saying that, Su Yeqing ignored the group and helped her still stunned mother into the car. He closed the car door and stepped on the gas pedal in one smooth motion. Boom! Koenigsegg flew out. Another advantage of the countryside is that there are no speed limits and the land is vast and sparsely populated, which is perfect for showing off the Koenigsegg's power. Xiaofeng, left behind, stared blankly in the direction the Koenigsegg had gone, disappearing in the blink of an eye, repeating the 4 words Su Yeqing had left behind. Fengyun trading, Fengyun trading. Son, is Su Yeqing really that remarkable now? Aunt Hohat, still feeling resentful, went up to confirm as Su Yeqing's car drove away. What do you think? Xiaofeng roared at his mother as if he had gone mad. Su Yeqing is now the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. Xiaofeng had heard from people in the industry that Fengyun Trading had a new chairman surnamed Su. Judging from the car Su Yeqing is driving now, it should be him. Do you know what the chairman of Fengyun Commerce means? Fengyun Trading is the top company in the construction industry in Huajiang City. Compared to them, I'm not even qualified to work for them. It's all your fault, you never know when to shut up once you open your mouth. Now it's all good. If I had cultivated a relationship with Su Yeqing, I wouldn't be just a simple contractor anymore. Now, with just one word from someone, I could be out of this business. When the other two heard how serious the matter was, they also started blaming Aunt Hohat. In the car, Su Yeqing watched her mother open and close her mouth repeatedly, but couldn't utter a single word, and felt a pang of heartache. My mother has never seen much of the world, and the 20 million just now must have scared her. Mom, just ask me whatever you want. I promise I haven't done anything illegal. Su Yeqing looked at her mother with a serious expression and spoke earnestly. Yi Ching, is this car really yours? It really is mine. And it really is worth 20 million. Knowing her mother's concerns, Su Yeqing answered her questions in one go. Mom, I am now the chairman of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited. Because the old chairman went abroad, he took a liking to me and put me in charge of Fengyun Trading. This car was provided to me by the company. Su Yeqing told a white lie. He couldn't tell his mother about the system, because she wouldn't understand anyway. He could only briefly explain his identity, replacing the incredible system with the kind old chairman. Chapter 60, still ordering them around. I see. Your former chairman must be a really good person. Since they value you so much, Yi Ching, you must do your best and never let them down. Su's mother believed Su Yeqing's words completely. Okay, Mom. Su Yeqing is now very grateful that her parents are honest people. They believe whatever they are told without bothering to explain further. Oh, right, Mom. I bought a house for you and Dad in town. I'll take you to see it after things at your uncle's house are over. The renovation is complete. You and Dad can move in a few days. Buy a house? Su's mother was stunned, staring blankly at Su Yeqing. The man before her was indeed her son, but something felt different about him. Su Yeqing is now dressed smartly and looks energetic. His face is much more handsome than before. Perhaps it's because I've become more confident. Su's mother summarized the reason: the family was too poor before, and Su Yeqing didn't even have a decent piece of clothing. The old saying, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse, is absolutely true. Your dad and I are living a perfectly good life, why would we need to buy a house for us? Su Yeqing felt a lump in her throat. Her parents had lived in a dilapidated house their whole lives and had never enjoyed a single good day. Now that I have the ability, I must ensure they have a happy old age. Mom, now that I have money, I just want you and Dad to have a few good days. You're not even willing to grant your son this small wish? Su Yeqing said this half-jokingly. Yi Qing, Mom knows you've made something of yourself and are filial now. But your dad and I are used to living here. Since you bought this house, we'll keep it for you as your wedding home. Su Yeqing was genuinely amused by her mother. His mother now talks about his wedding and everything she does. Mom, the company bought me a house in Huajiang City. The house in town was bought for you and Dad, so don't refuse it. Before Su's mother could say anything more, Su Yeqing had already parked the Koenigsegg steadily outside the town's largest shopping mall. I helped my mother out of the car, picked out a few suitable outfits, and also brought a few sets for my father. Su Yeqing drove directly to her uncle's house. This also prevented Su's mother from continuing the discussion about the house. Because a wedding car would be coming later, Su Yeqing parked her car a little far away, not wanting to block their way. Carrying the clothes she bought for her father, Su Yeqing helped her mother walk towards her uncle's house. When Su Yeqing and her group entered, their uncle's house was already filled with many people. Auntie only glanced at Su Yeqing and her son, without saying a word. although Su Yeqing and her mother looked quite presentable today. But in the eyes of Aunt Su, a poor man is a poor man for life, and changing clothes cannot change his nature. Seeing that the master ignored Su Yeqing and her son, Su Yeqing's three aunts only glanced at them before turning back to continue their conversation. Su Yeqing was already used to their snobbishness, and gave her mother a comforting smile. Yi Qing, you've arrived. Su Yeqing's uncle was, after all, a minor official, and he was quite tactful in his dealings with people. Today is a family event, so Su Yeqing is a guest, so she went up and greeted her. Uncle, where's my dad? Su Yeqing knew that her uncle was just putting on an act, so she replied indifferently. Your dad is grooming himself in the yard. Having received the answer, Su Yeqing ignored the group of arrogant women and helped her mother go find her father. Dad, what are you doing? When Su Yeqing entered the courtyard, she saw her father peeling a pile of garlic by himself. The garlic made my father's eyes water. Yi Qing, you're back. When Su's father saw Su Yeqing, he quickly stood up. Dad, what are you doing with all this? Su Yeqing was truly enraged, her face turned somewhat pale. My parents are honest and don't hold grudges, but that doesn't mean my family is stupid or can be bullied at will. They are guests today. This uncle's family is really something else. They're chatting inside while their father's peeling garlic all by himself. It's alright, Yi Qing, I'm just helping out. Fearing that Su Yeqing would cause trouble, Su's father quickly explained. Dad, let's go. Su Yeqing pulled her father up and walked out of the courtyard. Su's mother followed behind without stopping them. Now she knows her son is successful, and that her own time to shine has finally come. I no longer have to put up with the attitudes of those sisters-in-law. Besides, it's a disgrace to Yi Qing that her husband is being treated like a servant. Yi Qing's mother, say something. Don't let Yi Qing do something impulsive. Su Yeqing's father became a little anxious when he saw that his wife didn't seem to be stopping him at all. His father, just listen to Yi Qing. Yi Qing has suffered too many grievances with us over the years. Su's mother glanced at Su Yeqing, whose face was ashen, and her eyes reddened. Su Yeqing, what are you doing? The cook is waiting to use garlic. Since your dad is so slow, the three of you should peel it together. The bride will be here soon, so don't delay the start of the banquet. Su Yeqing's aunt ran to the yard to urge Su Yeqing's father because the kitchen staff had come to hurry them up, but she didn't expect to see Su Yeqing and the others about to leave. Seeing that arrogant face, Su Yeqing clenched her fists tightly. His face was frighteningly gloomy, his eyes were fixed on the newcomer, and his lips were tightly pursed. This was the first time Su Yeqing had seen her like this, and her heart skipped a beat. But his usual arrogance quickly overwhelmed the sudden discomfort in his heart, and he immediately started cursing. What? Can't you understand human language? We're doing you a favor by letting you come here, and you're unwilling to do anything? Sister-in-law, don't be angry, I'll peel it right away. Su's father, accustomed to being oppressed, immediately wanted to take action. Su Yeqing grabbed her father and spoke to her aunt, word by word. Listen carefully, my parents, Su Yeqing's parents, are not people like you who can order them around. My parents are here today to congratulate you out of respect. If you don't want that respect, we'll leave now. Seeing Su Yeqing holding one of her parents' hands, about to leave the courtyard, Aunt Su became anxious. Her in-laws made it clear that the entire Su family had to be present. Although she looked down on Su Yeqing's family, they were still surnamed Su, so she still called them over. Thinking that inviting them over was already a favor, that's why Aunt Su had her husband call Su Yeqing's father over early in the morning to do chores. Stop right there. Su Yeqing, you've been out there for a year and you think you've grown wings, huh? Let me tell you today, not only your parents, but you too, are nothing but a penniless pauper in my eyes, yet I can still boss you around. Chapter 61 completely shirks responsibility. What's wrong? The auspicious time is almost here, what are you all making such a racket for? Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the people inside the house all rushed out. It's all because of this little brat. I don't know what got into him today, daring to talk back to me. When Aunt Su saw that everyone had come out, she became even more domineering. Su Yeqing glanced at the people who had run out. They all looked at her with disdain, as if they were watching a good show. Some people even started flattering his aunt on the spot. Sister-in-law, why are you getting angry with them? They're all poor, unsophisticated people who've never seen the world. It's not worth ruining your health. That's right, sister-in-law, Yu was really capable, he married a girl from town. Su Yeching watched coldly as her aunt desperately tried to belittle her in order to please her aunt. I just felt nauseous. Su Yeching's family rarely interacted with these relatives because they looked down on their family for being poor, and generally wouldn't call on them when needed. I don't want to pay attention to these clueless people. Anyone with a bit of worldly experience would know that Su Yeching's outfit today could be their lifetime's income. So they wouldn't say they were penniless. Su Yeching pulled her parents along, ready to leave immediately. She's here, the bride is here. The people waiting on the road called out. A series of crackling firecrackers then went off. Su Yeching watched as his uncle, aunt, and other relatives left them to go out and greet them, and then he slowly pulled his parents along to prepare to go back home. Aunt Su, who was standing at the entrance, warmly opened the door of the second wedding car. My dear-in-law, you've arrived. Su Yeching glanced sideways at his aunt in the crowd. It's true that everyone has their match. He never thought she would be so humble and subservient. They're here, in-laws. Unexpectedly, this was the first time Aunt Su had ever met such enthusiastic in-laws. My in-laws used to look down on me, thinking that they were all from the countryside and never gave me a second glance. Could it be that he's come to terms with it, realizing that once his daughter marries into the family, there'll be one family? Aunt Su was secretly delighted. She had always envied her in-laws' arrogant and haughty demeanor. Seeing how well my in-laws treat me now, I feel like I've been elevated in status. With such a powerful in-law, I can not only walk around the village with my head held high, but even if I lie down, no one will dare to say anything. The in-laws seemed a bit strange. They weren't in a hurry to go in, and their eyes were darting around in the crowd, as if they were looking for someone. In-laws, shall we go inside? Aunt Su didn't dare to urge them too much, and carefully reminded them from the side. The in-laws ignored them and suddenly walked into the crowd with shining eyes. Sir, please wait a moment. Su Yeching stared blankly at the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She was dressed appropriately, with light makeup and her hair styled in an updo. What caught the eye most was the bright green bracelet on her wrist. Judging from her attire, she was a wealthy woman, not a rural woman. What's up? Su Yeching did not recognize the middle-aged woman, but he already knew her identity from what he had just witnessed. Su Yeching was not enthusiastic. In fact, one could say her tone was quite cold. He had already fallen out with his aunt, so this indirect relative in front of him had even less to do with him. Su Yeching, you haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? When Su's aunt saw that her in-laws weren't even in a hurry for their daughter's wedding, she came to talk to Su Yeching. They were certain that Su Yeching must have offended her, their esteemed in-law. Boring. Seeing his aunt standing with her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew, Su Yeching decided to ignore her and pulled her parents away, intending to leave immediately. Wait a moment. The middle-aged woman was a little anxious when she saw Su Yeching was about to leave, and almost reached out to pull her away. My dear-in-law, what did this poor boy do to offend you? The wedding is the priority now. I'll deal with him for you later. When Aunt Su saw that her in-laws were relentlessly pursuing Su Yeching, she was convinced that Su Yeching had offended her. Shut up. The middle-aged woman couldn't stand Su's aunt's incessant nagging. How could this woman be so clueless? My dear-in-law, did I say something wrong? Being reprimanded in front of so many people, Aunt Su was also a little embarrassed. However, due to the influence of her in-laws, she dared not show her dissatisfaction. She just glared at Su Yeching resentfully and shifted all the blame onto this poor kid. He thought bitterly to himself, I'll make that poor kid and his family pay after today. Seeing that no one was interrupting her, the middle-aged woman turned around and smiled at Su Yeching. Sir, I saw a Koenigsegg parked at the intersection just now. Is it yours? The middle-aged woman asked Su Yeching so confidently because she herself was also a person with some wealth. As a wealthy woman, studying luxury brands is an essential skill. So she immediately recognized Su Yeching, who was dressed in designer brands, in the crowd. The clothes Su Yeching was wearing alone were probably more than these rural people could earn in several years. Not to mention the diamond-encrusted Rolex watch on his wrist, which some people couldn't afford even if they saved up for a lifetime. Right. Su Yeching didn't want to deal with these people anymore, so she simply replied with one word and tried to leave. Mr. Su, I didn't expect to run into you here. A very excited male voice, as if he had met a long-lost friend. It turned out that the people in front hadn't gone inside yet, and the people behind were getting impatient, so they went forward to see what was going on. Her second uncle, do you know this gentleman? The middle-aged woman noticed that Su Yeching was being cold towards her and was worried about not having a chance to strike up a conversation. Sister-in-law, he is the Mr. Su I mentioned to you who bought the largest and most expensive apartment in our Yajuyu Garden community. Su Yeching recognized him. It was the sales office manager. Mr. Su, hello, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Today is my niece's wedding. Are you a relative of the groom's family? Now we're relatives too. Please take care of me in the future. The man was incredibly excited. He never imagined he could be related to such a distinguished person. You've got it wrong, I have nothing to do with this family. Su Yeching completely distanced herself from the matter. Without pausing, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. Yi Qing, let's talk this out. It was all your aunt's fault just now. Seeing that things were not going well, Su Yeching's uncle immediately pulled her back. Yes, Yi Qing, listen to your uncle and go in with your aunt. Su Yeching's aunt saw the attitude of the middle-aged women they admired towards Su Yeching. Adding to what that man said earlier, I realized that Su Yeching is different now. They immediately surrounded Su Yeching and his parents, acting very warmly. Chapter 62. The wedding is called off. Are we that close? Su Yeching gently pushed away his aunt's hand, which had been linked with his arm. His face was calm, his tone was indifferent, and he acted like a complete stranger. Mr. Su? Yi Qing? Then you and Yi Wu must be cousins? The middle-aged woman quickly figured out their relationship. She really didn't expect that Su Yewu had such a powerful relative. They just don't seem to have a very good relationship. This must be caused by her in-laws, who are not respectable enough to be acknowledged in public. Thinking this, the middle-aged woman glared at Su's eldest aunt with dissatisfaction. Su Yeching's aunt was already terrified by the scene before her. When did the penniless guy she always thought of become so capable? She knew about her daughter-in-law's second uncle. That's the sales manager of the most expensive residential complex in town. It's said that people who can afford to buy a house in that neighborhood are all extremely wealthy. But listen to what he just said, Su Yeching actually bought the most expensive suite. Father-in-law, could you have mistaken him for someone else? His family is so poor that they still live in a dilapidated wooden house. Aunt Su was extremely unwilling and insisted on stepping forward to shout. You're so clueless. Do you even know who Su Yeching is now? A man in the crowd spoke up. It was Xiao Feng who had just arrived. His mother made a scene at home earlier, and since his home is a bit far away, he came over. He came to apologize to Su Yeching, but he didn't expect to hear Su Yeching's aunt humiliating Su Yeching as soon as he arrived. He immediately spoke up for Su Yeching. Su Yeching looked at Xiao Feng, who seemed to be standing up for her, and the corners of her mouth curled up. There's no need for him to explain himself, he's already got his own little followers so quickly. Xiao Feng? What's wrong with you? What's it to you? Aunt Su was unhappy. She relied on her husband's official position in the village to bully others. Now, not only has Su Yeching stood up for him, but someone else has come out to mock him on Su Yeching's behalf. How can he swallow this insult? Humph, all those eyes are wasted. Xiao Feng glanced at Aunt Su as if she were an idiot, then turned to Su Yeching and said respectfully. Chairman Su, we've already talked to my mother about it when we got back, and she knows she was wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a countrywoman who has all talk and no action. Seeing Xiao Feng's expression, Su Yeching decided not to pursue the matter further. She's just a woman, there's no need for me to argue with her. Just keep an eye on your mom and make sure she doesn't cause trouble for my parents anymore. Absolutely, Chairman Su, don't worry. Xiao Feng nodded and bowed as he made his assurances. Those around were even more surprised. Chairman Su? Just who exactly is Su Yeching? It seems that Xiao Feng knows this very well. Several people were itching to go forward and ask. Dad, Mom, are you there? Why did the wedding have to stop? The bride and groom in the wedding car were getting impatient because no one had come to pick them up yet. Only then was the groom allowed to get out of the car to check the situation. It's you, Su Yeching? What are you doing here? Squeezing into the crowd to see what was going on, Su Yewu immediately spotted Su Yeching, who was surrounded in the middle. Su Yeching looked so handsome today that she stole the spotlight from the groom. This realization filled Su Yewu with deep resentment. Mom, they've made up the numbers, so just let them go. We should avoid dealing with these poor relatives in the future. Smack! A loud slap rang out. Su Yewu stared blankly at his left cheek, which had just been slapped, and looked at his mother-in-law, whose hand was still on his left cheek. "Mom, why are you so angry? Why did you hit me?" Although Su Yewu's family and the woman's family had very different economic conditions, and his mother-in-law was a very domineering person. But today is Su Yewu's wedding day, and being slapped in front of so many relatives and friends makes Su Yewu very embarrassed. "I'll beat you up, you blind fool." The middle-aged woman looked at him with a disappointed expression. That in-law is blind, and this Su Yewu is just as clueless. With Su Yeqing dressed like that, she's supposed to be a poor relative? If Su Yeqing is poor, then what is her family? You might as well just go out and beg. "Mom, what happened?" Seeing that something was wrong, the bride in the wedding car also hurriedly ran down. "Shanshan, I told you long ago that Su Yewu is just a country bumpkin who can't amount to anything. If you don't believe me, look at what he's doing now." The middle-aged woman pointed at Su Yeqing. This Mr. Su is a relative of his family, and he has a very distinguished status. Their family is terrible, none of them are discerning, and they treat us like poor relatives, chasing us away. Tell me, how can you expect to amount to anything if you marry someone like that? Shanshan glanced at Mr. Su, whom her mother was pointing to, and was instantly captivated. He's so handsome. Much more handsome than those movie stars. Looking at the infatuated bride, Su Yeqing felt only disgust. This kind of woman was truly annoying. Su Yewu could no longer tolerate it. Not only did he get slapped by his mother-in-law, but now his wife is staring at Su Yeqing like a lovesick fool. He felt that in just a short while, he had lost all face for the rest of his life. He roughly pulled the bride over. "What are you swooning over? Aren't you ashamed? Why are you pulling my daughter? You're already resorting to violence before we're even married? You're the one who hit me, why are you pulling me? What right do you have to hit my son?" A group of people joined the war, and Su Yeqing pulled her parents back a bit, away from the battlefield. "Yi Qing, now that you're the chairman of Fengyun Trading, can you give your fellow townsmen a hand?" Xiao Feng hadn't forgotten why she came, and asked cautiously. Su Yeqing glanced at him. Today, Xiao Feng had done her a favor, so she didn't have to do it herself. He nodded. "Go to Fengyun Trading and see General Manager Jiang Haitao in a few days." Okay, thank you, Chairman Su." Su Yeqing and her group chatted idly over there. The war over there has also ended. The story concludes with the middle-aged woman leading the bride and a large group of people back home in a grand procession. The marriage fell through. Su Yeqing simply smiled faintly when she saw the ending. Evil had been punished. "I took my parents to Koenigsegg and went straight home. Yi Qing, we didn't prepare anything at home today. Shall I go buy some?" Su's mother was originally planning to attend the wedding today, but she hadn't prepared anything. "No need, Mom. I'll take you and Dad to eat in town. You two have never eaten out before. Second brother, second sister-in-law, can I come along?" Yes, my nephew is doing so well now, can I go with him?" Su Yeqing looked at the group of people standing at the door with great surprise. Aunt, uncle, and several cousins. These are the people we couldn't invite to our house before. Chapter 63, Invitation to the Charity Ball. Su Yeqing stood there calmly. They neither spoke nor let anyone in, just stared coldly at us. Mr. and Mrs. Su exchanged a glance, neither daring to say another word. Now that our son has grown up and become successful, there are some things we really don't need to decide for him anymore. A group of people stood awkwardly huddled together at the entrance. I want to go in, but I don't dare to go in directly. Things are different now than before. Su Yeqing is no longer the poor boy he used to be. Even though Su Yeqing still lives in a dilapidated wooden house, it's not a place they can just walk into. Although they used to disdain stepping into this dilapidated house. "What's up?" Su Yeqing asked in a polite yet distant manner, as if she were dealing with a group of strangers. "Yi Qing, your third aunt knows that I've distanced myself from you in the past. Now that I see how successful you are, I'm genuinely happy for you." Su Yeqing looked at his shrewd third aunt and felt a surge of disgust. Of his three aunts, this third aunt was the most despicable, always taking advantage of whoever had money. From childhood to adulthood, her third aunt had never given her a second glance. Now look what's happened, she's the first one to jump out from the group, she's incredibly shameless. Are we that close? Your favorite character is Su Yewu, isn't it? Su Yewu is getting married today. Why aren't you going to his house to join in the fun? What are you doing here at my house? Su Yeqing's face clearly showed a keep-away attitude. He had long been familiar with these people's tendency to fawn over the powerful and belittle the weak, and he really couldn't be bothered with such relatives. Yi Qing, we know we wronged you and your second brother and sister-in-law before. But now we truly know we were wrong, and we came here specifically to apologize to you. I've spoiled Su Yewu for nothing. He has no skills at all. In the end, it's our Yi Qing who is much more capable. Yes, Yi Qing, what your third aunt said is exactly what we wanted to say. A group of people at the door nodded in agreement. Seeing that Su Yeqing had her hands in her pockets and still didn't seem to be going to pay any attention to him, the third aunt's eyes darted around, and she ran straight into the house, grabbed Su Yeqing's mother's hand, and fawned over her with a big smile. Second sister-in-law, you are so lucky to have raised such a successful son. Our Su family ancestors must have burned incense very well. Second sister-in-law, the Su family will be counting on Yi Qing to bring glory to the family in the future. Su's mother looked at Su Yeqing with great discomfort. This was the first time in all the years she'd been married into the family that her sister-in-law had talked to her so much. Not to mention the smile on his face as he looked at him. Yes, from now on the Su family will have to rely entirely on Yi Qing. Among the Yi generation, Yi Qing is the most capable. Seeing that her third aunt had run inside first, a group of people followed suit and came in themselves. Because they realized that it was impossible to get Su Yeqing to let them in, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and go in themselves. Su Yeqing rolled her eyes at the sky, speechless. He really had no choice but to deal with a group of shameless and unreasonable people. If this were at Fengyun Trading, the security guards would have thrown him out long ago. Su Yeqing leaned casually against the door. Because a group of people were too afraid to approach him and instead all tried to build a relationship with his parents. Watching my parents go from being at a loss and unaccustomed at the beginning to now having happy smiles on their faces. Su Yeqing was filled with emotion. Although he didn't want to deal with these petty relatives, his parents had suffered a lot of disdain from them over the years because of their poverty. Now that they have money, these people are starting to fawn over them. The smiles on mom and dad's faces clearly showed a lot more confidence. Yi Qing, your aunt and uncle have already apologized to you. Could you perhaps? Su's father was, after all, a man who cherished old friendships. Although they had treated him badly in the past, they were still his siblings, and he couldn't bear to see them suffer. Su Yeqing couldn't bear to spoil his parents' fun. It was just a small favor, and he didn't mind. If they want more in the future, they'll have to see how they treat their parents. Just consider it paying someone to make their parents happy. Su Yeqing is not someone who can be taken advantage of at will. Because there were so many people, Su Yeqing called and chartered a bus, which drove directly to the best restaurant in town. Su Yeqing was quite satisfied with her trip to the countryside, and she also told her parents that she would move into the Yajuyu garden community in a while. Because the round trip was quite rushed, Su Yeqing was a little tired from driving herself. I went to Fengyun Trade Center on Tuesday. Chairman Su, you've arrived. Secretary Wu had obviously been waiting in the chairman's office for a long time. What's up? Su Yeqing took off her suit jacket, and Secretary Wu immediately took it and hung it on the coat rack. Mr. Su, this is Mrs. Jin's invitation to your charity ball tonight. Secretary Wu handed over an invitation card with gold trim, which was quite fitting for the title of Mrs. Jin. Mrs. Jin? Su Yeqing looked puzzled. He didn't recognize this person. Mrs. Jin is a well-known philanthropist in Huajian City. Her husband is said to be very mysterious and a big shot, but no one knows his specific identity. This Mrs. Kim holds a charity ball every year, but she is very selective in her invitations. They are all unmarried men aged between 25 and 35, with a net worth of at least 100 million. Secretary Wu reported everything he knew in detail. Due to his age, the former chairman of Fengyun Trading has not received any invitations from Mrs. Jin in recent years. Therefore, as soon as Secretary Wu received the invitation, he immediately made a thorough inquiry. This is also a professional quality of a senior private secretary. Why are there so many requirements for a charity ball? To Su Yeqing, this didn't look like a charity ball at all. It looked more like a matchmaking event for the wealthy. Chairman Su, I heard that Mrs. Jin's charity ball attracts some celebrities every year and also helps matchmake some destined people. Su Yeqing habitually rubbed her chin with her hand. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. This is clearly a matchmaking event for the rich. It seems that Mrs. Jin really enjoys playing matchmaker. So if I have a girlfriend, I don't have to participate? Su Yeqing had absolutely no interest in these messy parties and dances and wanted to refuse them outright. Chairman Su, no one has refused Mrs. Jin's invitation yet. Secretary Wu, fearing that Su Yeqing might refuse, patiently explained. Mrs. Jin's ball is a symbol of success for young people. Receiving an invitation signifies their status and position in Huajiang City. If you refuse, Mrs. Jin will put you on her blacklist. From then on, all activities of the upper class in Huajiang City will be classified as unregistered. Su Yeqing smiled knowingly. It seems that this Mrs. Jin is indeed someone of great importance. I'd also like to go and see this mysterious charity ball for myself. Chapter 60 For the Woman Who Picked Up Women. By the way, can I bring a female companion? Su Yeqing didn't want that Mrs. Jin to be trying to set her up with someone else, wanting to bring Jiang Xingxuan alone. Secretary Wu glanced at Su Yeqing with a troubled expression. Chairman Su, this invitation says that you are the only one invited. Moreover, I've heard that there's no precedent for men bringing female partners to Mrs. Kim's charity ball. Mrs. Jin will also invite some socialites and popular actresses, so there will be no shortage of dance partners at the ball. Su Yeqing remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was filled with resentment. This game for rich people is so twisted. They won't even let those with girlfriends bring them along. Are they trying to force a woman into their lives? Chairman Su, this charity ball? Secretary Wu was unsure of Su Yeqing's meaning, so she asked cautiously. I'll go, you go ahead with your work. Okay, Chairman Su. Secretary Wu received instructions and left the chairman's office. Su Yeqing had no interest in revising the documents. He strolled over to the sofa, lay down leisurely, and held the invitation to the charity ball in his hand, lost in thought. Although I didn't want to attend this boring dance party. But since this is a symbol of status for men in the upper class of Huajiang City, I have no choice but to attend. It wasn't that Su Yeqing particularly wanted to prove herself. But now that I'm in this circle, going to these kinds of events is just part of the social obligations I'll have to keep up with in the future. I opened my phone, wanting to gather more information online about the ball hosted by Mrs. Kim. But this Mrs. Jin is indeed very mysterious. There is absolutely no information about her online. No wonder I had never heard of such a game for the rich in Huajiang City before. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Since she couldn't find any information, Su Yeqing decided not to bother. Once I went there in the evening, the mystery surrounding the ball would naturally be unveiled. An ordinary day passed by, spent reviewing documents and signing my name. 1900 hours. Su Yeqing arrived at the address on the invitation letter right on time, at the entrance of the Jasmine Garden Villa. According to Secretary Wu, this is Mrs. Jin's private property, and it's held only once a year, specifically for hosting a charity ball. Su Yeqing couldn't understand it. This villa was at least 1,000 square meters, just for holding a ball once a year? It's such a waste to even think about it, and it also shows that Mrs. Jin's power is indeed terrifying. No wonder Secretary Wu said that no one dared to refuse Mrs. Jin. Su Yeqing handed the invitation to the security guard in black at the villa entrance and was allowed to pass. Since cars are not allowed to drive in, Su Yeqing walked into the villa. Looking around, there were security guards in black every 3 steps. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a gang meeting. When Su Yeqing entered the magnificent villa, many people had already arrived, chatting in 2s and 3s, clearly knowing each other. Su Yeqing didn't engage in conversation, casually grabbed a drink, and sat down on the sofa next to her. Looking around, the villa was decorated very luxuriously. It could basically be described in one sentence: it was built with money. Su Yeqing did not find the legendary mistress, Mrs. Jin. It's a bit boring. I wonder when this dance will end. I'd rather go back to sleep than waste my time in this boring place. Handsome, may I sit here? Su Yeqing wanted to complain. It sounded like a bar pickup attempt no matter how you looked at it. Looking up, she saw a very fashionable woman in her early 20s with a good figure and a decent face, but she was far inferior to her own Shen Xian. He gestured for her to leave, then took out his phone and started playing with it, clearly indicating that he didn't want to pay any attention to the woman. Handsome guy, I've never seen you before. Are you new to Huajiang City? I don't know which family's young master you are, but those who can be invited by Mrs. Jin are not ordinary people. The woman clearly didn't want to miss the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Su Yeqing, even though Su Yeqing's refusal was quite obvious. Which of the men invited by Mrs. Jin isn't incredibly wealthy? Moreover, the man in front of her had a face even more handsome than a celebrity, which aroused the woman's strong possessiveness. Boring. Su Yeqing cursed inwardly, without looking up or paying attention to the woman's monologue. It was as if he was truly immersed in the game, completely unaffected by the outside world. The woman was a little embarrassed. She was a daughter of a wealthy family and had never been ignored like this before. The woman stamped her foot, intending to leave. But after glancing at Su Yeching's face again, he forcibly stopped himself from taking the step he was about to take. "He's so handsome. I've attended Mrs. Kim's ball 3 times, and I've never met such a handsome man before. Even celebrities would pale in comparison to this man standing next to them. Handsome, there's no reason to play mobile games at Mrs. Kim's ball. If Mrs. Jean sees you like this, she'll think you don't respect her." The woman tugged at Su Yeching's sleeve, appearing to be concerned for him, and took the opportunity to move closer to him. Su Yeching was very unhappy about the woman's behavior of throwing herself at him. However, she did make one right point. Although he said he was using his phone to avoid being hit on by this woman. However, if the host of the ball sees this, he will definitely think that he hates the ball, which would be a bit of a loss. Thinking this, Su Yeching had no choice but to put away her phone. The woman revealed a triumphant smile. She knew there was nothing she couldn't do. She was determined to have the man in front of her. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Su Mengsha, and my father is Su Konglong, who owns a property in Xinlong Plaza." Xinlong Plaza? Su Yeching knew that it was the second largest shopping mall in Huajiang City after Daegu Square. The annual rent is no less than that of his own Huatai building. The owners of Xinlong Plaza must be quite wealthy. However, Su Yeching didn't care about any of this and didn't react to the woman's self-introduction. Seeing that her identity did not arouse any interest from Su Yeching, Su Mengsha became even more attentive to Su Yeching. Su Mengsha, any man who knew her identity would fawn over her. She was the only daughter in her family, which meant that any man who was lucky enough to marry her would be marrying the entire Xinlong Plaza. This is similar to the story of Chen Fengjiao bringing the entire Chen family's foreign trade business as part of her dowry when she got married. Su Mengsha became increasingly smug, puffing out her already half-exposed, snow-white breasts due to her slightly revealing clothes, and gave Su Yeching a charming smile. "I've already introduced myself so much, shouldn't you at least show some gentlemanly manners and introduce yourself as well?" Hearing that cloyingly sweet voice, Su Yeching got goosebumps all over and unconsciously leaned back. Notify. After nearly 2 months and 200,000 words, it's finally going to be published. The current plan is to release 10 chapters immediately upon release, and then 3 chapters per day thereafter. Your subscriptions will be my motivation to keep writing. This industry is not easy. No subscriptions mean no income. I won't say anything more, but I hope you can give me a little confidence and encouragement by subscribing. I would like to thank all the readers who enjoyed this book. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Chapter 65. Stay away from my girlfriend. Su Yeching. Su Yeching didn't want to have much contact with Su Mengsha and just wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible, so she simply gave her name. Su Yeching? Su Mengsha ran the name through her mind, but she had never heard of it before. It seems that Su Yeching is not a rich second generation from Huajiang City. As Su Konglong's only daughter, Su Mengsha knew almost everything about the rich second generation in Huajiang City, and she was familiar with the basic information about them. Because one of these people could be her future husband. The powerful alliance of wealthy families is a timeless principle. I'm sorry, perhaps I'm just ignorant, but I don't know who your father is? Those who can attend Mrs. Kim's ball are certainly not ordinary people, so there is no issue of social class. Su Mengsha is now eager to know more detailed information about Su Yeching, because she is determined to have him. I'm sorry, my father is not a celebrity. Su Yeching replied distantly. Su Yeching didn't like Su Mengsha. He didn't like women who were too proactive. Moreover, Su Mengsha's expression, as if she were staring at her prey, made Su Yeching very unhappy. Su Yeching originally just wanted to stay quietly by herself until the ball ended and then go home. Now that this quiet little world had been taken over by this woman, Su Yeching didn't want to stay any longer and got up to leave. Hey, you! Su Mengsha didn't want Su Yeching to leave like this. But this was Mrs. Jin's ball, and she didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. If she were blacklisted by Mrs. Jin, she could forget about ever being able to mingle in high society again. Su Yeching? I will definitely have you. Watching Su Yeching's departing figure, Su Mengsha secretly made a vow. Su Yeching watched the men and women chatting and joking together and found it very boring. I strolled to the open-air balcony on the first floor. Su Yeching? Su Yeching was a little stunned. Would anyone recognize her in a place like this? The voice sounded familiar. I thought I'd seen it before, but I wasn't familiar with it. Just as people were wondering who it was, the owner of the voice came out from the shaded area of the balcony. Chan Yiming. Su Yeqing recognized him immediately. Although they had only met once, Chen Yiming's hostility towards him was so obvious that it was hard not to remember him. I didn't expect you to receive an invitation from Mrs. Jean as well. There was no rudeness in his words, but Su Yeqing could hear the disdain and dissatisfaction in Chen Yiming's voice. I never expected to see you here. Su Yeqing responded calmly. His own Fengyun Trading Company was comparable in scale to Chen Yiming's Chen Family Foreign Trade Company. However, if the Huatai building is included, Su Yeqing's net worth would easily surpass Chen Yiming's. Chen Yiming is now questioning Su Yeqing's abilities, but in Su Yeqing's eyes, Chen Yiming is even less worthy of attending this ball. I don't know how you suddenly acquired Fengyun Trading, but I'm warning you, there are some people you shouldn't touch. It seems that Chen Yiming also investigated Su Yeqing. That's true. Zhou Yue is Su Yeqing's department head, so he knows Su Yeqing's file very well. People will definitely have doubts about Su Yeqing's sudden appearance. But they will never know the answer. Thinking of this, Su Yeqing felt quite pleased with himself. As for the system, even if Chen Yiming investigated for 100 years, he wouldn't find anything. However, Su Yeqing vaguely sensed that Chen Yiming's hostility towards her this time was even stronger than last time. But I haven't had any contact with him since then. Baffling. Su Yeqing couldn't understand it and shook her head inwardly. Seeing that the balcony had also been occupied, Su Yeqing didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. Stop right there, Su Yeqing. Stay away from Jiang Xingxuan. Chen Yiming, standing behind him, spoke up with a cold warning. Xian? Su Yeqing suddenly understood. No wonder this kid was so hostile towards her this time. He saw her as a rival in love. Xian is my girlfriend. If you have any inappropriate thoughts, I should be the one saying that to you. Stay away from my girlfriend Jiang Xingxuan from now on. Su Yeqing turned around, facing Chen Yiming directly, and returned the message to him word by word. His imposing presence was in no way inferior to Chen Yiming's. Don't take advantage of your cooperation with Fengyun Trading and Xingyu Steel to deceive Xiaoshuan's feelings. Su Yeqing, I'm warning you, Xiao Xian is not someone you can touch casually, or I'll make you regret ever being born. It's clear that Chen Yiming has deep feelings for Jiang Xingxuan. He made no attempt to hide his weaknesses from Su Yeqing. Don't worry, you don't have the power to make me regret being born. But let me make one thing clear, I'm serious about Xian, and Xian genuinely likes me too. If you truly want what's best for Xian, then don't try anything underhanded. Su Yeqing wasn't afraid that Chen Yiming would do anything underhanded. He just doesn't know the relationship between Chen Yiming and Xian yet, and he doesn't know if his little woman will be put in a difficult position. The two men, each exuding a powerful aura, stared at each other, neither speaking a word, their gazes locked in a silent contest. Mrs. Jean is coming downstairs. Mrs. Jean has arrived. The people in the hall cheered, demonstrating the host's extremely high status. Su Yeqing and Chen Yiming looked away from each other and walked towards the living room at the same time. It was as if the fighting just now was a misunderstanding that disappeared in an instant. Both of them were astute and knew that this was not a suitable occasion for them to do anything to compete. Su Yeqing watched as Mrs. Jean, the hostess, walked down the stairs surrounded by a crowd. She was very delicate, with a small oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes with upturned corners, and an indescribable charm. She maintains her figure very well, with a perfect hourglass shape. Any more or less would be too much or too little. Judging from her appearance alone, you would never guess that Mrs. Jean is already married. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's a girl in her early 20s. Su Yeqing simply watched with appreciative eyes, without any improper thoughts. He wasn't a playboy when it comes to relationships, he only wants someone who loves him and whom he loves in return. He didn't want to touch any other flowers or plants. After gesturing for everyone to be quiet, Mrs. Jean gave a brief introduction to the ball. The gist of it is that she donated some personal items, and everyone bid on them, with all the money going to children in mountainous areas. Naturally, there was another round of enthusiastic applause, with everyone praising Mrs. Jean for her kind heart. This part went very smoothly. Many of them were regular customers, and they were all wealthy, so they didn't mind spending a little money to buy a good reputation. Su Yeqing also went with the flow and bid on something, which seemed to be a headdress. He didn't pay much attention to it, since he wasn't an expert in it anyway. He just considered the 5 million as doing a good deed. Chapter 66 The Crown Princess Who Married Off Her. The dance is the main event today. Since none of the men brought female companions today, Mrs. Kim invited some socialites and beautiful actresses to accompany them. The men in the hall began choosing their dance partners. Some people have a very clear goal: to arrange a marriage between their families. So they only look for socialites from upper-class backgrounds who are their equals. Some people are just there for fun, and they'll accept any beautiful women or minor celebrities who come along. The female celebrities who attend this ball are, frankly speaking, there to be sugar daddies. Which of the men present today isn't incredibly wealthy? If you randomly choose one of them, you'll live a life of luxury for the rest of your days. Everyone chose their dance partners with their own thoughts. The entire hall was shrouded in a somber atmosphere, as if spring itself had faded away. Su Yeqing found it boring and had no interest in these romantic affairs. Su Yeqing took a drink from the waiter's tray. She had driven herself here today and couldn't drink alcohol. Su Yeqing glanced around and sat down in a corner. I'm just waiting for the dance to end so I can slip away. I wonder who Mrs. Kim will choose to open the ball this year. Yes, I wonder who will be lucky enough to be chosen by Mrs. Kim this year. It's not all just luck. Didn't you notice? A couple of years ago, Mrs. Jean chose the most impressive man at the ball as her dance partner. Although Su Yeqing was sitting in a corner, the voices of those discussing the situation beside her were quite loud, reaching her ears in every word. It seems that Mrs. Jean is quite charming. Those who can come here are basically the chosen ones. But looking at them, all shaking their heads in anticipation, they resembled concubines in ancient times waiting to be chosen by the emperor. Su Yeqing found it a bit funny. I won't pay much attention to these things. Anyway, I don't know Mrs. Jean. I'm just here to fill in the numbers. Su Yeqing resisted the urge to take out her phone and play games. She still had to give her master some face. While idly observing the various men and women in the hall, a spoiled voice suddenly rang in Su Yeqing's ears. Su Yeqing, let's dance the opening dance together. Su Yeqing rolled her eyes. It's that Su Mengsha again. Does she have to be so persistent? Su Mengsha was followed by two men who looked at Su Yeqing with hostility. It turns out they were men who wanted to marry Su Mengsha, but they had just been rejected by her. I followed them all this way because I wanted to see what kind of people had ruined their plans. Just a pretty boy, Sasha. What kind of guy is he to dance the opening dance with you? One of the men looked at Su Yeqing with disdain. Although he knew that anyone who could receive an invitation from Mrs. Jean must be someone of considerable status. However, I have attended charity balls for several years and have never met Su Yeqing. This suggests that Su Yeqing was either specially invited or rose to prominence unexpectedly, rather than someone with a strong family background. Compared to himself, a third-generation rich kid, the man looked down on Su Yeqing in the slightest. Especially seeing Su Yeqing's handsome face, which even made him feel a little inferior, made the man feel even worse. Exactly, Sasha, it's obvious he's not from our circle. Why bother with someone like that? Another man chimed in. Just moments ago, these two men were arguing heatedly about who should dance the opening dance with Su Mengsha, but now, they're all pointing their guns at someone else. I don't want to jump. Su Yeqing gave a simple and blunt answer. He didn't want to get involved in this jealousy and rivalry. Besides, he only has Xin in his heart. Other women are just passers-by to him. He had already made it very clear that he had rejected Su Mengsha, so if she was still being so persistent, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. There's no rule that everyone has to pamper you, right? Just because she owns Xinlong Plaza, does she really think she's some kind of empress? My own Huatai building is on par with Xinlong Plaza, not to mention adding Fengyun Trade Center. Besides, as long as I keep checking in, my future wealth will be beyond the reach of these people. Su Yeqing didn't want to deal with these people, so she got up and prepared to find a quiet place to stay. Su Yeqing, stop right there. Su Mengsha had never been rejected so openly before, and she felt humiliated and wanted to regain her dignity by getting back at Su Yeqing. I said you have to dance this opening dance with me, so you have to dance with me. There was nothing she could do. Su Yeqing wouldn't listen to reason, so Su Mengsha had to resort to her last resort. In the past, whenever she spoke to people in this tone, no one ever refused her. After all, she is Su Kanglong's only daughter, so everyone just tries to appease her and doesn't want to offend this young lady. But Su Mengsha really hit a brick wall today. Su Yeqing wasn't buying it and turned to leave without looking back. Su Yeqing, stop right there. Su Mengsha was so anxious she was jumping up and down, not caring whether the occasion was appropriate for her to throw a tantrum. Please be quiet, everyone. Now, please welcome our hostess, Mrs. Jean, to choose her opening dance partner for today. The host's voice timely stopped Su Yeching's commotion. Everyone on the stage stood still, waiting for the darling of the day to dance the opening dance with Mrs. Jean. Su Yeching couldn't move around freely, so she had no choice but to sit back down. Su Mengsha didn't dare to cause trouble at this time. She was thinking to herself that once Mrs. Jean had chosen her dance partner, she would drag Su Yeching to dance the opening dance with her, no matter what. Mrs. Jean is coming this way. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to be your dance partner today? It should be me. Look, Mrs. Jean is looking at me. The group of people standing in front of Su Yeching were excitedly discussing among themselves, each fantasizing about becoming the lucky one. Looking at the bobbing heads, Su Yeching just wanted to stick 2 words on their heads: idiot. The crowd made way for her, and Mrs. Jean, who looked like a young girl but exuded an indescribable charm, slowly walked over. The 2 men who were originally following behind Su Mengsha became excited. Today was so lucky. Although I was rejected by Su Mengsha, being Mrs. Jin's dance partner is a symbol of my strength. From now on, I can walk with my head held high among this group of rich kids. It's no wonder they overthink things. Mrs. Jean walked through the crowd, leaving only 3 men behind. Su Yeching had already been automatically eliminated by them, so all that was left was to choose a lucky one from the 2 of them. The smugness on their faces was impossible to hide, and they were just waiting for Mrs. Jean to announce the 50% probability. Mr. Su, would I have the honor of inviting you to be my dance partner for this opening dance? Mrs. Jean walked directly up to Su Yeching and asked softly. Chapter 67: Mrs. Jin's Dance Partner. Petrification. The people in the hall were stunned by Mrs. Jin's words. Even after considering all the possibilities, no one expected that this unfamiliar man would become the lucky one today. Although the man Mrs. Jean called Mr. Su was indeed exceptionally handsome. But who is Mrs. Kim? That's the woman of the most mysterious man in Huajiang City. Would she really look at someone differently just because of their appearance? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Who exactly is this man? Who is he? If Mrs. Jean has taken a liking to him, how terrifying must his background be? Su Yeching was also taken aback by Mrs. Jean. He was just there to watch the show, never expecting to become the main character himself. I calmed myself down and suppressed my doubts. Su Yeching stood up and smiled politely at Mrs. Jean. It is my honor to receive Mrs. Kim's invitation, but I am afraid that my dancing skills will spoil her enjoyment. I politely declined. Su Yeching really didn't want to be the lucky one people talked about. No matter how powerful the forces behind Mrs. Jean are, he doesn't care. Mrs. Jin's perfect smile froze for a moment. This is the first time someone has rejected him. Everyone who comes to this ball considers it an immense honor to be their dance partner. I never imagined that one day someone would reject me. Now, it's ironic that there really is someone who rejected me without the slightest hesitation. Mrs. Jean was a little annoyed. She had always been the center of attention, and this was the first time she had ever lost face like this. But Mrs. Jean was a woman who had seen a lot in life, so she suppressed her dissatisfaction and put on a perfect smile again. Mr. Su is joking. Dancing is just for fun, there's no need to take it so seriously. Could it be that Mr. Su dislikes me because I'm a married woman and only wants to find young girls to dance with? Mrs. Jean eased the awkwardness with a half-joking remark. It would be my honor if Mrs. Jean didn't mind. Since they've already said all that, it would be unreasonable for Su Yeching to keep delaying. Helpless, Mrs. Jean gestured for Su Yeching to place her hand in his palm. The 2 slowly walked towards the center of the hall. Ignoring their social status, they looked like a perfect couple, very pleasing to the eye. Su Mengsha glared fiercely at the 2 figures from behind the crowd. At this moment, she no longer worshipped Mrs. Jean, but was filled with hatred. It feels like something that belongs to you has been taken away. The music started. It was a tango. With her newly acquired dance skills, Su Yeching and Mrs. Jean worked together seamlessly. After the dance, applause was deafening. This time, people were genuinely sincere. Because everyone could see that Su Yeching's dancing skills were extraordinary, practically godlike. Of course, this excludes 2 people. One of them was Su Mengsha, whose eyes were red with anger. The other was Chen Yiming, whose face was ashen, his hands were clenched tightly, and the veins on his fists were bulging. Chen Yiming also conducted an in-depth investigation into Su Yeching. Although it's unknown how Su Yeching became rich overnight, her previous life could definitely be described as impoverished. So when Mrs. Jean invited Su Yeqing to dance, Chen Yiming didn't think Su Yeqing would be the lucky one. Chen Yiming knew that dancing was not something that could be mastered overnight. Given Su Yeqing's previous circumstances, practicing dancing would have been an absolute luxury and impossible. So when Su Yeqing refused, he became even more certain that Su Yeqing couldn't dance. Seeing Su Yeqing being forced to go on stage, Chen Yiming felt smug. He was just waiting to see Su Yeqing make a fool of herself. However, Su Yeqing shattered Chen Yiming's illusions with a perfect tango. He bowed to those around him as a gesture of thanks. Su Yeqing led Mrs. Jean off the stage and politely took her leave. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." Mrs. Jean was not going to let Su Yeqing off so easily. "What advice does Mrs. Jean have?" Su Yeqing's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Mrs. Jean seems to be very persistent about herself. Of course, Su Yeqing knew that this had nothing to do with romantic feelings. However, Su Yeqing couldn't understand what she had done to attract Mrs. Jin's attention. "Mr. Su, would you mind if we spoke privately for a moment?" Su Yeqing gestured for her to enter and followed Mrs. Jean into the small living room next door. "I wonder what Mrs. Jean wants to talk to me about." Su Yeqing didn't mince words. It wasn't appropriate for a lone man and woman to spend so much time together. Although he knew that Mrs. Jean didn't have those kinds of feelings for him, Su Yeqing still felt uncomfortable and just wanted it to end quickly. "Mr. Su, then I'll be frank. I hope you won't mind." Su Yeqing nodded slightly. Was this just talking to herself? "If you know you'll mind, why do you still drag yourself into this? What's the point of that?" "Mr. Su, I'm just curious how you acquired the Huatai building?" Mrs. Jean is really straightforward. She directly asked about other people's privacy. Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow, looking at Mrs. Jean with some confusion. "It seems that my Huatai building has attracted their attention." He thought to himself, if it's Fengyun trading, then Chen Yiming's Chen's foreign trade is no slouch either, so there's no reason why Mrs. Jean would keep clinging to him like this. Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't respond, Mrs. Jean assumed that Su Yeqing was wary of her. With a slight smile, Mrs. Jin's sensual lips began to open and close again. "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. My husband is very interested in Huatai building and has been discussing the acquisition with the previous owners of Huatai building for the past few years." Mrs. Jean paused, trying to discern a clue from Su Yeqing's face. However, Su Yeqing remained expressionless, making it impossible for anyone to detect anything amiss. But the owner was adamant and refused to sell. "I wonder what method Mr. Su used to get that homeowner to change his mind." Mrs. Jean asked the key question of the day, her eyes fixed on Su Yeqing. The change of ownership of the Huatai building is not the most crucial point. Most importantly, such a big event happened without any prior warning almost overnight. The huge Huatai building changed hands. Despite all this elaborate operation, her husband didn't notice a thing, even though they were watching the Huatai building from home. Thinking about it like that is frightening. Just how many terrifying forces still exist in Huazhong City? Just how powerful is this force that can accomplish such a major task so quietly? Moreover, her husband investigated Su Yeqing afterwards. They emerged almost overnight. From acquiring Fengyun commerce to changing hands over Huatai building, this young man seems to have accomplished everything effortlessly. Mrs. Jean specifically chose Su Yeqing as her dance partner today because she wanted to find out who Su Yeqing really was. Chapter 68 Happy Valley Amusement Park. Mrs. Jean is overthinking it. "I was just lucky. It just so happened that Huatai building was for sale, so I just bought it on a whim." Su Yeqing smiled but didn't offer any further explanation. Mrs. Jin's intention to probe was very clear. She wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal everything. "Really? Then Mr. Su is really lucky." Mrs. Jean, seeing that she couldn't get any information out of him, gave a fake smile. "May I ask where Mr. Su's ancestors were from? And who is your father? How come I've never heard of Mr. Su before in Huazhong City?" Su Yeqing disliked the feeling of being interrogated, as if she were a prisoner. Too lazy to deal with Mrs. Jean any longer, Su Yeqing directly shut down the aggressive woman in front of him with a single sentence. "Mrs. Jean, just think of me as someone who has parachuted into Huazhong City. I'm here today to attend a charity ball, not to report on my background." Mrs. Jean also noticed Su Yeqing's impatience, and since she was unsure of Su Yeqing's true identity and background, she didn't dare to confront him directly. He gave an awkward laugh. "Mr. Su, you're joking. I was just a little curious and asked too many questions." "Women are just naturally curious, Mr. Su, please don't take it to heart." Nodding, Su Yeqing maintained an aloof demeanor. If there's nothing else, Mrs. Jean, I'll head out now. There are still a lot of people outside waiting for Mrs. Jean to take care of them. After saying that, without waiting for Mrs. Jin's reaction, he walked out first. Since this charity ball was a trap for her, Su Yeqing would not stoop to flattery or pandering. Having already been visited by his own people and received a donation, Su Yeqing felt there was no need to stay any longer and was the first to leave the Jasmine Garden Villa. Mrs. Jean, who came out later, stared at Su Yeqing's retreating figure and fell into deep thought. What exactly is this young man relying on? They don't respect me at all. Judging from his demeanor, he didn't seem to be bluffing. In this society, pride requires certain qualities. People at the ball were asking each other about Su Yeqing's background, but to be honest, not many people really knew anything about her. Shen Yiming, the only one who knew Su Yeqing fairly well, had no intention of helping Su Yeqing promote her, so he kept his mouth shut, acting as if it was none of his business. As Su Yeqing drove her Koenigsegg back to her mansion, she had no idea that she had become famous overnight in the upper echelons of Huazhang City's society. Even if Su Yeqing knew all this, he would only smile indifferently. He didn't care about these empty titles. Back at the villa, Su Yeqing took a nice hot bath and chatted with Zhang Xingxuan on WeChat. This is also a little fun between couples. You send a message, I send a message, and we chatted happily. Because Su Yeqing had been busy with personal matters these past few days, the two hadn't had time to meet, so the couple arranged to have dinner together the next day. Not wanting Zhang Xingxuan to stay up late, Su Yeqing reluctantly said goodnight to him when they chatted until 11 p.m. Ding dong. Su Yeqing immediately sobered up. It seems like there have been a lot of system check-ins lately, but Su Yeqing warmly welcomes it. Host, you can sign in today for a large-scale amusement park business. Sign in? Check in. Su Yeqing also visited this Happy Valley amusement park. It is currently the most advanced, technologically advanced, and most abundant amusement park in China, making it a place where money can be made in a day. Ding. Check-in successful. A property ownership certificate for Happy Valley Amusement Park appeared in Su Yeqing's hands. Su Yeqing is growing to love this system more and more. I was just thinking about how to expand my business yesterday, and today the system has delivered such a great gift. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. Su Yeqing picked up her phone. It was another call from an unknown number. Who is it? Hello, are you Mr. Su Yeqing? The voice on the other end of the phone was that of a respectful woman, who seemed to be quite old and very composed. I am Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing had a pretty good idea of who was on the other end of the phone. As expected. Hello Mr. Su, I am Dong Yongqin, the project manager of Happy Valley Amusement Park. I just received a notification that Happy Valley Amusement Park has changed hands. Mr. Su, you are the new owner of the amusement park. When would you be free to come and complete the formalities? Su Yeqing already knew the process very well. The so-called procedure simply involves signing a document, after which all future revenue from Happy Valley Amusement Park will be directly deposited into your account. Since she already had the property certificate, Su Yeqing wasn't in a hurry for the money. I will go there in a while. Su Yeqing was thinking of taking Zhang Xingxuan there for a date in a few days and getting the paperwork done while she was there. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll wait until you have time to come over. Good. Su Yeqing hung up the phone very simply. After washing up, I went straight to Feng Yun Trading. As Su Yeqing walked into the chairman's private elevator, the female employees in the lobby all stared at her with admiring eyes. Although he knew that his chairman already had a girlfriend. However, seeing such a handsome boss every day is a strong motivation for these girls at work. Knock knock. Enter. Secretary Wu walked in carrying a brocade box. Su Yeqing even suspected that Secretary Wu was monitoring her every day. As soon as I stepped into the chairman's office, he would always knock on the door very promptly. Secretary Wu, unaware of Su Yeqing's chaotic thoughts, handed over the brocade box. Chairman Su, Mrs. Jean sent this over early this morning. Tell them this was taken yesterday, but you forgot to take it because you left in such a hurry yesterday. Su Yeqing also remembered that she had indeed spent 5 million to bid for it. Yesterday, I left because I was unhappy with Mrs. Jin's attitude, and I forgot about the whole thing. What else do you mean, nothing? Su Yeqing didn't believe that Mrs. Jean would be so kind as to send this over so early in the morning. The messenger said that Mrs. Jean asked him to pass on a message. Mrs. Jean was too reckless yesterday, and please don't take it to heart, Mr. Su. Secretary Wu relayed Su Yecheng's exact words. I don't quite understand what happened yesterday that made that mysterious Mrs. Jean say such a thing. Could it be that their chairman has some unknown strength? It's no wonder Secretary Wu would think that way. When Su Yecheng revealed that he was the owner of Huatai Building, Secretary Wu was quite frightened. Okay, I understand. Su Yecheng had no intention of satisfying Secretary Wu's curiosity and gestured for him to leave. Opening the brocade box reveals a phoenix hairpin with outstretched wings, exuding a vintage charm. Su Yecheng originally intended to give the item to Jiang Xingxuan after taking the picture. But looking at it more closely now, it seems a bit too flashy and doesn't suit Xuanxuan's fresh and clean temperament. Chapter 69 The Gigolo. Su Yecheng thought to herself that she and Xianxian had been dating for a while now, but she had never given her any gifts. I must buy my girlfriend a decent gift for our date tonight. After locking the brocade box in the safe, Su Yecheng began her day as a boss. 5 p.m. Koenigsegg stopped right on time in front of the Huatai Building. Su Yecheng had just gotten out of the car and was about to take out her phone to tell Jiang Xingxuan that she had arrived. A bright and beautiful figure jogged over. Su Yecheng hurriedly went to meet her. Slow down, why are you running so fast in high heels? Su Yecheng helped Jiang Xingxuan, who was a little out of breath from running, and gave her a reproachful glare. What if you accidentally twist your ankle and fall? Jiang Xingxuan raised his slightly flushed face and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, my balance is great. Su Yecheng helplessly patted Jiang Xingxuan's head and pulled her into the car. Where do you want to eat? My friend said a new seafood restaurant opened in Xinlong Plaza and the taste is very authentic. Let's go try it. Su Yecheng paused as she was about to start the car. Xinlong Plaza? I was just harassed by this Empress Dowager from Xinlong Plaza yesterday, and today my girlfriend brought it up again. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? What's wrong? Can't you eat seafood? Jiang Xingxuan thought Su Yecheng was allergic to seafood and secretly blamed himself for being too careless. Without even asking Su Yecheng if she could eat it, they took it upon themselves to go and eat the seafood. Seeing the worried look on Jiang Xingxuan's face, Su Yecheng felt a warmth in her heart. Su Yecheng shook her head, thinking that she was overthinking things. No, I don't have any dietary restrictions. My girlfriend only had this one small request, so of course I had to fulfill it. Even if we really need Su Mengsha, so what? If I can refuse her once, I can refuse her a second time. To be honest, Su Yecheng's idea was indeed the right approach. I don't care about your status. If I don't like you, I'll reject you. The Koenigsegg drove smoothly into the underground parking lot of Xinlong Plaza. The two took the elevator all the way to the 8th floor, the food court. Yi Qing, this is the shop my friend was talking about. Like a little girl, Jiang Xingxuan excitedly pulled Su Yecheng into a restaurant called Tian Tian Le Seafood Restaurant. Su Yecheng looked at Jiang Xingxuan with doting eyes, finding it hard to imagine what kind of expression this little woman would have when discussing business. Su Yecheng had heard Zheng Tianfei say that Jiang Xingxuan was quite similar to Jiang Shumao and had a strong businesswoman demeanor in the company. However, Su Yecheng preferred the carefree Jiang Xingxuan. His women don't need to go into battle, they just need to be pampered by him. Come in quickly. Seeing Su Yecheng standing in a daze at the shop entrance, Jiang Xingxuan reached out and pulled him inside. Dinner ended pleasantly for the two of them. Let's go for a walk later. Su Yecheng picked up Jiang Xingxuan's bag and walked to the cashier to pay. Isn't this Jiang Xingxuan? When did you find a pretty boy? No wonder you didn't agree to date Senior Chen when he liked you so much in college. So this is the type you like? Su Yecheng's face instantly fell. How many times has someone called themselves a gigolo? Looking at that woman who spoke in a sarcastic tone, she looked decent enough, but her heart was too wicked. Wu Lily, this is my boyfriend. Please show some respect. Jiang Xingxuan was also very unhappy to hear someone insult Su Yecheng. He spoke coldly, word by word. This Wu Lily was her classmate in college, and she loved to flirt with the boys. I don't like this kind of person, so I basically have no contact with her. I never expected that someone I hadn't seen since graduation would start swearing at me right away. Wu Lily tossed her long, wavy hair and looked at Jiang Xingxuan with a worldly air about her. Jiang Xingxuan has a good family background, so he can get everything without having to work hard. In Wu Lily's eyes, she was like a high and mighty little princess, with everyone revolving around her. One needs to be observant and pleasing to others in order to make their presence known. Even her college crush fell for Jiang Xingxuan. But Jiang Xingxuan, using the excuse that he only wanted to study and didn't want to date, completely ignored the feelings of his idol. In Wu Lily's view, this was a tactic employed by Jiang Xingxuan to whet people's appetites. Now, seeing how handsome the man next to Jiang Xingxuan is, even overshadowing her idol, Senior Chen, Wu Lily felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart, and wanted to drag Jiang Xingxuan into the mud and stomp on him hard. Su Yeqing also noticed the hostility Wu Lily had towards Jiang Xingxuan. He just couldn't understand how some people could be so twisted, always wanting to compare themselves to those they couldn't compare to. If she loses, she'll blame others, acting like the whole world owes her something. He glanced in the direction Wu Lily had come from. Su Yeqing wasn't one to swallow her anger, so she spoke up directly. If you eat too much in the bathroom, go outside and throw up. Don't spray it around in the store. Put. Please forgive the cashier behind the counter for not being able to help but laugh, which was rather unkind. It's all Su Yeqing's fault for being too sharp-tongued. You pretty boy, how dare you insult me? Wu Lily was furious. When she saw Su Yeqing carrying Jiang Xingxuan's bag, and considering Su Yeqing's face, she immediately concluded that Su Yeqing was a gigolo. Now that she was being publicly ridiculed by a gigolo, Wu Lily felt she had lost all face. I'm cursing you, you mad dog who bites anyone you see. Su Yeqing didn't have that kind of chivalrous spirit. For those who come to you asking for a scolding, it would be a shame not to give them a piece of your mind. You. Wu Lily was so angry that she put her left hand on her hip and pointed her right hand at Su Yeqing, looking like a shrew. Honey, what's wrong? A young man came out. Perhaps seeing that Wu Lily had been in the bathroom for so long, he was worried that something might have happened, so he came out to check on her. Young Master Wang, someone has insulted him. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Lily immediately changed her demeanor, acting coquettishly towards the newcomer. The cloyingly sweet voice gave Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan goosebumps. Who dares to mess with my woman? Wang Xiao acted like a big brother, putting his arm around Wu Lily's shoulder as if he wanted to stand up for his woman. Looking around, Wang Xiao couldn't see Jiang Xingxuan's face because Su Yeqing was blocking him from view. All I saw was the exceptionally handsome Su Yeqing. Did you insult my woman? When Wang Xiao first heard that Wu Lily had been scolded, he was angry because he had lost face. Seeing Su Yeqing's face now, he was truly unhappy. Wang Xiao had always considered himself a handsome man, but now he had been completely outshone by someone else, so he was definitely not in a good mood. Chapter 70 The Ranks of Beasts. I was just cursing a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Su Yeqing looked indifferent, his calm tone making it seem as if he really hadn't cursed anyone, and had only cursed a beast. Young Master Wang, look, he called me a dog. I'm your girlfriend, isn't he indirectly insulting you? He's just a gigolo who lives off women, and he really doesn't respect you, young Master Wang. To be fair, Wu Lily's skill at sowing discord was first-rate. She managed to drag Wang Xiao down with her and into the ranks of beasts. Have you gone mad from living off a woman? Don't you even know who I, young Master Wang, am? Do you think a pretty boy like you can just offend me like that? When Wang Xiao heard Wu Lily say that Su Yeqing was a gigolo, his mood instantly improved. Turns out he's just a gigolo who lives off women. What's the point of comparing myself to him? They make a living based on their looks. Comparing yourself to someone like that just lowers your own standards. Thinking this, a contemptuous smile appeared on Wang Xiao's face. That's right, pretty boy, you'd better apologize quickly, or my boyfriend will make you regret it. With strong support, Wu Lily became even more arrogant, and the arc of her wavy hair swinging on the ground became even greater. By the way, Jiang Xingxuan, aren't you ashamed to show your face? What's with hiding behind some pretty boy? Are you afraid of being embarrassed if others find out that the young lady of Xingyu Steel is keeping a gigolo? Wu Lily hadn't forgotten who she was mainly targeting today. This pretty boy is only scolding me because he's standing up for Jiang Xingxuan. Now that she saw Wang Xiao standing up for her, and Jiang Xingxuan not saying a word, she instinctively felt that Jiang Xingxuan was too ashamed to speak up. Xingyu Steel? Jiang Xingxuan? Wang Xiao was a little stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? That's right, young Master Wang, you didn't even know. Jiang Xingxuan pretended to be innocent and pure when he was in college to deceive everyone. Actually, look, she's keeping a gigolo. Now that they've been found out, they're hiding and too ashamed to show their faces. Wu Lily kept belittling Jiang Xingxuan. This is something she's always wanted to do, and now that she's finally got the chance, she certainly won't let it go easily. You're overthinking it, Wu Lily. I just don't really want to see your disgusting face. Jiang Xingxuan couldn't listen anymore and reluctantly stepped out from behind Su Yeqing. Please forgive her, she was just telling the truth. She genuinely didn't want to see Wu Lily's face, that's all. Jiang Xingxuan, are you still so smug and shameless? Wu Lily was always bothered by others looking down on her, and upon hearing Jiang Xingxuan's words, she immediately jumped up again. Shut up! Wang Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted at Wu Lily. Upon seeing the woman's true face, Wang Xiao immediately understood. No wonder he found Jiang Xingxuan's name so familiar. It turns out that she is Jiang Xingxuan, the girlfriend of Mr. Su, the new owner of Huatai Building, who has been the subject of much discussion lately. Wang Xiao had met Jiang Xingxuan before they were all coming and going from the Huatai Building, so it was inevitable that they would run into each other. Besides, with such a stunning beauty, who wouldn't take a second look? However, without a chance to strike up a conversation, young Master Wang remained unaware of the beautiful woman's name. Therefore, Wang Xiao immediately confirmed that the Jiang Xingxuan mentioned by Wu Lily was the Jiang Xingxuan of Huatai Building. So who is this guy that Wu Lily called a gigolo? Wang Xiao suddenly felt that he might be in deep trouble. Poor Wu Lily had absolutely no sense of crisis. Suddenly, when Wang Xiao roared at him, his first instinct was that Wang Xiao had been bewitched by Jiang Xingxuan. He shouted in frustration, "Young Master Wang, wake up! Jiang Xingxuan likes the pretty boy type next to her, don't be fooled by her appearance. Try swearing again." Su Yeqing gritted her teeth and threatened Wu Lily fiercely. This crazy woman keeps biting people randomly, it's really annoying to watch. Seeing that Wu Lily was about to speak, Wang Xiao slapped her without thinking. Shut up, do you hear me? Wu Lily had never seen Wang Xiao so furious, and she was terrified. She covered the side of her face that had been hit and dared not utter another sound. I'm sorry, gentlemen. This woman is ignorant. Please don't take it to heart. Su Yeqing was really not used to Wang Xiao's 180-degree change in attitude. With her arms crossed, Su Yeqing waited quietly for him to continue. Looking at Su Yeqing's cold expression, Wang Xiao felt an urge to bang his head against a wall. What's gotten into him today, thinking of taking that woman Wu Lily out for some fun? She leaned slightly forward and lowered her gleaming hair. Young Master Wang spoke up timidly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su from Huatai Building? Although it was a question, Wang Xiao was basically certain in his mind. If Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend isn't the new owner of Huatai Building, then who could he be? Wang Xiao waited cautiously for Su Yeqing's reply, feeling that he had had the worst day ever. You know me? There are too many people who know Su Yeqing now, but he doesn't necessarily need to know them. I am Wang Xiaoyang, the manager of Dingliang Lighting. My father is Wang Yuhu, the general manager of Dingliang Lighting. Another tenant of Huatai Building. Su Yeqing understood. He had already done his research on the tenants of Huatai Building. This overhead lighting fixture is quite large, it occupies the entire 12th floor of the Huatai Building. No wonder Wang Xiaoyang is so confident. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Yeqing today. All I have left to do is play the subservient role. Then what? Su Yeqing remained calm in his eyes. Wang Xiaoyang was not worthy of being mentioned. Mr. Su, I am truly sorry for today. It is all because Wu Lily was blind and offended you and Miss Jiang. Wang Xiaoyang bowed and apologized profusely, hoping that Su Yeqing would not take her anger out on him. Really? I remember more than one dog just now calling me a gigolo who lives off women. Su Yeqing looked like she was settling scores later. Indeed, there are very few people who would want to get away unscathed after insulting Su Yeqing. I was confused too, I was deceived by that bitch Wu Lily. Wang Xiaoyang was so anxious that sweat poured down his face. Mr. Su, I really didn't mean it. You are a magnanimous person, please don't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. You mean I'm too stingy? Su Yeqing deliberately misinterpreted Wang Xiaoyang's meaning. No. Wang Xiaoyang was so anxious he almost bit his tongue. What I mean is that we insignificant people are not worthy of making Mr. Su angry. It's not worth it at all. Wang Xiaoyang waved his hands repeatedly, agreeing with his explanation. Looking at Wang Xiaoyang, who was being subservient, Su Yeqing, who had a cold expression, and Jiang Xingxuan, who seemed unfazed by the situation, Wu Lily was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Chapter 71, Sending Tokens of Love. I remember your company's contract with Huatai Building is about to expire, right? Su Yeqing is indeed a top student. He only looked at the information of so many tenants in Huatai building once and memorized all the key points. Su Yeqing's simple words startled Wang Xiaoyang quite a bit. He also remembered the recent rumors circulating in Huatai building that Wen Yiting, the eldest daughter of Antai Life Insurance, had offended Mr. Su's girlfriend, causing the rent to increase by 30%. At the time, he thought Wen Yiting was an idiot who offended people without even knowing how to look properly. I never expected it to be my turn so soon. If my dad finds out, he'll break my legs. Thinking about it, Wang Xiaoyang glared hatefully at Wu Lily, who was already terrified to the side. This woman is such a jinx. Am I out of my mind to have chosen a woman like this? Mr. Su, I really made a mistake this time, and I apologize to you. While apologizing, Wang Xiaoyang bowed deeply. We've always renewed the contract for Huatai building directly. Could you please leave it as is? Su Yeqing found it hilarious to see Wang Xiaoyang looking like he was about to cut off his own flesh. Did they think I was going to raise the rent? But this time I had no such intention at all. Amending the contract is too much trouble. Don't worry, I have no intention of doing that. Su Yeqing wanted to laugh when she saw Wang Xiaoyang's relaxed demeanor. Cats don't kill mice right away. When they catch them, they play with them slowly to make it more fun. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Xiaoyang was happy that he would finally be spared a beating from his father. Your lighting fixtures are due for renewal, so just move them out. I'll talk to Zhang Tianfei about it. Thunderstruck. Su Yeqing's casual remark left Wang Xiaoyang completely stunned and utterly bewildered. This isn't about whether or not the rent will be raised. If they were kicked out of Huatai building, where is the symbol of Dingliang Lighting as the leader in the lighting industry? Wang Xiaoyang immediately pictured his father's dark face, as if he were holding a stick and waiting for him. Wang Xiaoyang swayed slightly, and if he hadn't caught the cashier in time, he might have collapsed to the ground. Mr. Su, you can't do this. I beg you, please forgive me this time. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Wang Xiaoyang burst into tears streaming down his face. It's truly hard to imagine that the usually high-spirited Wang Xiao would end up like this. It was probably Wang Xiaoyang's actions that brought Wu Lily back to her senses after she had been terrified. She was a little confused about the situation. He grabbed Wang Xiaoyang, who was completely different from his usual self. Young Master Wang, what's wrong with you? You're the young master of Dingliang Lighting, is it necessary for you to be so afraid of this person? Su Yeqing looked at Wu Lily, who seemed completely clueless, and wondered what was going on. What's wrong with Wang Xiaoyang's eyes that he would fall for this woman? Get out. You're a jinx. You shameless woman. Wang Xiaoyang, seeing Wu Lily still daring to approach, shoved her to the ground with bloodshot eyes. Xian, let's go. Su Yeqing had no interest in watching this kind of drama. After swiping her card to pay the bill, she directly led Jiang Xingxuan out of the restaurant. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Wang Xiaoyang was anxious to catch up, but he couldn't bring himself to take a step. Looking down, he saw Wu Lily hugging his right leg. Wang Xiaoyang's temper flared even more. This woman was more trouble than she was worth. He raised his left foot and kicked Wu Lily hard. Someone was hit. Someone was hit. Call the police immediately. The noise coming from the seafood restaurant made Jiang Xingxuan turn around and look back with a bit of reluctance. Su Yeqing gently turned Jiang Xingxuan's head back and said softly, Xian, not everyone deserves sympathy. Everything she has today is her own fault. If we didn't have the status we have today, we would be the ones who are humiliated. Jiang Xingxuan nodded as he looked at Su Yeqing's serious expression. A bright smile appeared on his face. I know, I'm not a pushover, I just think it's a bit unseemly for a grown man to hit a woman. Someone will handle it. Let's go shopping. Good. The minor incident did not affect their mood. Hand in hand, they enjoyed their own happiness. Fucking jewelry. Su Yeqing stopped in front of this high-end jewelry store. What's wrong? Jiang Xingxuan looked at the store. It was a jewelry store. I didn't plan to buy any jewelry. Xian, I want to give you a token of our love. I don't need those things. But I want to settle down with you, only then will I feel at ease. Without saying a word, Su Yeqing pulled Jiang Xingxuan inside. Welcome. Sir, madam, what style would you like to buy? The shop assistants immediately came over when they saw two customers dressed in high-class clothes. Isn't this Su Yeqing? I heard from Zhang Jin that you've made it big, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems it's true. A young man dressed like a playboy walked over with a woman who could be considered a beauty. Wang Meng. This man and Su Yeqing were roommates in the same dormitory during college. Although they rarely interacted, they lived in the same dormitory every day, so Su Yeqing recognized him immediately. It's me. Looks like you haven't forgotten your old classmate even after you've made it big. Su Yeqing shrugged. Back in college, Wang Meng basically ignored her like air and never took the initiative to greet her. Has your personality changed today? After laughing heartily, Wang Meng stared intently at Jiang Xingxuan for a while. If the woman next to him hadn't pulled him away from his lecherous gaze, Su Yeqing would have gouged out his eyes. That's disgusting. Wow, who is this? The woman linked arms with Wang Meng, as if asserting her dominance. His eyes quickly swept across Su Yeqing's face. Although this man named Su Yeqing is indeed handsome. But she had finally won Wang Meng's heart and was about to ascend to the throne of Mrs. Wang, so she wouldn't let herself make a mistake. Oh, I forgot, this is my fiancée, Yalina. Nana, this is my college roommate, Su Yeqing. Wang Meng gave Su Yeqing a malicious smile. Don't be fooled by his presentable appearance now he was a penniless nobody in college. Su Yeqing, I heard from Haozi and the others that you found a rich woman? Wang Meng glanced at Jiang Xingxuan with a smug look. At first I thought Haozi and the others were just talking nonsense, but now it seems to be true. But Haozi and the others are wrong about one thing. You, Su Yeqing, were not kept by an old woman. Instead, you found a rich and beautiful woman to live off. As Wang Meng spoke, he couldn't help but laugh with pride. Yalina, who was holding his arm, also covered her mouth and laughed. She said it all, what's the use of being handsome? He's just a pretty boy. Chapter 72 The Fated One. Su Yeqing was speechless. What kind of day is today? I keep being called a gigolo who lives off women. Is being too handsome a crime? Having already been annoyed by Wang Xiaoyang, Su Yeqing was no longer willing to pay attention to Wang Meng. Just think of it as a mad dog barking incoherently. After bypassing Wang Meng, Su Yeqing led Jiang Xingxuan toward the counter. Wang Meng felt embarrassed when Su Yeqing ignored him and treated him like he was invisible. He and Yalina had already chosen their engagement rings and were ready to leave. Now he wanted to see exactly how Su Yeqing acted as a gigolo. If he could see Su Yeqing's submissive and obedient manner as he coaxed women, he could go and spread the word with Haozi and the others. With this idea in mind, Wang Meng pulled Yalina aside and pretended to pick out a necklace. Su Yeqing didn't care at all about Wang Meng's little tricks. Jiang Xingxuan and I were carefully selecting jewelry. Sir, madam, which one are you interested in? May I bring them out for you to try on? For shop assistants, it doesn't matter whether you're a pretty boy or a stern boy, as long as you can make a purchase and boost their sales. So the shop assistant was very enthusiastic. Is there anything more special? Su Yeqing looked through all the jewelry in the display case, but none of it caught her eye. His Xianxian deserves someone unique. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The shop assistants noticed that Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan were dressed very elegantly and didn't dare to offend them easily. Sir, this is our prized possession, called the Tears of Dreams. The shop assistant took out a necklace made of countless sapphires from the safe. The necklace is made up of a series of round sapphires connected together. Below each sapphire hangs another sapphire, polished into the shape of a teardrop. The teardrop-shaped sapphire at the clasp is the smallest, and the teardrop-shaped sapphire gets larger towards the center, as if they are gathered together. Under the light, the sapphire reflected layers of pale blue light, deeply attracting people's attention. It's so captivating that you can't take your eyes off it. So beautiful. Jiang Xingxuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. She had seen countless pieces of jewelry since she was a child, but this was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful necklace. Miss has excellent taste. The shop assistant was telling the truth this time. This dream tier was designed by the chief designer of fucking jewelry. The selected sapphires are all of the highest quality, symbolizing that there is only joy and happiness between lovers. Su Yeqing liked this meaning very much, and he hoped that he would not let Xianxian shed a single tear. There was only happiness and joy between them. This necklace is the one. Su Yeqing wanted to buy it once she saw it. Sir, the price tag for this necklace is 12 million. For some reason, the shop assistant's attitude was a bit strange. He was hesitant and stammering, as if he didn't really want to sell. Yi Qing, this is too expensive. I can't wear it normally, and I'm worried about losing it. I'd better not buy it. Upon hearing the price, Zhang Xingxuan grabbed Su Yeqing and tried to leave. Although she knew that with Su Yeqing's abilities, buying this necklace would not be a problem at all. But she really didn't want Su Yeqing to spend so much money just to buy such luxury goods. It's okay, as long as you like it. Su Yeqing doesn't care about the price. If Zhang Xingxuan likes it, he'll buy it even if the price is increased by a zero. I'm sorry, sir, this is not for sale. Our boss said it's only for those who are destined to have it. Seeing that Su Yeqing really wanted to buy it, the shop assistant said with some difficulty. She took out the necklace simply to show off her company's strength. Several customers ahead of us were also picky and dissatisfied with the other accessories. She also took out the necklace and showed it to them. I liked them all, but after hearing the prices, I immediately chose other styles. The shop assistant was surprised that his trick had worked every time, and that someone would actually buy it. Su Yeqing, I figured it out now, this isn't the rich woman you're dating. So, how does it feel to support a beautiful woman with money given to you by an old woman? But I advise you to stop pretending. If you can't afford it, just say so. You know it's not for sale, so why are you trying to act like a big spender and insist on buying it? Wang Mang, believing he knew the truth, spoke up sarcastically. I wonder how Wang Mang got into university. It was only after Su Yeqing wanted to buy it that the shop assistant said it was not for sale. Wang Mang, on the other hand, went ahead and labeled Su Yeqing as someone who couldn't afford to pretend to be rich. The shop assistants were starting to look down on Wang Mang's intelligence. She secretly rolled her eyes at Wang Mang, inwardly cursing him. This guy is really something. He can't understand human language and yet he's still meddling in the fun. He doesn't even know how he's going to clean up the mess. Su Yeqing didn't want to pay attention to Wang Mang, that lunatic. Some people are just jealous and can't stand seeing others do better than themselves. Why are you bringing out something that's not for sale? Are you kidding me? Su Yeqing was a little angry. Xian had finally found something she liked. Was this shop assistant trying to make fun of them? I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to show you our designer's work. The shop assistant had no choice but to keep explaining. Yi Qing, forget it. Let's just consider it as appreciating a work of art. Let's go. Zhang Xingxuan tugged at Su Yeqing. She genuinely thought it was too expensive. That's right, Su Yeqing, you should take this opportunity to back down. What if the shop assistant changes their mind and agrees to sell it to you, but you can't afford it? Wang Mang, unwilling to remain silent, continued to make sarcastic remarks. Yalina, who was next to him, also chirped in response. Su Yeqing didn't even glance at them, but squeezed Zhang Xingxuan's hand to signal her not to rush. You said your boss said this was sold to someone who's destined to have it? Su Yeqing asked the shop assistant in a very cold tone. There was nothing he could do. He felt like he'd been tricked by the shop assistant, so his attitude naturally became less than friendly. Yes. The shop assistant is quite honest now, answering all questions and telling the truth. Is your boss one fucking? Does the gentleman know our boss? The shop assistant asked cautiously, thinking to herself, I hope I haven't offended someone I shouldn't have. We met once. He gave me his business card, but I don't have it with me. Do you have your boss's phone number? Su Yeqing was telling the truth. He didn't think anything would happen to Wan fucking. So he casually tossed the business card Wan fucking gave him into his office and didn't save the phone number. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know the boss's phone number. The shop assistant didn't know if Su Yeqing was telling the truth or not, but she certainly didn't know the boss's phone number. Ha, Su Yeqing, you're killing me with laughter. You know Wan fucking? Why don't you just say you know the queen? Wang Mang felt that Su Yeqing's words were becoming increasingly outrageous, and he became even more certain that Su Yeqing was faking it. Chapter 73 Buying Dream Tears. Idiot. Even with her good temper, Su Yeqing couldn't stand Wang Mang's nagging and cursed him out. Ignoring Wang Mang's furious outburst, Su Yeqing simply took out her phone. Manager Zhang, do you know Wan fucking's phone number? Okay, send it to my phone. Keep pretending, let's see how long you can keep up the act. Wang Mang was determined not to leave. He was determined to see Su Yeqing break down in her act and slap herself in the face. Su Yeqing's phone lit up. A text message notification sounded. Dial the number. Hello, who is this? Su Yeqing had the phone on speakerphone, and everyone in the store could hear it clearly. A deep, resonant male voice. I am Su Yeqing from Huatai Building. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Wan fucking on the other end of the phone was very excited. You could tell from his voice. Ever since he met Mr. Su at the Huatai building that day, Wan Fucking had been trying to find an opportunity to establish a relationship with him. But despite going in and out of the Huatai building so many times, I never encountered it again. Just as she was thinking about how to have another chance encounter, Mr. Su took the initiative to call her. How could Wan Fucking not be excited? My girlfriend saw a necklace called Dream Tears at your store in Shilong Plaza. But your staff said the boss stipulates that it is only sold to those who are destined to be sold to it. I wonder if I'll be the one destined for this. Su Yeching asked politely, but he was certain that Wan Fucking would be willing to let him be the one destined for him. Of course, it is my honor to be a fellow traveler with Mr. Su. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll be dining at Shilong Plaza. Please wait a few minutes, I'll be right down. Good. Su Yeching hung up the phone. You're just putting on a show. I don't know where you found those extras. Do you think you can scare me away with just a phone call? I really don't know whether to call Wang Meng stubborn or inflexible. Anyway, he was determined that Su Yeching was lying, and he was going to wait here and watch the show. Did Su Yeching think he didn't know Wan Fucking? After all, his family owned a company, albeit a small one. But through his father, Wang Meng had seen Wan Fucking from afar a few times. It's not something Su Yeching can just pretend to be by picking anyone. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. The familiar voice of the man on the phone. A man then quickly walked into fucking jewelry. Only a few minutes had passed, and Su Yeching hadn't had to wait any longer. Mr. Wan, you're too kind. It was I who disturbed your meal. Su Yeching exchanged pleasantries politely. Wow, is this really Wan Fucking? Yao Lina had never met Wan Fucking in person, and like Wang Meng, she was convinced that Su Yeching was a fraud. What? Am I, Wan Fucking, a liar? Before Wang Meng could even shut Yao Lina up, Wan Fucking became unhappy. He couldn't believe that he, the chairman of fucking jewelry, would have his identity questioned in public, in his own store, and in front of people he so desperately wanted to befriend. That's an extreme loss of face. No, Mr. Wan, my girlfriend is blind and didn't recognize you. I'm sorry. Wang Meng recognized him. It was indeed Wan Fucking, and he felt like a nobody in front of him. Wang Meng obediently stayed to one side, showing no intention of leaving. So sometimes, when people are shameless, they can be invincible. Given the situation, why aren't you leaving? Are you going to stand there waiting for them to settle the score with you? Ignoring Wang Meng, Wan Fucking turned to Su Yeching and asked politely. Mr. Su just mentioned that he's taken a liking to our Dream Tears, right? Yes, I hope I'm lucky enough to be that person who's destined to be here. Mr. Su, you're too kind. It's my honor to be connected with you. I'll give this Dream Tear to Mr. Su at an 80% discount, as a token of my friendship with Wan Fucking. Wan Fucking waved his hand, signaling the shop assistant to wrap it up. Chairman Wan, this won't do. Su Yeching declined Wan Fucking's offer. This is a token of love I gave to my girlfriend. If Chairman Wan gives it a discount, it loses its meaning. Yes. It was my oversight. Su Yeching took out a diamond black card. At Wan Fucking's prompting, the shop assistant took it and swiped the card. Mr. Su, please take this. Wan Fucking took the wrapped necklace gift box from the shop assistant and handed it to Su Yeching personally. Then thank you, Chairman Wan. After thanking him, Su Yeching took Jiang Xingxuan's hand and left. He didn't even glance at Wang Meng, who was standing there dumbfounded. Who are these two? After seeing Su Yeching off, Wan Fucking looked at Wang Meng, who was still standing motionless to the side, and asked impatiently. The shop assistant briefly described what had happened. Remember this person's name and tell the director that fucking jewelry will no longer do business with this person. Wan Fucking said in a sinister tone. Anyone who dares to call Wan Fucking a fraud and dares to offend Mr. Su of Huatai Building is a complete idiot. It would be strange if fucking jewelry did business with this kind of person. Yes. Upon receiving instructions, the shop assistants immediately kicked Wang Meng and Yao Lina out of the store. So Wang Meng really brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. Holding such an expensive necklace, Jiang Xingxuan dared not go shopping anymore. Su Yeching drove her Koenigsegg directly to the door of Jiang Xingxuan's villa. Yi Qing, this necklace is too valuable. Why don't you keep it for now? Jiang Xingxuan wasn't being pretentious. She just felt a little bad that she was accepting such an expensive gift from Su Yeching when they had only just started dating. Fool, I already told you this is a token of our love. I've already decided on you. Is this necklace still considered valuable? Xian, you are priceless in my heart. The last sweet nothing, coupled with Su Yeqing's sincere expression, completely captivated Jiang Xingxuan. How come you're so good at making girls happy? Jiang Xingxuan lowered her head shyly. Su Yeqing gently lifted Jiang Xingxuan's chin and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. Xian, I mean it. You are the woman I've chosen for this lifetime. Jiang Xingxuan stared into Su Yeqing's dark eyes, as if he were deeply drawn into them. Me too. After Jiang Xingxuan finished his shy confession, he mustered up his courage and kissed Su Yeqing on the cheek. Xian. Before Su Yeqing could finish speaking, Jiang Xingxuan hurriedly opened the car door and ran into the villa as if fleeing. Ha ha. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan's adorable actions, Su Yeqing smiled happily. Touching her left cheek, which had been kissed by Jiang Xingxuan, Su Yeqing felt it burning hot. I stood at the villa entrance for a long time, and then I could no longer feel the burning sensation on my face. Su Yeqing reluctantly drove the Koenigsegg back to her high-tech villa. After taking a hot bath, Su Yeqing threw herself onto the big bed. My mind is filled with Jiang Xingxuan's shy expression today. Chapter 74, Not Wanting to Lingering Connections. Her sweet dreams were disturbed once again, but this time it wasn't the check-in sound that Su Yeqing loved so much. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. She pulled the blanket over her head, not wanting to get out of bed or answer the phone. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. The phone kept ringing, as if it were deliberately picking a fight with Su Yeqing. Who is it? Su Yeqing picked up the phone helplessly, without even glancing at the screen, and asked in a huff. Mr. Su, did I disturb you? I'm sorry, I thought you were already up. It was Zhang Tianfei's voice. Su Yeqing took the phone off her ear and checked the time, 10:28. It's almost noon, no wonder Zhang Tianfei's tone was a bit strange. It's really unreasonable for someone to be fast asleep at this hour when most people would be at work. I went to bed a little late last night. Although she didn't need to explain to Zhang Tianfei, Su Yeqing was still a little embarrassed. We're all young people, and they've been working diligently for a long time, while I seem a bit too decadent dejected. I was rash. I didn't consider that Mr. Su needs to socialize, unlike us who go to get off work on time. Zhang Tianfei was very good at talking and quickly paved a way for Su Yeqing to back down. It's like this, Mr. Su. Wang Yuhu, the general manager of Dingliang Lighting, came to see me early this morning and said that you don't want to renew your contract with them? Oh, yes, that's true. Su Yeqing slapped her forehead. She had forgotten everything after being kissed by Jiang Xingxuan yesterday. Logically speaking, this isn't some greenhorn who's been in a relationship for the first time, so why am I so excited after just one kiss? Su Yeqing shook her head, somewhat puzzled. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't tell you. I was planning to tell you today, but he took the initiative to contact you. It seems that Wang Yuhu is in a hurry. I wonder if Wang Xiaoyang got a beating from his dad when he got back. After all, this son had given him a big surprise. Yes. Since I didn't receive your notification, I didn't know the specifics of what to do, so I told him to go back and wait for further instructions. Wang Yuhu was waiting at the door of Zhang Tianfei's office early in the morning. Zhang Tianfei delayed calling until now because he couldn't figure out Su Yeqing's schedule, but he still disturbed his boss's sweet dreams. No need to renew the contract. Let's just end it when the contract expires. Su Yeqing got angry just thinking about how Wu Lily treated Jiang Xingxuan, and her tone turned cold. Okay, I know what to do. Sensing the unfriendly tone in Su Yeqing's voice, Zhang Tianfei, who had originally intended to say a few good words for Wang Yuhu, shut his mouth. I wonder what Wang Yuhu did to offend Mr. Su. It seems the consequences are quite serious. After hanging up the phone, Su Yeqing checked the time, got up, washed up, and made herself something to eat. Since there's no time in the morning anyway, I'll go to Fengyun Trade in the afternoon. The afternoon passed peacefully. Several documents were signed, and Zhang Haitao reported on the company's operations. Su Yeqing was living a very comfortable life. Leave work on time. Today, the Koenigsegg did not park in the underground garage. Su Yeqing had been renting in the underground parking garage for several years and didn't really like the gloomy atmosphere. I took the private elevator directly from the chairman's office out of Fengyun Commerce's Xiamen building. The gleaming Koenigsegg was parked very conspicuously in front of the building. However, the woman standing next to him looked out of place. Yulin? Su Yeching frowned slightly. What was she doing here? Since she was kicked out of Feng Yun Trading, Su Yeching had never seen this woman again, and he had almost forgotten about her. Why is she showing up at Feng Yun Trading now? Moreover, it was obvious that Yulin knew the Koenigsegg belonged to Su Yeching and was waiting there specifically for it. Su Yeching sneered inwardly, wondering what tricks this woman was up to this time. Pressing the car key, Su Yeching didn't intend to pay any attention to the woman and prepared to open the car door and leave. Yi Cheng. I didn't expect Yulin to be so shameless. Seeing that Su Yeching was about to leave without even glancing at him, he immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Yeching's hand as she was about to open the car door. Open. Su Yeching's face was very ugly. Ever since she saw this woman with Lin Shi, Su Yeching felt that she was dirty. Yi Cheng, I had no other choice but to come to you. Yulin noticed Su Yeching's disdain for her and awkwardly let go of Su Yeching's hand. Looking up at Su Yeching's increasingly handsome face, Yulin cursed herself for being an idiot. What was I thinking? I had no idea I could have given up a boyfriend who was so devoted to me and even more handsome than a celebrity. The key point is that this boyfriend is also a low-profile millionaire. Instead, he chose Lin Shi, who was at best just a high-level employee. I have nothing to do with you now, and you shouldn't come to me if you have something to say. Su Yeching replied coldly. He already has a girlfriend, and he doesn't want Xian Xian to misunderstand that he still has feelings for his ex-girlfriend. Moreover, even if Su Yeching were still single, he would never pay attention to Yulin, that fickle and money-grubbing woman. Do you really think he's stupid? If Su Yeching hadn't become rich now, Yulin would have long ago thrown him into some obscure corner. Yi Ching, I beg you, please give me a chance, just for the sake of our years of relationship. I was just blinded by the forest and stone for a moment, which is why I did something I'm sorry for. I was wrong, I was really wrong. That Lin Shi is a beast. He found an old woman and dumped me. Yi Ching, please forgive me. From now on, I will be devoted to you. I know you still have feelings for me. Su Yeching looked at Yulin, who was crying bitterly, with disgust on her face. Do you think I'm a dumping ground? You only come to me because you got dumped? Su Yeching really couldn't understand how he had ever fallen for this woman in the first place. Yi Ching, you can't do this to me. We've been together for so many years, and I've spent my youth on you. Yulin was extremely unwilling. Why is it that when I was dating Su Yeching pretended to be a penniless guy, and I didn't benefit from it at all? I dumped him, and he suddenly became my boss and kicked me out of the company. Are you here to settle old scores with me? Su Yeching found it hilarious. This woman couldn't keep up the act, so she revealed her true colors. They're still after the money. Su Yeching, don't say such hurtful things. I did what you did because you lied to me first. Seeing that Su Yeching had no lingering feelings for her, Yulin decided to give up entirely. If you hadn't pretended to be a penniless wretch, would I have been fooled by Lin Shi? In the end, it's all your fault. You lied to me first, so you have to take responsibility. Chapter 75 Stealing a Man. Looking at the woman in front of him who was turning the tables on him, Su Yeching couldn't help but laugh. How come I never noticed before that Yulin is so shameless? What are you laughing at? Yulin made countless assumptions. She thought Su Yeching would scold her and get angry at her, but she never thought Su Yeching would laugh. She had already planned that if she couldn't get Su Yeching's forgiveness, she would force Su Yeching to get angry at her. That way, I can take the opportunity to throw a tantrum and attract everyone's attention. At that time, Su Yeching will definitely give her some benefits to save face. He laughed at you, calling you a slut. The sudden interruption of a female voice startled both Su Yeching and Yulin. A stylishly dressed woman stepped out of the red Ferrari that had been quietly parked next to the Koenigsegg. Su Mengsha? Su Yeching was slightly surprised. He noticed the red Ferrari as soon as he stepped out of the building. It was so eye-catching, it was impossible not to notice it. But since Yulin and I had been here for a while, the Ferrari hadn't made a sound. Su Yeching thought it was just someone who had parked there, but she didn't expect there to be someone inside the car. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Yulin saw that a young and beautiful woman got out of the car and made sarcastic remarks to her. The thorns on its body immediately stood up. Her intuition told her that this woman must be related to Su Yeching. You are not worthy to know who I am. All you need to know is that this man is mine, and he is not someone you can covet. Su Mengsha overheard every word of the conversation between Su Yeching and Yulin. Knowing that this woman was the one who wronged Su Yeqing, he looked down on her even more. Thinking about the man she herself hadn't even managed to win over, she was so blind to his worth, not even appreciating him after getting him. Seeing Yulin dressed in ordinary clothes, Su Mengsha felt even more smug. She's a blind woman, no wonder she's so shabby. You, Su Yeqing, haven't you been having an affair with this woman all along? You're saying I cheated, but you're the one who really cheated. Yulin seemed to have truly caught Su Yeqing wrongly accusing her. In stark contrast to her previous humble demeanor, she aggressively questioned Su Yeqing. It felt as if I had truly suffered a tremendous injustice. Enough, Yulin. You have to take responsibility for your own actions. If you say you wasted your youth, I wasted my youth by being genuinely good to you for so many years. Furthermore, I have already compensated you more than enough financially. But don't think that just because I'm kind to you, I'm easy to bully. Don't try to pin the blame on me. If you show up at Fengyun Trading again, I'll have security kick you out. Su Yeqing didn't bother to say another word to Yulin. She opened the car door, started the car, and drove away. Su Yeqing. Yulin, who wanted to chase after her, was pulled back by Su Mengsha. Remember this, Su Yeqing is my man, you'd better stay away from him. If I find out you dare to bother him again, I won't be so lenient. Yulin was completely intimidated by Su Mengsha's aura. She took a few steps back and asked weakly, "Who exactly are you?" Su Mengsha took off the sunglasses that were pushed up to her forehead and put them on. She walked to the red Ferrari in her sky-high stilettos and opened the car door. Just when Yulin thought this woman wouldn't pay attention to her, Su Mengsha turned around gracefully, revealing a victorious smile. Since you're so eager to know my identity, I might as well tell you. I am Su Mengsha, the only daughter of Su Konglong of Xinlong Plaza. Remember this, Su Yeqing is my man, not someone you can covet. Seeing Yulin's shocked expression, Su Mengsha was quite pleased with herself. She got into the car, started the Ferrari, and sped away. Yulin, left behind, watched the two luxury cars disappear from her sight one after the other, unable to come to her senses for a long time. She didn't expect Su Yeqing to forgive her when she came today. But now he has been abandoned by Lin Shi and can't find a good job. I came to Fengyun Trading today to find Su Yeqing just hoping to get some money out of her. After all, Su Yeqing had given him an extra 3 months' salary when he fired him. Yulin felt that Su Yeqing still had feelings for her, but he was just too proud to admit it. Little did he know that it was all just his own arrogance. Su Yeqing looked down on him and treated him like trash. Having realized everything, Yulin felt utterly humiliated and left Fengyun Trading feeling utterly powerless. Su Yeqing of Koni Sikri didn't care what would happen between Yulin and Su Mengsha. To him, both of them were insignificant women. Yesterday, because I bought a necklace, we didn't get to enjoy our time together as a couple. Su Yeqing booked movie tickets at noon, thinking of giving Jiang Xingxuan a surprise, and they would have dinner and watch a movie together in the evening. The car was still parked in front of the Huatai building. Su Yeqing has a principle: if she can keep going down to the garage, she will never drive down. Since it was a surprise, Su Yeqing planned to go directly to Xingyu Steel to find Jiang Xingxuan. Bite. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. This was Su Yeqing's first time visiting Jiang Xingxuan's company, and she slowly made her way there. There are 3 companies on this floor, none of which seem to be very large. However, those who can operate in Huatai building must have considerable strength. There were quite a few people coming and going inside. This might be the first time I've met Su Yeqing. The young female employees all stared at Su Yeqing with infatuated looks, making Su Yeqing wonder if she should wear a mask next time she came. He ignored the flirtatious glances thrown at him by some of the bolder girls. Su Yeqing went directly to the office with the sign Xingyu Steel Company, Limited, and stopped. "Sir, who are you looking for?" The receptionist politely stopped Su Yeqing from going in directly. "I'm looking for Jiang Xingxuan, Miss Jiang." Su Yeqing was also very polite. "As Xuanxuan's boyfriend, I must leave a good impression on her. Do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm Ms. Jiang's boyfriend, and I want to give her a surprise," Su Yeqing said with some difficulty. He was afraid that the receptionist wouldn't let him through, and his plans would fall through. Boyfriend? The receptionist had never heard of Jiang Xingxuan having a boyfriend. But then I thought, why would the boss tell an employee about his business? Besides, would such a handsome guy lie about something like this? The receptionist believed him just by looking at Su Yeqing's face. "Manager Jiang is in the manager's office. Just go in and turn right." "Thanks." Su Yecheng didn't expect to pass so easily. He thought he would have to use a lot of persuasion. Of course, Su Yecheng had no idea that she was able to pass the front desk hurdle so easily entirely because of his good looks. Chapter 76 Apology. Miss Jiang, please do me a favor and talk to Mr. Su. We've been with Dingliang Lighting in Huatai Building for so many years, we're practically neighbors. This time it's that bastard Wang Xiaoyang's fault, he was blind to choose such a woman. Miss Jiang, don't worry, such a thing will never happen again. Su Yecheng didn't expect to hear these words as soon as she arrived at Zhang Xingxuan's office. The speaker was likely Wang Yuhu, the general manager of Dingliang Lighting. Unexpectedly, when this old guy realized that going to Zhang Tianfei was useless, he actually went directly to Xingyu Steel to plead with Xian Xian. What a shrewd person! Su Yecheng didn't go in directly. He wanted to see how his little woman would handle the situation. Mr. Wang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. The young woman calmly refused. Yi Qing is my boyfriend, but I don't want to interfere with the decisions he makes. I believe that Yi Qing always has his own considerations when doing things. Not bad. Su Yecheng secretly gave a thumbs up. This society doesn't require you to be too soft-hearted, otherwise people will think you're easy to bully. Miss Jiang, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Mr. Su made this decision entirely for you. Wang Yuhu pleaded relentlessly. There's nothing they can do. Their Dingliang lighting fixtures cater to wealthy customers. Moving out of Huatai Building would be a major blow to the reputation of their Dingliang lighting products. Moreover, most of those who come to choose these luxury lamps are wealthy wives. These people specifically choose to buy expensive luxury goods. If my company were to move out of the prestigious Huatai Building and rent a smaller place elsewhere, I doubt those rich ladies would even bother to step inside. Su Yecheng didn't want to put Zhang Xingxuan in a difficult position, so she entered Zhang Xingxuan's manager's office without knocking. Xian Xian, what's all this commotion about? Su Yecheng, seemingly unaware of the situation, glanced at the people in the room. Based on the conversation just now, he thought it was only Xian Xian and Wang Yuhu. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoyang and Wu Lily, whose left arm was bandaged, were standing next to them. Yi Qing, what brings you here? Zhang Xingxuan was quite surprised to see Su Yecheng suddenly appear. Putting aside the fact that Su Yecheng hadn't told him he was coming. Even now that Su Yecheng has walked into her office, the receptionist hasn't even notified her. Looking at Zhang Xingxuan's face full of question marks, Su Yecheng felt happy. She walked up to Zhang Xingxuan and said, I'm here to check up on you, is that all right? You. Zhang Xingxuan felt embarrassed in front of so many people, and his face turned red immediately. Su Yecheng noticed that this young woman was very shy and blushed easily. He thought he could tease her a few more times in the future and see her shy and bashful appearance. Hello Mr. Su, I am Wang Yuhu from Dingliang Lighting. Although I really didn't want to be the super third wheel, there was nothing I could do since there were three of us standing next to me. Furthermore, Wang Yuhu only sought out Zhang Xingxuan in desperation because he couldn't find Su Yecheng. Now that the main character has appeared, he naturally has to seize the opportunity. Su Yecheng glanced calmly at Wang Yuhu, who had spoken up. He was dressed like a typical successful person. He put his arm around Zhang Xingxuan and, taking the initiative, led him to sit on the sofa without saying a word. When Wang Yuhu first met Su Yecheng, he realized that the new owner of Huatai Building was so young and handsome. Wearing a full Armani outfit, Su Yecheng exuded an aristocratic air. His handsome face was a bit cold, which inexplicably gave people a sense of oppression. Mr. Su, it was all Wang Xiaoyang's fault yesterday. I gave him a good beating when I got back. Could you please have some mercy regarding our lease renewal and not terminate the contract with us? Looking at Wang Yuhu's humble expression, Su Yecheng knew that this was all because of his strength. If Su Yecheng were just a poor, inexperienced young man, Wang Yuhu probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. After shifting to a more comfortable sitting position, Su Yecheng picked up Zhang Xingxuan's hand and began to admire it. Zhang Xingxuan's hands are very white, with delicate skin and slender, long fingers, much like a pair of hands used for playing the piano. It feels soft and comfortable to the touch. Mr. Su? Seeing that Su Yecheng had no intention of acknowledging him, Wang Yuhu had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak up again. Su Yecheng looked up somewhat impatiently, as if her interest in appreciating a work of art had been interrupted. Mr. Wang is a worldly man. Doesn't he understand the difference and the importance of this matter? Yes, I'm sorry. Wang Yuhu apologized repeatedly, and at this moment Su Yecheng seemed like a bully. Zhang Xingxuan withdrew his hand embarrassedly and gently pushed Su Yecheng. This matter needs to be resolved eventually, so what would it look like if 3 grown men were standing in her office? Seemingly somewhat displeased at not being able to continue admiring Jiang Xingxuan's small hands, Su Yeqing's tone was a bit cold. Doesn't Mr. Wang know why I'm terminating the contract? What do you mean by coming here to bother my girlfriend now? Mr. Su, you misunderstand. I didn't mean to bother Ms. Jiang. I just couldn't find you, so I had to ask Ms. Jiang for help. Wang Yuhu wiped away his cold sweat. If he weren't afraid that the VIPs with the bright lights on would run away, he wouldn't have wanted to act like a grandson here. Ask Xian for help? Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble by bringing this woman along? Su Yeqing pointed unceremoniously at Wu Lili, who was standing there motionless. He targeted the overhead light fixture because of this arrogant woman. Now that Wang Yuhu still has the audacity to bring her in front of Xian, Su Yeqing is furious. Mr. Su, you misunderstand. This Wu Lili has nothing to do with my family. I brought her here today so that she can apologize to Miss Jiang. Wang Yuhu was telling the truth. Yesterday, Wang Xiaoyang beat Wu Lili up so badly that the police were alerted. Later, it was still because Wu Lili was greedy for money. Knowing that Wang Xiaoyang would never want her again, she extorted 2 million yuan to settle the matter privately. Today, Wang Yuhu promised to give Wu Lili an extra million yuan before she was willing to come here to apologize to Jiang Xingxuan. Apologize? Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow. Wu Lili, whom he had seen since entering the room, had always acted like an outsider. They didn't seem to want to apologize at all. Upon hearing Su Yeqing's words, Wang Xiaoyang immediately pushed Wu Lili from behind. Wu Lili was unprepared and stumbled, almost falling. She glared at Wang Xiaoyang with dissatisfaction. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to try to appease him. Hurry up, you promised me, apologize to Miss Jiang properly. Seeing that Wu Lili was not speaking for a long time, Wang Yuhu urged her impatiently. Upon hearing Wang Yuhu's voice and remembering the million yuan he had promised her, Wu Lili suppressed her dissatisfaction. Jiang Xingxuan, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. Just treat it as acting, you still get paid. Wu Lili comforted herself. Chapter 77 Good News. It seems that Mr. Wang's offer of compensation is not high. Look at how unwilling he is. You believe they're here to apologize? Su Yeqing was very dissatisfied when she saw that Wu Lili was just giving perfunctory answers. He could tell that Wang Yuhu must have promised Wu Lili some benefits for her to come here and say these things. But while an apology was offered, there was absolutely no sincerity in it. It only makes people feel that it is hypocritical, and even more difficult to accept. Wu Lili, what did you promise me? Apologize properly. Seeing that Su Yeqing was even more unhappy, Wang Yuhu frowned and glared at Wu Lili. This money-grubbing woman wants to squeeze money out of me, so why doesn't she try to speak with a little more emotion? It's so hard and stiff, no one would be happy with that. No need. Su Yeqing raised her hand to interrupt Wu Lili, who was about to speak. No matter what conditions Mr. Wang agrees to this woman, we will not accept her apology. As long as he has even the slightest connection with this woman, Mr. Wang won't have to say anything more. Su Yeqing leaned back on the sofa, looking coldly at Wu Lili. He won't let that woman be so lucky. Even if you offend Xian, can you still make a fortune just by saying a few words? Wang Yuhu was a smart man, and he immediately saw that Su Yeqing harbored deep hostility towards Wu Lili. He also knew that Su Yeqing must have figured out that he had promised Wu Lili benefits before she agreed to come. Since Su Yeqing didn't want Wu Lili to have an easy time, Wang Yuhu was more than happy to oblige. It was all because of this woman that his son offended Su Yeqing. If it weren't for the idea of getting Jiang Xingxuan's forgiveness, Wang Yuhu would have been hoping for Wu Lili's miserable end. Xiaoyang, make this woman get out of here. Wang Yuhu shook his hand, as if shooing away flies. No, you promised me 1 million, and I've apologized now. You have to give me the money first. Seeing that things weren't going well, Wu Lili felt she had to get the money in her hands first. How dare you say that? Was your apology sincere? Did Miss Jiang accept it? Wang Yuhu knew that Su Yeqing had already figured things out, so there was no need to hide anything anymore. I don't care, I've already apologized, so you have to give me the money. You. If the situation weren't so inappropriate, Wang Yuhu would have been so angry he'd want to take action. Wu Lili held her head high, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Since things have already come to this, she might as well take as much as she can. She doesn't care about saving face. Is it appropriate for you to stage such an extortion show at my girlfriend's company? Should I call the police so we can move you to another location to resolve this? Su Yeqing couldn't stand Wu Lily's confident attitude. Su Yeqing felt it was excessive for this woman to give her even a penny more. Yes, Xiaoyang, call the police. This woman is extorting us. Wang Yuhu's mind worked quickly, and as soon as he heard Su Yeqing's hint, he immediately understood. Good. You all. When Wu Lily saw that Wang Xiaoyang actually took out his phone to call the police, she was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her agreement with Wang Yuhu was only verbal. If Wang Yuhu really denies it now, Wu Lily really has no way to deal with him. I wasn't worried that Wang Yuhu would try to cheat me. If he dares not pay me back afterwards, I'll just go straight to Jiang Xingxuan and confront him directly. Now that Su Yeqing has brought the whole matter to the forefront and made it clear, I can't find any fault with Wang Yuhu at all. The key issue is that Su Yeqing clearly doesn't want me to have an easy time, so I'm completely useless in this whole affair. Seeing that Wu Lily was like a defeated rooster, having lost all her momentum, Wang Yuhu gave Wang Xiaoyang a wink. Wang Xiaoyang understood immediately, and pulled Wu Lily outside. This time, Wu Lily only struggled a little before obediently following them out. Mr. Su, I'm getting senile. I brought this woman here and caused you and Miss Jiang a lot of trouble. Following Su Yeqing's instructions, Wang Yuhu dismissed Wu Lily and felt that he could now properly discuss the lease with Su Yeqing. How much did you pay for her arm? Su Yeqing's sudden remark stunned Wang Yuhu. We're discussing the lease now. What is Mr. Su asking? It took Wang Yuhu a while to realize that Su Yeqing was referring to Wu Lily's left arm. 2 million. Wang Yuhu had no intention of hiding it, and if Su Yeqing wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be able to be concealed at all. Has it already been given? Su Yeqing seemed particularly concerned about this matter, and kept asking questions. No, not yet. We had agreed to transfer the 1 million today to her as well. Wang Yuhu couldn't understand what Su Yeqing meant, so he answered honestly. I see. Su Yeqing habitually touched her chin, revealing a very sexy smile. If it weren't for the occasion and his mood, Wang Yuhu would have exclaimed, "This young man is really handsome. If you agree to one condition, I will agree to renew my contract with Dingliang Lighting." Hearing that Su Yeqing had finally relented, Wang Yuhu's eyes lit up, and he immediately chimed in. Mr. Su, please speak. I will do my best to do it if I can, and I will do my best even if I cannot. Su Yeqing's lips curled up slightly. It's not a difficult thing for you, Mr. Wang. As long as you don't let Wu Lily get a single penny, that's fine. This. Wang Yuhu was clearly thinking. If Wu Lily isn't paid and the matter isn't settled privately, Wang Xiaoyang might face criminal charges. However, if Mr. Su's condition cannot be agreed to, the lighting fixtures will have to be moved out of the Huatai building. Wang Yuhu quickly calculated in his mind which option was more cost-effective. Su Yeqing didn't rush and you have to let people think this over carefully. Okay, Mr. Su, I agree to your condition. Wang Yuhu didn't hesitate and quickly weighed the pros and cons. Moving out of Huatai building means they risk losing major clients and going bankrupt by downgrading their lighting fixtures. If they don't give Wu Lily the money, the worst that can happen is that Wang Xiaoyang faces criminal charges. However, since Wu Lily's injury is considered minor, and I can help her recover, Wang Xiaoyang won't need to go in. Very good, then after Mr. Wang has finished his business, let us go directly to Manager Zhang to sign the contract. Su Yeqing was very satisfied with Wang Yuhu's decision, and the thought of Wu Lily's fate made her feel happy. If you dare to insult your woman, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Dad, Mr. Su has agreed to renew our contract? Fearing that Wu Lily would cause trouble again, Wang Xiaoyang dragged her out of the Huatai building. He also instructed the security guards at the entrance that this woman had offended the owner, Mr. Su, and that she should not be allowed to enter Huatai building again. I never expected that I would hear such good news as soon as I entered Jiang Xingxuan's office after only a short time outside. Chapter 78, using him as an example. Su Yeqing looked at Wang Xiaoyang, who was visibly excited, and gave him a meaningful smile. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoyang felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Su Yeqing's inexplicable smile. He heard Su Yeqing tell him as soon as he walked in that she had told his father to get Manager Zhang to sign the contract. Wang Xiaoyang turned his head and silently asked his father. Wang Yuhu also looked hesitant, which made Wang Xiaoyang feel uneasy. Sure enough, he couldn't keep it from the person involved, and Wang Yuhu gritted his teeth and told them. Mr. Su agreed to renew the lease only after we told him not to give Wu Lily a single penny. What? What about the fact that I injured her? Wang Xiaoyan was completely bewildered. It seemed they were going to make an example of him. Wang Yuhu nodded solemnly, announcing this fact. He patted Wang Xiaoyang on the shoulder and said, "I'll find someone to help." Wang Xiaoyan wanted to struggle a little more, but he knew it was all in vain. Once a father makes a decision, he won't change it, especially since it determines the future of Dingliang Lighting. The matter had been settled, and Wang Yuhu didn't dare to bother Su Yeqing any further. He took the dejected Wang Xiaoyang and said goodbye, as he still had time to deal with other matters. Su Yeqing took Zhang Xingxuan's small hand in hers again, feeling its soft touch. "Xian, do you think I went too far?" Su Yeqing found herself constantly playing the villain in front of Zhang Xingxuan lately. "I wonder if this little woman has any thoughts about me." Looking at Su Yeqing's solemn expression, Zhang Xingxuan felt a pang of heartache. This man, who is so arrogant in front of outsiders, is actually so careful around her, as if he's afraid she might dislike him in any way. Thinking about it carefully, most of the things Su Yeqing did were for herself. Zhang Xingxuan was touched and couldn't possibly think there was anything wrong with Su Yeqing. Following Su Yeqing's example, Zhang Xingxuan pinched that handsome face that easily attracted attention. There's no such thing as going too far or not, it's all about ability. Besides, I'm really touched that you did all this for me. Su Yeqing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhang Xingxuan's words. Long live understanding. Thankfully, my Xian isn't the type to throw around sympathy so easily. After all, he's a businessman, and he has a hardened side too. She pulled down Zhang Xingxuan's little hand that was messing around on her face. "Xian, let's go see a movie. We went straight home yesterday, and didn't." When the word home was mentioned, both of them froze. They all recalled the scene of Zhang Xingxuan kissing Su Yeqing last night. Zhang Xingxuan felt extremely embarrassed, never expecting that she was a lecherous woman. Su Yeqing wanted to savor that feeling again, so she leaned closer to Zhang Xingxuan. The atmosphere is getting increasingly ambiguous. Zhang Xingxuan was so embarrassed that he pushed Su Yeqing away. "This is my office." "Okay, let's go see a movie." "It's dark in the movie theater." Su Yeqing, being rather unkind, whispered something in Zhang Xingxuan's ear, successfully capturing Zhang Xingxuan's blushing and shy expression. Ha ha ha. Su Yeqing was in a great mood and took Zhang Xingxuan's hand as they left the office. He ignored the little woman's hand, which he was holding, as she struggled incessantly. "Manager Jiang, are you leaving?" The receptionist looked at Su Yeqing and Zhang Xingxuan as they walked out hand in hand and thought to herself that she had excellent taste. She knew it. How could such a handsome man randomly claim to be someone else's boyfriend? Zhang Xingxuan was still a little embarrassed. He nodded to the receptionist and hurriedly walked out. This time, Su Yeqing didn't need to pull him along, he was even more eager to leave than Su Yeqing. The two people looked so good together, even their backs were pleasing to the eye. The receptionist has decided to post it in the Huatai Building's WeChat group right away. Their company manager found a boyfriend who was even more handsome than a celebrity. To make others envious, so that I will have many more opportunities to see handsome men in the future. Of course, if the receptionist knew that her boss's handsome boyfriend was the big boss of Huatai Building, she would probably be even more excited. Rich and good looking, you could have a whole basket full of men like that and still not have enough. As Su Yeqing was leaving the Huatai Building and getting into her car, she frowned slightly when she saw the red Ferrari parked next to the Koenigsegg. This woman is so persistent, she's even followed me all the way here. The red Ferrari belonged to Su Mengsha, who had just blocked Su Yeqing at Fengyun Trade Center. Su Mengsha was completely bewitched by Su Yeqing at the last charity ball. Later, after noticing Mrs. Jin's unusual attitude towards Su Yeqing, Su Mengsha felt even more that Su Yeqing's identity was not simple. After returning home, Su Mengsha hired a private investigator to look into Su Yeqing. Although he still couldn't understand why Su Yeqing was so poor before, and then rose to the top of society almost overnight. However, Su Mengsha discussed it with her father and decided that regardless of whether Su Yeqing had been pretending to be poor before or had some other reason, it was only now that she could reveal her true identity. However, if they could form a marriage alliance with Su Yeqing, it would definitely be a powerful combination for Xinlong Plaza. With her father's support, Su Mengsha felt even more confident and went directly to his door to confront him. Just now at Fengyun Trade Center, Su Yeqing escaped because of Yulin's matter. But Su Mengsha noticed the direction Su Yeqing was driving and guessed that he must have come to Huatai Building. Sure enough, Su Mengsha, who had just finished dealing with Yulin and rushed over, spotted Su Yeqing's Koenigsegg from afar. The old method: guard Su Yeqing's car, and he won't run away. But as Su Yeqing drew closer, Su Mengsha never expected to witness this scene. Su Yeqing walked out, holding a girl's hand with a gentle expression. At the time, Su Mengsha mainly had the private investigator investigate Su Yeqing's assets and wealth, neglecting his love life. With a sullen face, Su Mengsha opened the car door. Even if the man Su Mengsha sets her sights on is already married, she will still get him. Moreover, only single people can attend Mrs. Kim's charity ball. Su Mengsha is absolutely certain of this. Jiang Xingxuan also saw Su Mengsha glaring at him. He was certain he didn't know this woman, so this was another one of Su Yeqing's romantic interests. Judging from this woman's head-to-toe designer brands and her limited edition Ferrari, she must be extremely wealthy. Su Yeqing noticed that the woman he was holding hands with had stopped walking, and was a little puzzled. Xian, what's wrong? Jiang Xingxuan gestured with his eyes to the woman in front of him who was glaring fiercely at him. Su Yeqing understood. Was this little woman jealous? Do you know about Mrs. Kim's charity ball? Jiang Xingxuan nodded. She had heard of it, but because her family wasn't powerful enough, she had never received an invitation. Of course, Jiang Xingxuan didn't like this social dance either. It would be much quieter without an invitation. This woman also attended Mrs. Kim's ball. I've only met her twice, and we're not familiar with each other. Su Yeqing explained that he really didn't have a good impression of Su Mengsha. Chapter 79 was placed in the Pacific Ocean. Especially since this is the second time Su Mengsha has blocked him today. It's like he's the cheating husband being caught red-handed by his wife. It's just not a pleasant sight. Holding Jiang Xingxuan's hand, Su Yeqing had no intention of paying attention to Su Mengsha, this boring woman. Pressing the car key, Su Yeqing prepared to open the car door and let Jiang Xingxuan in. Su Yeqing, aren't you going to explain who this person is? Su Mengsha was quite self-righteous, as the man she had her eye on had the support of her father. So he asked the question in a tone that seemed perfectly natural. It was as if Su Yeqing already belonged to her. An explanation? Do you even have the right to do that? Su Yeqing was truly amused by this self-righteous woman. A roguish smile graced Su Yeqing's handsome face, making Su Mengsha fall even more deeply in love. Too lazy to look at the infatuated girl, Su Yeqing opened the car door. Etc. Su Mengsha realized what was happening when she saw that Su Yeqing was really about to leave. He stepped forward and stopped Su Yeqing from opening the car door. Turning around, she arrogantly asked Jiang Xingxuan, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Su Yeqing?" Since Su Yeqing refused to answer, Su Mengsha naturally decided to pick on the weakest target. Looking at Jiang Xingxuan's weak appearance, I figured he couldn't be that powerful. Jiang Xingxuan smiled gently. It seemed this woman had an unusually thick skin. This was the first time Jiang Xingxuan had ever encountered someone so blatantly trying to poach someone's partner. Of course, this is Jiang Xingxuan's first time dating, and he has never had the opportunity to encounter this situation before. You don't need to know who I am. Raising his hand, which was still clasped with Su Yeqing's, Jiang Xingxuan's smile remained as harmless as ever. You can see the relationship between me and Yi Qing as long as you have eyes. Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan with admiration. Indeed, this little woman has the potential to be sharp-tongued. She is not one to remain silent or passively accept injustice when someone infringes upon her rights. Su Yeqing smiled indulgently at Jiang Xingxuan, very satisfied with the little woman's performance. Do you know who I am? Su Yeqing is the man I've set my sights on. You think you're worthy to steal my man? Su Mengsha, having been snubbed by Jiang Xingxuan, was humiliated. I don't need to know who you are. Who you are has nothing to do with me. But one thing is certain, Su Yeqing is my boyfriend. Also, my Yi Qing is two outstanding women come knocking on his door all the time. If everyone were like you, taking whatever they wanted and having it all, you probably wouldn't get a turn. You'd be standing in line for ages. Jiang Xingxuan only appears weak on the outside. But she's someone who works in business with her father. How could she be a little girl who's easily scared by a few words? Looking at the arrogant Su Mengsha, Jiang Xingxuan felt angry. Does she think that all the good things in the world belong to her just because her family is rich? Xian, don't worry, no matter how many other women try to woo me, I won't be tempted. You're the only one in my heart. Su Yeqing stated her position at the opportune moment. Although Su Yeqing was pleased to see the young woman fiercely defending their relationship, she was also very happy. However, he didn't want Xianxian to deal with an unreasonable woman like Su Mengsha all by himself. Su Yeqing, how dare you call me a wild woman? Before Su Mengsha could retaliate against Jiang Xingxuan's sarcasm, Su Yeqing added another layer of humiliation to her. What else could you be but a wild woman? Do we even know each other? Have I ever said I like you? You know I have a girlfriend, yet you still throw yourself at me. With behavior like yours, what else could you be but a wild woman? Su Yeqing had little patience for other women. They especially avoid women who have ulterior motives towards them. Su Yeqing, as I have already said, I am Su Konglong's only daughter from Xinlong Plaza. Besides, my dad has already agreed to let us date. Stop. Su Yeqing helplessly interrupted Su Mengsha's rambling. I already know who you are, but I'm not interested, and I've already told you that. As for what you said about your father agreeing to our relationship? That's utter nonsense. Are you and your daughter both so self-righteous? Does everyone have to cooperate with whatever decisions you make? Su Yeqing looked at Su Mengsha as if she were an idiot. I think Su Mengsha's whole family are crazy, they're just too good at talking to themselves. You, Su Yeqing, do you know what kind of power you are rejecting by refusing me? Ultimately, Su Mengsha's confidence stems from nothing more than Xinlong Plaza. In her eyes, as long as she brings her out of Xinlong Plaza, all men will be captivated by her. That's why Su Mengsha repeatedly emphasized that she is the heir to Xinlong Plaza. However, to her surprise, Su Yeqing was not interested in this at all, which made Su Mengsha very angry. She and Su Yeqing are not very familiar yet, let alone winning Su Yeqing's heart. Now that even her only surefire bargaining chip is no longer effective, Su Mengsha doesn't know what she should use to get Su Yeqing. Looking at Su Mengsha's self-righteous attitude, Su Yeqing thought she was an idiot. Nowadays, many men are willing to date women like Su Mengsha in order to avoid working 30 years less. But Su Yeqing is a man of principle. Even when he was penniless, he never thought of taking the shortcut of getting rich quickly by relying on women. Not to mention that I am already incredibly wealthy, it is even more impossible for me to have such shameless thoughts. Su Mengsha's actions will only make Su Yeqing feel that she is disrespectful to her, or even belittles her. Su Mengsha, I'll say it one last time, your Xinlong Plaza is worthless in my eyes, Su Yeqing. If we're talking about net worth, I, Su Yeqing, might not be inferior to you. I'm not a man who likes to live off women, so your pathetic sense of superiority is worthless in my eyes. I already have a girlfriend. If you keep bothering me like this, I'll sue you for harassment. Ignoring the crazy woman who was already pale with anger, Su Yeqing let Jiang Xingxuan get in the car and then got into the Koenigsegg herself. Boom! The Koenigsegg roared and arrogantly sped away. Only Su Mengsha, who was always aloof and superior, was left bewildered in the wind. Su Mengsha couldn't understand why her pride and joy were completely useless against Su Yeqing. Did I use the wrong approach with Su Yeqing? Su Mengsha could tell that Su Yeqing's attitude towards her was extremely hostile, and that if she continued to fawn over him, she would only humiliate herself. But she couldn't bring herself to give up Su Yeqing. At Mrs. Jin's charity ball, Su Mengsha had already secretly fallen for Su Yeqing. Seeing Su Yeqing's gentle side today makes Su Mengsha even more unwilling to let go easily. Chapter 80 Romance Films. Su Yeqing chose a romance film this time, believing that watching this type of movie would help elevate his relationship with Xianxian. Because of Su Mengsha, Su Yeqing deliberately avoided Xinlong Plaza and chose Daga Shopping Center instead. Of course, this Daga Shopping Center is actually bigger and more upscale than Xinlong Plaza. After watching the movie, it really was as Su Yeqing said, the movie theater was a dark place. Su Yeqing took advantage of him several times, so when the movie ended, Jiang Xingxuan came out with his face flushed and his head down. If Su Yeqing hadn't been holding his hand, Jiang Xingxuan's little head would probably have bumped into the movie theater wall. In contrast, Su Yeqing had a very satisfied expression. Like a cat that has just caught a whiff of fish, his smile was so wide that his mouth stretched almost to his ears. Jiang Xingxuan felt annoyed, wondering if he had shot himself in the foot. Why say those things in the office? As a result, Su Yeqing openly kissed herself several times in the movie theater. Especially that wet kiss, just thinking about it now makes Jiang Xingxuan's cheeks burn. Bang! Jiang Xingxuan, who was being led by the hand, did not notice Su Yeqing's sudden stop and bumped into her. Pain. Jiang Xingxuan covered his nose, which had been bumped, and let out a soft cry. Xianxian, where does it hurt? Let me see. Su Yeqing asked nervously. He was trying to ask Xianxian what he wanted to eat for dinner. Little did he know that the little woman's mind was wandering elsewhere, and she didn't even notice that he had stopped. Fine. Jiang Xingxuan shook his head, rubbed his nose, and kept his head down, not daring to look at Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing had long known that this little woman was shy, but she never expected her to be this shy. The most normal intimate contact between couples, this little woman watched a movie and still hasn't processed it after so long. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan's still flushed face, Su Yeqing smiled mischievously. She lowered her head and whispered in Jiang Xingxuan's ear. Xian, are you still thinking about what happened earlier and not paying attention to walking? Boom. Jiang Xingxuan was completely terrified. Not only did Su Yeqing do it, but she could also talk about it? Jiang Xingxuan really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xingxuan's shy demeanor completely pleased Su Yeqing. He pulled Jiang Xingxuan into his arms, not caring about the stares of passers-by or the woman struggling shyly in his embrace. Xian, we're just doing normal things that couples do, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Finally, Su Yeqing playfully added, Xian, you'll get used to it eventually. After saying this triumphantly, Su Yeqing, without waiting for the little woman's reaction, took her hand again and prepared to fill her stomach. Su Yeqing now understands Jiang Xingxuan very well. Given how shy this woman is, it's unlikely you'll get an answer from her on the spot. Jiang Xingxuan, who was being led by the hand, did not dare to look at Su Yeqing, much less refute her. They were afraid that Su Yeqing might say something even more embarrassing. He could only keep his head down and let Su Yeqing lead him along. Hey, isn't this my cousin? What are you doing here? The familiar voice made Jiang Xingxuan raise his head. Su Yeqing looked at the girl who called Jiang Xingxuan her cousin. She was not very old, but she dressed very maturely. She is tall, even half a head taller than her older sister Jiang Xingxuan. A tight-fitting jumpsuit accentuates her S-shaped curves. Judging by her looks, she's definitely a beauty. But Su Yeqing felt that Jiang Xingxuan's cousin wasn't looking at Jiang Xingxuan with particularly friendly eyes. Cousin, I heard from Aunt that you found a rich boss as your boyfriend? Why are you out shopping with such a handsome guy? Your big boss boyfriend will be furious if he finds out. Looked at Jiang Xingxuan provocatively and said in a tone full of sarcasm. From a young age, this older cousin always had an advantage over me because she was obedient and well-behaved. All the elders in the family preferred Jiang Xingxuan. As the youngest child in the family, she should have been the most pampered, but Jiang Xingxuan took all of that away from her. Has disliked Jiang Xingxuan since she was old enough to understand things, and she can't stand to see Jiang Xingxuan doing well. I heard a while ago that my uncle's family was about to go bankrupt, and I was secretly happy for a long time. Although my uncle and aunt have always been very good to me since I was little, it certainly can't compare to how good they are to their daughter. Therefore, always hoped that her uncle's company would go bankrupt as soon as possible so that she could see Jiang Xingxuan living a miserable life. However, today she overheard her aunt and her mother chatting. My cousin said she found a very rich and capable boyfriend who solved all the problems with my uncle's company. Was upset after hearing these things, so she asked her boyfriend to go shopping to clear her head. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan with a young, handsome man, intuition tells her that Jiang Xingxuan is too-timing. In mind, someone who can be described as both extremely wealthy and capable by her aunt must be at least 40 years old. Rather than the heights that this young, handsome man in front of me can reach. Especially since the man she saw with Jiang Xingxuan was so handsome, it made feel unbalanced again. Why does Jiang Xingxuan get all the good things? A wealthy and powerful older man helped her sort out the mess at her company. Can you even stroll around with a handsome guy who makes everyone envious and show off your love? Cousin, I used to think you were so innocent, but now it seems you're quite the expert. Mocked Jiang Xingxuan with great sarcasm. What do you mean by this? Jiang Xingxuan knew that had been targeting him since childhood and liked to do dirty tricks behind his back. I didn't like to talk to her either, so the cousins weren't close from a young age. Today, made unwarranted accusations against herself. Especially in front of Su Yeqing, the man he liked, Jiang Xingxuan felt there was no need to be tolerant. What do you mean? Do you really want me to spell it out so clearly? Rolled her eyes at Jiang Xingxuan, giving him a look that said, You asked for this. You just found an older man to help you clean up the mess at your company. After settling things off at the company, she started dating a handsome guy. Cousin, don't you think you're being too materialistic? Drew out the word cousin for a particularly long time, as if she looked down on Jiang Xingxuan's behavior. Actually, she was insanely jealous. The more closely you look at Su Yeqing, the more handsome he seems. Standing next to her boyfriend looks like a piece of trash in comparison. Do you think this won't cause Yi's mental state to become distorted? Cousin, are you secretly going on a date with a handsome guy behind your rich and powerful older boyfriend's back? Or are you using them and then kicking them to the curb? No matter what, I think women like you are terrifying. You're too scheming. As she spoke, Yi glanced at Su Yecheng. Clearly, the last sentence was specifically meant for Su Yecheng to hear. Chapter 81 Naked Provocation. Xian, is this really your cousin? She seems like a busybody to me. Su Yecheng finally understood. Yi's words implied that Xian was promiscuous. She hitched a ride with a rich older man who was after his money. She then sought out a young, handsome man like herself, lusting after his beauty. Su Yecheng could tell from Yi's eyes that the woman was blatantly jealous. She can't have him herself, so she tries to sow discord here. She can't stand to see Jiang Xingxuan doing well. How can you talk like that? How have I been a busybody? Yi originally wanted to indirectly remind Su Yecheng that Jiang Xingxuan was not a good woman. He hoped that Su Yecheng would listen to his words and dump Jiang Xingxuan. Unexpectedly, Su Yecheng not only didn't mind at all, but even dared to tease him. She immediately became unhappy, and her fairly pretty face instantly turned mean, not at all like what a vibrant girl should look like. Xian, let's go. Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan wasn't very willing to talk to his cousin, Su Yecheng took the young woman's hand and prepared to leave. Some mad dogs are not worth ignoring. You didn't already know that Jiang Xingxuan was hooking up with a rich and powerful older man, and you two were in cahoots to embezzle his money, did you? Seeing that Su Yecheng and the others were ignoring her, Yi felt embarrassed. He stepped forward and blocked Su Yecheng and the others' path. Yi felt that even after she said all that, the handsome guy still didn't react at all, so she naturally assumed that he was in cahoots with Jiang Xingxuan. Yi, stop calling him an old man. My boyfriend is rich and powerful, but if you're not blind, you can see he's young and handsome. Jiang Xingxuan saw that this persistent entanglement had already attracted the attention and whispers of those around them. Jiang Xingxuan didn't want Su Yecheng to suffer such humiliation, so he shouted at Yi. Her cousin has always been reckless in her attempts to suppress her since childhood. Handsome and young? Yi burst into laughter as if she had heard a joke, and she was absolutely ecstatic. Jiang Xingxuan, don't tell me that the super rich guy your aunt was talking about who helped you solve your company's problems is this handsome guy? I know all the rich kids in Huajiang City, but I've never seen this one before. Yi crossed her arms over her chest, her nostrils practically pointing to the sky. She was also born into a prestigious family and had attended countless banquets since childhood, but she had never actually seen this Su Yecheng before. This just shows how arrogant Yi is. She thought she was a young lady from the upper class, but in reality, she couldn't even be considered one of the top elites in Huajiang City. Otherwise, she would have been invited to meet Su Yecheng at Mrs. Jin's charity ball. There are plenty of people you've never met, why should I prove anything to a nobody like you? Su Yecheng's biggest takeaway during this period is that some people are just blatantly envious. Having seen it all before and gotten used to it, Su Yecheng now felt that explaining things to these people was actually giving them too much credit. Su Yecheng's favorite thing now is to directly slap someone in the face. She avoids wasting words and arguments whenever possible. Seeing that Su Yecheng was about to leave, Yi became a little anxious. He had been performing for half a day, but he hadn't managed to ruin the relationship between the two people. Now, instead, they'd been told that this handsome guy is Jiang Xingxuan's real boyfriend. Yi simply couldn't believe it. She felt that Jiang Xingxuan was just making things up to save face. Wait a minute, since you are the super rich tycoon that my aunt is talking about, let me broaden my horizons. Yi swung her Chanel bag around, looking quite pleased with herself. This is a Chanel bag my boyfriend bought for me. It's worth over 70,000 yuan. Since you're so rich, why don't you buy one for my cousin too? After saying that, he glanced sideways at Su Yecheng. She simply couldn't believe that this handsome guy could spend so much money on such an expensive bag. You should know that although it sounds easy to say, I had to beg my boyfriend for a long time to buy this bag. Just think, I had to serve the man next to me for a whole month just to get this bag so I could show it off to my friends. Look, that's the shop. Why don't we go together? Without waiting for Su Yecheng's reply, he grabbed Jiang Xingxuan and left. She wanted to see Jiang Xingxuan make a fool of himself in public. Jiang Xingxuan wanted to struggle, but gave up after receiving a look from Su Yecheng. Yi pulled me into the Chanel boutique. Welcome to Chanel. When the sales assistant saw that it was a young lady who had just shopped at the store and had returned, she instinctively knew that there was another customer, and her smile was incredibly bright. Take out another bag I just bought. My cousin also likes it and wants to buy one too. Yi spoke first, giving Jiang Xingxuan no chance to refute. Her goal was to embarrass Jiang Xingxuan, so she instinctively chose what she thought was expensive to make him feel awkward. Although she knew that with Jiang Xingxuan's family's financial situation, 70,000 was nothing to her. However, spending 70,000 yuan on a bag is considered a luxury, since women buy bags like they buy clothes, and they need to match them. Besides, she just said that she had that handsome young man buy it. Now she's just waiting to see how that handsome guy looks when he can't afford it. Forget it. You're all relatives. Why make things so awkward for her? You know in your heart that they can't afford it, but you still have to make them admit it to your face? The man who had been silent the whole time made his presence known at the opportune moment. What sounds like a way to diffuse a situation is actually just a way of showing off how rich you are. Who knows how much it hurt him when he paid for Yi's bag? Now that I have the chance to step on others, I can also vent my frustration. Having witnessed Su Yeqing's extravagant purchase of 12 million dream tears in one go, Jiang Xingxuan could only stand obediently to the side. She knew that 5 figures were nothing to Su Yeqing. Miss, here is the bag you wanted. The sales assistant quickly handed over the bag that Yi had specified. Give it to my cousin, her boyfriend will pay. Yi pointed at Jiang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing, thinking to herself, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Su Yeqing took the bag, glanced at it, and handed it back to the sales assistant. This bag is not nice. The dark green color made Xianxian look old-fashioned, and Su Yeqing seemed a little disgusted. Ha, I told you not to pretend. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. And it's not even good-looking? Yi was now very pleased with herself. She thought to herself, how could this handsome guy be the rich man my aunt was talking about? A small bag was enough to expose his true colors. Yi thought she was too smart. Yeah, bro, if you can't afford it, just say so. Is it really necessary to keep pretending like this even now? Yi's boyfriend finally felt a little better. Although I spent so much money on a bag, at least I outshone that annoyingly handsome man. Chapter 82 Matchmaking. Su Yeqing looked at Yi, who was gesturing wildly beside her, and her smug boyfriend with an expression of utter disbelief. This bag doesn't suit my girlfriend. Bring out the most expensive one in your store. Su Yeqing gave the instructions in a calm tone. Did he say he wouldn't buy it? What's with all the smugness? The most expensive one? You're just pretending. We'll wait here and see what it's like to see it for ourselves. Yi's boyfriend was already feeling a bit inferior because of Su Yeqing's appearance. Now, seeing Su Yeqing belittle the bag that he felt was a real pain in spending, making it seem worthless, he immediately felt annoyed. They stopped with subtle sarcasm and directly started to back down. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The sales assistant could tell that Su Yeqing was a wealthy person just by her clothes and appearance, so she didn't dare to neglect her. She had heard that a big client had bought 6.88 million yuan worth of clothes for his girlfriend in one go. The sales assistant always fantasized about meeting such a generous customer. Therefore, this sales associate is now very proactive, and she firmly believes that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. What if I actually encounter it? Sir, this is a limited edition Chanel bag. There are only 2 in the entire Huazhong city, and one has already been reserved by Mrs. Jean. The sales assistant actually took out the most expensive bag in the store and handed it to Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing took it and looked at it. The style and color were quite suitable for Xianxian. Okay, this is it. Wrap it up. If she sees something she likes, she'll just go for it. That's how awesome Su Yeqing is these days. Jiang Xingxuan stopped trying to stop her. After the previous 2 times, she knew she couldn't stop her anyway. Okay, sir, this bag is handmade from pure crocodile skin and is priced at 158,800. The sales assistant saw that Su Yeqing was very generous, but felt that the price still needed to be raised. So expensive? Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Compared to this bag, what she was holding was only a fraction of what the other person was carrying. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Yi glared at Su Yeqing with dissatisfaction. Can you afford it? Don't make my cousin pay for it later. Su Yeqing couldn't be bothered with women who had a particular fondness for criticizing others. Swipe your card. He took out his diamond black card and handed it directly to the sales assistant. Black card. It's a black card with diamonds on it. Yi and her boyfriend were completely stunned. Is this handsome guy really a super rich man? Good heavens! Wouldn't it make me look like a clown if I just stood there jumping around in front of others for so long? No one paid any attention to the two people who were too scared to speak. The sales assistant swiped her card, quickly packed the bag, and handed it to Su Yeqing. Sir, here is your bag, please take it. Su Yeqing took the bag, took Jiang Xingxuan's hand, and prepared to leave. Mr. Su, what a coincidence to run into you here. A seductive voice rang out, accompanied by a very sexy young woman. Mrs. Jean, what a coincidence. Su Yeqing greeted him politely. Although the ball was not entirely satisfactory, they did apologize in a roundabout way the next day. I can't be so stingy, I should still show proper etiquette. Hello Mrs. Jean, are you here to pick up your bag? You can give us a call and we can deliver it to you. It's clear that Mrs. Jean is a regular customer of Chanel. The sales assistant is very familiar with her. I happen to be shopping here, so I thought I'd stop by and take a look. Mrs. Jin's mind was entirely on Su Yeqing, and she was a little impatient with the sales assistant's interruptions. Sensing Mrs. Jin's impatience, the sales assistant wisely stepped aside. Who is this beautiful lady? Looking at Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan holding hands, Mrs. Jin asked a question she already knew the answer to. My girlfriend, Jiang Xingxuan. Xian, this is the hostess of the charity ball I mentioned to you, Mrs. Jin. Jiang Xingxuan greeted him politely. Mrs. Jin smiled slightly. She's such a beauty, no wonder she captured Mr. Su's heart. What a pity, Mr. Su Konglong from Xinlong Plaza called me just 2 days ago. They said his daughter, Su Mengxia, fell in love with Mr. Su at first sight at a charity ball and wanted me to be the matchmaker. Mrs. Jin paused, glanced at Jiang Xingxuan, and secretly admired her. She's a smart woman. She was surprisingly calm and didn't react impulsively at all when someone tried to introduce her boyfriend to her. She's very smart. Judging from the way Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan, Mrs. Jin knew that this woman had firmly captured Su Yeqing's heart. Su Mengxia's desire to win over this man is a bit of a pipe dream. Su Yeqing didn't respond. He knew that Mrs. Jin was deliberately saying this for Xian to hear. Mrs. Jin may not know about Su Mengxia's feat, but he is not worried at all that Xian will be jealous or upset. I was too rash, saying these things in front of Miss Jiang. The cold atmosphere made Mrs. Jin a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that neither Su Yeqing nor Jiang Xingxuan would respond to her. I had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject. I heard Mr. Su has made another big move recently? It's a question, but the tone is affirmative. Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Mrs. Jin, or rather Mr. Jin behind her, was paying close attention to her. My recent move was acquiring a large-scale amusement park in Huajian City. However, he has not yet made an appearance, let alone announced it to the public. It's surprising how well-informed Mrs. Jin is. Her influence is quite evident. But why are they staring at me like that? Su Yeqing couldn't figure out the reason, and smiled faintly. Mrs. Jin is really well-informed. I was just having fun. Su Yeqing remained calm. No matter how powerful the forces behind Mrs. Jin were, they couldn't find out anything about her. However, all of his assets were legally obtained, which is the power of the high-tech sign-in system. Mr. Su is so modest. My husband is very curious about Mr. Su, but unfortunately he is out of town. He will return to Huajiang City in a few months and we would like to ask Mr. Su to do us the honor of meeting him. Now that they had met, Mrs. Jin saved herself the trouble of figuring out how to get Su Yeqing to come out, and directly extended an invitation. My pleasure. Su Yeqing remained calm and composed, showing no signs of being surprised by honor or disgrace. Su Yeqing was also very curious about Mr. Jin, who had been paying attention to her. All right, then I won't disturb you two any longer. Mrs. Jin gestured to the sales assistant to hand over the bag she had ordered. Su Yeqing took out the diamond black card again. This bag of Mrs. Jin's is on me. It's fate that we met here. Mrs. Jin, who was about to refuse, smiled slightly and thanked Su Yeqing when she saw the bank card he took out, without further delay. Those who can attend her charity ball are all worth over 100 million yuan, without a doubt. However, this kind of diamond black card is not something you can just get easily. You need at least 1 billion in liquid assets. Chapter 83. Not a golden leftover woman. Su Yeqing didn't really want to pay the bill for Mrs. Jin. After all, it was only the second time they had met, and they weren't that familiar with each other. But it's a little uncomfortable when someone keeps staring at you. Showing off your strength at the right time can also make your opponents wary. After a polite greeting, Su Yeqing took Jiang Xingxuan's hand and said goodbye. He didn't even glance at Yi and her boyfriend standing to the side. They're just two clowns, there's no need to take them to heart. Mrs. Jean, here's your bag. The sales assistant respectfully handed the packaged bag to Mrs. Jean. A bodyguard-like man took the bag from behind. Mrs. Jean left expressionlessly, clearly not in a good mood. She wouldn't ask Su Yeqing to pay for just a bag. But this was the second time Su Yeqing had given herself two setbacks, neither too harsh nor too gentle. This feeling is really unpleasant. This is Mrs. Jean, the most mysterious woman in Huajiang City. Your cousin's boyfriend actually knows her. And did you hear that? He also attended Mrs. Kim's charity ball. He's using a diamond-encrusted black card. A regular black card is already impressive, but he's using one that's set with diamonds. He really is the super rich man your aunt was talking about. Your cousin is amazing. The two people who had been left out watched as the shopkeepers left one by one, none of them paying any attention to them. Yi's boyfriend, having recovered from his shock, exclaimed dramatically. He had always envied the men who could attend Mrs. Kim's charity ball. This is a symbol of power for a young man from the upper class in Huajiang City. However, despite his family's considerable wealth, he still couldn't meet Mrs. Jin's standards. I'm not deaf or blind, I saw it all, why are you so agitated? Yi glared at her boyfriend, who was still ready to gossip. She originally intended to embarrass Jiang Xingxuan. Unexpectedly, his attempt to steal a chicken backfired, and he ended up making a fool of himself. Jiang Xingxuan is incredibly lucky. Yi thought angrily. If Jiang Xingxuan can meet such a rich and handsome man, then I'm being outshone again. She glared angrily at her boyfriend beside her. I used to think he was quite classy, but now I just can't stand the sight of him. Let's break up. He felt that she was no worse than Jiang Xingxuan in any way, and that her boyfriend couldn't be worse than her. What do you mean? You look down on me just because I have money? Are you that vain? Su Yeqing took Jiang Xingxuan to have a love dinner, while the two people who had started arguing were politely asked to leave the store by the Chanel sales assistant. Of course, nobody cares about this kind of thing. Yi Qing, I'm going to a Z University reunion hosted by one of my former seniors in a few days. Would you like to come with me? Jiang Xingxuan now has a boyfriend and wants to bring Su Yeqing along to make an appearance. To save those former classmates from always mocking her as a golden leftover woman. Senior? Isn't it a gathering of your class? Or are all the graduates from several graduating classes attending? Su Yeqing was a little confused. In the past, class reunions were always organized by our own class. I've never heard of an alumnus organizing one. How many people would that take? Not all graduates participate. Jiang Xingxuan shook his head and explained. They are members of the student council from several years ago. The senior was the former student council president. Student council president? Is it really that much of a coincidence? Su Yeqing remembered that when she investigated Chen Yiming, the information listed him as the student union president of Z University. Wait a minute, a sentence Wen Yiting once said flashed through Su Yeqing's mind. Senior Chen likes Jiang Xingxuan. I didn't pay attention at the time, after all, it's normal for boys to like Xianxian because of her looks. There was also Chen Yiming's warning at the charity ball, but Su Yeqing didn't know at the time that Chen Yiming was also Jiang Xingxuan's senior. But now that I think about it all together, it seems like quite a coincidence. Su Yeqing gave a cryptic smile and stared straight at Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Xingxuan felt a chill run down his spine from the look in her eyes, wondering what he had said wrong that would elicit such an expression from Su Yeqing. Hesitantly, he asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Su Yeqing's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Is your senior's name Chen Yiming? Su Yeqing was almost 99% certain that the senior the young woman was talking about was Chen Yiming. I just don't know if this little woman knows about Chen Yiming's feelings for her. Do you know Senior Chen? Jiang Xingxuan was quite surprised, as he had never heard Su Yeqing mention it before. We've met a few times, but we're not very close. Su Yeqing suddenly moved closer to Jiang Xingxuan. What do you think of Chen Yiming? Looking at the handsome face that was almost touching his own, Jiang Xingxuan couldn't help but blush again, and didn't even pay attention to Su Yeqing's question. Why are you standing so close? Someone's watching. Jiang Xingxuan shyly nudged Su Yeqing. Xian, you haven't answered my question yet. Su Yeqing remained unmoved, stubbornly insisting on getting an answer. Just kidding, he already knew about Chen Yiming's obsession with Jiang Xingxuan. Now that she knows they are senior and junior students, Su Yeqing naturally has to ask for clarification. If someone steals his partner, who will he complain to? What's the problem? Jiang Xingxuan didn't pay any attention to what Su Yeqing was saying. His whole mind was on Su Yeqing's face. Moreover, it was in a public place, and Su Yeqing's face was almost pressed against his own. Jiang Xingxuan couldn't help but recall a scene from the movie theater. Knowing that the young woman was shy, Su Yeqing stepped back slightly, but only a little, and the two were still basically face to face. This scene must have broken the hearts of countless women in the restaurant. I mean, what do you think of your senior, Chen Yiming? Jiang Xingxuan heard Su Yeqing's words clearly this time. Seeing Su Yeqing's expression that seemed to say, "You dare say other men are good? Try it," Jiang Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh. He's just my senior, but he takes good care of us juniors. That's all? It seems the young woman is unaware of Chen Yiming's feelings for her. Su Yeqing was a little confused. Given Chen Yiming's personality, why would he keep refusing to confront Jiang Xingxuan? That's it? What else do you want? Jiang Xingxuan asked Su Yeqing a question, somewhat puzzled. Does he want to have a campus romance with Senior Chen? Although some people had said before that Senior Chen liked her. But Jiang Xingxuan didn't take it seriously. On the one hand, she didn't want to be in a relationship while in college. On the other hand, she felt that Senior Chen treated every member of their student council equally. Contrary to what Wen Yiting claimed, she didn't receive any special treatment from him. Chapter 84 Jealousy. Su Yeqing was very satisfied with Jiang Xingxuan's slowness in understanding his feelings. At the same time, Su Yeqing was extremely glad that she had made a strong move at the Fengyun Business and Trade Party. Otherwise, given how slow this young woman is to understand love, who knows how long it would take for him to win her heart. Unable to resist giving herself a mental thumbs up, Su Yeqing smiled even more smugly. The women around him were practically staring in disbelief. Jiang Xingxuan disliked being stared at like that. It felt like something he cherished was about to be taken away. He reached out and pinched Su Yeqing's cheek. "Don't laugh like that." Su Yeqing was actually aware of the gazes of those around her, but she was just too happy and couldn't help herself. Pulling down the mischievous little hand from her face, "Are you jealous?" Satisfied to see the little woman blushing again, Su Yeqing pulled Jiang Xingxuan to pay the bill and left the restaurant. "Since I'm going to attend the Z University gathering hosted by Chen Yiming in a few days. Since Su Yeqing is appearing as Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend, she can't be too casual." She pulled Jiang Xingxuan along and picked out several exquisite outfits. The two of them shopped until after 10 o'clock before they finished. After seeing Jiang Xingxuan off, Su Yeqing carried her bags back to her luxurious villa. I must say, shopping is a really tiring task. Su Yeqing took a hot bath and collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move at all. Thinking about the gathering Jiang Xingxuan mentioned, I wonder what kind of reaction Chen Yiming will have when I show up. Should she continue to protect Jiang Xingxuan as a secret admirer? Will it provoke him into revealing his true thoughts? Su Yeqing considered all the possibilities. Ding dong. Su Yeqing hadn't heard this beautiful sound for a long time, so she sat up immediately. "Host, you can sign in today for a reward. Would you like to sign in? Check in." These are things that don't need to be considered. After learning about the monthly and annual sign-in rules, Su Yeqing decided that she would never miss a single sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Host has received one perfect man's elixir. Su Yeqing looked at the mahogany box that had appeared in her right palm, which was about the same size as the one last time. Upon opening it, it turned out to be just a dark, unappealing pill. It certainly lives up to the name for imperial use, exuding the aura of something reserved for ancient emperors. Without any hesitation, Su Yeqing swallowed the pills in one gulp with water from the bedside table. Surrounded by golden light, Su Yeqing felt as if her entire body was inflated, with a tingling, throbbing sensation on her skin. This feeling lasted for about 3 minutes, then the golden light suddenly disappeared, and the sensation in my body also vanished. Su Yeqing looked down and noticed that her pajamas felt stretched out of place, unlike before when they were flat. Rushing to the bathroom, Su Yeqing took off her shirt. Wow, is this some kind of insane thing? Looking at myself in the mirror, I saw 2 round, large pectoral muscles, 8 well-defined abs, and powerful biceps. Su Yeqing felt completely fulfilled. I am a perfect man. I have a handsome face and an incredibly cool physique. A smug Su Yeqing started humming a little tune, which she had made up herself. Fengyun Commercial Building. Chairman Su seems different today. How is it different? He's still so handsome it makes my eyes light up. Su Yeqing stepped into the private elevator with light steps. Several female employees in the lobby were chattering amongst themselves as they watched the elevator doors close. Seeing the handsome chairman every day on their way to work is the happiest thing for them. Of course, this is assuming the chairman comes to work on time every day. Su Yeqing was already used to these gays as everyone has a love for beauty. He used to enjoy looking at beautiful women, but ever since Xianxian came into his life, he thinks Xianxian is the most beautiful. So as long as the female employees don't affect the work, Su Yeqing won't care about their gossip. The Z University gathering that Xianxian mentioned will be held in 3 days. Su Yeqing figured she had nothing much to do these next few days, so she decided to rest up and prepare for a showdown with Chen Yiming. It wasn't that Su Yeqing was overthinking it. Zhang Xingxuan said yesterday that this gathering is held every year, but it wasn't held this early in the past. People usually only get together and exchange New Year's greetings in advance, closer to the Lunar New Year. Therefore, Su Yeqing was certain that this gathering was premeditatedly organized by Chen Yiming. Knock knock. The knocking on the door interrupted Su Yeqing's deep thoughts. Enter. Chairman Su, Mr. Su Conglong from Xinlong Plaza would like to meet you in the meeting room. The beautiful secretary said professionally. It was precisely because this secretary had no improper thoughts about him that Su Yeqing kept her as his office secretary. Su Conglong? Su Yeqing found the Su family father and daughter quite interesting. They've already made their rejection so obvious, why do they still come knocking on our door? Where does this confidence come from? Chairman Su? Since there is no business relationship, and besides, these things are usually handled by General Manager Jiang. However, Su Conglong immediately said he wanted to see Chairman Su Yeqing. Knowing the significance of Xinlong Plaza in Huajiang City, the beautiful secretary dared not offend it easily. However, without obtaining Chairman Su's consent, it was not appropriate to take him directly to the chairman's office, so they led him to the meeting room instead. Seeing that Su Yeqing hadn't responded for a while, the beautiful secretary had no choice but to speak up again. Please invite Mr. Su over. Su Yeqing knew that since they had come knocking on her door, there was no way to avoid them. Besides, there's no need for me to hide. Is it illegal to dislike his daughter? The law doesn't stipulate that all men must like Su Mengsha. Chairman Su, Mr. Su has arrived. The beautiful secretary led a man into the chairman's office. Su Yeqing stood up symbolically and politely. I must say, even though Su Conglong's daughter is already so grown up, he's maintained himself remarkably well. If a stranger told him he was just 40 years old, no one would doubt it. Chairman Su is truly young and promising. He's already the owner of Fengyun Trading at such a young age. Su Conglong was very outgoing and immediately expressed his satisfaction with Su Yeqing. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Compared to your Xinlong Plaza, Fengyun Trading is just so-so. Su Yeqing didn't ask Su Conglong's purpose for coming and just laughed it off. Chairman Su, you're too kind. Your Huatai building is no less impressive than my Xinlong Plaza. Moreover, I heard that Chairman Su recently acquired a large Happy Valley amusement park. This kind of big spending is something that ordinary people can't match. What Su Conglong really wanted to say was that Su Yeqing's ability to acquire places that openly make money is a kind of power that not everyone can possess. Mr. Su is joking. I am just a junior, and I was just lucky. Su Yeqing wasn't stupid. She knew that Su Conglong and Mrs. Jean were openly and secretly trying to find out about her background. How could Su Yeqing possibly do as they wish? Chapter 85 Unlimited Financial Potential. Chairman Su is too modest. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Su Conglong stopped worrying about it. Anyway, Su Yeqing has already attracted Mr. Jin's attention. Once Mr. Jin returns to Huajiang City, he will naturally investigate the matter thoroughly. Chairman Su, you're already referring to yourself as a junior, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao Yi. You don't mind, do you? Su Conglong's purpose in coming today was not to find out about Su Yeqing's background. He has already investigated and found that Su Yeqing's assets are all legally obtained and clean. Now that such a capable young man has emerged in Huajiang City, he is undoubtedly the perfect choice to be Su Conglong's son-in-law. Therefore, the most important thing is to get closer to Su Yeqing first. It doesn't matter, it's just a form of address. Su Yeqing said very casually, it won't hurt me to call you whatever you want, I won't care about such small details. Xiao Yi is so well-mannered. Su Kanlong was very satisfied with Su Yeqing's attitude. The more he looked at the son-in-law, the more satisfied he became. Ultimately, given Su Yeqing's assets, it was still her daughter who was marrying above her station. Of course, the power behind Su Yeqing goes without saying. This is the most important reason why Su Kanlong swallowed his pride and personally visited. Xiao Yi, you and Sasha are about the same age and your family backgrounds are a good match. Sasha has been set on you ever since she saw you at the ball. Look, I only have one daughter, Sasha. All the family property will go to her in the future. I think you two are a good match. Su Kanlong laid the groundwork before concluding with a summary. He felt that with the wealth of his Xinlong Plaza as support for Su Mengsha, Su Yeqing would definitely be tempted. Of course, he also knew that Su Mengsha had already been rejected by Su Yeqing. However, Su Kanlong believes that it's because he, as the person in charge of Xinlong Plaza, did not show up. Now that he has made a promise, it would be strange if Su Yeqing didn't waver. No man is immune to greed for money and power. The wealth from Xinlong Plaza will allow Su Yeqing to reach a higher level. Su Yeqing watched Su Kanlong's enthusiastic sales pitch with utter contempt. Is your daughter really that unmarriageable? Why are you in such a hurry to sell her off? On the surface, Su Yeqing remained calm, as if Su Kanlong was talking about someone else's affairs and had nothing to do with him. Su Kanlong talked to himself for a long time, but seeing that Su Yeqing didn't respond at all, he felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Yi, I've been talking for so long, just give me your opinion. Personally, I think you and Sasha are a very well-matched couple. Su Yeqing leaned back on the sofa, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Mr. Su, I already have a girlfriend. Besides, your daughter and I have already made it very clear, don't you know that? Su Kanlong didn't expect Su Yeqing to be so direct. He imagined that Su Yeqing would be more tactful and wouldn't so bluntly reject him. If Mr. Su came specifically to discuss this matter, then I'm sorry. I can reiterate that I have absolutely no interest in your daughter. We also hope that Mr. Su can discipline his daughter properly when he goes back, and stop her from causing trouble outside again. After all, not everyone needs to give way to her. Su Yeqing's last sentence was quite harsh, carrying a strong warning. Su Kanlong couldn't keep a straight face any longer. He was a prominent figure in Huajiang City. Visiting this junior today is already somewhat of a condescension. I didn't expect them to give me any face at all. Hua stood up, and Su Kanlong's tone was also icy. I have remembered what Chairman Su said. I will take good care of my daughter, and I hope that Chairman Su will not regret what happened today. Su Yeqing remained unmoved, making a gesture of invitation with her right hand, but showed no intention of standing up to see the guest off. If she didn't agree to his request today, it would be like tearing off their mask, so Su Yeqing felt there was no need to pretend to be nice anymore. They only have one goal, but I can't possibly let Xianxian down. That means you'll have to offend someone. Snort. Su Kanlong uttered a single word, then flung his hand away and left. Su Yeqing remained unmoved. He wasn't afraid of Su Kanlong at all. My current assets already far exceed those of Su Kanlong, and with the support of the system, my future wealth is limitless. How could I possibly be blackmailed by someone like that? I stood up and played golf for a while. Su Yeqing felt that the most important thing right now was still Chen Yiming. My intuition was right. Sooner or later I would have to fight Chen Yiming. Fortunately, he had already won Xuanxuan's heart, giving him a significant lead over Chen Yiming. I wonder what Chen Yiming will do then. Of course, Su Yeqing wasn't worried about these things. Time flies, and the 3 days passed uneventfully, except for the little incident with Su Kanlong. Yi Qing, my senior booked the Huar Hotel at 7 p.m. tonight. Can you come pick me up from my house? At 5 p.m., Jiang Xingxuan called Su Yeqing. I don't know why, but this time, the senior student organized a gathering. The approximate time was announced a long time ago, but the specific time and location were never told. As soon as Jiang Xingxuan received the WeChat notification from his senior, he immediately called Su Yeqing. Okay, I'm home now, I'll come pick you up right away. In order to fully focus on the gathering, Su Yeqing returned to the villa in the afternoon. After changing into carefully chosen clothes, Su Yeqing drove her Koenigsegg directly to Jiang Xingxuan's house to pick him up. Because it was rush hour, the two arrived at the Walmart Hotel close to 7 o'clock. Chen Yiming had booked the entire first floor of the hotel. As soon as Jiang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing stepped into the hotel, they were surrounded by a group of people. Jiang Xingxuan, why are you only arriving now? Yeah, I thought you weren't coming. Just as Jiang Xingxuan was about to explain that there was a traffic jam on the way, a sharp female voice came over. Is our golden single lady embarrassed to see everyone else in pairs, which is why she came so late? Everyone around was silent. Is Hu Yueyao blind or mentally ill? Jiang Xingxuan came here today with a handsome guy by her side. Actually, it's not entirely Hu Yueyao's fault. She was squeezed out of the crowd and only heard people talking about Jiang Xingxuan, so she subconsciously spoke up. How could she have known that the women would be so enthusiastic when they saw Jiang Xingxuan today, and that they would all swarm around him at once? Actually, this is all thanks to Su Yeqing, who can blame him for being so handsome. Everyone wanted to be the first to strike up a conversation and leave an impression. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. Hu Yueyao felt completely bewildered. As Jiang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing walked in, the crowd parted to make way for them. Hu Yueyao then realized the problem. This, Jiang Xingxuan, who is this? Everyone rolled their eyes at Hu Yueyao again. They came in hand, why ask such a silly question? Chapter 86: A bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This is my boyfriend, Su Yeqing. Jiang Xingxuan waved their clasped hands in front of Hu Yueyao, his face beaming with pride. I hate Hu Yueyao the most, she's the one who gave me the nickname Golden Leftover Woman. Relying on her impressive track record of changing boyfriends every month, Hu Yueyao felt that she was very attractive. They looked down on Jiang Xingxuan, the kind of well-behaved, academically gifted girl, which is why they gave her that nickname. Hu Yueyao was so shocked that her mouth was wide open, almost big enough to fit an egg. It took her a while to come to her senses, and she screamed, Jiang Xingxuan, when did you get a boyfriend? You actually managed to find such a handsome guy as a boyfriend? Did you hire him? Without waiting for Jiang Xingxuan to respond, Hu Yueyao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly ran inside. Ignore her, she's always been like this. Jiang Xingxuan explained to Su Yeqing. They held hands and prepared to walk inside. Here, right here, you should check if the sun rose in the west today. Hu Yueyao, who had just run away in a hurry, rushed back with a woman in tow. Wen Yiding? Jiang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing exchanged a glance. They hadn't seen this woman since the last rent increase incident. I never expected to run into you here again. Come to think of it, Wen Yiding used to always team up with Hu Yueyao to mock Jiang Xingxuan. Now that such a big thing has happened, Hu Yueyao naturally has to bring Wen Yiding over. Wen Yiding, look. Our golden single lady actually has a boyfriend. And he's also an incredibly handsome guy. Do you think she might be renting a man outside to pretend to be her boyfriend just to save face? Wen Yiding was chatting with some friends inside when Hu Yueyao pulled her over without saying a word. Wen Yiding knew that Jiang Xingxuan would definitely be attending today, and she originally just wanted to remain silent and avoid any contact with him. She was afraid that if she accidentally offended Jiang Xingxuan again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of what happened last time, he was confined to his home by his father for a whole month, and was only released these past 2 days. She stood there blankly in front of Jiang Xingxuan, especially when she saw that Su Yeqing had come along as well. Wen Yiding cursed Hu Yueyao 800 times in her heart. Just what I feared most has come to pass this time, Hu Yueyao is going to ruin me. Su Yeqing held Jiang Xingxuan's hand with her right hand, and put her left hand into her pants pocket. He glanced sideways at Wen Yiding, wondering if this young lady had learned her lesson from what happened last time. If he's still so brainless, he really wouldn't mind kicking anti-life insurance out of Huatai building. Hu Yueyao was unaware of the undercurrents among them. I just felt that Wen Yiding was acting a bit strange today. She hadn't said a word for so long. If it were in the past, Wen Yiding would have already started to mock her. Hu Yueyao was a little dissatisfied after posting a tweet about Yi Ting. Wen Yiding, are you mute today? The reason Hu Yueyao so eagerly pulled Wen Yiding over was because they shared a common enemy, Jiang Xingxuan. Hu Yueyao couldn't stand Jiang Xingxuan's academic prowess and always felt that she was superior to everyone else. Wen Yiding also targeted Jiang Xingxuan in every way during college, especially after she learned that Senior Chen liked Jiang Xingxuan. She wanted nothing more than to trample Jiang Xingxuan underfoot. The two of them were in complete agreement on the matter of targeting Jiang Xingxuan. Wen Yiding was seething inside. If it weren't for the need to maintain her image in front of Chen Xuechang, she would have already started cursing at Hu Yueyao. Mr. Su, Jiang Xingxuan, you've arrived. Wen Yiding greeted the two politely, forcing a stiff smile. Seeing that Wen Yiding was sensible enough, Su Yeqing didn't make things difficult for her and led Jiang Xingxuan inside. Wen Yiding, have you lost your mind? Hu Yueyao had never seen Wen Yiding be polite to Jiang Xingxuan before, so she immediately shouted. Wait, do you know that guy? Wen Yining ignored the idiot Hu Yueyao, glared at her, and left. I'll never play with a teammate like that again. Zhang Xingxuan is someone I can't afford to mess with right now, so I'd better stay out of his way. Hu Yueyao was left standing there dumbfounded, looking completely bewildered. She just couldn't understand why everyone was acting so strangely today. Zhang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing entered the hall but did not see Chen Yiming, the host of today's gathering. Zhang Xingxuan glanced around and saw that most of the women's eyes were fixed on Su Yeqing, as if they were glued to her. Feeling a little annoyed, he pulled Su Yeqing along, intending to find a quiet place to hide and block out those infatuated stares. Su Yeqing watched the little woman's actions with amusement. This little woman is so busy being jealous of those boring women, how come she doesn't notice that there are also a lot of flies eyeing her? Those lecherous looks also made Su Yeqing very uncomfortable. Xian is beautiful. But it belongs to Su Yeqing, and it's wrong for others to have such covetous thoughts. Two people with the same idea, who wanted to keep each other's good qualities to themselves, found a corner sofa and prepared to sit down. Hey, isn't that the beautiful girl from the New World Bar? I never expected to run into someone here. She's also from Z University? How come I've never met her before? If only young Master Chen were here, it would be great, but unfortunately his father sent him abroad. Su Yeqing looked closely and saw that it was the remaining 4 people who had harassed Zhang Xingxuan at the New World Bar, along with Chen Jishan's group. It seems that Chen Jishan did not tell his so-called brother the truth. He only knew he had gone abroad, but others thought he was out having a good time. You're also in your student council? Su Yeqing turned to ask Zhang Xingxuan. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. If they were all from the Z University Student Union, Zhang Xingxuan should have known them, and the scene at the New Century Bar wouldn't have happened. No, I've never seen them. Zhang Xingxuan shook his head firmly. She had never met any of these people, including Chen Jishan. With so many students at Z University, and Zhang Xingxuan being the type to bury himself in his studies, he was basically unknown to anyone outside his academic circle. But one thing is certain, they are not from the student council. Zhang Xingxuan attends every student council activity, so it's impossible for him not to know her. Su Yeqing smiled slightly. This was interesting. Those who aren't members of the student council but come to participate in student council activities are people you have some kind of grudge against. Unfortunately, the organizer of this event was Chen Yiming. This made it hard for Su Yeqing not to overthink things. However, they were just minor figures who caused trouble, and Su Yeqing didn't take them seriously. If Chen Yiming wanted to use these few lowly soldiers to embarrass Su Yeqing, he was dreaming. Chapter 87: Doing Farm Work in Africa. Ignore them. Su Yeqing spoke softly to Zhang Xingxuan, then took his hand and sat down on the sofa. What's wrong? You think you're so superior now? You're lucky, kid. We tried to catch you at New World a few times after that, but we couldn't. Is it because you don't have money to spend? Seeing that Su Yeqing ignored them, and with everyone around them watching the commotion, the 4 young masters felt a little embarrassed. They felt honored to be invited by former prominent figures of Z University to attend a student union gathering that they were not qualified to attend. Chen Yiming must have been interested in their family background and wanted to win them over. Therefore, they were in particularly high spirits tonight, almost to the point of feeling like they were the only ones who mattered. The fact that this handsome man was attracting the attention of the girls present was already making them very unhappy. Not to mention their indifference towards the 4 of them. It was blatant contempt for them. What do you want? I hate the feeling of a bunch of mad dogs barking around me, Su Yeqing asked coldly. How about that? Kid, are you scared now? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Let me tell you, the former student council president of Z University personally invited us here today. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to us, and we'll let you off the hook. The 4 young masters acted as if they were all magnanimous adults. They knew that if they fought with Su Yeqing, they wouldn't gain any advantage. After all, they had witnessed Su Yeqing's skills firsthand. But things are different now. This is a gathering organized by Chen Yiming. If things really escalate, Chen Yiming will definitely have to step in and clean up the mess. I am a distinguished guest invited by Chen Yiming, so it's obvious who will have the upper hand. Is Chen Jishan your boss? Su Yeqing wasn't easily intimidated. These people were just taking advantage of Chen Yiming's backing to bully him. However, Su Yeqing still didn't take Chen Yiming seriously. So what if it is? Kid, now you know our background, right? Hurry up and apologize. The four men were incredibly arrogant, and I instinctively felt that Su Yeqing was afraid of them and was trying to find out about their background. Do you know where Chen Jishan is right now? And what he's doing? Su Yeqing couldn't help but doubt the intelligence of these people. Why is it that no matter what others say, these people always feel good about themselves and think that others are afraid of them? Our young master Chen is having a great time abroad, living the high life. One of them tugged at the man who was talking smugly. Now that Su Yeqing brought it up, he also felt a little strange. Given Chen Jishan's personality, he's the type who has to show off everything. But this time, he was going abroad for such a long time, and he only informed them via WeChat. They didn't say where they were going or what they were going to do. He didn't even accept the offer to hold a farewell party for him, as if he had rushed abroad the day after being notified via WeChat. Moreover, after Chen Jishan left, he did not update his WeChat moments or QQ status. Looking back now, it seems quite strange. You know? The man asked Su Yeqing. His tone wasn't exactly polite, but it wasn't as aggressive as before. Su Yeqing glanced at the man who spoke. He seemed to have some intelligence. Without saying much, Su Yeqing took out her phone, tapped a few times, and then held it out in front of her. A photograph suddenly appeared in front of the four people. It's Chen Jishan. The four people were completely stunned. The photo shows Chen Jishan wearing a straw hat and weeding in a field. His skin was tan dark, and his face was full of bitterness. He showed no trace of the playboy he once was. The key point is that Chen Jishan was surrounded by a group of obese women with dark, shiny skin. Judging from their appearance and their dirty braids, they were definitely a group of African women. This was sent to Su Yeqing by Chen Weiming to prove that he had indeed sent Chen Jishan to Africa to learn a lesson. Su Yeqing didn't delete it because she thought it was funny, but she never expected to use it today. Young Master Chen went to Africa? What's going on? The four young masters were filled with questions. Did Chen Jishan go to Africa? Okay, they reluctantly accepted it, since Chen Xiao only said he was going abroad, without specifying where. Africa is considered to be outside of China, and it's outside of Asia. But what's the story behind Chen Jishan doing farm work in Africa? Also, how did this photo end up in this man's hands? Could Chen Jishan's departure from the country be related to this man? With many questions lingering, the man who had asked the question earlier spoke up again, his tone much more polite. How did you get this photo? It was sent to me by his father, Chen Weiming. Su Yeqing was very patient and knew that Chen Yiming had deliberately arranged it, so he wouldn't fall for it. If something can be resolved verbally, I will never resort to violence. Chen Yiming's original intention was probably to provoke these four young masters. If he couldn't restrain himself or get rid of them, he could just show off his abilities in front of Jiang Xingxuan. You know Uncle Chen. The man swallowed hard several times before finally asking the question. It seems they offended someone they shouldn't have. Even Chen Weiming has been brought up. This man must be someone important. He is a junior director in my company. Su Yeqing would not deliberately flaunt her identity, but she would not intentionally conceal it either. You are. Chen Weiming is a director of his company. Is he just a junior director? Chen Jishan is most proud of the fact that his father, Chen Weiming, is a director of Fengyun Trading. So this man. The man who spoke was trembling slightly. You are the chairman of Fengyun Trading? The clenched fist showed the man's tension at that moment. Nodding, Su Yeqing gave them a positive answer. Silence. The four young masters were caught off guard. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was also shocked. Jiang Xingxuan is amazing. The boyfriend she found is not only incredibly handsome, but also a highly eligible bachelor. He's already the chairman of Fengyun Commerce at such a young age. What will he be like in the future? I should have become a golden leftover woman, a woman who remains single and unmarried instead of dating in college. Many of the girls present regretted it. Hu Yueyao, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines after being humiliated earlier, moved closer to Wen Yiting, who was clearly not interested in talking to her. Wen Yiting, did you know all along that Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend was the chairman of Fengyun Trading? She knew it. Otherwise, why would Wen Yiting's attitude be so strange today? Wen Yiting rolled her eyes at Hu Yueyao. Doesn't this woman realize that all I want right now is to stay far away from her? Fearing that Hu Yueyao might do something outrageous that would implicate her, Wen Yiting dropped another bombshell. I didn't know he was the chairman of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited. He paused, then continued speaking under Hu Yueyao's disbelieving gaze. I know he is the owner of Huatai Building. Chapter 88. He is the man I've chosen. Petrification. Hu Yueyao and several people nearby were completely petrified by Wen Yiting's words. Feng Yun Trading is already a remarkable entity. In the architectural world of Huajiang, they are undoubtedly at the top. It can be said that Feng Yun Commerce's contribution to the economic development of Huajiang City is also undeniable. Now that Huatai Building has been added, what kind of person is Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend? Because Wen Yiting's voice wasn't very loud, only a few people around her heard it. The four young masters were still reeling from the news that Su Yeqing was the chairman of Feng Yun Trading. They regarded Chen Zhishan as the leader of the five because of Chen Weiming's background in Feng Yun Trading and his family's economic strength. But now, what stupid things have they done? They actually offended the chairman of Feng Yun Commerce and Trade time and time again. Are they even allowed to live? With trepidation, the man who had spoken first finally opened his mouth, and everyone else was stunned, not knowing that mouths could be used to speak. "Chairman, we're sorry, we were wrong, please forgive us." He bowed deeply, and the other three quickly followed suit. "What's going on? What's this all about?" The familiar voice came through at just the right time. Su Yeqing smiled knowingly. Sure enough, he guessed right. The appearance of these four young masters was not a coincidence. Chen Yiming had specially invited them for himself. Now that things have taken a turn for the better, Chen Yiming didn't want to see Su Yeqing being too smug, so he spoke up to acknowledge his presence. "What's going on? Have you offended Mr. Su? Is this kind of apology still popular?" Chen Yiming was clearly implying that Su Yeqing was petty and was using her power to embarrass others. The four young masters exchanged glances, wondering what Chen Yiming meant by those words. Should they continue to apologize and beg for the forgiveness of the chairman of Feng Yun Trading? Or will they just let it go by relying on Chen Yiming? No one could make a decision because they weren't very familiar with Chen Yiming and weren't sure if he was genuinely trying to help them. Su Yeqing smiled slightly. Chen Yiming was saying he was making a mountain out of a molehill. He waved his hand casually and said, "You are honored guests invited by Senior Chen, so just say apologies." The people around were all intelligent, and they immediately grasped the key point in Su Yeqing's words. They were former student council members having a reunion. These individuals were neither members of the group nor the other members' spouses. What was Chen's purpose in inviting them to the party? Those four people clearly had a past conflict with the chairman of Feng Yun Trading. It's safe to say that Chen Xuechang likes Jiang Xingxuan, except for the person involved who was slow to react and doesn't realize it. Anyone with eyes can see it. This gathering was brought forward a bit unexpectedly. Could it be that Senior Chen deliberately made this arrangement to target Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend? Chen Yiming was very unhappy with the questioning eyes he saw. Back in Z University, I was like a celebrity. Everyone treated me with utmost respect. When will they look at me with such a questioning gaze? It must be said that Su Yeqing is also a master in this field. With just a casual remark, he successfully shattered the absolute prestige that Chen Yiming had built up over the years. "Senior, is there a special reason why you invited them here?" Jiang Xingxuan is a top student, but not the kind who just studies by rote. She's just a little slow on the uptake when it comes to relationships, but otherwise she's very clever. This immediately voiced everyone's doubts and indirectly forced Chen Yiming to explain. "Xiao Xian, do you doubt me?" Chen Yiming looked at Jiang Xingxuan with a wounded expression. Previously, fearing that he would interfere with Jiang Xingxuan's studies, he had always suppressed his feelings and silently stayed by Jiang Xingxuan's side. After graduation, Chen Yiming could tell that Jiang Xingxuan had no romantic feelings for him and was afraid that he was being too forward and would lose even their friendship. "I never imagined that after waiting for so many years, I would end up doing all the work for someone else." Chen Yiming knew about the situation of Jiang Xingxuan's family company. He hadn't offered to help until Jiang Xingxuan asked for his help. He can then naturally play the hero and save the damsel in distress. However, due to a problem with an order, I went on a business trip to the United States for half a month. When I came back, everything had changed. The problems with Jiang Xingxuan's family company have been resolved. Moreover, Jiang Xingxuan became someone else's girlfriend. When Chen Yiming heard the news, it would be a lie to say he didn't regret it. He felt that if he had taken the initiative back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "Senior?" Jiang Xingxuan was quite surprised by how Chen Yiming addressed him today. "My senior used to call me Jiang Xingxuan directly. When did we become so close?" "Xiao Xian, you may not have noticed my feelings for you all these years, but everyone around us has seen it clearly. I've waited for you for so many years, thinking you just didn't want to be in a relationship for the time being, but I never expected you to find a boyfriend right away. Faced with Chen Yiming's sudden confession, Jiang Xingxuan was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing returned her a doting smile and stepped forward to take Jiang Xingxuan's hand. Senior Chen, I don't think it's appropriate for you to say these things now. Xian Xian is my girlfriend now. Is it appropriate for you to blatantly steal her away like this? The people around them didn't dare to breathe. What's the situation now? One is the former student council president whom they idolize like a god, who is now the actual head of Chen's foreign trade. One is the chairman of Fengyun Trading, a man whose face is even more handsome than a celebrity. So, they were fighting over a woman in public? Is this woman the golden leftover woman they used to mock? This is even more exciting than a TV series. Su Yeqing, who do you think you are? I've known Xiao Xian for much longer than you have. Xiao Xian is just being misled by you right now. You wait, one day I will take Xiao Xian back. Chen Yiming was definitely provoked by Jiang Xingxuan's attitude. How could his long-standing friendship with Jiang Xingxuan be less important than her new boyfriend? Crazy. The only word people around Chen Yiming can be used to describe their impression of him now. Is this still their wise and powerful student council president? How could he say such a cheesy line? Senior, I really don't know what kind of feelings you had for me before. But now that I know, I want to make things clear to you. Su Yeqing is my boyfriend, and the man I've chosen. It has nothing to do with how long you've known each other. Two people who have no feelings for each other will not end up together, even if they have known each other since kindergarten. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Xingxuan clearly stated his position. She didn't think it was something to be proud of to have two men fighting over her. A relationship is a two-way street, adding another person makes it too crowded. Chapter 89. Not a single cloud left. Xian Xian, that's so true. Su Yeqing was very satisfied with Jiang Xingxuan's decisive and straightforward approach to relationships. Especially her statement that Su Yeqing is the man I've chosen. These words filled Su Yeqing with excitement. Jiang Xingxuan gave Su Yeqing an apologetic smile. She had no idea that Chen Yiming would make such a fuss at today's gathering. There's no need to say anything more, those four young masters were clearly arranged by Chen Yiming. Jiang Xingxuan felt a little apologetic because of Chen Yiming's actions towards Su Yeqing today. Su Yeqing saw through the little woman's thoughts and thought that his woman was really too kind. If it were any other woman, she might even be hoping a man would fight for her to prove his importance. Squeezing Jiang Xingxuan's small hand, Su Yeqing reassured her. Seeing the two people exchanging glances and making subtle moves in front of him, Chen Yiming was completely enraged. Su Yeqing, don't think I don't know your background. How could a penniless man who has to work odd jobs to make ends meet suddenly rise to the position of chairman of Fengyun Trading? You wait, I'll expose your true colors sooner or later and pull you down from that position. Su Yeqing shrugged, looking completely indifferent. He wasn't embarrassed at all because Chen Yiming exposed his past. Then I'll wait and see what you're capable of that can bring me down. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, you might need to do some more preparation. The Huadai Building and the large Happy Valley Amusement Park in Huajian City both belong to me. You'll probably have to put in a lot more effort. A deathly silence. The people around were terrified. Who exactly is this man? Fengyun Trading Company, Limited, Huadai Building, and a large-scale Happy Valley Amusement Park? How should their combined net worth be calculated? Is the top leadership in Huajian City about to be replaced? Chen Yiming's face was also ashen. When he investigated Su Yeqing, he was just the chairman of Fengyun Trading. Chen Yiming initially didn't take this penniless man, who could be described as having become rich overnight, seriously. He felt that even if Su Yeqing got lucky and acquired Fengyun Trading, she might not be able to run it well. After all, Su Yeqing had absolutely no experience in business. This point is analyzed in detail in the investigation report. Chen Yiming had been waiting to see Su Yeqing make a fool of herself. I think Su Yeqing will manage Fengyun commerce in a complete mess within a month. Unexpectedly, Su Yeqing didn't have much business experience, but she was very good at using people. Upon taking over Fengyun Trading, he ruthlessly dismissed the former general manager, Lin Shi. Of course, there were personal feelings involved. However, Su Yeqing was good at using both kindness and severity. She promoted Jiang Haidao, the deputy general manager, to general manager and used rewards to stabilize the morale of the company's employees. Therefore, Chen Yiming did not see the chaotic scene that Fengyun Trade had expected. On the contrary, Fengyun Commerce continued to solidify its position as the leader in the construction industry in Huajian City. Even so, Chen Yiming felt that as long as he managed Chen's foreign trade well, he would soon be able to surpass Su Yeqing. However, Su Yeqing suddenly tells him that he also owns the Huatai building and the large Happy Valley amusement park. How am I supposed to fight him? I won't discuss the fixed assets in these two locations, because they are simply difficult to assess. The annual income from these two assets alone is comparable to the income from Chen's foreign trade over 10 years. Chen Yiming felt very defeated. Jiang Xingxuan was the woman etched in his heart. He had fallen deeply in love with her from the very first moment he saw her. Over the years, for various reasons, I have not confessed my feelings. But Chen Yiming was confident that Jiang Xingxuan would be his woman sooner or later. Now, Su Yeqing, who suddenly appeared, not only won Jiang Xingxuan's heart at once. Chen Yiming felt like he was going crazy because his wife was always one step ahead of him in terms of wealth. When Yiting, why do you only say half of what you mean? They're not only the owners of Huatai building, but also the owners of a large amusement park, Happy Valley, okay? Hu Yueyao stood close to Wen Yiting and spoke softly. She no longer has any complaints about Jiang Xingxuan. We dare not voice any objections. Compared to other people's boyfriends, even though I've dated countless boyfriends, they're all utterly inferior. Wen Yiting made no attempt to hide her intention to move to the side, clearly indicating her desire to keep her distance from Hu Yueyao. What an idiot! He's not even familiar with Su Yeqing, how could he possibly know so much about her? Cut. Seeing Wen Yiting's movements, Hu Yueyao also took a few steps in the opposite direction. The two women, who were once on the same side, completely broke off their friendship. Let's go. Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan gently. Since things had already escalated to this point, he didn't think there was any need to stay any longer. Good. Jiang Xingxuan showed no regret whatsoever. I never had romantic feelings for my senior before. I simply respected this senior student very much because Chen Yiming was a leader-level figure at Z University at that time. But seeing how he resorted to such malicious means to embarrass Su Yeqing today, Jiang Xingxuan felt a little contempt for Chen Yiming. Holding Jiang Xingxuan's little hand, the two prepared to leave. The crowd also made way for them. Xiao Xian. Jiang Xingxuan's steps were abruptly halted when his left arm was grabbed. She frowned slightly as she looked at the owner of the hand that was holding hers. Senior, is there anything else? She felt she had made herself clear, and Chen Yiming should stop bothering her. Xiao Xian, I will not give up. No matter what you think now, everything I do is for you. Chen Yiming stared intently at Jiang Xingxuan, his grip tightening. Jiang Xingxuan frowned slightly. Su Yeqing noticed Jiang Xingxuan's discomfort and reached out to push Chen Yiming's hand away from Jiang Xingxuan's. You hurt my girlfriend. Seeing the red marks on Jiang Xingxuan's arm, Su Yeqing felt a little sorry for him. Saying you love her, would someone who loves her be rough with her? Jiang Xingxuan smiled at Su Yeqing, then turned to Chen Yiming and said seriously. Senior, I've made myself perfectly clear. I only have one boyfriend, and that is Su Yeqing. I've never had any other feelings for you, I just see you as a senior. Please don't waste your time on me anymore. After saying that, Jiang Xingxuan took Su Yeqing's hand and strode away. With a wave of my sleeve, I leave without taking away a single cloud. Since this was no longer a simple student council gathering, I had no reason to stay. Jiang Xingxuan is not a weak woman. If someone uses her name to hurt the people she cares about, she will not be soft-hearted towards them. Chen Yiming, who remained where he was, watched Jiang Xingxuan leave without looking back, his hands clenched tightly. He didn't even realize that his fingernail had dug into his flesh and was bleeding. All he knew was that he absolutely had to get Jiang Xingxuan. No matter the cost. Chapter 90 Kissing Whenever You Want. Everyone at the party realized that this was not a simple gathering at all. It was purely organized by Chen Yiming to achieve his own goals. With a hint of disdain, everyone dispersed. Someone in the crowd sighed. Is this still our wise and mighty student council president? His actions today were a bit petty. Will we need to attend these kinds of gatherings in the future? Everyone shook their heads inwardly, realizing that there was really no need to participate. I can never go back to the innocent days of my university days. The four young masters invited by Chen Yiming also suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that Chen Yiming invited them here not because he valued their family background, but because he wanted to use them as pawns. Fortunately, Mr. Su was magnanimous and did not hold it against them. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't be as simple as being sent to Africa like Chen Jishan did. The four of them now hate Chen Yiming to death. Hypocrite, he puts on a righteous act, but his heart is so wicked. Exactly, I don't know how you climbed to become the student council president. The four men walked out of the hotel, cursing and swearing. Although our own strength is far weaker than Chen's foreign trade. But now that Chen Yiming is clearly framing me, there's no need to be polite to him. Looking at the empty lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Chen Yiming slumped onto the sofa. This is far from what he envisioned. Not only did he fail to embarrass Su Yeqing, but he also aroused Jiang Xingxuan's disgust towards him. And those people who used to fawn over him now look at him with disdain. This was unacceptable to Chen Yiming. He was a chosen one, born to be the center of attention. Now he's been completely humiliated by a poor kid from the countryside. Chen Yiming couldn't swallow this insult. He secretly vowed that he would repay Su Yeqing twice over for today's humiliation. Jiang Xingxuan will definitely get it too. Koenigsegg. Are you sad? Su Yeqing could tell that Jiang Xingxuan respected Chen Yiming very much. Seeing this dark side of Chen Yiming today, I wonder if the young woman can accept it. No, I just can't quite believe it. Jiang Xingxuan shook her head. To her, Chen Yiming was just a senior, nothing more. Everyone has their own ideas. I can't control others. I only know what I want. Jiang Xingxuan gave Su Yeqing a bright smile and, taking advantage of the red light, stole a kiss on Su Yeqing's cheek. Woman, are you seducing me? Su Yeqing raised an eyebrow. This little woman has grown quite bold. Didn't you say this is a normal thing between couples? I'm a top student, I learn very quickly. Today's events have further solidified Jiang Xingxuan's feelings for Su Yeqing. If you truly love him, why be so hesitant? Follow your heart and kiss him if you want to. Of course, this is only because there are only two people. If there were more people, you'd see if Jiang Xingxuan would dare to do it. Seeing Jiang Xingxuan's arrogant expression, Su Yeqing was secretly delighted. He knew that the little woman's feelings for him had deepened. It seems we have to thank Chen Yiming for his accidental actions, which allowed his relationship with Xianxian to deepen further. He gently ruffled Jiang Xingxuan's beautiful hair. It felt so good. The light is green, drive on. Jiang Xingxuan, worried that the cars behind were getting impatient, urged Su Yeqing to hurry. Where do you want to go? The party didn't happen today, and it's still early, so Su Yeqing didn't want to send Jiang Xingxuan home so soon. I don't know, I've been shopping all the time lately, it's so boring. Jiang Xingxuan is somewhat of a career woman, and she's not usually very interested in the kind of feminine pleasures like shopping. Because I'm dating Su Yeqing, I've been going shopping more often lately. How about I take you to the amusement park? As soon as Su Yeqing got the information about the large Happy Valley amusement park, she wanted to take Jiang Xingxuan there. But something came up recently and I haven't been able to bring it up. It's so late, which amusement park is open? Jiang Xingxuan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What did Su Yeqing say at the party just now? Huadai Building and the large Happy Valley amusement park in Huajiang City are both his properties. It's a large-scale Happy Valley amusement park. Su Yeqing knew that the little woman must have thought of what he had said earlier, so he answered her affirmatively. Yi Qing, tell me the truth, how do you have so many assets? Jiang Xingxuan said this was too scary. What kind of boyfriend did I choose? Each asset is like a child's game. What is there that I don't know? I don't know either. My family used to be very poor. I was only recently told that my ancestors left behind a large inheritance. But the will stipulates that I cannot inherit everything at once. I must inherit one thing at a time. Su Yeqing briefly explained the fact that Chen Yiming said he was a poor boy. This also provided a reasonably plausible excuse for receiving system sign-in rewards in the future. I see. You must have had a very hard time before. Jiang Xingxuan wasn't concerned about the inheritance Su Yeqing mentioned. All she cared about was Su Yeqing herself. However, knowing that Su Yeqing had a very difficult past, Jiang Xingxuan still felt a little sorry for her. Fool, it's all in the past. The car interior was warm and cozy. Entrance to a large Happy Valley amusement park. Koenigsegg swaggered to the entrance of the amusement park. Since the amusement park was closed at night, Su Yeqing didn't park her car in the parking lot. The main reason is that I don't want a young woman to go too far. Wow, it's huge. The amusement park, which is not open at night, looks spectacular because it is not crowded. Yi Qing, how big is this amusement park? Jiang Xingxuan had been here before, but it was always crowded with people, and all you could see were heads, so you couldn't tell how big the amusement park was. Around 200,000 square meters. Su Yeqing remembered glancing at the property certificate of the amusement park. Jiang Xingxuan stood there, stunned. Does this huge amusement park belong to her boyfriend? So, does that mean I can come and play whenever I want in the future? Jiang Xingxuan was overjoyed. This was much more interesting than shopping for her. And it was at night, just her and Yi Qing. How romantic. Yes, you can come whenever you want to play from now on. Su Yeqing's doting on Jiang Xingxuan was not just empty words. As long as Xianxian is happy, he would be willing to accept it even if the large amusement park was closed to the public and only open to Xianxian. That's great, Yi Qing. I love the Korean drama The Wedding Dress of Heaven the most. I want to ride the carousel. Jiang Xingxuan jumped up happily like a little girl, pulling Su Yeqing around in circles. He. Su Yeqing was also amused by Jiang Xingxuan, and the two of them burst into laughter. Who is it? The two, immersed in their world of joy, were interrupted by a deep male voice. Turning around, they saw a man in a security guard uniform standing about 3 meters away, walking towards them. Chapter 91 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Su Yeqing helped Jiang Xingxuan, who had spun halfway around and almost fell, to a stop. As the security guard approached, Su Yeqing felt he looked somewhat familiar. By the light of the amusement park's lights, Su Yeqing recognized the person who had come. Cousin? He is the son of Su Yeqing's maternal uncle. My uncle's family has a son and a daughter. The daughter is already married. My mother told me that my uncle's son went out to work after graduating from junior high school. Actually, I used to visit my uncle's house often when I was a child. It was only because both my family and my uncle's family were very poor that the two families gradually stopped seeing each other. Yi Qing? The security guard also recognized Su Yeqing. After all, they are cousins and even wore the same pair of pants when they were kids, so there's still some affection between them. Su Yeqing stepped forward and hugged her cousin, Huang Xiaolong. Yi Qing, what are you doing here so late? Happy Valley Amusement Park is not open to the public at night. Huang Xiaolong looked at Su Yeqing and kindly reminded her that it seemed Yeqing had made a wasted trip this time. I know, cousin, this is my girlfriend Jiang Xingxuan. Su Yeqing pulled Jiang Xingxuan, who was considerately standing to the side, over to introduce them. Xian, this is my uncle's son, Huang Xiaolong, my cousin. Jiang Xingxuan took the initiative to greet Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed, as he rarely had the opportunity to meet such a beautiful woman. Looking at Su Yeqing's car parked on the side, Huang Xiaolong didn't recognize the license plate, but he knew from the car model that it must be very expensive. He had heard his father mention some time ago that Yi Qing had become successful and was now the chairman of some company. It seems to be true, and I'm very happy for my cousin. My aunt has suffered her whole life, but finally there is something to look forward to. However, the amusement park is indeed not open at night, and Huang Xiaolong looked at Su Yeqing with some difficulty. Cousin, this Happy Valley amusement park is mine now, so you can let us in without worry. Su Yeqing knew what her cousin was worried about, so she patted him on the shoulder and explained. Really? This Happy Valley amusement park is yours? None of our employees received any notification. Huang Xiaolong looked incredulous. How come there wasn't a single word about such a big thing? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Perhaps it's because I didn't let Dong Yongqin announce it to the public, and she didn't dare to make the decision on her own. Huang Xiaolong had always trusted his cousin, but such a big thing was hard for him to accept for the time being. Now, Su Yeqing directly mentioned Dong Yongqin, the project manager of Happy Valley Amusement Park. Huang Xiaolong was even more convinced. Yi Qing, are you here so late to see Manager Dong? She's been off work for ages. Su Yeqing shook her head with amusement. This cousin of hers had always been honest since childhood. If I were to look for Dong Yongqin, would she come over so late at night? I brought Xian here to play. Okay, then I'll take you in and I'll notify the logistics duty room to start the equipment. Huang Xiaolong led Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan directly into the gate of Happy Valley Amusement Park. Halt! Who goes there? A man also wearing a security guard uniform spoke up and stopped the three. Su Yeqing looked at the person who had come in. His security uniform was a bit more upscale than Huang Xiaolong's, so he was probably the security captain of the amusement park or something like that. His face was a bit shifty looking, especially his small eyes, which looked like slits when he squinted. Su Yeqing seriously doubted whether he could see things clearly. Captain, this is my cousin. He's the new owner of this huge Happy Valley amusement park. The security captain often made things difficult for Huang Xiaolong, so Huang Xiaolong quickly stepped forward to explain. Your cousin? The security captain squinted and looked Su Yeqing up and down. He was dressed very decently, but being associated with Huang Xiaolong, he wasn't exactly high class. Of course, since Su Yeqing and his group had already entered the amusement park, the security captain naturally did not see Su Yeqing's Koenigsegg parked to the side. Given your background in a poor rural area, how high class could your cousin possibly be? Is he the new owner of our large Happy Valley amusement park? Don't you even bother to think before you lie? I've never heard that Happy Valley amusement park changed owners. The security captain had always coveted Huang Xiaolong's girlfriend, Xiao Lu, who worked as a ticket seller at the amusement park, so he targeted Huang Xiaolong in every way. Huang Xiaolong, you didn't come to the amusement park with outsiders to steal, did you? No, I have to call the police. The security captain pretended to take out his phone to call the police. No, Captain, I'm telling the truth. My cousin really is the new owner of this amusement park. Fearing that the security captain might actually call the police, Huang Xiaolong quickly spoke up to stop him. Su Yeqing looked at the security captain, who had a bullying look on his face, took out his phone, walked to the side, and made a call. Manager Dong, I'm at Happy Valley amusement park right now. Don't notify anyone, just come over. Putting away her phone, Su Yeqing pulled back Huang Xiaolong, who was still pleading for mercy. Cousin, you don't need to beg someone like that. Hey, you think you're so tough? Let's see how long you can keep it up. The security captain was also annoyed by Su Yeqing's confident demeanor. He refused to believe that he, as the security captain, wouldn't know about such a big event as the change of ownership at Happy Valley amusement park. It must be this kid bragging about himself. With his sleeves rolled up, the security captain prepared to step forward. Squeak! A sudden screech of brakes, accompanied by two blinding headlights, brought the people in the amusement park to a halt. So fast? Su Yeqing was a little surprised. She had only been on the phone for a few minutes, so how could Dong Yongqin arrive so quickly? Why are there still people here so late? A familiar female voice came from the car. Then came a familiar figure. Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan exchanged a glance. What a small world! As the car's headlights went out, Su Yeqing could clearly see the car parked even more arrogantly than hers, a BMW 7 Series. Jiang Xingxuan? What are you doing here? Yi and Su Yeqing shared the same thought: enemies meet on a narrow road. Do you know each other? The BMW owner followed Yi into Happy Valley amusement park. Not very familiar. Yi was very unhappy to see Jiang Xingxuan. She dumped her ex-boyfriend last time because of Jiang Xingxuan. Because she felt that no matter what, her boyfriend couldn't be worse than the one Jiang Xingxuan had found. But after going around in circles, I realized that my current boyfriend is not as good as the previous one. Although she regretted it a little, she blamed all the mistakes on Jiang Xingxuan. Today is Yi's birthday, and her new boyfriend wanted to cheer her up, so he said he would take her to this large amusement park. Throw her a birthday party in an amusement park that's all hers. Yi initially didn't believe it. She didn't think her boyfriend had that ability. But the man patted his chest and guaranteed that the Happy Valley amusement park belonged to his uncle. With just a word from him, the amusement park can be opened at night. Chapter 92: Licking the Dog. Now that she sees Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan here, Yi wants to regain the face she lost before. Just as she was about to signal to her new boyfriend to show off his abilities, the security captain came running up to her eagerly. Young Master Lu, what brings you here so late? The man called Young Master Lu had an expression of great enjoyment on his face. He had come here once before with his uncle, the former owner of a large amusement park. Later, I brought several girlfriends to visit a few times. Because he would boast to everyone that he was the nephew of the owner of the Happy Valley amusement park, the security captain knew him. He proudly raised his head. Today is my girlfriend's birthday, I brought her here to have some fun. Lu Xiao glanced at Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan. Since Yi had said she wasn't familiar with them, he felt there was no need for him to bother with them. It's so late, and there are still all sorts of random people coming into the amusement park. What kind of security captain are you? Young Master Lu lectured arrogantly, truly behaving like a young master. Su Yeqing pursed her lips, a hint of disdain in her expression. Why are there always these arrogant, bullying guys everywhere? The fact that they didn't know about such a big event as the change of ownership of Happy Valley amusement park suggests that they weren't very close to the former owner. Where does this confidence come from, swaggering around like this? Yes, young Master Lu is right. I was just about to call the police to arrest them. What were they thinking, sneaking into the amusement park so late at night? The security captain, acting like a sycophant, nodded and bowed in agreement. Yi Ching, what should we do? Seeing that Su Yeqing remained unmoved, Huang Xiaolong became a little anxious. I have a low level of education, and I finally found a stable job in Huajiang City. I don't want to give it up easily. Moreover, the security captain said he would call the police, and he didn't want Su Yeqing to get into any trouble. Su Yeqing patted her cousin on the shoulder to reassure him. Seeing Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan's calm demeanor, Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Xingxuan, don't think you're so great just because you found the chairman of Fengyun Trading as your boyfriend. This is private property. It's illegal for you to break in here in the middle of the night. Yi felt determined to outdo Jiang Xingxuan this time. What happened to Fengyun Trading? This isn't Su Yeqing's territory, so they can't be arrogant here. Chairman of Fengyun Commerce? Yi's boyfriend then shouted. He ran up enthusiastically, wanting to shake hands with Su Yeqing. Chairman Su, hello. I am Lu Xiaoming, the nephew of the owner of this Happy Valley amusement park. Lu Xiaoming noticed the Koenigsegg parked at the entrance of the amusement park when he parked his car. I was wondering which rich person parked their car here, completely outshining his BMW 7 Series. Now that he knows Su Yeqing's identity, Lu Xiaoming is certain that the Koenigsegg is Su Yeqing's car. Su Yeqing held Jiang Xingxuan's hand with her left hand and put her right hand in her trouser pocket, showing no intention of shaking hands with Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming awkwardly withdrew his hand. Yi was furious and embarrassed. What's going on? He was supposed to humiliate Jiang Xingxuan and Su Yeqing, but now Lu Xiaoming was acting like a sycophant, trying to make him lose face. He pulled Lu Xiaoming hard. What's wrong with the chairman of Fengyun Commerce? He's trespassing on private property, which is illegal. Why are you being so polite to him? Su Yeqing's coldness made Lu Xiaoming lose face in front of a group of people. Now that Yi has caused another disturbance, Lu Xiaoming has become bolder. No matter what, Su Yeqing and the others are in the wrong. Why should I be afraid of them? Chairman Su, what is your purpose in barging into my uncle's Happy Valley amusement park so late at night? Su Yeqing thought Lu Xiaoming was just there to make a joke. He kept mentioning his uncle's Happy Valley amusement park. Is he really my uncle? How could he not know about something so important? How come I didn't know I had a nephew as big as you? Su Yeqing's serious expression made Jiang Xingxuan laugh. What do you mean? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lu Xiaoming was so angry he almost jumped up. Is the chairman of Fengyun Trading really that lacking in manners? Why would someone take advantage of another person for no reason? Is there? Su Yeqing asked innocently. You were the one who said your uncle is the owner of Happy Valley amusement park. I just don't remember having such a nephew, that's why I'm asking. Did I say something wrong? Su Yeqing's words completely confused Lu Xiaoming. What did he mean? Unfortunately, normal communication with Su Yeqing was out of the question. Lu Xiaoming turned to ask the security captain who had suddenly fallen silent. The security captain, who had initially wanted to remain silent and unnoticed after learning Su Yeqing's identity, was forced to speak up in response to Lu Xiaoming's question. This Mr. Su said he is the new owner of this large Happy Valley amusement park. The security captain weighed the options in his mind. Although Su Yeqing has a noble status, this is, after all, Happy Valley amusement park. Since he worked for Happy Valley amusement park, he couldn't afford to offend Lu Xiaoming, even more so than Su Yeqing. The new owner of Happy Valley amusement park? Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. That's hilarious. If I didn't know my uncle owned this amusement park, I would have been completely fooled. The chairman of Fengyun Trading is such a show-off. After glancing at Su Yeqing, who was holding Jiang Xingxuan's hand, Lu Xiaoming had his answer. He arrogantly assumed that this chairman Su was just like himself. He must have bribed a security guard to sneak in at night so he could impress his girlfriend. Su Yeqing, why don't you just say that the entire Huajiang city belongs to you? Aren't you afraid of exaggerating your abilities to the point of being outrageous? Yi seized the opportunity and immediately spoke up sarcastically. If Su Yeqing were the owner of this large amusement park, the security captain would have stopped her. It's hilarious just thinking about it. I don't know what Jiang Xingxuan's brain is for, how could he believe such a low-level lie? Yi gave Jiang Xingxuan, whom she thought was just pretending to be calm, an even more disdainful look. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Yi thought bitterly to herself. Have you received any notification that the amusement park has changed hands? Seeing that Su Yeqing remained calm even after being exposed, Lu Xiaoming suddenly felt a little uneasy. Although Lu Xiaoming always claimed to be the nephew of the amusement park owner, he's actually just a cousin. The two families aren't very close. His trip to the amusement park with his cousin was purely coincidental. Therefore, Lu Xiaoming felt it was safer to confirm. No. The security captain was quite certain of this. If a large amusement park like Happy Valley were to change hands, it would cause a huge stir. Not to mention the security captain, even the cleaning ladies at the amusement park would know about it. Chairman Su, you see, this lie of yours can't be covered up. I won't make things difficult for you today, you should leave now. Lu Xiaoming ultimately lacked confidence and, due to the influence of Feng Yun trading, dared not confront Su Yeqing head-on. Chapter 93 Talking Business. What if I don't leave? Su Yeqing's attitude was infuriating. Lu Xiaoming felt he had been very reasonable, but Su Yeqing was still relentless. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying everything you're telling me is a lie? Since your uncle is the owner of this large amusement park, and they're refusing to leave, you might as well call the police. He felt that Lu Xiaoming was too indecisive in his actions. Having finally caught Jiang Xingxuan red-handed, she couldn't let her off so easily. Seeing that no one else made a move, Yi took out her phone. Hello, is this 110? This is a large amusement park called Happy Valley. Someone has broken in late at night. Lu Xiaoming wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He secretly calculated the consequences of offending the chairman of Feng Yun Commerce. Jiang Xingxuan, just wait for the police to arrest you all. Yi waved her phone in front of Jiang Xingxuan, extremely proud of herself. Jiang Xingxuan remained quietly to the side. She had no obligation to remind Yi if she wanted to cause trouble. The group stood there quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. Su Yeqing had already called Dong Yongqin and estimated that the time was approaching, so she wasn't in a hurry at all. Jiang Xingxuan completely trusted Su Yeqing, so he waited quietly. Huang Xiaolong already believed that Su Yeqing wouldn't lie to him, and now that he knew Su Yeqing's impressive identity, he had even less doubt. Yi was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the police. She was waiting for Jiang Xingxuan to beg her. Squeak! The sound of screeching brakes broke the brief silence. It's clear the car was going very fast. It must have slammed on the brakes hard at the amusement park entrance to make that ear-piercing sound. The police must have arrived. Yi was overjoyed. The piercing noise sounded like beautiful music to her ears. She waited anxiously, but instead of the wise and capable policeman she had expected, she was greeted by a middle-aged woman. The woman rushed in, and judging from her clothes, she must be a strong, independent woman. Manager Dong, why did we disturb you so late? The security manager recognized her as Dong Yongqin, the general manager of Happy Valley Amusement Park. He immediately ran to meet her. The owner of this Happy Valley Amusement Park is usually a hands-off manager and basically doesn't get involved in anything. Dong Yongqin handled all the big and small matters at the amusement park. So the security captain fawned over Dong Yongqin. Manager Dong, two people, along with our security guard Huang Xiaolong, broke in. Young Master Lu's girlfriend has already called the police. It's not worth you coming all this way so late at night for such a small matter. The police will take them back in a bit, and that'll be it. Compared to her position as chairman of Feng Yun Commerce, Su Yeqing's own job is more important. No matter how powerful Su Yeqing is, she can't control things inside an amusement park. The security manager deliberately didn't mention Su Yeqing's identity. They just wanted to let the matter drop. After all, the safety patrol work at the amusement park is the responsibility of their security guards. Dong Yongqin ignored the incessantly talking security manager and scanned the crowd with her sharp eyes. Su Yeqing was a very noticeable presence in the crowd. Because of his face, because of his height, and because of his demeanor. Dong Yongqin recognized Su Yeqing immediately. In the documents related to the change of ownership of the large Happy Valley amusement park, Su Yeqing's photo left a deep impression on Dong Yongqin. She never expected that the new owner of the large amusement park would be such a handsome young man. Just as he was about to walk towards Su Yeqing, another inconsiderate person jumped out. Manager Dong, hello. Dong Yongqin frowned. This large amusement park has changed owners, so why is Lu Xiaoming, who is just a bully, still here? What's up? He asked the question rather awkwardly. The new boss is right in front of us, but these irrelevant people keep coming out to interrupt. Dong Yongqin was a little anxious because the new boss's tone on the phone wasn't very good.
Manager Dong, it's my girlfriend's birthday today, and I'd like to open Happy Valley Amusement Park just for her tonight.
Lu Xiaoming was quite smug when he said that.
Yi kept ignoring him.
They only gave me a slightly nicer look today after they heard I was the nephew of the owner of Happy Valley Amusement Park. Now that the opportunity to show off is right in front of me, I have to brag about it in front of my girlfriend.
After saying that, Lu Xiaoming didn't forget to give Su Yeqing a provocative look. How about it?
No matter how powerful you are as the chairman of Fengyun Commerce, in this amusement park, it is still Lu Xiaoming who calls the shots.
Dong Yongqin also glanced at Su Yeqing.
It seemed that these people didn't know Su Yeqing's true identity. Su Yeqing nodded, took a step back, and gestured for Dong Yongqin to handle it herself. Dong Yongqin understood no wonder the new boss only told her to come over on the phone and forbade anyone else to be notified. This is ridiculous. If Su Yeqing knew that Dong Yongqin was thinking this way, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged.
When he called Dong Yongqin, Lu Xiaoming and Yi hadn't even shown up yet, okay?
He simply couldn't stand the security captain's snobbishness.
Moreover, if the entire amusement park were to be opened at night, Su Yeqing was worried that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to control the duty room, so Dong Yongqin would have to step in.
After all, she was the only one among the higher-ups who knew of her existence as the new boss. Dong Yongqin's gaze swept over Lu Xiaoming indifferently.
Young Master Lu wants to book this entire Happy Valley amusement park? Is it for the whole night? Or by the hour? However, our Happy Valley amusement park has never been open at night.
If you book the whole night, we'll calculate it based on the daytime revenue. I won't bother with the extra electricity bill for the lights at night, since we're all acquaintances.
If you want to pay by the hour, then the price will be a bit higher. I wonder what young Master Lu intends to do.
Dong Yongqin adopted a business-like attitude, showing great shrewdness. Lu Xiaoming swallowed hard.
What was going on? Is Manager Dong negotiating money with him? How much would it cost to rent the entire Happy Valley amusement park? He had no intention of spending any money, he was just looking to freeload. Manager Dong, are you mistaken? Do I have to pay to play at my uncle's amusement park?
With Yi watching him the whole time, Lu Xiaoming had no choice but to bring up his cousin.
What's the story behind Dong Yongqin?
She wasn't particularly warm towards me before, nor was she this cold. Young Master Lu, if it were before, I would have turned a blind eye and let it go if you brought a girl over during the day to play a few games.
After all, it's all small money, nothing to brag about.
Dong Yongqin looked at Lu Xiaoming with a hint of disdain. Even for such a small amount of money, Lu Xiaoming would embezzle it whenever possible. But if you want to start up the facilities of this large Happy Valley amusement park tonight, it's not just a matter of a little money.
Young Master Lu, are you sure your uncle knows about this?
As Dong Yongqin said this, she glanced at Su Yeqing.
Chapter 94 Intervening. Su Yeqing couldn't help but chuckle.
Dong Yongqin is quite old, yet she's still a playful person.
He found himself such a big nephew right in front of him? What are you laughing at? Su Yeqing, you'll be crying when the police arrive. When Yi saw Su Yeqing mocking Lu Xiaoming, she immediately started cursing. Even at this hour, Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan still have expressions of schadenfreude. Does he really think he's the boss? Lu Xiaoming, are you even capable?
Your uncle is the owner of this Happy Valley amusement park.
Why is he wasting his breath talking to a mere employee? Yi disliked Dong Yongqin very much.
She had clearly seen Dong Yongqin walk towards Su Yeqing just now. Instinctively, Yi felt that this woman was in cahoots with Su Yeqing and the others. Lu Xiaoming is now in a difficult situation. He didn't expect Dong Yongqin to come so late.
Originally, I planned to ask my subordinates to give me face and just set up a few amusement rides to appease Yi.
Who would have thought that Dong Yongqin would interfere and not give him any face at all?
Young Master Lu, don't waste everyone's time.
Just tell us what to do. Dong Yongqin didn't want to waste time on these people, so she urged them on.
Lu Xiaoming stammered, unsure what to say next. How much would it cost to rent out the entire Happy Valley amusement park?
Even if you only need to wrap it for a few hours, it's still a considerable amount of money.
I guess I'll just have to slink away like this. That Yi will definitely not let me off the hook.
It would be a shame to give up on someone you finally managed to win over without even getting anything in return.
Lu Xiaoming, are you even a man? Why don't you just call your uncle? Yi couldn't stand Lu Xiaoming's hesitant manner and felt that he made her feel very embarrassed. Especially in front of Jiang Xingxuan.
Manager Dong must have something important to do coming over so late today.
How about I bring you here again next time?
After careful consideration, Lu Xiaoming decided that this was the best idea. Even if you asked him to call his uncle, he wouldn't have the guts.
People might not give you that kind of face.
Yi glared at Lu Xiaoming, who looked cowardly and felt disgusted.
How did I end up with a boyfriend like this?
If it weren't for the fact that I was waiting for the police to come and embarrass Jiang Xingxuan.
Yi wanted to just walk away and kick Lu Xiaoming out.
Seeing that Yi's expression was not good, but she did not refute him, Lu Xiaoming felt a little relieved. She tugged at Yi, who was standing there motionless.
Yi, let's go back first. Yi pushed away the man who was pulling her away. Go if you want, I'm waiting for the police to come. I am a witness, and I have to verify the information I reported to the police.
Dong Yongqin glanced at the security captain with a puzzled look. I just heard the security captain mention calling the police.
But because he was so focused on the new boss, he didn't pay any attention to what the security captain was saying.
Why call the police?
Dong Yongqin asked calmly. This is the new boss's first time at the amusement park. Why did the police get involved?
Manager Dong, this man, relying on being Xiao Huang's cousin, trespassed into our Happy Valley amusement park.
Young Master Lu's girlfriend called the police.
The security captain was unsure of Manager Dong's attitude, so he shifted all the blame onto others. Anyway, it was all done by other people, and had nothing to do with him.
Trespassing? You mean Mr. Su? Dong Yongqin was getting a little frustrated. This new boss was being treated as a trespasser when he came to our amusement park? Did you even call the police? Does she even want to stay in the business?
Yes.
Manager Dong, do you know Mr. Su? The security captain asked somewhat nervously. I knew it. How could Su Yeqing be so calm? It turns out it was you, this old woman, backing him up. Yi screamed in exasperation, wondering if calling the police would be pointless now. If they say it's a misunderstanding, will the police still handle it? Turning around, he yelled at Lu Xiaoming, why aren't you calling your uncle?
His amusement park is practically becoming someone else's private playground.
Lu Xiaoming was brought back to his senses by Yi's shout.
He immediately straightened his back, feeling that he had caught Dong Yongqin red-handed.
Manager Dong, would you like to explain what's going on here?
Dong Yongqin glanced at Lu Xiaoming, who really thought he was a prince, and then turned to look at Su Yeqing.
Su Yeqing nodded slightly to Dong Yongqin. Dong Yongqin immediately understood and turned to Lu Xiaoming with a cold face. What do I need to explain to you? You should be the one explaining this to me. It's so late, what's your purpose in bringing people to trespass into our large amusement park? Theft? Or sabotage?
Faced with Dong Yongqin's aggressive questioning, Lu Xiaoming panicked a bit. Things were completely different from what he had imagined. He ignored Lu Xiaoming, who was speechless. Dong Yongqin's cold face turned to Yi again.
How dare this woman call her an old woman?
I'm determined to teach her a lesson.
You called the police, right?
Yi raised her head high, convinced that she was in the right and that she wasn't afraid of any number of them.
Yes, I'm the one who called the police. Scared now? Let me tell you, it's no use begging me. Today I'm going to have the police arrest you all.
It seems Yi treats the police station like her own home. You seem quite confident. Why don't you have Lu Xiaoming call his uncle and ask who the owner of this large amusement park is?
Dong Yongqin was instructed by Su Yeqing to reveal Su Yeqing's identity as the amusement park owner.
Su Yeqing gently rubbed Jiang Xingxuan's hand, the tingling sensation feeling wonderful.
Jiang Xingxuan felt a little embarrassed by Su Yeqing's actions. Although it was night, the amusement park entrance was brightly lit. And with so many people around, there's a risk that someone might notice Su Yeqing's subtle actions.
Her little hand struggled slightly, but Su Yeqing didn't use her full strength, afraid of hurting Jiang Xingxuan.
But he held on tightly, not allowing Jiang Xingxuan to break free. You can kiss me if you want, but can't I even touch your hand? Su Yeqing leaned close to Jiang Xingxuan's ear, her hot breath hitting Jiang Xingxuan's ear directly. This made Jiang Xingxuan even more embarrassed.
Yi watched as Dong Yongqin forced her into such an embarrassing situation, while Jiang Xingxuan acted as if nothing had happened, still being all lovey-dovey with Su Yeqing.
A surge of anger rose directly to his chest. What do you mean? Who else could the owner of this Happy Valley amusement park be but Lu Xiaoming's uncle? Could it be him, Su Yeqing? Yi's last sentence was entirely a veiled mockery of Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan.
I'll make you feel so comfortable, and then I'll make you feel embarrassed too.
Slap, slap, slap.
Surprisingly, Dong Yongqin applauded Yi with an expression of admiration.
I didn't expect you to be so smart you figured it out right away. Chapter 95, The Plot Takes a Turn. What do you mean? Yi was no longer calm. Could this Su Yeqing really be the owner of Happy Valley Amusement Park? So they were very calm from the beginning? Was Lu Xiaoming lying to himself? Yi stared at Su Yeqing, then at Lu Xiaoming, wondering which one was the truth.
Manager Dong, you've gone too far with this joke.
How come I didn't know that Happy Valley Amusement Park had a new owner?
Lu Xiaoming's voice grew softer and softer. Even if Happy Valley Amusement Park really changes owners, no one needs to notify him.
Lu Xiaoming, you should go back and ask your uncle, no, I should say your cousin, about this, right?
Dong Yongqin had always looked down on Lu Xiaoming, who loved to take advantage of others, and today she finally got the chance to vent her anger. Judging from Dong Yongqin's attitude, Lu Xiaoming knew that the Happy Valley Amusement Park had indeed changed owners.
He grabbed Yi and tried to leave. Wait, aren't we going to wait for the police to arrive before we leave? Su Yeqing wouldn't let the two of them leave so easily. He gestured to Huang Xiaolong to close the amusement park's electric gate. Yi could tell that Su Yeqing was serious this time.
But I was the one who called the police in the first place.
He was the one who wanted to send Jiang Xingxuan to the police station, so isn't he now shooting himself in the foot? Yi was a little anxious, but she was unwilling to lower herself and beg Jiang Xingxuan. After calming herself down, Yi thought that even if Su Yeqing didn't show any mercy, Jiang Xingxuan wouldn't let the police take her away.
Lu Xiaoming was getting a little anxious.
Now that this large Happy Valley amusement park no longer belongs to his uncle, what is the meaning of him barging in the middle of the night?
He wanted to leave, but looking at the closed door, he had no way to do so. She glared at Yi, who was now surprisingly calm, but her teeth were itching with hatred. It's this woman, a complete troublemaker.
Without considering their own capabilities, they called the police. Now it's happening to you, isn't it?
Lu Xiaoming made up his mind, even if this woman were offered to him right now, he wouldn't want to eat her.
I'm afraid of getting tainted by bad luck. While waiting for the police, Dong Yongqin walked up to Su Yeqing. Mr. Su, is there something you need so late?
Dong Yongqin remembered that the last time she called, Su Yeqing said he would come to Happy Valley Amusement Park in a few days.
But I didn't expect this new boss to come over so late at night.
Su Yeqing glanced at Jiang Xingxuan, who was still a little shy, and smiled gently.
That smile was so warm and gentle that it made Jiang Xingxuan blush even more.
I came here to organize a special amusement park event for my girlfriend.
I wonder if Manager Dong will discuss the money with me.
Su Yeqing joked that Dong Yongqin's way of doing things suited her very well. Dong Yongqin was slightly taken aback, then smiled. I didn't expect the new boss to be so humorous.
Mr. Su, then I'll instruct the duty room to turn on the amusement park rides.
Dong Yongqin turned around and prepared to ask the security captain to notify the duty room.
Wait a minute, this person can't leave.
He spoke up to stop the security manager, who was eager to leave, and pointed at Huang Xiaolong.
Let my cousin go. Upon receiving the order, Huang Xiaolong immediately ran out. Boss, I didn't know who you were just now. I made a mistake.
Knowing that the new boss wouldn't let him off easily, the security captain quickly apologized. Manager Dong, he colluded with outsiders to trespass into our large Happy Valley amusement park. It would be better to hand him over to the police to handle. Furthermore, people who betray their own people should be dismissed immediately after the police have finished their business.
Our Happy Valley amusement park doesn't need these bullies. Su Yeqing hadn't forgotten the security captain's character from the beginning. He was a despicable person. Okay, Mr. Su. Dong Yongqin was very straightforward. She simply did whatever her boss asked.
The security captain opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know how to plead for leniency. I was filled with mortifying regret.
I finally climbed to the position of security captain. Because he was lustful and coveted Huang Xiaolong's girlfriend, he targeted Huang Xiaolong at every turn.
I never expected that country bumpkin Huang Xiaolong would have such a powerful relative. I've really gotten myself into big trouble today. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to my tigress when I get back.
Yi, who had been standing to the side trying to comfort herself, saw that Su Yeqing was determined to wait for the police, but Jiang Xingxian didn't say anything. I instantly lost my composure. What do you mean? Su Yeqing, are you really going to let the police take me away? Su Yeqing was too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman. Wasn't it her own fault for calling the police? Why can't it work when it's my turn? Jiang Xingxuan, are you still going to do anything about this? Are you really going to send me to the police station? Seeing that Su Yeqing ignored her, Yi turned around and roared at Jiang Xingxuan. Just kidding, how could I possibly end up in a police station? Even if things are clarified later, there will be no record. But if my friends found out that I ended up in the police station, they'd laugh themselves to death. How will I ever be able to get along in high society again? It might even affect her future marriage into a wealthy family. Yi certainly has a lot on her mind. She's already thinking about such long-term things in such a short time. Why should I care? Jiang Xingxuan looked at Yi's matter-of-fact attitude and felt that her cousin was too selfish. Wasn't her purpose in calling the police to get herself arrested? Why can't the plot twist happen now? I'm your cousin, how can you do this to my parents? Yi refused to believe that Jiang Xingxuan wouldn't show any appreciation after she had brought up her parents. You still remember you're my cousin? Did you think about my parents when you called the police? Jiang Xingxuan was also furious. Yi still acted like he should always give in to her. I really don't know where her confidence comes from. I didn't argue with her before because they were all trivial matters and not worth taking to heart. But today, Yi clearly wanted to pin the charge of trespassing on Happy Valley Amusement Park on her and Su Yeqing. Let the police take them away at the very least, they should go to the police station to give a statement. This is a great humiliation for people like them who have status and background. Especially Su Yeqing, the chairman of Fengyun Trading Company, Limited. What if he were taken away by the police for trespassing on someone else's property at night? Not only him, but Fengyun Trading will also be affected. Jiang Xingxuan simply couldn't believe that Yi hadn't thought of these things back then. I suspect she'd love for things to escalate as much as possible. You. Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan didn't speak up for her at all, but instead kept blaming her, Yi was so angry that she couldn't say a word. She would never beg Jiang Xingxuan, even if it meant her death, and took out her phone. Dad, I. Seeing Yi making a phone call home, Jiang Xingxuan immediately took out his phone from his bag and pressed the power button. Su Yeqing watched the little woman's actions, and the corners of his mouth turned up even higher. After ruffling Jiang Xingxuan's hair, Su Yeqing pulled him into her arms. Chapter 96. Not a Saint Mother. Wa'ada. A police car with flashing red and blue headlights appeared amidst the diverse thoughts of the crowd. Yi couldn't believe that she had already called home. Why hasn't Jiang Xingxuan's phone rung once yet? She didn't want to ask Jiang Xingxuan for help, so she called her father and asked him to tell Jiang Xingxuan not to let the police take her away. But what has my dad been dawdling about for so long? Yi kept a close eye on Jiang Xingxuan's movements. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jiang Xingxuan's phone never rang. The matter is now clear. As the project manager of the large Happy Valley Amusement Park, Dong Yongqin came forward to confirm Su Yeqing's identity. Then Yi's police report was a false alarm, and she and Lu Xiaoming would have to prove their purpose for coming to the amusement park. Of course, the former security captain was also suspected of communicating with outsiders. The police asked the three men to come to the police station to give statements and explain what had happened. Yi refused to get into the police car and called out to Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Xingxuan, explain to them that I am your cousin and I did not trespass. He spoke in a commanding tone, showing no sense that he was in a position to ask for someone's help. Miss? The police questioned Jiang Xingxuan. If they are all family members, there is no need to go to the police station. She is my cousin. Jiang Xingxuan nodded, but gave Yi no hope. But we didn't come together, and this isn't my family's property. I was just invited by a friend. I don't know how they got in. I'll have to trouble the police to investigate that. Moreover, she called the police herself. The police officer nodded. It was a girl named Yi who had called the police. She probably wanted to embarrass her cousin and her cousin's boyfriend. That means they really weren't together. Take it with you. The police waved his hand, and someone helped the struggling Yi into the police car. Lu Xiaoming and the former security captain were also taken away in a police car, looking disheveled. Wa'ada. With the same imposing sound, the police car drove away with its headlights flashing, just like when it arrived. The amusement park instantly fell silent. So beautiful. The amusement park was instantly brightly lit, and all the rides started up. Yi Qing, Manager Dong, the duty room has already activated all the attractions in the amusement park. Huang Xiaolong must have run all the way here, because he was a little out of breath when he spoke. Mr. Su, Ms. Jiang, please come in. Dong Yongqin already knew about the relationship between Huang Xiaolong and Su Yeqing. It's not surprising that Huang Xiaolong addresses his new boss in this way. Good. Su Yeqing led Jiang Xingxuan toward the carousel. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke to Dong Yongqin, who was about to follow. Manager Dong doesn't need to accompany us. I'll contact my cousin directly if there's anything. In addition, Huang Xiaolong will directly take over the position of security captain, with his salary based on the previous captain's standard, and his year-end bonus will be doubled if he performs well. Okay. Dong Yongqi nodded in acceptance. Now that this large Happy Valley amusement park is Su Yeqing's private property, it's not unreasonable for him to want to promote a relative to be the security captain. Besides, Dong Yongqin wasn't someone who just sat in her office issuing orders. She has a certain understanding of the employees at the grassroots level. Although Huang Xiaolong is not highly educated, he is very diligent and willing to learn. He is truly capable of being the security captain. Yi Cheng, I. Huang Xiaolong never expected that Su Yeqing would promote him to the position of security captain so quickly. This increased his salary from 3,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan, and if his year-end bonus doubled, it would be 10,000 yuan. This is like directly helping yourself. Cousin, why are you being so polite with me? If I had known you were also in Huajiang City, I would have come to find you much sooner. You have a girlfriend now? Let's get together sometime, the four of us. Su Yeqing didn't care about the money. Her uncle's family was poor, but her cousin was concerned about his reputation. Otherwise, Su Yeqing would have doubled Huang Xiaolong's salary. Huang Xiaolong was deeply moved. Even though Yi Qing had reached this position, he didn't look down on his poor relatives at all. Okay, I'll bring my girlfriend and treat you to dinner another day. Huang Xiaolong felt that if he hesitated any longer, he would be letting Su Yeqing down, so he nodded heavily and agreed. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Su Yeqing punched Huang Xiaolong on the shoulder, and the cousins smiled at each other, as if they had returned to their childhood. Seeing Dong Yongqin's hesitant expression, Su Yeqing understood. I haven't come to Happy Valley Amusement Park to handle the relevant documents, and I'm afraid Dong Yongqin has been keeping it in mind. Manager Dong, it's too late today. Could you please deliver the documents to Feng Yun Trading tomorrow? Dong Yongqin was taken aback. Feng Yun Trading? When she arrived, no one mentioned Su Yeqing's identity as the chairman of Feng Yun Commerce, so she didn't react immediately to Su Yeqing's sudden mention. Manager Dong, Yi Qing is the chairman of Feng Yun Trading Company, Limited. Seeing Dong Yongqin lost in thought, Huang Xiaolong kindly reminded her. Oh, okay. Dong Yongqin nodded repeatedly. The new boss's identity was no ordinary one. Knowing that Su Yeqing didn't want anyone to disturb his happy time with his girlfriend. Having received the answer she wanted, Dong Yongqin wisely took her leave. As Dong Yongqin walked out of the Happy Valley amusement park, she noticed the Koenigsegg parked at the entrance. Looking back at Su Yeqing, who was already riding the carousel with his girlfriend, Dong Yongqin sighed inwardly, thinking how incredibly wealthy this new boss was. If Su Yeqing didn't have a girlfriend, Dong Yongqin would really like to introduce her daughter to him. Of course, it's just a thought. Jiang Xingxuan had never been so crazy before, dragging Su Yeqing to ride the carousel again and again. It's clear that Jiang Xingxuan has a special fondness for carousels. After getting tired of the carousel, the two held hands and played on many other rides. Until I couldn't play anymore. Yi Qing, you're too tired, let's go back. Su Yeqing glanced at the time on her watch. It was almost midnight, which was indeed very late. Okay, we'll come back whenever you want to play. After taking Jiang Xingxuan's hand and saying goodbye to Huang Xiaolong, Su Yeqing drove away from Happy Valley Amusement Park in her Koenigsegg. It's so late, shouldn't uncle and aunt be resting? Su Yeqing was having so much fun with Jiang Xingxuan that she forgot to remind her wife to tell the family. He remembered that Xian had turned off his phone. Oh no! I forgot to tell my family. Jiang Xingxuan looked annoyed and quickly took out his phone from his bag and pressed the power button. More than a dozen missed calls. There is a father, a mother, an aunt, and an uncle. Should we take it back? No need, I'm going back anyway, just pretend my phone is dead. With so many phone calls, Jiang Xingxuan knew that apart from his parents being worried about him, the others were definitely about Yi. I'm not a saint, and Yi's attempt to harm me has landed her in the police station. Must one always repay evil with good? I don't want to be a saint. Chapter 97. The mother-in-law prepares to summon me. Su Yeqing didn't try to persuade her she felt the same way. Some people didn't deserve sympathy. Su Yeqing really liked Xuanxuan's personality. The Koenigsegg drove directly to the entrance of Jiang Xingxuan's villa complex. Because Su Yeqing had visited several times, and also because Koenigsegg was simply too conspicuous. The security guard at the entrance of the residential area recognized Su Yeqing immediately and opened the electric gate to let her through without asking any questions. Su Yeqing parked the car in front of the Jiang family's villa, familiar with the area. We've arrived. I'll head home now. Drive carefully on the road. Jiang Xingxuan saw his house and immediately tried to open the car door and get out. Xian. Su Yeqing reached out and grabbed Jiang Xingxuan. What's wrong? Jiang Xingxuan looked puzzled. Was there anything else? Xian, are you just leaving like this? I'll have insomnia. Su Yeqing looked pitiful. Jiang Xingxuan was completely bewildered. What was going on? Yi Qing, are you feeling unwell? Su Yeqing nodded, making Jiang Xingxuan tense. It's uncomfortable here. Looking at the spot Su Yeqing was pointing to, Jiang Xingxuan almost cursed. Su Yeqing was referring to the lips. She decided to ignore the man. It was the middle of the night, and he was at her own doorstep. If her parents saw her like that, she would lose face terribly. Jiang Xingxuan continued what he was doing and opened the door. He was pulled hard, and a large hand supported the back of his head. Before Jiang Xingxuan could react, his head turned to Su Yeqing, and his lips were firmly sealed. Time stood still. Su Yeqing only ended the tender kiss when Jiang Xingxuan's face turned bright red and he could barely breathe. Xian, good night. Su Yeqing's smile was incredibly sly. Jiang Xingxuan glared at Su Yeqing, not knowing what to say, opened the car door and ran into the villa as if fleeing. Su Yeqing watched Jiang Xingxuan run away and burst into laughter. It seems I'll have to work harder in the future. The little woman isn't quite used to it yet. With a pleasant mood, Su Yeqing drove her Koenigsegg away from Jiang Xingxuan's residential area. Jiang Xingxuan thought that his parents must be asleep by now that it was so late. I opened the villa door quietly, and a dim light was on in the living room. No wonder I didn't see any lights outside the villa. As soon as the curtains were drawn, the dim light was completely blocked. I wonder if Mom and Dad saw what happened inside the car. Jiang Xingxuan glanced guiltily at his parents. There seemed to be no unusual expression on his face. Xian, you're back? Why didn't you tell the family you were back so late? Jiang Xingxuan's mother, Bai Jiamin, is over 40 years old. She takes good care of herself. She's a bit plump but not fat. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her every move revealed excellent manners. Mom, my phone is dead. Jiang Xingxuan felt a little guilty, as he rarely lied to his family. But today she simply didn't want to do as he wished. Be more careful next time. What if we can't reach you in an emergency? John's mother didn't seem angry. She just gave her some instructions. Because I knew that Xian went out with her boyfriend today. Furthermore, Xian's aunt called to talk about Yi's situation, which confirmed that Xian was indeed with her boyfriend. Xian, what happened with Yi? Jiang Mashu was on the phone all night by his sister and brother-in-law. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in touch with Xian and couldn't resolve the issue they were discussing. In the end, with no other option, Xian's aunt and uncle went to the police station themselves to bail Yi out. I heard that Yi was being unruly at the police station, crying and making a scene, causing quite a commotion. Jiang Mashu knew that his daughter was always very sensible in her actions. If he hadn't done something outrageous, Xian wouldn't have handled it this way. Therefore, Jiang Mashu did not use a blaming tone. He simply wanted to understand what had happened. Jiang Xingxuan recounted what had happened at the Happy Valley amusement park that evening. Finally, Jiang Xingxuan spoke sincerely to his parents. Dad, Mom, I don't think I did anything wrong today. If this Happy Valley amusement park doesn't belong to Yi Qing, then you'll be the ones going to the police station to bail me out tonight. Jiang Mashu and Bai Jiamin exchanged a glance and sighed. Xian, your parents didn't say you did anything wrong. Yi really needs to learn a lesson. I'll talk to your aunt and uncle, so don't worry about it. Bai Jiamin still felt sorry for her daughter. Xian, it's so late and you must be tired. Go and get some rest. Don't worry about Yi, Mom supports you. I've always treated that niece very well. I never imagined she would harbor such thoughts of harming Xiaoxian. What an ungrateful wretch. After saying goodnight to his parents, Jiang Xingxuan went back to his room to rest. The Jiang family parents in the living room had worried expressions on their faces, but not because of E. Honey, you said Xiaoxuan's boyfriend has such a powerful background and his net worth is immeasurable. Can Xiaoxian hold on to a man like that? Jiang Mashu also frowned deeply, and it took him a long time to think before answering. The young man is a nice guy, and he's very good to my Xiaoxian. As someone who's been through this, I can see that. But his net worth is just too high. I'm afraid my family can't afford him. After a pause, Jiang Mashu continued, looking quite troubled. But you've also noticed that Xiaoxian is truly in love. Won't it hurt her if we interfere too much? Bai Jiamin nodded. She knew this was her daughter's first love, pure and beautiful. Parents really shouldn't interfere. How about this, in a few days you have Xiaoxian arrange a time to bring Xiaoyi over to our house for a visit, so I can also give my opinion. Okay, let's go and rest too. Jiang Mashu pulled his wife back to their room. Back at the high-tech villa, Su Yeqing had no idea that his future mother-in-law was preparing to summon him. I took a very pleasant hot bath and then collapsed onto the soft, big bed. Sweet dreams. Su Yeqing woke up at almost 11 a.m. It's so much better to be your own boss. He uttered a very emotional remark. Su Yeqing recalled how she used to have to get up at 5 o'clock every day to squeeze onto the bus to go to work, and now it felt like a dream. Being a boss means you can be this capricious. Su Yeqing arrived at Fengyun Trading Company at around 1 p.m. Chairman Su, Director Ho, and his daughter have been waiting for you in the meeting room for quite some time. As soon as Su Yeqing stepped into the chairman's office, the beautiful secretary came in to report. The beautiful secretary wasn't exaggerating. Ho Yong really did arrive at Fengyun Trading Company around 9 a.m. Because they were unsure when Su Yeqing would arrive, they did not leave. We always order takeout and eat in the meeting room for lunch. So we really did wait for Su Yeqing for quite a while. Chapter 98 Training at the Company. The beautiful secretary was also very curious. What could the Ho family father and daughter have that made them so urgent to see the chairman? If I didn't know the chairman had a girlfriend. Moreover, the chairman has always acted with a very steady and reliable style, and there have been no rumors of any ambiguous relationships between him and women. The beautiful secretary really suspected that Ho Yong had brought his daughter to find the unfaithful man. Wait for me? Su Yeqing found it a bit strange, as she didn't have any personal relationship with Ho Yong. If it's for official business, they should let me know in advance. You said he came with his daughter? Su Yeqing was unsure what Ho Yong was up to. Wasn't my performance at the ball obvious enough? Yes, Director Ho came with his daughter, Ho Mangya. The beautiful secretary dutifully repeated it. Let them in. If some people are too shameless and insist on coming up to me, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Ho Yong, who was in the reception room, heard from his secretary that the chairman had arrived and was waiting for them in the chairman's office. He excitedly pulled Ho Mangya up. Ho Yong had originally asked about the relationship between Ho Mangya and Su Yeqing after returning home from the party. Knowing that her daughter had offended Su Yeqing, she had given up the idea of letting Ho Mangya try to curry favor with Su Yeqing. After all, they had already directly rejected him, and Su Yeqing wasn't the only talented young man in Huajiang City. However, recently, Ho Yong has been hearing news about Su Yeqing one after another. I learned that Su Yeqing is the owner of Huatai Building. I also learned that Su Yeqing had become the owner of the large Happy Valley amusement park in Huajiang City. Ho Yong couldn't sit still any longer. Looking across the entire Huajiang City, how many young people can reach Su Yeqing's position? Is his net worth comparable to Su Yeqing's? After taking some measurements, Ho Yong brought Ho Mangya to their door. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su, Chairman Ho, and Miss Ho have arrived. The beautiful secretary led the Ho family father and daughter into the chairman's office. Chairman Su, I'm so sorry to bother you. Ho Yong entered the office and immediately greeted Su Yeqing politely. Su Yeqing is no longer just the chairman of Fengyun Trading. To achieve my goal today, I must have the right attitude. Su Yeqing only looked up from a pile of documents when she heard Ho Yong's voice, as if she was really busy. Director Ho? Is there something you need? My secretary said you came to Fengyun Trading early this morning to wait for me? Did you come to collect a debt? Su Yeqing said this half-jokingly. Ho Yong looked embarrassed. Su Yeqing had made it so clear that he had indeed been too hasty. He gave an awkward laugh. Chairman Su, you're too kind. I just have a small favor to ask you for. But we don't know exactly when Chairman Su will arrive, so we can only wait here. Su Yecheng cursed inwardly, old fox, making it sound like I've wronged him. Nobody made him wait. Looking at Ho Manya, who was standing behind Ho Yong, Su Yecheng knew that this favor must be related to his daughter. I wonder if Ho Yong will be so direct in promoting his daughter this time. Su Yecheng felt that Ho Yong shouldn't be such a brainless person. Filled with curiosity, Su Yecheng waited expectantly for Ho Yong to speak. Director Ho, you're too kind. How can I help you? Su Yecheng held a pen in his right hand, tapping the document casually, his expression languid, which, combined with his face, created a unique charm. Ho Manya stared, her eyes wide with amazement. At the party last time, because I was worried that I had offended Su Yecheng before, I didn't dare to look at Su Yecheng carefully. Looking at Su Yecheng up close now, Ho Manya felt that Su Yecheng was surrounded by a halo, and he was incredibly handsome. At first, Ho Manya was against her father's actions, feeling that it was beneath her dignity to be so eager to give herself to him. But now, just because of Su Yecheng's face, Ho Manya secretly decided that she must win Su Yecheng over. Looking at Ho Manya's gleaming eyes, Su Yecheng felt a wave of nausea. This woman doesn't even bother to hide it. Staring at me like that, does it think I'm a meal? Ho Yong nudged Ho Manya, who was completely captivated by Su Yecheng's appearance. Ho Yong could clearly see the disgust in Su Yecheng's eyes. And my own daughter is like that, why is she acting so infatuated now? Once I win Su Yecheng's heart, I can look at her however I want. Continue until you yourself get tired of it. It's like this, Mr. Su. I only have one daughter, Sasha, and she's been spoiled since she was little. I want to change her spoiled attitude and let her toughen up a bit. I figured I had a small share in Fengyun trading, so I arranged for her to come in and get some experience. This doesn't count as abusing power for personal gain, does it? Chairman Su, what's your opinion? Ho Yong seemed to be very politely seeking Su Yecheng's opinion. However, he also brought up his own identity. Ho Yong is, after all, the second largest shareholder of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. Although his shareholding is far less than Su Yecheng's. But having said all that, he just wanted to arrange for his daughter to get some experience at the company. It would be too unsatisfactory if Su Yecheng refused outright. Actually, Ho Yong didn't initially intend to pressure Su Yecheng like this, he was also afraid of ruining his relationship with Su Yecheng. But just now I saw Su Yecheng's undisguised disgust for Sasha. Ho Yong had no choice but to resort to his trump card. After all, the first step to winning over Su Yecheng is to get close to him. As for the consequences of this indirect coercion, that's not currently on Ho Yong's mind. Ho Yong thought that Su Yecheng wouldn't do anything to him over such a small matter, since he was a founding contributor to Fengyun Trading. It can only be said that Ho Yong overestimated himself. He was indeed a founding hero of Fengyun Commerce, but that's all ancient history. Fengyun Trading is now owned by Su Yecheng. For Su Yecheng, Ho Yong was not to her liking. Su Yecheng looked at Ho Yong quietly, wondering if she had been too easy to talk to. Even this junior director could use words to pressure him. When Ho Yong saw that Su Yecheng didn't speak, he felt a little uneasy. Had he said something too harsh? Chairman Su? Ho Yong spoke hesitantly. Su Yecheng seemed to have come to her senses. Is it really such a small matter? Which department would Director Ho like to arrange for Miss Ho to train in? Seeing that Su Yecheng seemed unpleasant and easy to talk to, Ho Yong was overjoyed. Chairman Su, I want to learn from you. Before Ho Yong could speak, Ho Manya, who had been silent all along, suddenly popped her head out. What could be a better way to get closer to this man than by following Su Yecheng? So Ho Manya spoke up without even thinking. She felt that she was now completely captivated by Su Yecheng's face. All I want now is to keep seeing Su Yecheng. Chapter 99, Preparing to Acquire Shares. Su Yecheng and Ho Yong were both taken aback by Ho Manya's surprising words. Su Yecheng didn't expect Ho Manya to be so brainless. Her disgust was written all over her face, yet Ho Manya still clung to her. He gave a cold laugh, which only intensified Ho Manya's infatuation. Learn from me? Miss Ho is interested in the position of chairman of Fengyun Trading? The icy tone sent a chill down Ho Yong's spine. What's wrong with Sasha today? It's absolutely shameful. Helplessly, Ho Yong pulled Ho Manya along and stepped forward. Chairman Su is joking. Why would Sasha, a girl, be interested in the position of chairman? She probably thinks that Chairman Su is too capable and wants to learn more from you. Su Yeching pursed her lips and remained silent. She certainly wouldn't keep that infatuated girl by her side. Ho Yong also noticed Su Yeching's reluctance. Besides, he never thought that Su Yeching would keep Sasha by his side. Things still need to be done step by step. Chairman Su, I wanted Sasha to join the business department to gain some experience. Ho Yong made a good move this way. Ho Manya can see Su Yeching more often. It will be much simpler if something happens then. Ho Manya initially wanted to object, but Ho Yong pulled her back to her senses. Sensing Su Yeching's impatience with her, Ho Manya also toned down her behavior a bit. I haven't even joined Feng Yun trading yet, so pushing too hard will only give Su Yeching an excuse. Ho Manya obediently shut her mouth, appearing to be following her father's instructions. Seeing the cooperation between the Ho father and daughter, Su Yeching wanted to laugh. Did they really think that joining Feng Yun trading would make things go as they wished? Since they've come to me of their own accord, they shouldn't be so impolite. Why didn't Chairman Ho say so earlier? Just let Vice President Jian lead it. They're all girls, so it'll be easier for them to handle some things. Su Yeching seemed very easy to talk to, and she settled the matter with ease. This made Ho Yong wonder if he had gone to unnecessary trouble and offended Su Yeching for no reason. However, seeing Su Yeching's nonchalant expression, Ho Yong felt that he was probably overthinking things. Having achieved their goal, the Ho family father and daughter happily took their leave. They agreed that Su Mengsha would officially start working at Feng Yun Trading the next day. Su Yeching watched the two people leave triumphantly and fell into deep thought. He owns 70% of the shares in Feng Yun Commerce and Trade, so he has complete control over the daily operations of Feng Yun Commerce and Trade. But Ho Yong's performance today made me very unhappy. If the other directors also follow suit and bring in a few women, has Feng Yun Trading become a battlefield for women? Just thinking about Su Yeching gives me a headache. He pressed the speakerphone button on the phone on his desk. Have General Manager Jiang come over here for a moment. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su, you wanted to see me? Upon hearing that the chairman had summoned him, Jiang Haitao immediately ran over. Chairman Su is his mentor, and Jiang Haitao is extremely loyal to Su Yeching. I'm thinking of acquiring Ho Yong's shares in Feng Yun Commerce. What do you think? Su Yeching knew that the shares in Feng Yun Commerce were a sure thing. Therefore, those shareholders held onto their shares tightly and were unwilling to sell. Chairman Su, it would certainly be a good thing if we could acquire Ho Yong's shares. After all, he owns 10% of Feng Yun Commerce and Trade. It would be best if you controlled all of it yourself. Jiang Haitao hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Yeching, and continued. But it won't be easy. This is a business where you can make money without lifting a finger, and Ho Yong probably won't sell it easily. Su Yeching was also in a dilemma. He didn't treat Jiang Haitao as an outsider, so he directly asked for his thoughts. However, it seems to be quite tricky at the moment. By the way, Chairman Su, you can call Secretary Wu over and ask her. He is your personal secretary, and he should also be aware of the affairs of the other shareholders of Feng Yun Trading. Jiang Haitao is in charge of the company's business operations and is not very familiar with the situation of the senior executives. But Secretary Wu is specifically in charge of internal affairs, so he has a better grasp of the situation. Clever. Once Su Yeching was enlightened, he immediately instructed his beautiful secretary to summon Secretary Wu to the chairman's office. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. General Manager Jiang. Secretary Wu pushed open the office door and entered. Seeing Jiang Haitao there, she nodded and greeted him. Secretary Wu, how much do you know about Ho Yong? Su Yeching went straight to the point and asked. What aspect does Chairman Su want to know? Secretary Wu also knew that the Ho family father and daughter had blocked the chairman of Feng Yun Trading Company for half a day today. I just don't know what the chairman wants to ask. I'm thinking of acquiring Ho Yong's shares in Feng Yun Commerce. What do you think is a feasible approach? Su Yeching did not hide it. Through their time together, he realized that both Secretary Wu and Jiang Haitao were loyal to him. Now they are his right and left arms. Secretary Wu began to think about it seriously. He didn't ask Su Yeching why she wanted to acquire Ho Yong's shares. Now that Su Yeching is his boss, he only needs to follow orders. Even if it's just for the doubled salary, Secretary Wu would do his best. Chairman Su, if you really want to acquire Ho Yong's shares, you can start with his mistress. Lover? Su Yeqing and Zhang Haito looked at each other in bewilderment. Who would have thought that Secretary Wu had the potential to be a paparazzi? Feeling a chill run down his spine from their stares, Secretary Wu coughed awkwardly. I stumbled upon it by accident. It was Director Ho taking his mistress on a trip abroad. I'm going to the airport to pick someone up. I mentioned it to the former chairman, and later he asked me to do a survey. I just discovered that this chairman Ho not only has a mistress, but also has an illegitimate child. Su Yeqing found it very interesting. Ho Yong had previously boasted to me that he was a founding hero, but I never expected that his master would secretly investigate him thoroughly. It seems he used to be quite arrogant, and he must have been very proud of his small achievements. If he hadn't acquired Fengyun Commerce, the former chairman would probably have dealt with him too. Very good, Secretary Wu, then I'll leave this matter to you. A week should be enough time for you to figure something out, right? Su Yeqing directly passed the question to Secretary Wu. The capable are often given more work. Since Secretary Wu is so knowledgeable about such gossip, he must be quite adept at handling such trivial matters as well. Yes. Secretary Wu knew he had no right to object. Blame the Ho family father and daughter for what they did to come to Fengyun Commerce and block the chairman? Now he's really gotten himself into trouble. It even dragged our poor Secretary Wu into it, who now has to go and get busy again. Chairman Su, if there's nothing else, I'll head down now. Seeing that everything had been handed over to Secretary Wu, Zhang Haitao had nothing left to do. Su Yeqing saw that Zhang Haitao looked like he was about to leave, as if she was afraid that she would give him another problem. Chapter 100 Pranks. Su Yeqing had a mischievous idea and wanted to play a trick on Zhang Haitao, who was usually very serious. For overseas online shopping, there's one more thing I need you to do. Su Yeqing suppressed a laugh as she looked at Zhang Haitao's crestfallen face. Chairman Su, I'm really not good at these things. How about I call Secretary Wu for you? Secretary Wu, who had just entered her office, sneezed for no apparent reason. He wondered to himself, who is talking about me behind my back this time? Overseas shopping, this is something we really need you to handle. Heaven knows how difficult it was for Su Yeqing to hold back her laughter. Alright, Mr. Su, please give your instructions, and I will do my best. Zhang Haitao had a what the heck expression on his face. If the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Okay, then please inform Vice President Jian that Ho Manya will be reporting to her office tomorrow. Tell Vice President Jian to teach Ho Manya properly and attentively. Chairman Ho said that Ho Manya was sent here to get some training and to temper her spoiled temper. So you asked Vice President Jian to help Chairman Ho achieve his goal in the shortest possible time. Su Yeqing finished speaking in one breath. Because he was afraid that if he looked at Zhang Haitao's face, which seemed ready to die, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. That's all? Zhang Haitao was a little dazed. What Chairman Su meant by needing me to do was simply relay a message? Seeing Su Yeqing's smile gradually widen, Zhang Haitao realized he had been tricked. I'll go tell Vice President Jiang right away. Zhang Haitao fled the chairman's office as if he were escaping. A burst of laughter erupted from the office. Zhang Haitao left even more hastily. The beautiful secretary stared blankly at the usually composed CEO Jiang. What could possibly make President Jiang run away like his pants were on fire? Yes, it was definitely an escape. Come in for a moment. Before the beautiful secretary could react, the phone on the desk rang. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su, what are your instructions? The beautiful secretary thought to herself, Chairman Su usually doesn't call me unless there's something important. The frequency was a bit high today. Please inform everyone to bring a jacket to work tomorrow. The beautiful secretary looked completely bewildered. The weather is already very hot, people don't need to wear jackets when they go out. There's even less need for that at the company, as the central air conditioning keeps the temperature constant all day. The air conditioner needs to be tested tomorrow. Su Yeqing noticed the beautiful secretary's confusion and offered an explanation. Finally, he added a sentence. Tell everyone that this is a company secret, and no one is allowed to leak it. Okay, Chairman Su. The beautiful secretary went out as ordered. Sitting in his secretary's office, the beautiful secretary sent a notification to the company group as instructed. The last phrase, company secret, indeed sparked a discussion among everyone. Is adjusting the air conditioner a company secret? Does not being able to leak mean that no one can tell? What exactly does the higher-ups mean? There's so much to say, just do as I say. Seeing the lively discussion in the group, the beautiful secretary smiled knowingly. She was also wondering why such a small matter as adjusting the air conditioner required the chairman's personal attention. They even went so far as to tell everyone to bring a jacket, as if the only thing they could adjust was to make it colder. However, Mr. Su's last words dispelled the beautiful secretary's doubts. It seems that the Ho family father and daughter have displeased Chairman Su today. The beautiful secretary knew that Miss Ho would be starting work at Feng Yun Trading tomorrow. But judging from Chairman Su's reaction, he doesn't seem too welcoming. Moreover, Miss Ho's attire today was indeed somewhat inappropriately revealing. She's supposed to be here to work, but it's more like she's here to seduce men. Of course, this man is no ordinary man. His target is none other than Chairman Su. The beautiful secretary curled the corners of her lips. She had already passed on the message. As for Ho Manya, who will only start working at Feng Yun Trading tomorrow, she is not yet an employee of Feng Yun Trading. Naturally, this was outside the scope of her notification. And Chairman Su specifically said that this must not be leaked. Because Su Yeching had already come up with a way to deal with the Ho family father and daughter. The unpleasantness caused by the father and daughter earlier was then forgotten. In the afternoon, Dong Yongqin arrived at Feng Yun Trading Company, Limited as promised, bringing with her the documents that needed Su Yeching's signature. Having gained experience from the Huatai building, Su Yeching was quite familiar with the process. He carefully read the document and quickly signed his name. Mr. Su, starting next month, the revenue from the large Happy Valley amusement park will be directly deposited into your account. Dong Yongqin always maintains a professional demeanor at work. Being a strong woman is not something that can be achieved easily. Alright, the amusement park will continue to be managed by Manager Dong, and all personnel matters will remain the same. Huan Xiaolong is my cousin. I would appreciate it if Manager Dong could help him out within his capabilities. Su Yeching was very polite, and he could also see that Dong Yongqin was serious about her work. Since he wanted to be a hands-off manager, he should let Dong Yongqin handle the rest. Dong Yongqin was a little flattered this new boss was being far too polite. Not only did they not give me a direct order, but they also used a pleading tone. Mr. Su, you're being too serious. I know what to do. After chatting for a few minutes, Dong Yongqin took her leave. Half a day passed just like that. Su Yeching had no date today and returned to her high-tech villa early. The next day, Feng Yun Trading. Today, the employees of Feng Yun Trading were very obedient, and each of them brought a jacket into the company. However, since the air conditioning wasn't tested early in the morning, everyone casually draped their coats over their office chairs. 9:48. Ho Manya, wearing high heels, swayed her slender waist and slowly walked into the deputy general manager's office of Feng Yun Building. Vice President Zhang, this is Ho Manya. She has the air of a pampered young lady. Ho Manya thought she was the daughter of a director of Feng Yun Trading Company, Limited, and said she was there to work. Actually, it was just an excuse to get closer to Su Yeching, so there was no need to get off work and leave work on time. Besides, even if I'm late, this mere vice president wouldn't dare do anything to me. Jiang Rushua looked up from a pile of documents. Can't you knock? Go outside and try again. Jiang Rushua herself has very high standards for herself and her subordinates. When I first heard that Chairman Su wanted me to bring along a rich young lady, I immediately wanted to refuse. Jiang Rushua only reluctantly agreed when Jiang Haitao told her that Chairman Su had told her to give this young lady some serious training. Ho Manya never expected that Jiang Rushua would give her such a hard time on her first day of work. I wanted to lash out, but remembering my father's repeated instructions before I left, I reluctantly turned and went out. She thought bitterly to herself, when I become the chairman's wife, the first person I'll fire is you. Knock knock. Enter. Ho Manya went inside and stood there waiting for Jiang Rushua to invite her to sit down. However, Jiang Rushua did not make such a statement. I raised my left hand and looked at the watch on my wrist. You were 50 minutes late on your first day of work. Do you even want to keep this job? If you don't want to work here, then leave now and don't waste my time. Chapter 102 Poor Interpersonal Relationships. Please subscribe 110. Ho Manya stared in disbelief at the woman who sat as still as a mountain in her seat. Does this woman really think she's just a factory worker? She brushed aside her long, wavy hair that cascaded down her back, and slowly opened her mouth, her lips painted a bright red. Vice President Jiang, have you not figured it out? I am Ho Yong, Ho Manya, the daughter of Director Ho. His attitude was indescribably arrogant. Ho Manya believed that the Jiang Rushue in front of her definitely didn't know her true identity. They'll definitely welcome me warmly this time. Unexpectedly, Ho Manya's words did not elicit any reaction from Jiang Rushue. Frowning, Jiang Rushue hated dealing with these self-important young ladies the most. So? You mean you're not here to work? Jiang Rushue waited for Ho Manya to answer yes. That way, I can get rid of this brainless woman openly and legitimately. Ho Manya really wanted to answer yes. But she wasn't stupid. Judging from Jiang Rushue's expression, Ho Manya knew that Jiang Rushue was waiting for her answer. Thinking of Su Yeching's incredibly handsome face, Ho Manya swallowed her anger deeply. Vice President Jiang has misunderstood. I was just introducing myself. Ho Manya put away her arrogant attitude. She could also tell that Jiang Rushue wasn't buying her act. Well, since you're here to work, you should follow the company rules. Work starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. No lateness or early departures allowed. Then just deduct my salary if I'm late. Should we ask Ho Manya to come to work at 9 o'clock? How early would you have to get up? Anyway, I didn't come here for the salary, and that little bit of money isn't even worth my attention. No, that's not good. Jiang Rushue stared at Ho Manya as if she were an idiot, revealing her first smile of the day. You are not yet a formal employee of Fengyun Trading. If you are late or leave early during your internship, I can fire you immediately. Ho Manya wanted to say something more, but seeing Jiang Rushue's businesslike demeanor, she swallowed her words. Any other questions? Jiang Rushue was getting a little impatient. I have a ton of things to do, and this young lady is still dawdling around. No, then where is my office? Ho Manya wore 12-centimeter stilettos today to accentuate her figure. I'm a little tired after walking all this way and standing for so long. All I wanted to do was go to my office and get some rest. Office? Jiang Rushue was certain that the woman in front of her was not very intelligent. Even if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? Have you ever seen a company where interns have their own offices? Xiao Zhang, come in for a moment. Jiang Rushue pressed the speakerphone button on the phone on the table and called her secretary. Vice President Jiang. Because Ho Manya didn't close the door when she came in, the secretary skipped the step of knocking. Xiao Zhang, this is our company's new intern. Ho Manya turned around, wanting to show off her illustrious background, but before she could speak, Jiang Rushue interrupted her. You can just call her Xiao Ho. Ignoring Ho Manya's displeased expression, Jiang Rushue continued. Once you join Fengyun Trading, you must follow the company's rules. Xiao Zhang, arrange a desk for her. Also, I asked her to make copies of all the documents I needed today this morning. Okay, Vice President Jiang. The secretary, Xiao Zhang, was very direct and led Ho Manya to a corner of the office area. This is your seat. He pointed to a desk at the far end and said, go to my desk right now and make 10 copies of all the documents that Vice President Jiang needs. They need to be copied by 1 p.m. this afternoon. Is this my desk? Don't you have an office? Ho Manya didn't care what kind of job Xiao Zhang was talking about. Do you think you can just settle for a random desk in your off-site office area? What office? You're just an intern, how could you possibly have your own office? Xiao Zhang looked at Ho Manya as if she were a monster. She disliked Ho Manya from the moment she entered Vice President Jiang's office. Xiao Zhang thought Ho Manya's outfit was very seductive and alluring. Later, when Vice President Jiang said that the woman was an intern at the company, Xiao Zhang looked down on her even more. Who dresses for work like they're going to a nightclub? Looking at her low-cut halter dress and heavy makeup, Xiao Zhang felt that Ho Manya was not a decent woman. Ho Manya really wanted to say that she was the daughter of Director Ho. But considering Jiang Rushue's attitude, and knowing that he wouldn't get any benefit from saying anything, he kept quiet. Anyway, coming to work here is just a temporary thing, it's not like I'm going to stay here permanently. Ho Manya comforted herself. Come with me. Xiao Zhang realized that if he didn't ask Xiao Ho to do something, she probably wouldn't move an inch for a long time. They must have gotten in through the back door. Xiao Zhang muttered to himself. Jiang knows his own work style, he would never tolerate such lazy people under him. Ho Manya followed behind Xiao Zhang unwillingly. Go and make copies of all of these. Xiao Zhang handed a stack of documents to Ho Manya. Ho Manya took it in a daze, almost losing her grip on it. So many? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to handle this? Ho Manya looked at the thick stack of documents in her hand and completely lost her temper. Do you think you're easy to bully just because you don't lose your temper? With so much material, do we need to make 10 copies of each document? Do you think you're just doing odd jobs? We start work at 9, and it's already past 10. Whose fault is it that you're late? By the way, this is what Vice President Zhang instructed you to do. Interns start by doing these kinds of miscellaneous tasks. Xiao Zhang threw down a sentence and left to do his own thing. Vice President Zhang is a workaholic. Everyone is usually very busy. Ho Manya reluctantly carried a stack of documents into the printing room. Because she had never done it before, it took Ho Manya a long time to figure out how to use the photocopier. It's also her fault for being so arrogant. Secretary Zhang didn't treat her former interns so indifferently. Mentoring new employees is also part of her secretary's job. It can only be said that Ho Manya has terrible interpersonal relationships. After making only 2 copies, Ho Manya suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. What's going on? Is the central air conditioning broken? Looking up at the air conditioner on the ceiling, gusts of cold air blew out from inside. Ho Manya was only wearing a suspender dress, and she felt a chill creeping up her body. Ho Manya hurried out of the printing room, wanting to get to the bottom of things. The air conditioner is broken, hurry up and find someone to fix it. At this rate, you'll either freeze half to death or catch a cold. Forehead. Ho Manya was surprised to find that the employees of Fengyun Trading had all put on coats in a very coordinated manner. They were all working in an orderly manner, completely unaffected by the cold wind. Does Fengyun Trading Company Limited frequently encounter this kind of problem? That shouldn't be happening. If the air conditioner breaks down frequently, it should have been repaired long ago. Fengyun Trading isn't short of money. Chapter 103 Complaint. Please subscribe to 10. Ho Manya stopped a boy who was walking past her. What's up? The man looked up from the documents in his hand and pushed up his glasses. I wanted to ask, what's wrong with this air conditioner? Why is it set so low? Is there a problem? Or does this happen often? The man then realized that he had been wondering why the woman holding his hand seemed so strange. Turns out, I wasn't wearing enough. Which department are you from? The man was certain he had never seen Ho Manya before and that she was probably not from his department. Ho Manya felt a little embarrassed. Why did they keep asking about her identity? This internship was not something Ho Manya was proud of. I'm new here. By simply removing the word intern, Ho Manya elevated her status. Oh, you're a new intern. No wonder I didn't know you. The bespectacled man, being a straight man, immediately revealed Ho Manya's identity. There's nothing we can do. Aren't the new employees at Fengyun Trading just interns? Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed the notification from the chairman's secretary. Ho Manya resisted the urge to roll her eyes. You chauvinist, you just had to say it out loud. The bespectacled man had no idea that Ho Manya was cursing him in her heart, and kindly offered an explanation. The company's air conditioning needs to be tested today, which is normal maintenance. The secretary notified me yesterday. Because you are a new intern and not in the company group, you don't know. The bespectacled man adjusted his suit jacket and went off to get busy. He was a little confused as to why the new intern was dressed like that. Ho Manya just stood there, frozen in place. Good heavens, is this some kind of joke? Why did I have to set up the air conditioner on my very first day at work? To attract Su Yeching's attention, she dressed very sexily, but the thin fabric couldn't block the increasingly cold air at all. Xiao Ho, what are you doing out here? Have you finished making copies? Secretary Zhan was a little unhappy to see that Xiao Ho had slacked off in the short time she turned around. Vice President Zhang needs these materials for the meeting this afternoon, so we can't delay. Seeing Xiao Zhang wrapped up tightly in a coat, still gesturing and pointing at me, Ho Manya could no longer contain her anger. Why are you rushing me? I'm not doing it anymore. If you want to make copies, go make them yourself. You're here for an internship, not to play around. If you're not doing any normal work, what do you want to do? Secretary Zhang was also annoyed she was so picky about even the simplest photocopying that she refused to do it. Is this young lady here to play the role of a pampered young lady? What gives you, a mere secretary, the right to order me around? Do you even know who I am? Ho Manya simply couldn't believe that Jiang Rushua wouldn't be wary of her identity. Isn't this little secretary afraid? What's all the noise about? Don't you guys have to work? Jiang Rushue's subordinates are usually diligent in their work. Ho Manya's arrival caused quite a stir, which annoyed her greatly. Vice President Jiang, is it appropriate for you to assign me so much work when I've only just started working here? When Ho Manya's spoiled princess temper flared up, Jiang Rushue was nothing more than a wage earner in her eyes. They pressed her with an unfriendly attitude, making it seem as if Jiang Rushue had instructed someone to deliberately target her. Jiang Rushue cast an inquiring glance at Xiao Zhang. It's just photocopying some documents, right? Is that considered too much? Or did Xiao Zhang add more himself? Xiao Zhang shook his head. Vice President Jiang, I was just following your instructions to have her photocopy these documents. Ho Manya was displeased upon hearing this and raised her voice to shout. That's all the documents? Don't you even look at how many documents there are? And you need to make 10 copies of each one? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for me? Ho Manya deliberately spoke so loudly, actually with two intentions. Firstly, she wanted to show Jiang Rushue's subordinates how she made things difficult for a newcomer, thereby lowering Jiang Rushue's image in everyone's eyes. It's all because Jiang Rushue doesn't take me seriously. Secondly, it was to attract Su Yeqing's attention. She refused to believe that Su Yeqing could remain indifferent to such a commotion. If I show weakness or act coquettishly, I might be able to win over Su Yeqing. This is Ho Manya's go-to trick for men. Ho Manya is quite experienced. The surrounding employees, seeing that the new intern dared to directly contradict the vice president, all gathered around out of curiosity. Jiang Rushue looked at Ho Manya's smug eyes and cursed inwardly, "Idiot. Xiao Zhang, go and get those photocopied documents." Yes. Xiao Zhang took the order and brought out the documents from the printing room. Look at this, I just started working today, and this Vice President Jiang has already assigned me so much work. Isn't this blatant bullying of newcomers? Ho Manya pointed to the stack of documents that Xiao Zhang had brought out and began to play the victim to the onlookers. However, the public's reaction was not what she wanted. What's this? If you think it's bullying a newbie to photocopy such a small amount of documents, then you might as well just stay home and stay put. That's right, I finished these documents in just 1 hour on my first day at work. With such a pampered lifestyle, she should just go home and be a rich young lady. Look at how she's dressed, she doesn't seem like she's really here to work. Are you trying to hook up with a rich guy? Who dresses like that to work? She doesn't seem like a decent girl to me. The gossip among those around them became increasingly explicit. Ho Manya was so angry that her face turned white. I am the daughter of Director Ho Yong, so shut up. After saying that, Ho Manya ran straight to the chairman's office. There was nothing else to do. Su Yeqing hadn't shown up despite such a big commotion, so they had to come to her door themselves. Anyway, I'm the one who's been wronged. No one was frightened by Ho Manya's words. At Feng Yun Trading, Chairman Su is the one who calls the shots. Chairman Su is very fair, everyone earns their living through their own abilities. So you really can't fool people with the daughter of a minor board member. Jiang Rushue told everyone to return to their workstations and continue working. Resigned to his fate, he walked toward the chairman's office. There's no way around it, we still have to play along with Chairman Su's act. Yi Cheng, boo-hoo, I've been bullied. Ho Manya really doesn't know how to knock on doors. He ran all the way into the chairman's office. Even her beautiful secretary couldn't stop her. Chairman Su, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop Miss Ho. The beautiful secretary was a little embarrassed. Wearing 12-centimeter high heels and still having this running ability is quite remarkable. Su Yeqing waved his hand, signaling the beautiful secretary to leave. Yi Cheng, that person was bullied by Jiang Rushue. Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't ask her anything, Ho Manya had to repeat herself. Her voice just became sweeter. Su Yeqing managed to suppress the urge to kick people out. We're not familiar with each other, Miss Ho, it would be better if you just call me Chairman Su. Ho Manya bit her lip. Su Yeqing wasn't buying it. My attempt to use my charm didn't work. Chapter 10 for the warm-hearted man. Please subscribe 310. If Su Yeqing knew what Ho Manya was thinking, she would definitely complain. You? Beauty? More like a sow. Su Yeqing's exceptionally handsome face was incredibly cold. Ho Manya could only say unwillingly, Chairman Su, Vice President Jiang is making things difficult for me. It was my first day at work, and Vice President Jiang deliberately had the air conditioning set up today. The secretary notified everyone except me. Look, I'm shivering from the cold. As Ho Manya spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Su Yeching, revealing her impressive cleavage. Su Yeching immediately turned her face away. Is this woman showing off that she has meat because pork is expensive? It was my idea to adjust the air conditioning, and I also had my secretary notify me. You weren't at work yesterday, so it's normal that we couldn't reach you. Su Yeching made no attempt to hide it, saying that she had no obligation to inform him in any special way. Furthermore, he made this decision intentionally, specifically targeting Ho Manya. If I notify you, will we still be able to play? Chairman Su, you're so annoying. Look how pitifully cold that person is. Ho Manya completely ignored Su Yeching's increasingly pale face and continued to act coquettishly in a self-righteous manner. Su Yeching rolled her eyes inelegantly and retorted. Stay away from me, or I'll have security throw you out. Ho Manya is so shameless, so blatantly seducing men. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was a hostess at a nightclub. She doesn't look like a rich heiress at all. Ho Manya took a few steps back, looking aggrieved. She knew that Su Yeching meant what he said, and that he showed her absolutely no mercy. Knock knock. The chairman's office door was open. It seems Ho Manya really doesn't have the habit of knocking or closing doors. Jiang Rushue knocked on the door once as a formality and then walked straight in. Chairman Su, this young lady is too difficult to please, I can't handle her. Jiang Rushue got straight to the point, not wanting to waste too much time on this unimportant woman. For her, work matters were far more important than dealing with this woman. How dare you accuse the guilty party first? On my first day at work, you made me do so much work. It's obvious that you're targeting me. Ho Manya was so busy seducing Su Yeching that she didn't have time to recount Jiang Rushue's second crime. They oppressed her, the new employee. Su Yeching didn't speak, but simply raised an eyebrow at Jiang Rushue. Jiang Rushue sighed inwardly. If Chairman Su doesn't like this woman, why doesn't he just kick her out? All these underhanded tactics have dragged them down with them. He spoke with a calm expression. Chairman Su, I was just following company procedure by having this intern photocopy some documents. If she can't even do such a simple job, I don't think Fengyun Trading needs to keep her around. Jiang Rushue specifically mentioned the status of an intern. It has absolutely nothing to do with the daughter of Director Ho that Ho Manya herself boasted about. Once she joined the company, Jiang Rushue treated everyone equally. She didn't know how to cultivate relationships. What do you mean by just photocopying some documents? So many copies, I need them by 1 p.m., how am I supposed to make them all? Ho Manya was furious when she heard that. Jiang Rushue kept calling him intern, making it seem like he was really there to work. Does she think that her daughter, a director, is someone that a vice general manager can order around at will? Ho Manya is actually quite narcissistic. In Fengyun Trading, where Su Yeching owns 70% of the shares, her father's 10% share is simply insignificant. Everyone in the company only acknowledges Chairman Su's word. Besides, even that 10% won't last long, so what's there to be proud of? The company's start time is 9 o'clock, and you were an hour late. Furthermore, photocopying is the simplest job. If you can't even do this well, you can just leave. She glanced at Su Yeching, who remained silent, and Ho Manya, who was acting like a shrew. Jiang Rushue's tone also became a little impatient. Chairman Su, you were the one who said that Ho Manya came to the company to get some training. Now you see, she's so arrogant, I really can't handle her. Su Yeching nodded, feigning reluctance. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Jiang. Go ahead and get busy, I'll handle the rest. Jiang Rushue let out a long sigh of relief and took her leave. Su Yeching clasped her hands together, looking at Ho Manya with a completely emotionless expression. The central air conditioning system has been tested and adjusted for quite some time. As he instructed, the temperature was set directly to 16 degrees Celsius. More than half an hour passed, and Ho Manya's face had turned purple from the cold. With her bright red lips, she has a bit of a mysterious, old demon vibe. Chairman Su? Ho Manya couldn't hold back any longer and hugged her arms. If she could, she would want to hug Su Yeching and seek a bit of warmth. Of course, she wasn't so cold that she lost her mind. Doing so might actually result in her being thrown out by security. Miss Ho, even a talent like Vice President Jiang can't help you, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Well then, I don't think you're suited to be an intern. You should just go back to being your pampered princess. Chairman Ho, you can go and talk to him yourself. After all, I have no obligation to help him take care of his daughter. Su Yeqing is extremely kind-hearted. At this point, Homanya, it's still not too late to retreat, otherwise you'll be in for a world of trouble. Chairman Su, I will change. Please give me another chance. Homanya knew that if she was kicked out of Fengyun Trading this time, it would be difficult for her to get close to Su Yeqing again. Looking at Homanya's calculating expression, Su Yeqing sneered inwardly. If you're the one who won't turn back until you hit a wall, then you can't blame yourself. Then you can continue your work. I'll say hello to Vice President Jiang. But if you cause any more problems, there's no need to say anything more, just leave. Su Yeqing waved her hand, dismissing Homanya like a shoe-up for a puppy. Homanya wisely walked out without saying a word. She knew that Su Yeqing still loathed her. Why did I embarrass him so much on our first meeting? Throughout the afternoon, unpleasant sneezing sounds would occasionally drift from the printing room. The office staff all shook their heads helplessly. The air conditioner test today took way too long, it almost never stopped. I was extremely grateful for the thoughtfulness of my superiors, they even remembered to have their secretary tell everyone to bring their coats. Chairman Su is such a warm-hearted man. Su Yeqing's image in everyone's mind has risen to another level. Actually, Homanya isn't very bright. If you need to do something, can't you just call home and have a coat delivered? He just stubbornly endured it for half a day, what an idiot. Chapter 105 The Rhythm of Courting Death. Please subscribe 410. 1255. Xiao Zhang couldn't even remember how many times he had come to urge Xiao Ho. It took so long to do such a small thing. They even seemed unwilling to talk to anyone. If it weren't for Vice President Zhang's urgent need for these documents, Xiao Zhang wouldn't have bothered to put up with Xiao Ho's attitude. Are you done yet? Vice President Jiang and the department manager have already entered the conference room. How long are you going to keep photocopying these documents? Homanya held the last photocopied document in her hand and rolled her eyes at Xiao Zhang. A person with no sense of propriety should be able to tell from their own appearance that they are not an ordinary wage earner. How dare they give me attitude? What's the rush? It's all ready, right here. He pointed to a pile of documents next to the photocopier, indicating that Xiao Zhang should take them himself. It's finally all done, I can finally rest. Homanya just wants to sit down and rest for a while. Working in those 12-centimeter stiletto heels is no human thing to do. I've never been this tired even after shopping for half a day before. Homanya no longer finds that corner desk undesirable, having one is better than having none. In order to prevent Jiang Rushue from finding fault and kicking him out, Homanya didn't even eat lunch. These documents were photocopied under conditions of hunger and cold. Homanya really went all out to get Su Yeqing. Wait a minute, go make a few cups of coffee and take them into the conference room. Xiao Zhang checked and confirmed that all the documents had indeed been copied. He picked up the documents and gave instructions to Homanya. Making coffee? I haven't had a break. Homanya really couldn't stand it anymore. Why should a mere secretary be able to boss her around? Xiao Zhang didn't want to explain further. Whose fault is it that you're slow at doing things? If you're not happy about it, go talk to Vice President Jiang yourself. This intern is really something, making a huge fuss over everything. When I first joined the company, I was actually hoping that my boss would give me more work to do. That way I can learn faster and have a better chance of staying. Ignoring Homanya's murderous look, Xiao Zhang took the documents and left. Homanya was so angry she wanted to throw things. But remembering Su Yeqing's words, he forced himself to hold back. If Jiang Rushue finds any more evidence against me, I'll really have no choice but to leave. Then all that suffering here, swallowing my anger, was for nothing? She stormed into the break room, venting all her anger on her high heels, which clattered loudly with each step. The people working diligently in the office area looked up, wondering what had happened. Seeing that it was the new intern causing trouble again, everyone lowered their heads and continued with their work, unfazed. This woman won't stay long. This is a shared thought among everyone. I've never seen an intern dress like that before. Even full-time employees pay close attention to their attire. Moreover, this newcomer's attitude was far too arrogant. Working under Vice President Jiang is practically courting death. Homanya doesn't care what others think. She stayed for only one purpose: to seduce Su Yeqing. Entering the tea room, Homanya hurriedly started making coffee. Ping ping ping. A piercing sound once again disturbed the people in the office area. Everyone looked at each other, and then, with perfect understanding, picked up their headphones and put them on. That new guy doesn't seem easy to get along with, so it's best not to get involved. Homanya stared at the shards of the cup scattered on the floor, her hand bearing a large red burn mark, trembling with anger. I'm here to work, so I should just sit in the office and look at some documents. I didn't come here to do odd jobs. Photocopying documents is one thing, but now I have to make my own coffee? When has Homanya ever done this kind of work since she was a child? I looked up at the cold air blowing continuously from the central air conditioning unit above my head. Homanya gave up unwillingly. She felt that Jiang Rushue was doing it on purpose. Even if she persevered today, who knew what kind of bad ideas Jiang Rushue might have for her tomorrow? Homanya kicked the broken pieces aside and walked directly to the desk assigned to her. He picked up his bag from the table, turned around with a flourish, and prepared to leave. Xiaoho, what are you doing when I tell you to make coffee? After delivering the documents, Xiao Zhang noticed that Homanya hadn't made coffee and was instead carrying her bag as if about to leave, so he asked her curiously. Let me tell you, I am Director Ho's daughter. This is not something a lowly lackey like you can order around. Go in and tell Jiang Rushue that I'm quitting. I will remember what happened today. Homanya was a little disappointed that she didn't see the scared look on Xiao Zhang's face that she had expected. He comforted himself, thinking that the secretary must be naive and scared out of her wits. Turning her head, Homanya, carrying her bag, walked away swaying her slender waist, just like when she came. What's so great about the director's daughter? Isn't it just because his family is rich? This is a company, and we rely on our strength. Xiao Zhang wasn't scared, he'd just become somewhat immune to these kinds of spoiled young ladies who flaunted their family's power. Xiao Zhang ran into the tea room and was a bit overwhelmed by the mess on the floor. This woman is a real nuisance, she didn't help at all, and instead caused a huge mess. With a sense of helplessness, Xiao Zhang cleaned the tea room and skillfully brewed coffee, then brought it into the conference room. Homanya did not go to Su Yeqing, knowing that Su Yeqing would not listen to her no matter what she said. In addition, the business environment is extremely cold today. The thin fabric covering her body offered no protection against the chill, and Homanya just wanted to escape as quickly as possible. Homanya had already made up her mind. Yesterday, Su Yeqing initially disagreed with her joining the company. Later, her father brought up his position as a director of Fengyun Trading, and Su Yeqing agreed. So tomorrow I'll have my dad come and talk to Su Yeqing, and tell him that I want to learn from his secretary. Su Yeqing would definitely find it difficult to refuse out of respect for her father. In this way, he could get rid of Jiang Rushue, that woman who made things difficult for him at every turn. I'm one step closer to Su Yeqing. Moreover, if you learn from a secretary whose position is low, they certainly wouldn't dare to boss you around. Homanya, with these wishful thinking in mind, happily returned to her villa. I was thinking of whining to my parents and telling them about what happened to me today. But as soon as she entered the room, Homanya noticed that something was wrong. The house was a complete mess, you could say everything that could be broken was broken. If it weren't for her own father, her mother would have been sitting on the only spared sofa in the living room with a long face. Homanya thought a thief had broken in and impulsively wanted to call the police. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? I remember my parents would occasionally bicker, but my mother was more assertive, and my father usually gave in first. But judging from the way things are going today, this is more than just a simple bickering. Chapter 106 Dispute over Property. Please subscribe 510. Xiaoya, your father has a woman outside and they even had a child together. How could he do this to my daughter and me? As soon as Homanya's mother saw her daughter return, she immediately rushed over to her, tears streaming down her face, and began to wail. His obese body almost knocked Homanya over. Mom, what are you saying? Homanya looked at her mother, who was in tears, in disbelief. Is this still my domineering mother? Every time there was a conflict with his father, his mother always kept him firmly under her thumb. How come she's the one crying and sobbing now? Wait, Mom, you're saying Dad has a woman outside the marriage? And they even had a child together? Homanya looked at Ho Yong, who was sitting silently on the sofa, with a puzzled expression. Ho Yong's attitude says it all. Xiaoya, your dad not only has a child outside, but it's also a boy. No wonder he has kept his assets firmly in his own hands all these years. They wouldn't transfer even a fraction of it to your name. It turns out they had this planned all along. He doesn't care about us, mother and daughter, at all. He only wants to leave all his property to that bastard. Homanya staggered. She always felt that she was Ho Yong's apple of his eye, and that inheriting everything from the Ho family was only a matter of time. Therefore, they never even considered trying to seize the Ho family's assets too early. After all, in her eyes, this was a sure thing, just a matter of time. I never expected my father to have such thoughts. Ho Manya stared intently at Ho Yong, questioning him. Dad, why did you do that? That's enough. Ho Yong roared impatiently. Stop saying these useless things. Tell me, where did you hide my son? Ho Yong believed he had concealed it very well. Over the years, the mother and daughter have not discovered a single clue. But somehow, the woman in the house heard the news from somewhere. She actually instructed her brother to kidnap her son. Ho Manya's uncles are all ruthless characters in the underworld. Therefore, Ho Yong generally avoids provoking them. Consequently, he was also quite lenient with Ho Manya's mother, Tan Xiaohui, at home. But today they crossed Ho Yong's bottom line. Ho Yong has always held patriarchal views. They believed that their daughter would eventually marry out, and the Ho family's property must be inherited by the male members of the Ho family. Upon hearing Ho Yong's words, Tan Xiaohui wiped away her tears and reverted to her shrewish demeanor. You can have your son, but you must transfer all your assets to my name. There's really no such coincidence. Ho Yong has kept it a secret for so many years. How did Tan Xiaohui suddenly know everything so clearly? Not only did they discover the existence of the illegitimate children, but they also found out their addresses very clearly. These are, of course, thanks to Secretary Wu. It was Secretary Wu's idea to have Ho Yong transfer his assets to Tan Xiaohui as a condition for exchanging these classified materials. The plan is that after Tan Xiaohui obtains the shares of Fengyun Commerce under Ho Yong's name, she will resell them to Su Yeqing at the market price. Tan Xiaohui was kept in the dark by Ho Yong and was content to be his wealthy wife. But she was furious when she suddenly discovered that Ho Yong was having an affair and even had a child with another woman. Given her fiery temper, she would have directly killed that vixen and her bastard. But Secretary Wu stopped her in time. Secretary Wu told Tan Xiaohui that the most satisfying way to get revenge was to make sure that the mistress and her bastard child didn't get a single penny. Ho Yong gave Tan Xiaohui a deep look. How did this woman suddenly become so enlightened? In the past, she would have only made things spiral out of control. Who would have thought about things like fighting over property? Transfer everything to you? What am I supposed to do then? Ho Yong isn't stupid. If he transfers all his assets to Tan Xiaohui, he'll have no power at all. His son would have no claim to these assets afterward. You can still run your company, but all your stocks, shares, and real estate must be transferred to me. After receiving guidance from Secretary Wu, Tan Xiaohui realized that pushing Ho Yong too hard might not necessarily achieve her goal. They took a step back and gave up the company run by Ho Yong. If you still don't agree to this, then you can wait to collect that bastard's corpse. At worst, we'll both perish, I don't care. Tan Xiaohui administered a drastic measure. After much deliberation, Ho Yong realized that his son was his lifeblood. As long as they don't get divorced, even if those assets are transferred to Tan Xiaohui's name, they will still be considered marital property. If Tan Xiaohui were to pass away unexpectedly, most of the property would still belong to him. Okay, I'll have my lawyer come over. Ho Manya listened blankly to her parents' conversation, feeling as if the world had suddenly changed. Chairman Su, this is Tan Xiaohui's equity transfer agreement. As soon as Su Yeqing stepped into the chairman's office in the morning, Secretary Wu handed her a document. Secretary Wu was very efficient. They said it would take a week, but it was all done in 3 days. Su Yeqing opened it and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Wu. Does Ho Yong know about this? Su Yeqing was very curious to know what Ho Yong's expression would be when he learned that all of his 10% stake in Fengyun Commerce had ended up in Su Yeqing's hands. They probably don't know yet. I heard that Ho Yong's mistress reported her son missing to the police. Ho Yong doesn't want his family scandals to be aired in public, so he's trying to persuade both sides. I guess he's not in the mood to care about this right now. Secretary Wu had been watching Ho Yong's every move closely, so he knew everything perfectly well. Su Yeqing closed the document and glanced at Secretary Wu. Suddenly I feel it's a bit of a shame that Secretary Wu isn't a private investigator. You handled this matter brilliantly. Secretary Wu, you've solved a huge problem for me. Su Yeqing praised without reservation, and this big trouble was of course referring to Ho Manya. Knock knock. Enter. The beautiful secretary walked in. Chairman Su, Miss Ho Manya wants to see you. It seems Su Yeqing was overjoyed, thinking she would never have to see Ho Manya again, but that persistent ghost has reappeared. Ho Manya originally wanted her mother to intervene, because she knew that Ho Yong's shares had been transferred to his mother. But now the family is in complete chaos. Tan Xiaowei is intolerant of any wrongdoing and simply cannot tolerate Ho Yong's other women. Ho Manya didn't want to stay at home listening to the chaotic arguing. She thought that if she could get close to Su Yeqing, she could escape that family. Compared to Su Yeqing, Ho Yong's remaining company is simply not worth mentioning. Ho Yong can leave it to whomever he wants. Ho Manya won't care at all. Of course, the premise is that I can win over Su Yeqing. So, Ho Manya shamelessly showed up at Fengyun Trade again today. Moreover, she's learned a bit better. Her outfit today was quite normal. Chapter 107 Too thick-skinned. Please subscribe. 610. Su Yeqing was utterly baffled. This woman's skin was thicker than a copper wall. Glancing at Secretary Wu, who was trying not to laugh, Su Yeqing said helplessly, "Let her in. Having taken care of my own affairs, I no longer need to deal with Ho Manya." Su Yeqing felt that she needed to be taught a lesson. Not every man is someone she can covet. She needs to know her place. Chairman Su, he was injured that day and had no choice but to leave work early. Ho Manya completely ignored Secretary Wu, who was still standing in the office, and started acting coquettishly towards Su Yeqing as soon as she entered the chairman's office. He even raised his right hand to show Su Yeqing the almost negligible red mark on it, to prove that I was not lying. Su Yeqing felt as if a pig's trotter was waving in front of her eyes, so she leaned back in her chair, unwilling to look at it. "What brings you here?" Ho Manya hadn't expected Su Yeqing to show her any mercy. "But I never expected them to ignore me like this, not even willing to give me a second glance." "I'm here to work." Ho Manya blinked, deliberately feigning confusion. It's as if it's perfectly natural for them to work at Fengyun Trading. "Chairman Su, I don't want to always rely on my father, so I haven't told him about this. Look at that Vice President Jiang, he always orders me to do all sorts of messy things. I don't want to learn from her anymore, I want to learn from your secretary, okay?" Ho Manya deliberately pretended to be very understanding. Saying he didn't want his father to intervene was actually a way of putting pressure on Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing suddenly laughed. There were no warning signs whatsoever. He had been wearing a stern face until Ho Manya's words pleased him, and he smiled warmly. He pressed the speakerphone button on the table. "Bring in a cup of coffee." Ho Manya felt as if she had been slapped across the face. Su Yeqing must know that Jiang Rushua left the company because she was unhappy that Jiang made her pour coffee. Now that he had just mentioned wanting to learn from his secretary, Su Yeqing immediately turned around and asked the secretary to make coffee. It's obvious that they're just being unreasonable. Biting her lip, Ho Manya felt a little unwilling. I must get Su Yeqing to agree to my request today, no matter what. Chairman Su. Su Yeqing immediately raised her hand to stop Ho Manya. The sound was so awful that Su Yeqing got goosebumps all over. "You said you don't want to rely on your father, right?" Ho Manya had no choice but to nod. "The words came out of my own mouth, I have to admit. Actually, whether you rely on your father or not has nothing to do with me. I've already given you a chance because of your father. You can't blame anyone else for not being able to handle things well." Su Yeqing looked at the woman in front of him, whom he loathed, and gave her a cold warning. "This is Fengyun Trading Company, not a place you can just walk into. I don't want to see you here again." Seeing that Ho Manya wanted to argue, Su Yeqing didn't give her a chance at all. "Don't even mention you, even your father won't be able to just walk into Fengyun Trading whenever he wants in the future." "What do you mean?" Ho Manya did not understand what Su Yeqing meant. Did Su Yeqing find out something? Even if Su Yeqing knew about her family's affairs, it would only mean that the director of Fengyun Trading had changed from her father to her mother. "Why can't we even freely enter Fengyun Trading Center anymore? Literally, your family has absolutely no connection with Fengyun Trading now. So please don't enter casually in the future." Su Yeqing turned to look at Secretary Wu, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Secretary Wu, go and inform the lobby security that no one from the Ho family is allowed to enter from now on." "Yes, Chairman Su." Secretary Wu finally found an opportunity to slip away openly and legitimately. Looking at the pretentious Ho Manya, Secretary Wu felt quite disgusted. "Su Yeqing, what do you mean by saying my family has absolutely no connection with Fengyun Trading? The Ho family still holds 10% of Fengyun Commerce's shares." Seeing how ruthless Su Yeqing had become, Ho Manya also started yelling without thinking. That's no longer the case. Your mother has already sold that 10% stake to me. Su Yeqing ruthlessly crushed Ho Mengyao's last glimmer of hope. Are you going out by yourself, or should I have my secretary call security? Su Yeqing had no sympathy for this woman. I should have been prepared for this when that father and daughter pressured me back then. Ho Mengyao was a little incredulous. It's only a matter of time before my mother gets shares in Fengyun Commerce. How did it end up in Su Yeqing's hands so quickly? Moreover, her mother didn't say a word about it, and didn't even discuss such a big matter with her. I'll ask around. Ho Mengya knew in her heart that Su Yeqing would not lie to her about something like this. Moreover, he said that his mother sold the shares to him, not his father. This shows that Su Yeqing was fully aware of what had happened in her family. Ho Mengya left after saying that, turning away unwillingly. She didn't want to be kicked out by security that would make her lose all face. Su Yeqing breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the finally quiet office. Chairman Su, your coffee. The beautiful secretary came in with a cup of coffee as instructed. Get some air freshener to cover up the unpleasant smell in this office. Su Yeqing picked up her coffee and walked out of the office. Ho Mengya was wearing too much perfume, which Su Yeqing found extremely pungent. In the afternoon, Su Yeqing was busy approving documents. Such a large company has a ton of big and small issues. Fortunately, Huadai Building and the large Happy Valley amusement park had dedicated staff in charge, otherwise, Su Yeqing would have been extremely busy. The WeChat notification on my phone went off. Su Yeqing thought it was a WeChat message from Jiang Xingxuan and immediately picked it up. It's my college class WeChat group. The class monitor tagged himself. Su Yeqing, tomorrow night at 7 p.m., the classmates who stayed in Huajiang City want to get together. Let's go out and have some fun together. I looked through the group chat history and saw that a few people were talking about the party. I haven't said a word since I joined this group. Because no one had ever chatted with her in the group before, Su Yeqing immediately set her messages to Do Not Disturb. I didn't expect the class monitor to tag me directly. In the past, no one would have bothered to talk to me about anything. Su Yeqing did not reply, as she did not particularly want to go. Yeah, Su Yeqing, let's get together. That's right, it's more lively with more people. There aren't many classmates who can stay in Huajiang City, so let's all get together and meet up. That's right, Su Yeqing, this gathering wouldn't be fun if you didn't come. A lot of the speeches were people trying to persuade themselves to attend the party. It seems everyone has heard some rumors. Otherwise, Su Yeqing wouldn't be so popular among his classmates. Chapter 108 Not Being a Sucker. Please subscribe 710. I watched as new messages kept appearing. Su Yeqing knew that these people wouldn't give up if she didn't agree. It's just a class reunion, what's there to be afraid of? I'm just too lazy to deal with it. I replied with 2 words, feeling helpless. Place? The class monitor replied immediately, Sheraton Hotel. She added a sentence that almost made Su Yeqing burst out laughing. This gathering will be on a pay-your-own-way basis, but generous sponsors are also welcome. Is this person trying to rip them off? Such a high-end hotel, and they even added this sentence to their reply. It's almost as if they're saying, Su Yeqing, you can pay the bill. Su Yeqing didn't respond. Having money was one thing, but whether these people were worth spending money on was another. Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't reply for a while, the class monitor tagged Su Yeqing again. Su Yeqing, do you know the location? No. These 3 simple words are not the I'll pay that everyone was hoping for. The WeChat group fell silent immediately. However, it's not appropriate for anyone to directly suggest that Su Yeqing be the tycoon. After a long while, the class monitor tagged everyone in the group chat again. This is just a simple reunion among university classmates. Family members are not required. The group chat was flooded with replies again. No. Okay, class monitor. Su Yeqing still didn't reply. She had basically no relationship with these college classmates. So Su Yeqing hadn't originally planned to bring Jiang Xingxuan along. Su Yeqing, was the class monitor's comment directed at you? The notification sound on my phone was from Wang Dayo. It seems the class monitor's words were far too obviously purposeful. Pretend I don't know. Su Yeqing replied to Wang Dayo with a grinning emoji. Make sure you bring your share of the money tomorrow. Su Yeqing joked, saying she had no intention of being the sucker. Rest assured. Wang Dayo also replied with a smirking emoji. The next day. As soon as Su Yeqing parked her car in front of the Fengyun commercial building that morning, someone rushed out from the side. Su Yeqing, give me back my shares. It turns out that Ho Manya made a scene at home yesterday, and Ho Yong found out that Tan Xiaowei had sold his shares in Fengyun Trading to Su Yeqing. Thinking about the series of recent events, Ho Yong knew in his heart that Su Yeqing must be behind this. This morning, Ho Yong went to Fengyun Trading Company to settle accounts with Su Yeqing. Unfortunately, the security guards had already been notified that the Ho family had been blacklisted from entering Fengyun Trading Company. Ho Yong couldn't get into Fengyun Trading, so he just waited. Ho Yong charged too fast and couldn't stop in time, falling directly to the ground. Hearing the commotion, the employees inside the building rushed out. Seeing the chairman standing there unharmed, while Director Ho was lying on the ground in a very disheveled state. No one dared to help Ho Yong up, because the notice that Secretary Wu had given to the security guards yesterday had already spread throughout the company. Ho Manya's outstanding performance had already made the Ho family famous in the company. Later, everyone learned that the father and daughter had been placed on a blacklist. This means that the Ho family should also have lost their shares in Fengyun Commerce. Su Yeqing, you are too despicable. You actually pulled tricks behind my back and stole my Fengyun Commerce shares. Seeing that there were many people gathered around, but no one offered him a helping hand, Ho Yong had no choice but to get up on his own. Rob? Do you think I have that kind of ability? If I really take your shares, you can just call the police and come to me to argue about getting them back? Also, that 10% stake in Fengyun Commerce doesn't belong to you, Ho Yong, but was sold to me by Tan Xiaowei. Su Yeqing looked down at Ho Yong with the air of a king. Moreover, I acquired it at market price, which is reasonable and legal. If you're not satisfied, you can go and ask Tan Xiaowei for clarification yourself. Ho Yong certainly asked about this. But his wife completely ignored him, determined to drive his mistress and son to their doom. That mistress was no pushover either. She originally intended to use her son to obtain Ho Yong's assets. Now everything has been exposed. Tan Xiaowei controls Ho Yong's assets and has only left him a company. Although Ho Yong said it was a delaying tactic for his son's safety. This seriously affected the safety of the mother and son, so the lover threatened to take the son away and made trouble with Ho Yong every day. Ho Yong is now in a situation where he pleases neither side. He has two homes, but he can't go back to either of them. Isn't this all you're doing? Don't think I don't know, you're definitely the one who did all these things. Ho Yong is now at his wit's end. He knew it was impossible to get back the shares of Fengyun Trading. The reason I'm making a scene here is because I'd had enough of being mistreated in both my current homes. He felt that everything he was going through today was caused by Su Yeqing. If he can't live a good life, then Su Yeqing shouldn't expect any peace either. Su Yeqing thought Ho Yong was just a joke. He caused this? Su Yeqing simply didn't want Ho Yong to take advantage of his position as a director of Fengyun Trading to try and force his daughter onto her. Did they only use some tricks to take back the shares from Ho Yong? So what, do I have to accept his daughter completely? He gave a cold laugh. Did I find that lover for you? I gave you your son as a gift? If you hadn't been scheming every day to push our daughter into my arms, would things be like this today? Su Yeqing didn't want to see Ho Yong acting like a scoundrel, so she turned around and gave instructions to the security guards standing to the side. Keep an eye on this person and make sure he stays away from Fengyun Trading in the future. Yes, Chairman Su. Several security guards escorted Ho Yong away from the vicinity of the Fengyun commercial building. Su Yeqing, I will not let you get away with this. Ho Yong was dragged away in embarrassment, still cursing under his breath. The onlookers only dared to whisper among themselves after watching Su Yeqing calmly walk into the building. Did you hear that? Ho Yong is trying to force his daughter onto the chairman. I knew it. Who dresses like that to work? She's obviously there to seduce men. I've heard about it too. Vice President Zhang asked Miss Ho to make a few copies of documents and was accused of making things difficult for her. Exactly, he had ulterior motives. No wonder the chairman wanted to acquire his company's shares. Yes, that way that woman won't have any excuse to come over anymore. Everyone unanimously condemned the Ho family father and daughter. In their view, the Ho family had only themselves to blame. Who told them to covet what didn't belong to them? They all knew that the chairman had a girlfriend. Chapter 109. I'm not familiar with her. Please subscribe. 8:10. 7 p.m. Sheraton Hotel. Su Yeqing appeared at the hotel entrance at the perfect time. Su Yeqing, you've arrived. Everyone's already here, just waiting for you. Su Yeqing looked and saw that it was her class monitor who had been waiting for her at the hotel entrance. This is very special treatment. Thinking back on the 4 years of university, this class monitor had never been so enthusiastic towards me before. I was stuck in traffic, so I'm not late, am I? Su Yeqing laughed it off. I didn't want to come too early, so I came in at the exact time. No, the timing is perfect. The squad leader, all smiles, led Su Yeqing into the hotel's private room. Sure enough, quite a few people had already arrived inside, chatting in small groups. Su Yeqing is here. Su Yeqing originally intended to walk in quietly. The class monitor next to me, like a eunuch accompanying the emperor to the morning court, suddenly shouted out. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the doorway. Su Yeqing, you're here. Come in quickly. We haven't seen each other since graduation. Su Yeqing, you've gotten a lot more handsome. Yeah, even the most handsome guy in college wasn't as good looking as Su Yeqing now. Su Yeqing, I heard you're doing very well. You're the chairman of Fengyun Trading now. Everyone was talking at once, almost drowning out Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing kept her right hand in her pocket and didn't reply. Because I talked too much, I didn't know which answer to give. Alright, you've all said so much at once, who can hear you clearly? The squad leader stepped in to defuse the situation at just the right moment. Everyone, please sit down first. I'll have the waiter bring out the food. How about we eat, chat, and drink together while we get to know each other? Good. Everyone nodded in approval. Su Yeqing looked around at the crowd. There weren't too many people, including herself, there were only about 10. It seems that not many people stay in Huazhong City after graduation. Su Yeqing noticed that Shi Yong and Wang Meng had not come. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu did come, but she didn't join the others in talking to him. Everyone sat down according to their relationships from university. Neither of the two large round tables were full. Su Yeqing took a step and walked towards Wang Dayo. Wang Dayo had just been pushed out of the encirclement by the crowd, so he didn't go forward. However, he made a point of leaving a seat for Su Yeqing next to him. Su Yeqing, come, sit here. The class monitor stopped Su Yeqing, who was walking towards Wang Dayo's round table. He pointed to another table. Su Yeqing, please sit at this table. You, such a handsome guy, are a perfect match for Lu Yu, the most beautiful girl in our class. Lu Yu lowered her head shyly at the opportune moment. Actually, this was something she and the class monitor came up with. When the class monitor mentioned having a reunion, Lu Yu deliberately made excuses and refused to agree. Later, at the repeated invitation of the class monitor, Lu Yu made this request. Ask the class monitor to arrange Su Yeqing's seat next to him. The class monitor knew Su Yeqing's current identity. Everyone had their own agenda for the gathering, so they readily agreed. If Lu Yu can really win over Su Yeqing, I'll also get some credit for it. It would be easier to get some benefits from Lu Yu, or to have Lu Yu say good things about Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing ignored the little schemes of the class monitor and Lu Yu. I'm not familiar with her. He left those words behind and walked directly to the seat next to Wang Dayo. Lu Yu, who had been acting all shy, was now blushing furiously. However, it's not the kind of shyness you feel, but the kind of shyness that makes you ashamed to be seen by others. Lu Yu never expected Su Yeqing to be so disrespectful in front of so many people. She had originally planned to take advantage of this gathering to salvage her image in Su Yeqing's eyes. Now, this silent slap is really loud. I didn't expect Su Yeqing to have such an embarrassed side. The class monitor laughed it off, trying to cover up the embarrassing scene for Lu Yu. Lu Yu is good looking to be the class beauty. The class monitor was unsure of Su Yeqing's true thoughts and dared not make a decision rashly. Su Yeqing ignored the class monitor who was putting on a one-man show and sat down directly next to Wang Dayo. Su Yeqing, I thought you weren't coming. As soon as Wang Dayo saw Su Yeqing sit down, he immediately started nagging. I was originally thinking of going out to see if you didn't know which private room it was. The class monitor was quite proactive. He stopped me and ran to the door to wait for you. Finally, Wang Dayo couldn't resist making a joke. When your net worth is high, the treatment is definitely different. Su Yeqing just smiled. During his 4 years of university, he had long been accustomed to Wang Dayo's clamor. Su Yeqing, I never imagined that among all of us classmates, you'd be the most successful. Even at a gathering with only 2 round tables, there are specific rules about how to sit. Although there was no special arrangement, those who were quite active and somewhat famous at the university at the time all sat at Lu Yu's table.
In contrast, those sitting at the same table as Wang Dayo were more ordinary.
So they never expected Su Yeqing to come and sit at the same table with them. Although she knew that Su Yeqing was only close to Wang Dayo during college. But since so much time has passed since graduation, everyone feels that their feelings have gradually faded.
Moreover, Su Yeqing has now reached a position that ordinary people like them can no longer easily climb up to.
Therefore, the people at this table were all a bit agitated.
What do you mean by mixing things up? Su Yeqing is the chairman of Fengyun Trading now, okay?
Yes, I misspoke.
Everyone started chatting enthusiastically.
Of course, it all revolves around Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing picked up her drink and sipped it slowly, chatting casually. Not particularly enthusiastic, but not distant either. The atmosphere at this table was harmonious and joyful, while the atmosphere at the other table was a bit strange.
Everyone came here today because of Su Yeqing.
But instead of sitting next to the class beauty, he insisted on sitting next to that brat Wang Dayo. The people sitting at this table were starting to regret it. I thought all men are lustful, and Su Yeqing would definitely not refuse such a good opportunity.
Everyone can benefit from Lu Yu's influence.
I never expected that Su Yeqing would look down on Lu Yu at all. Looking at the questioning or disdainful glances from those around her, Lu Yu twisted the tablecloth tightly with both hands in resentment. But there was absolutely nothing they could do. Even if I were to get right up to Su Yeqing now, he wouldn't even glance at me. Lu Yu was quickly calculating in her mind. Seeing that they couldn't count on Lu Yu, the people at the table picked up their glasses and walked over to Su Yeqing's table. Everyone remembers our purpose today, to establish some connection with Su Yeqing. It's just to get acquainted with her. Maybe I'll have a chance to bother Su Yeqing in the future. Chapter 110 Perverted Narcissism. Please subscribe. 910.
Su Yeqing declined their enthusiastic toasts, citing that she needed to drive.
He only picked up his drink and took a few symbolic sips. Everyone chimed in, offering compliments to Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing was so tired of hearing it was always the same few sentences, with no originality whatsoever.
Actually, we can't blame everyone for this. Originally, none of them were very familiar with Su Yeqing.
Now that everyone knows Su Yeqing is the chairman of Fengyun Trading, they all want to curry favor with her, but they don't know where to start.
Excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
Su Yeqing wanted some peace and quiet, so she made an excuse to escape the group's encirclement. When Su Yeqing came out of the restroom, she was surprised to find Lu Yu standing in the corridor waiting for her.
Not wanting to have anything to do with her, Su Yeqing left Lu Yu's side expressionlessly.
Su Yeqing. Lu Yu grabbed Su Yeqing, who was ignoring her.
Open.
Su Yeqing frowned as she looked at the hand gripping her sleeve, feeling utterly disgusted. It's rare to see someone as shameless as Lu Yu. She had already made her stance so clear, yet she still wouldn't let go of her. No, Su Yeqing, listen to me, I really like you. Lu Yu gripped Su Yeqing's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go, afraid that if she let go, Su Yeqing would leave.
You like me? When did that happen? Was it when I transferred 100,000 to you? Then you should give it back to me. I don't want to be bothered with this excuse by you.
Su Yeqing pulled hard, freeing Lu Yu's hand from her sleeve. Seeing that Su Yeqing was about to leave, Lu Yu spread her arms to block her way.
Su Yeqing, I really like you. No matter what you think, I just like you.
I know you have a girlfriend, but I don't care.
I can be your lover, really, I don't care at all. Lu Yu was going all out.
Seeing that Su Yeqing remained unmoved, he offered a temptation that was hard for any man to resist.
With her looks, Su Yeqing must be incredibly lucky to have her as his mistress. This way, it won't affect his normal interactions with Jiang Xingxuan. And then I can have another beautiful little lover to spice up my life.
It's something that sounds incredibly appealing.
Of course, Lu Yu's intentions weren't simply to be Su Yeqing's lover. At first, she really only liked Su Yeqing's money. Later she discovered that Su Yeqing was still as handsome as ever.
Lu Yu felt that such a handsome and wealthy man was born for her.
It's just because Su Yeqing doesn't like me now.
Having no other choice, Lu Yu had to lower herself and agree to become Su Yeqing's lover. Lu Yu had a good plan, to start by becoming Su Yeqing's lover and gradually win her heart. At that time, even Jiang Xingxuan and the like will have to give way to her, and the throne of Mrs. Su will be hers. Even if I could only be Su Yeqing's lover for the rest of my life, I could still live a life free from financial worries.
Lover?
Su Yeqing found it incredibly funny.
Yes, my lover, I promise I will listen to you obediently and will not ruin your relationship with Miss Jiang. Lu Yu thought Su Yeqing had some reservations, so she quickly threw out an even bigger bait.
Do you think you deserve it?
Lu Yu, I only helped you back then because of Wang Dayo.
I didn't expect you to stick to me like glue. How annoying. Su Yeqing uttered words from her sexy mouth that were meant to stab Lu Yu. I can tell you clearly that I have no interest in you. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Su Yeqing didn't want to pay attention to this crazy woman and left directly. No, Su Yeqing, you can't leave.
Lu Yu also put aside all her concerns, only wanting to keep Su Yeqing here.
She'd had enough of living without money.
Seeing his female classmates, who used to be inferior to him, now living more glamorous lives than he did,
Lu Yu felt only resentment.
Because of that time at the New World Bar, Lu Yu witnessed Su Yeqing's wealth. This Su Yeqing was the richest and most powerful person she knew, and also the only one she could say she was somewhat familiar with.
No matter what, Lu Yu would not let this opportunity slip by.
Looking at Lu Yu blocking his way and preventing him from leaving, Su Yeqing deeply regretted that she had been such a pushover.
Some people really don't deserve your help.
Because once she gets it easily, she will only become more greedy.
Su Yeqing, why did it take you so long to go to the restroom?
Yes, we're all getting impatient. It was Wang Dayo and two other classmates who noticed that Su Yeqing hadn't returned even after being gone for so long.
I was a little worried, so I came out to check. Unexpectedly, she saw Lu Yu, the class beauty, blocking Su Yeqing's way. Lu Yu, why are you stopping Su Yeqing?
One of the men's loud voices successfully attracted the attention of the people in the private room. Upon hearing that it was about Su Yeqing, everyone rushed out to see what was going on.
What's going on? Why would Lu Yu stop Su Yeqing from leaving?
Su Yeqing refused to sit with Lu Yu just now, saying that she was not familiar with her.
But it doesn't seem like she is. Is there some inside story we don't know about? That can't be right.
I never saw Lu Yu and Su Yeqing talk to each other when we were in college.
That was before. Now, Su Yeqing's status is something you can't possibly understand.
Seeing what was happening, everyone instinctively felt there was something to it and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Everyone had one thought on their minds but dared not say it aloud: there's something going on between these two. Seeing everyone run out, Lu Yu immediately squeezed out 2 lines of tears and looked pitifully at Su Yeqing.
Su Yeqing, I really like you. I won't ruin your relationship with Miss Jiang, please don't abandon me, okay? Lu Yu's words successfully misled everyone. Abandoned? Are Su Yeqing and Lu Yu really related? Miss Jiang? Could it be that Su Yeqing has found a new love and is therefore unwilling to accept Lu Yu? How come I haven't heard anything about this? This is a closely guarded secret within a wealthy family, how could you possibly know?
Su Yeqing listened to the whispers of the crowd and saw Lu Yu's lips curl up slightly.
What, does Lu Yu think she can use public opinion to force me to submit?
Lu Yu, I'm truly impressed by your shamelessness.
Su Yeqing spoke coldly, and her words successfully silenced everyone around her. Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to hear more juicy gossip. I've only seen you twice before.
The first time was when my girlfriend helped you.
This is the second time you've tried to throw yourself at me in front of my girlfriend. But I've already clearly refused, so how can you say I've abandoned you? Does it mean that every time you say you like someone, and that person doesn't want to accept it, they're abandoning you?
Then you really are a narcissistic pervert. Chapter 111 The Beautiful Snake. Please subscribe 1010.
Su Yeqing's merciless words caused Lu Yu to lose face.
But she has no way out now, and she has lost all face.
Catching up with Su Yeqing is her only way out. But why did you transfer 100,000 to me? Lu Yu said this on purpose to make everyone think there was something fishy going on. Imagine if there were no connection at all, how could a man casually transfer so much money to a woman?
Even if Su Yeqing said it was because her mother needed money for surgery, it would still arouse suspicion.
After all, who would spend so much money to give away if they didn't have any connections? Lu Yu, I really didn't expect you to be so shameless.
It wasn't Su Yeqing, the person involved, who spoke, but Wang Dayo from the crowd. Looking at the faint smugness on Lu Yu's feigned pitiful face, Wang Dayo felt that he had caused Su Yeqing this trouble.
Lu Yu, if you hadn't been harassed while promoting drinks at the New World Bar and my sister-in-law hadn't saved you, would you still be here stealing her boyfriend?
You pitifully begged us not to tell anyone that your mother was sick and needed money.
I just asked Su Yeqing to transfer the money to you. You're taking advantage of our good intentions to slander Su Yeqing. Have you lost your conscience? Lu Yu's face turned deathly pale as Wang Dao spoke. If Su Yeqing were to come out and explain, she could say that Su Yeqing said those things in order to get rid of her. But now it's someone else who's saying it, and they've even revealed that they worked as a saleswoman at the New World Bar. This was hard for Lu Yu, who had always walked with her head held high in front of her classmates because she was the class beauty. So that's how it is. Lu Yu actually became a saleswoman at a bar? Is it what people usually call a bar hostess? I remember now. Once I accompanied my boss to the New World Bar and saw a drink salesman who looked a lot like Lu Yu. I always thought it was impossible and didn't dare to go up and recognize him. Now it seems to be true. This Lu Yu is so shameless. Su Yeqing's girlfriend saved her, and she actually repays kindness with enmity. I think she's a beautiful snake. Stay away from her in the future, she might turn around and bite you at any time. Exactly, look at her, she's always so arrogant, and her heart is so dark. Su Yeqing can only blame herself for helping this kind of person. Everyone unanimously pointed their guns at Lu Yu. Lu Yu stared intently at Wang Dao. It's all Wang Dao's fault for meddling and ruining my plans. If she could, Lu Yu really wanted to pounce on Wang Dao and bite him. Su Yeqing felt extremely disgusted by this disgraceful scene. Not wanting to stay in this boring place any longer, Su Yeqing spoke directly to the class monitor, the organizer of the gathering. I'm going back now. Let me know about my share of the fee on WeChat later, and I'll transfer it to you. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Su Yeqing turned and left. The group was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Just like that, you left? Who will pay for it then? Everyone had originally planned for Su Yeqing to pay for the party, which is why they chose such an expensive hotel. Isn't it trendy to show off at class reunions these days? The correct approach would be for Su Yeqing to pay the bill directly, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that better demonstrate his strength? But now the male lead hasn't said a word and just walked away. Everyone was inwardly groaning. Thinking that someone was there to take advantage of them, everyone ate with a clear conscience, and even ordered several bottles of liquor that cost over 1,000 yuan. Now, let's say it's 1,000 yuan per person, plus a 15% service fee, and a few bottles of liquor. Everyone realized that after this meal, they would have to tighten their belts for the next month. The culprit behind all this is that shameless Lu Yu. Everyone felt that if Lu Yu hadn't been so persistent in pursuing Su Yeqing wouldn't have been so disgusted and would have simply walked away. With that in mind, everyone looked at Lu Yu with hatred. Lu Yu knew that her image among her college classmates was completely ruined, so there was no need for her to pretend anymore. Forcing herself to hold her head high, Lu Yu imagined leaving with the same haughty pride as before. Wait a minute, are you just going to leave like this? Shouldn't you have paid for yours first? Someone stopped Lu Yu from leaving. Su Yeqing's departure was already infuriating enough. Now that Lu Yu has angered Su Yeqing, her big spender, and wants to just walk away so easily, no one will agree to that. I didn't eat anything. Lu Yu was so focused on how to get Su Yeqing that she didn't even touch her chopsticks. Moreover, Lu Yu shared the same thoughts as everyone else before attending the party. Now that Su Yeqing has become successful, he'll definitely show off at this class reunion and pay for everyone's meals. Therefore, Lu Yu never intended to pay for it herself. You haven't eaten yet. You can go in and continue eating now. But if you come to the party, you have to split the money equally. Everyone saw Su Yeqing's disgust for Lu Yu and learned about Lu Yu's disgraceful behavior. Thinking that I wouldn't be dealing with this kind of person again, I figured there was no need to be polite. Yeah, so what? You came here just to hook up with rich guys? Now Su Yeqing doesn't like you anymore because she doesn't want to see you leave, and you're planning to leave too? Exactly. Someone helped you, and this is how you repay them? Who will dare to associate with you in the future? There will never be a shortage of people who would kick someone when they're down. You. Lu Yu blushed as she was told this, but she had no way to refute it. How much? I'll transfer it to you. Lu Yu spoke unhappily to the class monitor, who had initially flattered her but then stood silently to the side when things got awkward. Seeing that he was of no use to Su Yeqing, the squad leader just stood by and watched him make a fool of himself, without saying a word in his defense. The class monitor called over the waiter and paid the bill. They then divided it equally among the people. Let's round it down to 1,600 yuan per person. Everyone took out their phones and transferred money to the class monitor. Lu Yu had no choice but to transfer the money, albeit reluctantly. This gathering was truly humiliating. Su Yeqing didn't catch anything, and she ended up paying 1,600 yuan for no reason without even eating a single bite of food. They also lost face in front of these people. Lu Yu grew angrier the more she thought about it, and left in her high heels. The remaining people scolded Lu Yu for her retreating figure. It will probably be difficult to ask Su Yeqing out again in the future. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of regret. A class reunion that was originally intended for everyone to have their own thoughts ended in regret and heartache. Su Yeqing, who left the Sheraton Hotel directly, was unaware of what happened next. Driving leisurely while listening to music in the car is quite pleasant. My phone buzzed with a notification from WeChat. It was a bill sent by the class monitor. Su Yeqing didn't even look at it and directly transferred 1,600 yuan according to the head fee instructions. Actually, the class monitor hesitated for a long time before sending this message. On the one hand, he wanted to get closer to Su Yeqing. On the other hand, he was afraid that Su Yeqing might have some thoughts about him paying the money for her. This is so frustrating. Chapter 112. The mother-in-law summons her. Su Yeqing didn't care what these people thought. If I hadn't become successful now, these classmates would never have remembered that there was a student named Su Yeqing in their university. I parked the car in a temporary parking space for motor vehicles on the side of the road. Su Yeqing picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xingxuan. Xian, what are you doing? Putting down her phone, Su Yeqing admired the bustling traffic on the road and waited quietly. It's dinner time now, and Su Yeqing is worried that Jiang Xingxuan might not see it in time. The phone rang once, and Su Yeqing picked it up to see that Jiang Xingxuan had replied very quickly. I'm talking to my mom. Your class reunion is over so soon? Jiang Xingxuan knew that Su Yeqing was going to a university reunion today. I checked the time, it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. How could Su Yeqing have time to send me a WeChat message? It's over. It was so boring. I don't want to participate again. Su Yeqing typed a reply quickly. Su Yeqing always seemed to have endless things to say to Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Xingxuan looked at Su Yeqing's words on his phone and acted a bit like a child. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. She could imagine a large group of people surrounding Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing was probably scared. It was really boring. Where are you now? Are you home yet? No, I'm just stopping by the roadside to rest for a while. If you have nothing else to do, go home early. It's not safe to be out at night. Okay, I'll be right back. I miss you, Xian. Su Yeqing even sent a heart emoji at the end. Jiang Xingxuan just laughed dumbly at the sight. Xian, what's making you so happy? She is Jiang Xingxuan's aunt, Jiang Maozhen. Because of Yi's situation, Jiang Xingxuan's aunt and uncle still harbored resentment. They had originally planned to wait for Jiang Xingxuan's family to come and apologize to their daughter. However, after learning the whole story, Jiang Shumo and Bai Jiamin no longer wanted to indulge their niece and didn't even make a comforting phone call. However, when Jiang Maozhen called her brother, she was scolded by Jiang Shumo. Because of Yi's own selfish reasons, she did not tell Jiang Maozhen and his wife about Su Yeqing's background. It's only said that the large Happy Valley amusement park seems to belong to a friend of Jiang Xingxuan, but I don't know the specifics. This led to Jiang Maozhen and his wife, unable to swallow their anger, going to Jiang Xingxuan's house to demand an explanation. However, although Bai Jiamin usually appears gentle and generous, she will not back down at all when it comes to her daughter. Bai Jiamin recounted what had happened and then dropped a bombshell. Xian did nothing wrong in this matter. If you insist that Xian apologized to Yi, it's impossible even if the two families sever ties. Jiang Maozhen rarely saw her sister-in-law so assertive, and was momentarily stunned. It was Jiang Xingxuan's uncle, Lu Li, who reacted quickly and immediately grasped the key point. That large Happy Valley amusement park was opened by Su Yeqing. So Lu Li gave Jiang Maozhen a wink, and the couple immediately changed their attitude. They simply said that Yi was being unreasonable and that they would give her a good talking to when they got back. Later, Jiang Maozhen and his wife lingered and refused to leave, keeping Jiang Xingxuan chatting, which led to the scene described earlier. Jiang Xingxuan was afraid that his aunt would see the mushy messages Su Yeqing had posted, so he immediately turned off his phone screen. It's nothing, auntie. Seeing her daughter's shy and demure demeanor, Bai Jiamin guessed that Xian must be texting Su Yeqing. Xian, is that Xiao Yi? When can we invite Xiao Ye over for a meal so that mom can meet her? Bai Jiamin had long wanted to meet her future son-in-law. Because Jiang Mashu always praised Xiao Yi in front of him, saying that he was handsome, capable, and polite. And his own daughter seemed to have already lost her heart to someone else. This made Bai Jiamin even more curious about Su Yeqing. Ah! Jiang Xingxuan was caught off guard and didn't react immediately. What? Is Mom a tiger? Your dad has already seen one, why can't you bring her home for me to see? Bai Jiamin glanced at Jiang Xingxuan with feigned displeasure. She had originally hoped that her daughter would take the initiative to bring her boyfriend home so she could vet him. She, on the other hand, didn't have that thought at all. No, Mom, I just didn't expect you to suddenly want to see Yi Qing, and I was a little taken aback. Jiang Xingxuan waved his hands repeatedly, knowing that his mother was always gentle and rarely had a stern face. Then let's do it tomorrow night. I'll prepare some extra good food so Xiao Yi can come home for dinner. Bai Jiamin had been waiting for Jiang Xingxuan to say that, and seeing that Jiang Xingxuan had taken the bait, she immediately made the final decision. Okay, I'll text Yi Qing to let him know. Jiang Xingxuan resignedly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yeqing. Are you free tomorrow night? My mom would like to invite you over for dinner. Bai Jiamin watched Jiang Xingxuan's actions and a smug smile curled her lips. If you don't give your daughter a push, it seems like she'll never think of bringing her boyfriend home to meet you in a million years. Jiang Maozhen overheard every word of the conversation between Bai Jiamin and her daughter Jiang Xingxuan. Jiang Maozhen's eyes darted around. Xiao Xian's wealthy boyfriend is coming to my brother's house tomorrow. I hope I can find a chance to get to know him. Jiang Maozhen looked at her sister-in-law expectantly, hoping that Bai Jiamin would invite her family to come over tomorrow night. However, Bai Jiamin deliberately ignored Jiang Maozhen's gaze and did not extend an invitation. Tomorrow will be the first time Bai Jiamin has met Su Yeqing, and she doesn't want any outsiders present. It's good enough for a family to have a warm meal, chat, and get to know each other better. Jiang Maozhen waited for a long time, but Jiang Xingxuan and her daughter did not seem to want to invite her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave with Lu Li. Outside the Jiang family villa. Why are you in such a hurry to take me back? I'm asking your brother about Su Yeqing right now. Did you know? That Su Yeqing is also the owner of Huatai Building and the chairman of Fengyun Commerce. No wonder you were able to resolve your brother's company issues so quickly. Previously, Bai Jiamin had only mentioned that Jiang Xingxuan's boyfriend had helped her family's company solve a problem. However, Su Yeqing's specific identity was not mentioned. Because of Yi's situation, they learned that Su Yeqing was the owner of the large Happy Valley amusement park in Huazhang City. Thinking about it, this identity is already impressive enough. Unexpectedly, Lu Li and Jiang Mashu learned about Su Yeqing's two other identities while chatting in the study. Lu Li has always felt that his company's current office space is not up to standard. However, they cannot afford the exorbitant rents of high-end office buildings. Now we know that Xiao Xuan's boyfriend is a resident of Huatai Building. Moreover, Su Yeqing was quite generous, waiving Xingyu Steel's 12 million yuan rent even before she started dating Xiao Xian. Lu Li felt a strong urge to try it. Chapter 113 Choosing a Gift. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Maozhen exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Xingxuan and her daughter did not mention Su Yeqing's identity at all. Therefore, Jiang Maozhen still thinks of Su Yeqing as just the owner of a large amusement park. After all, this identity is already impressive enough. That's the largest amusement park in Huazhang City. Its daily revenue is beyond my imagination. Unexpectedly, besides this, Su Yeqing's other two identities are also quite impressive. The owners of Huatai Building, in particular, are incredibly powerful. Nonsense, your brother said it himself, how could it be false? Lu Li rolled his eyes at Jiang Maozhen, clearly displeased. He was still thinking about how to tell his brother-in-law that his company also wanted to move into the Huatai Building when this woman pulled him out. They said it was too late and they were afraid Yi would run around again if she was home alone. Before he could even utter a rebuttal, Jiang Mashu politely sought him out the door. Jiang Maozhen was also a little unhappy, as Lu Li blamed her without asking any questions. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Isn't it just that you want to move the company into Huatai Building but don't want to pay rent? Do you think talking to my brother will make a difference? With my brother's straightforward temper, he's still thinking about how to pay back the 12 million yuan rent once the company's cash flow improves. Jiang Maozhen glared at Lu Li with displeasure, saying he acted without thinking at all. They don't even know to contact the person in charge. Then what's your solution? I can't just go directly to Xiao Xuan's boyfriend, can I? Besides, he doesn't even know me. Lu Li said with frustration. What did you think I dragged you out for? Jiang Maozhen looked at Luli smugly, keeping him in suspense. Do you have a solution? Luli had been married to Jiang Maozhen for decades and knew that his wife had many clever ideas. My sister-in-law just asked Xiao Xian to bring her boyfriend home for dinner tomorrow night. Really? You invited us? Luli was so excited coming here today was such a wise decision. No, we don't have that. Jiang Maozhen was also a little angry. She had made it so obvious that she was practically saying, please invite us to come along tomorrow. But Bai Jiamin pretended to be stupid and completely ignored it. Then what are you talking about? What does it have to do with us? Lu Lifeng's heart instantly returned to its original place. Are you stupid? That's my own brother's house. We can just find an excuse to come over tomorrow, right? Are you going to kick us out? Jiang Maozhen's shrewdness was written all over her face. Yes, honey, you're so smart. The couple drove home, carefully planning their next move. Su Yeqing returned to the villa, took a hot bath, and then picked up her phone to see the WeChat message from Jiang Xingxuan. My mother-in-law wants to see me? Su Yeqing was a little nervous. I've gotten past my father-in-law, but I don't know how easy it will be to win over my mother-in-law. But an ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her in-laws. Sooner or later, he, as the future son-in-law, would have to pay his respects to his mother-in-law. Okay, what does Auntie like? I'll bring some over tomorrow. I can't go empty-handed on my first visit. Su Yeqing inquired about Jiang Xingxuan's mother's preferences. It's never wrong to cater to someone's preferences. No need, my mother doesn't care about those formalities, she just wants to meet you in person. But I can't just show up empty-handed, can I? What would I do if I did? Would I still want my wife? Ugh, who's your wife? Besides you, who else? The young couple joked around and unknowingly went off topic. Even after the chat ended, Su Yeqing still hadn't found out what Xuanxuan's mother liked. Looking at the goodnight messages exchanged with Xian on her phone screen, Su Yeqing realized with frustration a fact. How pretentious. They've even forgotten the theme. What are we going to do tomorrow? Su Yeqing checked the time. It was already past 11, and she didn't want to disturb Xuanxuan's rest by calling again. I had no choice but to put down my phone and go to sleep first. The next day, Su Yeqing arrived at the company early. Lena, come in for a moment. As soon as Su Yeqing entered the chairman's office, she pressed the speakerphone button on the table. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. The beautiful secretary pushed open the door and stood to one side, waiting for Su Yeqing's instructions. Lena, what's a good gift to bring when visiting someone's home for the first time? It's a gift for middle-aged women. Su Yeqing specifically emphasized the recipient of the gift. He really didn't know what gift to bring to Jiang Xingxuan's house, and it was impossible for him to go empty-handed. Thinking that Lena is also a woman, I should understand her a little. Lena rarely saw the chairman looking so troubled, and she found it a little funny. It seems that Chairman Su is going to meet his future mother-in-law, otherwise he wouldn't be so concerned. Chairman Su, that depends on your relationship with the other party. If it's just a normal relationship, a bouquet of flowers is fine for a light gift, and a gift box would be more appropriate for a more serious one. If it's a special relationship. Lena suddenly stopped talking and just looked at Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing knew that his beautiful secretary was a smart woman and must have already guessed who he was going to give the gift to. They were just waiting there for him to say it. He stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "It's for my girlfriend's mother." Lena had a knowing look on her face. This kind of relationship can't be given away casually. But you can still bring a bouquet of carnations. It's best to choose a bouquet of pink carnations, as they symbolize undying maternal love and also wish the mother eternal youth and beauty. Su Yeqing listened attentively and nodded in agreement. This is a great idea. You can praise your future mother-in-law without saying a word, and you won't be accused of flattery. Then what? Su Yeqing is now earnestly seeking advice. First impressions are crucial when it comes to getting the mother-in-law's approval, so you must do your homework thoroughly. Lena thought about it seriously. Chairman Su, you could give Miss Zhang's mother a jade bracelet as a gift. There is an old saying, people nurture jade, and jade nurtures people. Women usually wear jade bracelets on their left wrist, as the wrist is the end of the body's blood circulation, and wearing a bracelet can promote blood circulation. Moreover, the left hand is closer to the heart, and the stimulation of the Naguan acupoint on the wrist by the jade bracelet can stabilize blood pressure, reduce the burden on the heart, and benefit the heart. Most importantly, jade is also a symbol of virtue. By giving you a jade bracelet, you are expressing your praise for Ms. John's mother's temperament and virtue. Su Yeching stared blankly as Lena spoke so much in one breath. Lena, does your family produce jade, or did you used to sell jade? How do you know so much about it? Lena smiled slightly. Chairman Su, I just like jade since I was a child, and I just read a lot of books on the subject. If your family produces jade, doesn't that mean you own a mine? Then why would I need to work? Lena chuckled to herself. Chapter 114 My cousin comes knocking. Okay, then come with me to fucking jewelry to pick one out. Su Yeching is a person of action. Once she makes a decision, she will do it immediately. I brought Lena along because I knew she was an expert and could give me more advice. Fucking jewelry offers a wide variety of products, and there's no such thing as not for sale for anything you want to buy. Su Yeching did not contact one fucking either. Because it was the same sales assistant from fucking jewelry as last time, she recognized Su Yeching at a glance and greeted her warmly. Following Lena's advice, the gift should not be too insignificant on the first visit, given Su Yeching's social standing. But it can't be too heavy, otherwise, should you ask the person to put it away properly or not? In the end, Su Yeching chose a jade bracelet that was entirely green, which was very suitable for Jiang Xingxuan's mother's age. Noble without being flashy, composed without being ostentatious. The price is also reasonable, at 560,000. Although it's a bit expensive for ordinary people, it suits Su Yeching's status perfectly. After returning to the company with the jade bracelet she had bought, Su Yeching asked Lena to order a bouquet of pink carnations. The gift for her mother-in-law was all prepared, but Su Yeching felt that something was missing. Oh right, I forgot about my father-in-law. Su Yeching finally realized what she found strange. Having met Jiang Xingxuan's father a few times, he automatically considered his father-in-law an acquaintance. Su Yeching knew exactly what to give a man. I simply had my beautiful secretary order a high-end tea set and tea, and that solved the problem. With the gifts all bought, Su Yeching felt relieved and was just waiting to make her formal visit that evening. Knock knock. Enter. The beautiful secretary pushed open the door and came in. Has the package been delivered? Su Yeching assumed that the high-end tea set and tea she had ordered had arrived. No, Chairman Su. The front desk called and said that a man and a woman had come to the lobby, and the man claimed to be your cousin. Cousin? Let them come up. Su Yeching thought it was Huang Xiaolong who had come to see her with his girlfriend. He immediately instructed his secretary to have the receptionist let him through. Fei, this is my cousin's company. See? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Let me tell you, my cousin is really successful now. In the future, everyone can rise to prominence by relying on him. Su Yeching heard this arrogant male voice from the chairman's office. He frowned. It wasn't Huang Xiaolong. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. Lena let a man and a woman in. Cousin, my mom said you've made it big, and I didn't quite believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Su Yeching took a close look at the man who was speaking. He looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. The man who had been talking incessantly saw that Su Yeching didn't recognize him, so he immediately moved closer. It's me, Hu Tianlei. How come you don't even recognize your cousin? Su Yeching then realized that the person did indeed look very much like her second aunt's husband. Judging from the name, he must be my second aunt's son. However, they keep calling each other cousin and brother in a rather intimate way. Since I was old enough to understand, I've probably never met this so-called cousin more than 10 times in total. If he hadn't introduced himself, even if we walked right past each other, we might not have recognized him. Why did you come here? Su Yeching didn't show any excitement. She didn't have any particular feelings to begin with, so there was no question of her being excited. Of course I came to see you. Hu Tianlei seemed completely oblivious to Su Yeching's coldness, acting quite familiar with her. Miss, could you please pour me 2 cups of coffee? Hu Tianlei acted as if he were the host, pulling Fei to sit on the sofa and then turning to give instructions to Lena. Lena glanced at Su Yeching, who nodded. Lena professionally turned and went to pour coffee. Hey cousin, you're really not being fair. He's such a big boss, yet he doesn't even think about taking his brothers along. If An Hohat hadn't said that Xiaofeng has taken on some work at your company, I wouldn't even know the exact name of your company. Su Yeqing understood. He said that he had already talked to his parents and they wouldn't tell his relatives his personal information. Moreover, his parents have already moved to the Yajuyu Garden community. I probably don't interact with these people very frequently. How did Hu Tianlei find this place? So it was Aunt Hohat, that big mouth. Su Yeqing knew perfectly well that Hu Tianlei wouldn't come looking for her unless there was a reason. However, Su Yeqing simply refused to comply with Hu Tianlei's wishes and remained silent. Su Yeqing still remembered the scene when she first met Hu Tianlei. They were either called poor ghosts or dirty ghosts. He acted as if he were a monster, as if he was afraid that getting close to him would harm him. Hu Tianlei was a little unhappy that Su Yeqing hadn't responded at all after he had talked for so long. In his mind, now that Su Yeqing has become successful, she should lead everyone else to get rich together. What's more, he had assured his girlfriend, Feifei, that it was true. As long as she likes it, she can choose any position at Fengyun Trading, except for the chairman's position, or the general manager's position. Although it's unclear where Hu Tianlei's confidence comes from. But it was indeed commendable courage. The atmosphere turned cold, and Feifei tugged at Hu Tianlei's sleeve in dissatisfaction. His cousin wasn't as nice as Hu Tianlei described. He always had a cold face and clearly didn't like them at all. Just as Hu Tianlei was about to say something, Lena brought in 3 cups of coffee at the opportune moment. First, I served Su Yeqing a cup. The remaining 2 cups were placed on the coffee table in front of Hu Tianlei. Please enjoy. Hu Tianlei glanced at Lena, who had already left, a few more times. She was filled with envy. Su Yeqing is so lucky. Not only is she a big boss, but her secretary is also a great beauty. Su Yeqing picked up her coffee and quietly enjoyed it without saying a word. Hu Tianlei couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere, especially in front of Feifei. Su Yeqing, this is my girlfriend Feifei. You can also call her cousin-in-law. Hu Tianlei was quite clever. He quickly brought Feifei and Su Yeqing closer together. He felt that Su Yeqing wouldn't be able to refuse what he was about to say. Feifei quickly smiled at Su Yeqing to acknowledge her presence. Unfortunately, Su Yeqing seemed to be completely absorbed in the coffee, and didn't even look up. Feifei glared at Hu Tianlei awkwardly. Hu Tianlei quickly said, "It's like this, Yichang, and Feifei is a college graduate. But I wasn't very satisfied with the jobs I applied for before. I thought we were all relatives, so I let her get a job here with you. We don't ask for much, just a manager position or something will do." Su Yeqing almost burst out laughing. If Hu Tianlei claims to be second to none, then probably no one would dare to claim to be first. Are we very familiar with each other? Why make so many demands right from the start? They can just give anyone a manager position? Do you really think this is a charity? Do you still think that Fengyun Trading is a place where just anyone can get in? 115-2 Self-righteous. Has Fengyun Trading's HR department started hiring? Su Yeqing asked, feigning surprise. This Hu Tianlei is so arrogant. He comes in acting like he's demanding of others. Do I owe him something? Su Yeqing had no intention of giving her any courtesy to this so-called cousin who had never given her a second glance since childhood. Hu Tianlei was also unhappy when he heard this. In their rural area, if someone becomes successful but doesn't take care of their family, they will be criticized and called ungrateful. That's what gives him the right to be so arrogant from the moment he came in. But Su Yeqing seemed not to care about any of this at all, and was very indifferent to him. He refused even when he asked Feifei to get a job. Su Yeqing, what do you mean? Feifei is your future cousin-in-law, so why do you need to go through the personnel department to arrange a position for her? Isn't this just a matter of what you say? If you don't want to, just say so. Don't try to fob us off with these excuses. Hu Tianlei's last sentence was delivered with great conviction. He felt that he had already said so much, and it would be too unreasonable for Su Yeqing to push him any further. If he goes back and tells her, let's see how Su Yeqing will ever be able to go back to his hometown again. Oh. Su Yeqing nodded, seemingly thinking about it seriously. Looking at Su Yeqing's expression, Hu Tianlei felt quite smug. He said so. How could Su Yeqing not care about anything? Public opinion is valuable. If he dares not agree to my request today, I'll just have to spread the word when I get back, and see how Su Yeqing will face people in the village after that. Then I really don't want to. Su Yeqing answered very seriously. What do you mean? Hu Tianlei was completely stunned by Su Yeqing's words. What's going on? Does Su Yeqing mean she is unwilling? What are you still asking? They said they don't want to. Just leave, it's so embarrassing. Fei Fei felt embarrassed when Su Yeqing rejected her outright and urged Hu Tianlei to leave. In fact, Fei Fei could tell as soon as she entered the office that the chairman of Fengyun Trading was not as close to him as Hu Tianlei had claimed. You could even say that they were cold and aloof from beginning to end. Let alone relatives, they don't even look like acquaintances. No, I need to find out the details. Hu Tianlei was unhappy that Su Yeqing had embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend. Moreover, he came to find Su Yeqing. On the one hand, it was to show off in front of Fei Fei and help her get a job so that Fei Fei would be inseparable from him in the future. On the other hand, he had heard from Aunt Hohat that Xiaofeng had earned a lot more money than before because of Su Yeqing. Hu Tianlei thought that Xiaofeng and Su Yeqing were just neighbors, yet Xiaofeng was able to rely on Su Yeqing as a powerful figure. Then, since he was Su Yeqing's cousin, their relationship was even closer. The benefits they should receive are even greater. Hu Tianlei has failed to achieve either of his goals and has instead made a fool of himself in front of Fei Fei. How could Hu Tianlei possibly agree to leave now? Su Yeqing, don't forget, my mother is your second aunt, and she shares the same surname as you, Su. So what? You should go back and tell your mother what you just said. Ask her if she had a nephew like me before I became successful. Su Yeqing really thought that Hu Tianlei was a pig brain. The two were not close to begin with, let alone had any feelings for each other. If you come here asking for a favor, you have to act like you're asking for something. He came in acting like it was his due. Should Su Yeqing listen to you and help you? Hu Tianlei hesitated for a long time because he realized that Su Yeqing was right. His family had never truly acknowledged Su Yeqing as their poor relative. Back then, if someone said that Su Yeqing was his cousin, he would try his best to deny it. No matter what, my mom is still your aunt. She's much closer to you than that Xiaofeng who has no relation to you at all, right? If you can help him, why can't you help me? Hu Tianlei finally spoke his mind. He. Su Yeqing suddenly discovered that Hu Tianlei also had this kind of comedic talent. Is it appropriate for you to so confidently question why others won't help you? It's a favor if someone helps you, it's not their duty not to. Besides, I have no romantic relationship with him, so what reason do I have to help him? What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Hu Tianlei had no idea which of his words had made Su Yeqing laugh. Whether I help you or not is my decision. What right do you have to criticize me? When I was so poor that I couldn't even afford the tuition, did you ever help me? Did I go to your house to confront you about why you didn't help me? Su Yeqing thought some people were just very strange. I don't care how I treat others. If others don't do things his way, he'll come up with a whole bunch of nonsensical and absurd arguments. That was in the past. Hu Tianlei's momentum was noticeably diminished, but he was still very unconvinced. That Aunt Hohat isn't exactly nice to you either, is she? Why are you helping Xiaofeng? Hu Tianlei felt that he was similar to Xiaofeng. Su Yeqing helped Xiaofeng, so she should help herself. Su Yeqing wasn't angry at Hu Tianlei's unreasonable behavior. Instead, the corners of her beautiful mouth turned up even higher. That's because Xiaofeng is more perceptive than you and knows how to ask for help. Hu Tianlei, remember this, I don't owe you anything. You don't need to use morality to blackmail me. If I, Su Yeqing, am unwilling to do something, even if you bring the whole village together, I still won't do it for you. You. Hu Tianlei was speechless. I really have no right to make demands of Su Yeqing. Hearing his mother say that Su Yeqing had become successful, his greed immediately surfaced. What are you still saying? This is so embarrassing, just leave. Fei Fei heard everything clearly from the side. The relationship between Hu Tianlei and the chairman of Fengyun Commerce is not even as good as that between a neighbor. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come here with Hu Tianlei to embarrass myself. Fei Fei suddenly stood up and glanced at Hu Tianlei, whose bottom was still stuck to the sofa. Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, I'm leaving. After saying that, without waiting for Hu Tianlei to respond, he turned and walked out of the chairman's office. Of course, Fei Fei did not greet Su Yeqing. In Fei Fei's mind, she had not achieved her purpose in coming to Fengyun Trading, so there was no need for her to greet Su Yeqing. So there's a reason why Fei Fei can't find a good job. Details reveal a person's character. Fei Fei, wait for me. Hu Tianlei knew he wouldn't get anything out of Su Yeqing. Seeing Fei Fei leave in a huff, he quickly chased after her. Chairman Su. Lena watched as the two people in the office stormed off one after the other, and immediately came in to clear away the coffee cups. Su Yeqing's mood was not affected by Hu Tianlei. Some people are not worth your time. Meeting my mother-in-law tonight is the most important thing. Chapter 116 gains recognition. 6:30 p.m. Su Yeqing arrived at the entrance of Jiang Xingxuan's villa community ahead of time. This is a home visit, not a class reunion or anything like that. You can't arrive right on time. Otherwise, it will give the impression that you went right at mealtime. Su Yeqing did not go in directly, but waited outside the community for a while. Because the tea set was a bit large, he changed his mind and had it delivered directly to Jiang Xingxuan's house. Security in these villa areas is extremely strict. Strangers are not allowed to enter freely. Because Su Yeqing had been here a few times and had a striking Koenigsegg, most of the security guards in the community recognized her. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles as it leaps down the hill. Su Yeqing's phone rang, and she answered it. Hello, are you Mr. Su? Our delivery man has arrived at the entrance of the community you specified. May I ask which villa it is? Su Yeqing saw a delivery van parked at the entrance of the residential area through the car window. My car is right next to you. Follow me inside. Okay, I see it. Su Yeqing drove the van directly to the entrance of Jiang Xingxuan's villa. After getting out of the car and ringing the doorbell, Jiang Xingxuan quickly ran out. Yi Qing, you're here. I didn't think you'd arrive so early. How could I dare to be late when my mother-in-law summons me? Seeing that only Jiang Xingxuan came out, Su Yeqing teased him. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Xingxuan nervously glanced behind him, afraid that his parents would come out and hear him, and laugh at him. Mr. Su, where should I put this? The delivery man carrying a box interrupted the young couple's sweet talk. Yi Qing, what is this? Jiang Xingxuan stared blankly at the huge box. Su Yeqing shook the gift box she was carrying and the bouquet of pink carnations she was holding. A gift for my mother-in-law and father-in-law. Before Jiang Xingxuan could speak again, Su Yeqing directed the delivery man to carry the box through the gate. Xiao Yi is here. Jiang Mashu heard the doorbell and knew it was Su Yeqing, so he came out of his study. This young man is really nice, he has no airs at all. They arrived very early and didn't make their elders wait. Uncle, hello. Su Yeqing changed her playful demeanor from her previous banter with Jiang Xingxuan and greeted Jiang Mashu in a serious manner. Is that Xiao Yi? Bai Jiamin immediately came out of the kitchen upon hearing the noise. She hadn't even had time to take off her apron. Although the servants prepare dinner, Bai Jiamin also likes to cook some of her own specialties. Auntie, hello, this is for you. Su Yeqing felt an immediate sense of familiarity upon seeing Bai Jiamin. They handed me pink carnations. Bai Jiamin happily accepted the flowers. Xiao Yi is so nice, she knows how to send flowers, unlike your uncle, who is not romantic at all and doesn't even know how to send flowers. Jiang Mashu shrugged. How could this affect him? This is? The box on the ground was quite large, it was hard to ignore. This is a tea set that I gave to my uncle. I heard from Xian that my uncle likes to drink tea, so I decided to cater to his tastes. Su Yeqing was very frank and did not hide her purpose at all. Alright, that's a great way to cater to my tastes. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Mashu now finds Su Yeqing increasingly agreeable and accepts her offer without hesitation. Don't stand there, come in and sit down. Bai Jiamin ushered Su Yeqing into the living room. Auntie, this is for you. Giving carnations was just a courtesy. Su Yeqing handed over the mirror box instead. This is the gift I'm giving to my future mother-in-law. Why are you being so polite? Sending flowers and gifts. Bai Jiamin said with a hint of reproach. She's like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looks, the more satisfied she becomes. This Su Yeqing is not only polite, but also exceptionally handsome. Bai Jiamin felt that her daughter and Su Yeqing were a perfect match, both talented and beautiful. They naturally began to treat Su Yeqing as family. Bai Jiamin was very happy to accept the flowers Su Yeqing gave her, especially since pink carnations have a special meaning. Now that Su Yeqing is going to give her another gift, Bai Jiamin feels that Su Yeqing is being a bit distant. Auntie, this is my first visit, you can't expect me to come empty-handed. Seeing that Bai Jiamin didn't answer, Su Yeqing pretended to be aggrieved and said. This is a small token of Xiao Yi's appreciation. Please open it and take a look. Jiang Mashu is now very supportive of his future son-in-law and is also persuading his wife.
Yes, Mom, please open it and take a look. Jiang Xingxuan also joined the ranks of Quan Shuo.
She hadn't told Su Yeqing's mother about her preferences, and she also wanted to see what Su Yeqing had given her.
You silly child, you mustn't do that again next time.
Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan and his daughter had sided with Su Yeqing, Bai Jiamin had no choice but to accept the brocade box with the 4 prominent characters "fucking jewelry" printed on it.
Wow! It's so beautiful. As Bai Jiamin opened the gift box, Jiang Xingxuan saw a jade bracelet that glowed with green light and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
Bai Jiamin was also intrigued. The bracelet was indeed very beautiful.
Its pure color also indicates its considerable value. Xiao Yi, this is far too valuable. Auntie, I picked this out especially for you, please accept it. Su Yeqing interrupted Bai Jiamin's refusal.
Su Yeqing didn't want to be rejected by her mother-in-law on her first attempt to give her a gift. He gave Jiang Xingxuan a look, signaling Xianxian to say a few words for him.
Jiang Xingxuan understood immediately. Mom, this bracelet is so beautiful and elegant, it suits your temperament perfectly, why don't you try it on? It's for you, my wife. This is a token of Xiao Ye's affection. Please accept it. Jiang Mashu observed the interactions between the young couple and joined in the persuasion efforts. Besides, if we're talking about money, the tea set Xiao Yi gave me might not be cheaper than this jade bracelet.
I've had my eye on that tea set for a long time, but I haven't been able to bring myself to buy it because of the company's tight budget. Seeing that her husband and daughter both said so, Bai Jiamin decided not to refuse. She picked up the jade bracelet and put it on her left wrist. A cool, refreshing sensation spread comfortably across Bai Jiamin's wrist.
It's definitely a good product. Moreover, it must be said that Su Yeqing has good taste.
The jade bracelet on Bai Jiamin's wrist further accentuated her unique and elegant demeanor.
Xiao Yi, thank you. Your auntie likes it very much.
Having decided to accept it, Bai Jiamin stopped being coy and sincerely expressed her feelings for him. The 4 of them chatted and laughed in the living room, waiting for dinner to be served.
Both of John's parents thought Su Yeqing was very much to their liking. The dinner was a harmonious and pleasant affair. Su Yeqing has always lived alone in Huajiang City. We used to live in an underground garage.
Although I now live in a luxury villa, I always feel empty and lonely because I live alone.
It lacks the warmth of home. Today at Jiang Xingxuan's home, Su Yeqing felt the warmth of home.
He knew that the Jiang family parents genuinely liked him, regardless of his social status.
Chapter 117: The Uninvited Guest.
With her mother-in-law's approval, Su Yeqing's last worry was relieved.
He had long considered Xianxian as his future partner.
Now that she has the support of Xuanxuan's parents, Su Yeqing has no more worries.
Su Yeqing knew that her parents would definitely like Xianxian. That wasn't a problem at all.
After dinner, Su Yeqing enthusiastically helped Jiang Mashu tinker with the tea set.
Jiang Mashu had a strong interest in brewing tea and had been itching to try it for a long time.
Jiang Xingxuan and his mother stood to one side, watching his father and Su Yeqing, who were busy and happy, and felt especially happy.
You and your daughter can just wait to have a good cup of tea.
Jiang Mashu set out the tea set, took out the tea leaves that Su Yeqing had brought along with the tea set, and said smugly to Bai Jiamin and Jiang Xingxuan.
Look, this is the tea that Xiao Yi brought. It's top quality pre-Qingming Longjing tea.
You're in for a treat today. Su Yeqing is not good at brewing tea. In fact, she can't brew it at all. After helping Jiang Mashu set out the tea set, she immediately stepped aside and waited to drink her tea.
Xiao Yi, come here, don't mind your uncle. Once he sees the tea set, he can't think of anything else.
Bai Jiamin knows her husband very well. He's a tea enthusiast. He invited Su Yeqing to sit in the living room, and the 3 of them chatted while waiting for Jiang Mashu's results.
Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. Who would come so late?
Bai Jiamin had invited Su Yeqing over today, so she didn't invite anyone else to her home.
Besides, it's so late, there's probably no one coming to visit.
Mom, I'll go take a look. Jiang Xingxuan got up and saw the uninvited guests outside on the display screen at the door.
It was her aunt and uncle, and Yi with a reluctant expression. Why did they get here? My aunt heard yesterday that my family was going to invite Su Yeqing over as a guest today. Although my aunt seemed to want to come over yesterday. But neither I nor my mother ever invited them. What is the purpose of bringing Yi here today? Jiang Xingxuan couldn't quite understand it. Xiao Xian, who is that?
Seeing that Jiang Xingxuan hadn't made a sound for a while, Bai Jiaming asked curiously.
Kid, check who rang the doorbell. Why did it take so long?
It's my aunt and the others. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Seeing that there was no response from inside, the people outside pressed the button several more times.
Jiang Xingxuan had no choice but to open the door. Aunt, uncle, what brings you here?
Oh, Xiao Xian, when I got home yesterday I told you that you were going to invite Mr. Su to your house today. Upon hearing this, Yi said she wanted to come over and apologize to you and Mr. Su.
Well, I figured you'd already finished dinner, so I came uninvited.
As Jiang Maozhen spoke, she walked inside. She couldn't wait to see what the mysterious Mr. Su looked like.
Jiang Xingxuan didn't believe his aunt's words at all. Because Yi didn't seem to have come here voluntarily.
Even when she came in, her uncle Lu Li pulled her in. Jiang Xingxuan knew that his aunt was just looking for an excuse to see Su Yeqing. Since they were already there, and there was nothing she could do to stop them, she had no choice but to go inside.
Yi followed behind, her eyes filled with resentment.
Jiang Xingxuan got himself into the police station, but now he's acting like nothing happened.
They didn't even say hello. I never wanted to come here in the first place.
It was because her own mother couldn't find an excuse that she insisted on dragging her along as a shield.
Should we make her apologize to Jiang Xingxuan? No way. Sister-in-law, we came uninvited. Yi heard that Mr. Su was coming today and insisted on coming to apologize.
I was just curious about what my future niece's husband would look like, so I came over without telling him. As Jiang Maozhen walked inside, she explained in a loud voice. They seemed afraid someone would kick them out. Bai Jiaming was somewhat dissatisfied with her sister-in-law's unauthorized actions.
But since we're guests, we can't say much.
Xiao Yi, this is Xiao Xian's aunt. Bai Jiaming introduced Su Yeqing, who had also stood up.
Hello, auntie. Su Yeqing greeted her, as she was Xuanxuan's aunt and had to maintain appearances.
Although Su Yeqing didn't believe what her aunt said that Yi had rushed over because she wanted to apologize to her.
Xiao Yi, right?
Then I'll call you Xiao Yi from now on.
Calling you Mr. Su is too formal.
Just call me auntie, like Xiao Xian does.
From now on, we're all one family.
Without waiting for her sister-in-law to introduce her, Jiang Maozhen immediately struck up a conversation with Su Yeqing.
Yes, and me too. I'm Xiao Xian's uncle. You can call me uncle from now on.
Lu Li, who then entered the living room, nodded in agreement. He was the uncle of the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade, the owner of Huatai Building, and the owner of a large Happy Valley amusement park.
After that, who in Huajiang City wouldn't give you some face?
Thinking about Lu Li made him feel a little smug.
Su Yeqing smiled, glanced at Yi who was glaring at Jiang Xingxuan, and only gave Lu Li a polite greeting. Hello, uncle. This young Yi is just too polite, ha.
Lu Li was a little embarrassed. He had been working so hard to build relationships, but Su Yeqing really wasn't giving him any face.
Uncle? You can call this to anyone. But if he calls him uncle, then it's different. He would be Su Yeqing's elder. When I ask to rent office space in Huatai Building, will Su Yeqing still try to charge me rent?
Seeing that Su Yeqing wasn't buying it, Lu Li and his wife exchanged a glance and quickly started making plans in their minds.
Don't stand, please sit down.
Jiaming had some understanding of her sister-in-law's shrewdness. She just couldn't understand why her sister-in-law would come over so late at night. Because Bai Jiaming never even considered that they were trying to take advantage of Su Yeqing. Everyone sat down around the coffee table, seemingly in a lively manner. Yi, standing to the side, seemed a bit out of place at this moment.
Yi didn't want to come over, nor did she want to apologize to Jiang Xingxuan.
Therefore, she was unwilling to sit with Jiang Xingxuan and the others. She felt that taking the initiative to visit him was a way of bowing down to Jiang Xingxuan.
Is Yi going to apologize to your cousin in Xiaoye? Bai Jiaming has always doted on this niece since she was a child.
However, Yi's attempt to harm her Xiao Xian deeply saddened Bai Jiaming. Therefore, he was no longer as loving towards Yi and Xiao Xian as before.
Bai Jiaming could see the deep hostility that Yi still harbored towards Xiao Xian. Because Yi didn't try to hide it at all, she just openly revealed it. That's why Bai Jiaming deliberately asked that question.
Why did Jiang Maozhen come under the guise of an apology?
Chapter 118 The Wealthy Son-in-Law.
Su Yeqing looked at Yi, who was clearly stunned for a moment, smiled at Jiang Xingxuan, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Her future mother-in-law must have noticed Yi's hostility towards Xianxian. That's why I asked that question on purpose. Yes, Yi said at home that she wanted to apologize to her cousin and Xiaoye. Why do you get so embarrassed when you go to your aunt's house? Jiang Maozhen repeatedly winked at Yi. But Yi pretended not to see it and remained silent. I've already been very humble by coming here myself, why should she have to ask me to speak now? Before I left home, my parents promised me that the apology was just an excuse and that I didn't need to actually do it. Yi was only able to come to Jiang Xingxuan's house after being pushed and pulled by her parents. This child is getting shy now. Seeing that Yi wouldn't say anything, Jiang Maozhen could only laugh awkwardly. My daughter has been spoiled since she was little, and she has a terrible temper. Jiang Maozhen didn't dare to confront her directly, fearing that if things went wrong, Yi might just walk away, making the situation even more difficult to resolve. Really? Yi can be shy sometimes? Bai Jiamin made it clear that she didn't believe it. I've watched Yi grow up since she was little, so how could I not know her personality? It can only be said that her sister-in-law spoiled her daughter rotten. She's so wicked and yet she doesn't teach her a lesson. I really don't know how big a mess they have to make before they start taking it seriously. The tea is ready. Come and try my cooking. Because of Jiang Mashu's love for tea, he placed the tea set directly in his study. Jiang Mashu, who was completely absorbed in the tea ceremony, did not notice the commotion outside while in his study. So they didn't know that guests had come to their house. Luli, what brings you here? Jiang Mashu was clearly taken aback when he saw the extra person in the living room. Brother-in-law, let's come and see our future niece's husband. Luli no longer dares to use Yi's apology as an excuse. The person involved simply refused to speak. The lie was too obvious. Oh, since you're here, try some of my tea. This is top-quality pre-Qingming Longjing tea. When it comes to drinking tea, Jiang Mashu was very proud. Pre-Qingming Longjing tea? That tea can cost 50 or 60,000 yuan per caddy. Brother-in-law, you're really willing to do this? Luli also has some knowledge of tea. Upon hearing that it was such an expensive pre-Qingming Longjing tea, I immediately picked up a cup and took a small sip. Good tea, brother-in-law, you really went all out this time. Luli subconsciously believed that Jiang Maoshu had prepared it to entertain his wealthy son-in-law. This was given to me by Xiao Yi. He also gave me a set of Han and Tang Dynasty tea utensils. This is the tea I brewed using those Han and Tang Dynasty tea utensils. How is it? Doesn't it smell amazing? Xiao Yi is so generous. Luli sighed sincerely. Jiang Maozhen's mind wasn't on drinking tea. Her eyes darted around, thinking about how to suggest to Su Yeqing that her husband's company move into the Huatai building. But my attention was immediately drawn to the jade bracelet on Bai Jiamin's wrist. Sister-in-law, your bracelet is so beautiful. Is it new? I think I saw an identical one at fucking jewelry when I was shopping last time. A love for jewelry is a woman's nature, and Jiang Maozhen's mind is now entirely focused on this jade bracelet. She had her eye on it last time, but the price was too high, so she didn't buy it. Seeing my sister-in-law wearing it now, I feel both envious and jealous. You have excellent taste. It's from fucking jewelry. It was given to me by Xiao Yi. Bai Jiamin had already decided that she had chosen Su Yeqing, so her tone was filled with pride. It's a happy thing to have a son-in-law who is filial to you. Was it a gift from Xiao Yi? Is it really from fucking jewelry? Yes, look, the box is still there. Bai Jiamin pointed to the brocade box still on the coffee table as she spoke. Looking at the glittering words fucking jewelry on the box, Jiang Maozhen felt a pang of sadness. I wish I had a son-in-law who was both rich and generous. Xiao Yi is so filial. I saw this jade bracelet at fucking jewelry a while ago. I like it very much, but it's too expensive, so I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Sister-in-law, you don't know yet, this jade bracelet costs 560,000 yuan. Jiang Maozhen leaned closer to Bai Jiamin, feigning mystery, and said, I really didn't know that. I only knew it wouldn't be cheap, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. Bai Jiamin was being honest. She knew the jade bracelet was a good piece just by looking at its texture, but she hadn't really thought about the price. Sister-in-law, you're so lucky. If someone were to treat me this well and give me such expensive gifts, I'd be laughing in my sleep. As Jiang Maozhen spoke, she deliberately glanced at Su Yeqing. She was Xiao Xian's aunt, and she had made her point so clearly. Xiao Yi should at least show some appreciation. Jiang Xingxuan was surprised that his aunt would speak so bluntly, and looked at Su Yeqing with some embarrassment. Bai Jiamin also looked embarrassed. Her sister-in-law was becoming increasingly tactless. Don't mention that Xiao Yi and Xiao Xian aren't married yet. Even if the two are married, can an aunt openly ask someone for things like that?
Su Yeqing smiled at her future mother-in-law and Jiang Xingxuan, indicating that they didn't need to take it to heart. He didn't speak, acting as if he were an outsider. Jiang Maozhen felt a little awkward when she saw that Xiao Yi wasn't responding to her.
Come, everyone, have a taste. This tea that Big Brother brewed is the most fragrant it's ever been.
Seeing that the atmosphere had become awkward, Lu Li immediately spoke up to ease the tension.
He then secretly glared at Jiang Maozhen. That woman is really something. She's been bewitched by just a little bit of money. Asking for such a small amount of food is just wasting an opportunity. Compared to the fact that my company can move into Huatai building and be exempt from rent, what is this jade bracelet? Buying 10 or 8 at that time wouldn't be a problem.
Jiang Maozhen received Lu Li's hint and suppressed her displeasure. Indeed, their purpose in coming here today was not just for such a small reward. He had just been cursing Lu Li in his heart for not doing his job properly, but he never expected that he would be led astray by a small bracelet.
Really? Let me try it.
Jiang Maozhen got up, picked up a cup of tea, and slowly sipped it. It seems that everything just now was an illusion. The person was simply praising Bai Jiamin's jade bracelet for being beautiful.
Jiang Shumo and Bai Jiamin exchanged a glance, both of them knowing what was going on. The fact that Lu Li and his family came at such a specific time today suggests they have ulterior motives.
The couple tacitly picked up their teacups and chatted with Su Yeqing and the others.
They didn't even mention Yi's apology.
Let her stand there by herself, she's not being sincere at all anyway. Jiang Maozhen and Lu Li didn't know how to start the conversation. Watching Jiang Shumo and the others chatting idly, and then looking at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock, and I started to get a little anxious.
Xiao Yi, I heard from your uncle that you own a property in Huatai building?
With a heavy heart, Lu Li steered the conversation toward the Huatai building.
Yes. When someone specifically asks you, Su Yeqing answers directly. Xiao Yi, you're really capable.
You're such a young person and you're already a homeowner in Huatai building.
That must be incredibly expensive. Chapter 119, A Tremendous Temptation. Just lucky. Su Yeqing laughed it off. Xiao Yi, you're too modest. How could we not know what kind of presence Huatai building holds in Huajian City?
Lu Li continued to flatter him, moving closer to his own goal. To be honest, Xiao Yi, your uncle also owns a company.
We've always wanted to move our company into Huatai building, the flagship building of Huajian City.
Unfortunately, my uncle's company is not strong enough, and the rent for Huatai building is just too high. Lu Li felt that he had already said so much, and Su Yeqing should be very generous and waive his rent just like she did with Xingyu Steel.
Lu Li, don't you know what level your own company is at?
Our Xingyu Steel is only considered a small-scale company among those companies in Huatai building.
Why are you moving your company there? Jiang Shumao understood.
Today, my sister and brother-in-law came over, apparently after Xiaoye's Huatai building. These two are so shameless they're just trying to get a free lunch. I think about how my daughter is dating someone. But he was still preoccupied with repaying the rent to Xiaoye. This couple is really too greedy. Jiang Shumo's words, spoken with anger, were somewhat impulsive. Lu Li felt a little embarrassed. His brother-in-law was just too straightforward. But compared to the enormous temptation, Lu Li felt that saving face was nothing. Brother, people always strive for better opportunities. If my company can move into Huatai building, it will be a symbol of the company's strength. This will also benefit the future development of my company. Seeing her brother's grim expression, Jiang Maozhen also spoke up to explain. Yes, brother, moving into Huatai building will be very beneficial to the company's business development. Lu Li only thought of saying these things because Xiao Yi was here, and Xiao Yi is a property owner in Huatai building.
Su Yeqing remained silent.
It's clear that neither of my future father-in-law nor mother-in-law are the type to take advantage of others.
It's better for them to handle this kind of thing.
I am, after all, a junior.
Of course, if Su Yeqing had to give his opinion, he wouldn't be ambiguous.
Just look at how they raised a daughter like Yi, and then look at their greedy faces.
Su Yeqing would not satisfy their greed.
It's true that people should strive for higher positions. But we must also act within our means. Do what you are capable of. You yourself said you couldn't even afford the rent after moving into Huatai building, so why are you bringing this up again?
Jiang Shuma was truly enraged. It seems this couple is determined to cling to Xiaoye's Huatai building. Jiang Shumo felt a burning sensation on his face. How could I have such a sister and brother-in-law? Brother, I know the rent for Huatai building is expensive, and I can't afford it. So aren't I discussing this with Xiaoye right now? Lu Li knew that his brother-in-law was angry. But since things have come to this point, he's not afraid of offending Jiang Shumao. The most important thing now is to get Su Yeqing to agree to let his company move into Huatai building without having to pay rent. As for Jiang Shumao, he was always his wife's older brother. If my family apologizes and backs down, does he really think he can disown his sister? Lu Li looked at Su Yeqing, hoping he would say something. But Su Yeqing remained calm, as if the matter they were arguing about had nothing to do with her. Looking at Su Yeqing, who was sitting quietly to one side, occasionally taking a sip of tea. Lu Li even suspected that Su Yeqing was daydreaming and hadn't heard them at all. Xiao Yi? Lu Li called out uncertainly. What is it, uncle? Su Yeqing indeed had an expression of being lost in space. A true movie star. You silly child, I already told you to just call me uncle, why are you being so formal? Lu Li deliberately complained. Su Yeqing smiled but did not respond. Xiao Yi, I mean, your uncle's company also wants to move into your Huatai building. Lu Li didn't give Su Yeqing a chance to beat around the bush, and this time he went straight to the point. Oh, uncle, didn't you say earlier that the rent for our Huatai building is too high? I don't want my uncle to call me a heartless businessman. Su Yeqing gave Lu Li a clear answer, neither too harsh nor too soft. Alright, Lu Li, let's not talk about this anymore. Jiang Shuma felt he had completely lost face. No, Xiao Yi, does your uncle mean it's possible to reduce our company's rent a little? At this point, Lu Li had no time to pay attention to Jiang Shumao. Since Su Yeqing wasn't falling for his trap, he had no choice but to be blunt. Rent reduction or exemption? Su Yeqing repeated the sentence, as if she was thinking about it very seriously. Yes, it means rent reduction or exemption. Lu Li was very happy Xiao Yi had finally listened to what he had to say. Jiang Maozhen stared at Su Yeqing with excitement, waiting for him to utter the word okay. Jiang Shumo wanted to say something, but Jiang Xingxuan secretly pulled him aside. Jiang Xingxuan gently shook his head, signaling to his father not to get agitated. She believed that Su Yeqing would handle it well. From what happened with Jiang Xingxuan knew that Su Yeqing was not someone who would indulge others without any limits. Su Yeqing glanced at Jiang Xingxuan and received a trusting look in return from the young woman. I basically don't get involved in Huatai building. Ordinary tenant issues are handled by the property manager. Su Yeqing's beautiful lips finally moved, but not the words Lu Li had hoped for. Xiao Yi, your uncle isn't exactly an ordinary tenant, is he? Lu Li was a little unwilling. Did Su Yeqing think she could just get rid of him with a property manager position? This time, Su Yeqing nodded in agreement. You could say they're not ordinary tenants. The rent. Lu Li felt there was hope, and his heart jumped into his throat. I'll talk to Manager Zhang of the property management and ask him to give you a discount. The rent will be calculated at 95% of the original price. Su Yeqing seemed very easy to talk to. This. Lu Li was dumbfounded. A 5% discount? What's the difference between this and having no discount at all? Should I opt for rent waiver instead of paying rent? And this guy ended up giving himself a 5% discount? It's a rent of 10 million a year, and even with a 5% discount, I only saved myself $500,000. This amount of money was nothing to Su Yeqing. Seeing his aunt and uncle's dumbfounded expressions, Jiang Xingxuan almost couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shumo and Bai Jiamin's complexions also improved a bit. He secretly admired her. Xiao Yi really knows how to do things. Xiao Yi, aren't you being a bit too stingy? A 5% discount? You might as well just say there's no discount at all. It seems that our Aunt Xian doesn't have much influence with her husband. After regaining his composure, Jiang Maozhen spoke in a sarcastic tone. It really infuriated her that Xiao Yi just casually waived 12 million yuan in rent for her brother's company. How come I only have so little bit left? There's absolutely no sincerity involved. Chapter 120 Wanting to Eat for Free. Su Yeqing was not provoked by Jiang Maozhen's words and smiled indifferently. If Auntie doesn't like this offer, then forget it. Huatai building is known for its high rents, and whether or not to rent is entirely voluntary. Jiang Maozhen was speechless after being cornered by Su Yeqing. Lu Li and I have always considered ourselves to be Xiao Xian's aunt and uncle. But Su Yeqing didn't mention this at all. However, her elder brother did not support her, and Jiang Maozhen could not directly bring up Xiao Xian. Seeing that Jiang Maoxian's method was completely useless, Lu Li quickly calculated in his mind. Xiao Yi, a 5% discount is fine, your uncle won't insist. Ignoring the puzzled look Jiang Maoxian gave him, Lu Li didn't have a chance to explain to her first. Su Yeqing waited calmly for Lu Li to continue. Su Yeqing believed that Lu Li would not give up so easily. As expected, Lu Li did not disappoint Su Yeqing. Xiao Yi, the rent will be as you said. There's just one thing, uncle hopes you can help me with. Su Yeqing knew this favor would be substantial. Could you please let my uncle's company move into the Huatai building first? You'll get the rent reimbursed once your uncle's company grows a bit bigger? Lu Li's plan was indeed brilliant. Once his company moves into Huatai building, whether or not he pays rent is entirely up to him. He also said he would pay the rent later when his company's business grew bigger. How my company's business fares then will be entirely up to me. Su Yeqing is currently dating Xiao Xian, so she can't afford to ruin things over a little rent and kick herself out of Huatai building, can she? As long as they don't kick my company out of Huatai building, I can keep delaying paying the rent. Lu Li believed that Su Yeqing wouldn't have the nerve to keep asking him for rent every day. Su Yeqing maintained a calm and composed expression. But Jiang Shuma was so angry that his face turned white. If Jiang Xingxuan hadn't told him not to speak, Jiang Shuma would have already yelled at him. The couple, Lu Li and his wife, went further and further as they spoke. Now they're blatantly trying to freeload. That sounds nice, but you'll make it up to us when the company's business grows? What constitutes a company's business growing significantly? In order to wait for you to pay the rent, will we have to help you get your company's business up and running first? The people in the room weren't fools. Lu Li clearly just wanted to find an excuse to move into Huatai building first. Su Yeqing made no comment, and Lu Li grew anxious. This was the only solution I could think of. If Xiao Yi doesn't agree, then his company's dream of moving into Huatai building will remain just that, a dream. Xiao Yi, what do you say? Your uncle had no other choice but to discuss this with you. Lu Li emphasized the term uncle. The point was to remind Su Yeqing that he was Xiao Xian's uncle, not someone he could easily dismiss. Su Yeqing chuckled inwardly. This Lu Li thinks too highly of himself. Didn't you see the disgusted looks on your future father-in-law and mother-in-law's faces? Not to mention that little woman, Xian Xian. Xian Xian is the kind of person who feels embarrassed even when she benefits from her boyfriend's fame. Lu Li is actually trying to take advantage of Xian Xian now, that's just too ridiculous. Su Yeqing sat up straight. Now that the gun was pointed directly at him, he had no choice but to handle it himself. Uncle, every company has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I believe your company is the same. Since I have entrusted the management of Huatai Building to Manager Zhang, all procedures must be carried out in accordance with the rules of Huatai Building. If everyone comes to me to ask for a postponement of rent payments, what are the property management companies supposed to do? Su Yeqing spoke in a very serious tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Although I really dislike greedy people like Lu Li. However, since this was Su Yeqing's first time visiting Jiang Xingxuan's house, she did not want to cause any unpleasantness. So they politely declined. Hopefully, Lu Li has some sense and won't make things worse. However, some people's greed is beyond the imagination of normal people. Lu Li is, after all, a man, and a boss, no less. After Su Yeqing said that, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Jiang Maoxian, who was standing to the side, could no longer hold back. In her opinion, Su Yeqing's constant procrastination was simply because she didn't want her family's company to move into the Huatai building. Xiao Yi, why are you making up so many excuses? Don't think I don't know. Back then, my older brother Xingyu Steel got a year's rent waived just because of your word. Now you're trying to intimidate people with the rules of the Huatai building and the property management company. Do you think we're 3-year-olds who are so easily fooled? Jiang Maoxian spoke with such self-righteousness, as if Su Yeqing was wrong to refuse their unreasonable demands. A slight change finally appeared on Su Yeqing's calm face. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled gently. Yes, I directly waived Xingyu Steel's rent for a year. But the rules of Huatai building have not been changed. It was deducted directly from my personal earnings. Su Yeqing could lie without batting an eye. As the owner of Huatai building, this kind of thing is indeed something I can decide with a single word. However, it was obvious that Jiang Maoxian and Lu Li were just looking to freeload. Why should I satisfy their greed? Then you can just do the same thing this time. Jiang Maoxian made this unreasonable demand with complete confidence. In her view, Su Yeqing was able to waive the rent for her brother's company. They should also be exempt from rent for their own company. Jiang Shumao and Bai Jiamin looked at each other in disbelief. How could this younger sister be so unreasonable and act so matter-of-factly? Su Yeqing was also impressed by Jiang Maozhen's family. Judging from the character of this couple, it's no wonder they raised such a daughter. That time it was because Xianxian helped me. I didn't know my uncle and the others at the time. I was just repaying Xuanxuan's kindness. There are some things that Su Yeqing should keep to herself. He would never admit that he had his own selfish motives for doing so. A reward? A reward of 12 million? You're really generous. Jiang Maozhen clearly did not believe Su Yeqing's words. Even so, you can still use this method this time. Jiang Maozhen did not give up on her goal and kept pressing the issue. Su Yeqing nodded, which made Jiang Maozhen's eyes light up. I can indeed deduct it directly from my own earnings. But why should I do that? Su Yeqing asked very directly, stating that she indeed had no obligation to take money from her own pocket to subsidize Lu Li and the others. Because. Jiang Maozhen really wanted to say that it was because she was Xiao Xian's aunt. But then he saw Jiang Shumao staring at him. Jiang Maozhen knew that if she dared to say that, her older brother would definitely kick her and her family out without saying a word. Chapter 121. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Maozhen, who had been stammering for a long time without uttering a complete sentence, and then looked away. I picked up my teacup again and began to savor it slowly. I have to admit, I made the right choice in sending it. My future father-in-law is truly a master at brewing tea. Even I, a complete novice, find it delicious. Enough. Don't you have eyes? Can't you tell they have no intention of helping you at all? Yi, who had been standing to the side, watched her father and mother talk for a long time. Su Yeqing showed no intention of helping at all. I was very unhappy. I've already lowered myself to the point of doing this, and this Su Yeqing still doesn't know what's good for her. My uncle's family was the same. All they do is suppress their parents and refuse to say a word in their defense. If it weren't for Su Yeqing's help, my uncle's company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Why can't Su Yeqing help out at her own company now? All I can say is that Yi is just too selfish. Su Yeqing helped Jiang Xingxuan entirely voluntarily back then. Now Yi's parents are practically begging people to help them. To put it bluntly, they just want to take advantage of others for nothing. Who would want to be such a fool? If it weren't for Xuanxuan's sake. Su Yeqing felt it was a waste to even exchange a few words with such a person. Yi, how can you talk like that? Lu Li was still thinking about how to get Su Yeqing to help him like she had helped Xingyu steal before. Suddenly, his own clueless daughter jumped out. The atmosphere grew even colder. Yi rolled her eyes at her father. She told me not to come over, but she insisted on pulling me over. This is practically handing ourselves over to be looked down upon. I'm telling the truth. Jiang Xingxuan is an ingrate. She doesn't treat you as her aunt and uncle at all. Of all the people, Yi harbored the deepest anger towards Jiang Xingxuan. Therefore, Yi could always pin the blame on Jiang Xingxuan for anything bad. Yi, what are you saying? What did Xiao Xian do to wrong her aunt and uncle? Bai Jiamin couldn't help but feel hurt when she saw Yi throwing mud at Xiao Xian right in front of her. If Jiang Xingxuan truly considers my parents as her aunt and uncle, she should make Su Yeqing agree to let my father's company move into Huatai building. As expected, like mother, like daughter, she is just as greedy as her parents. Snort. Jiang Shumo looked at his niece and realized that she was actually like this, and he even looked down on Yi a little. So, according to you, just because they are Xiao Xian's aunt and uncle, Xiao Yi has to agree to any unreasonable request they make? Because Jiang Shumo always seemed quite serious, Yi was still a little afraid of her uncle. But not wanting to lose face, Yi still replied. Of course, and besides, how is this request excessive? Isn't the Huatai building Su Yeqing's? Alright, I'll tell you clearly then. Don't mention that Xiao Xian hasn't married Xiao Yi yet. Even if they get married in the future, they will never agree to these unreasonable demands of yours. It's true that Huatai building belongs to Xiao Yi, but there's no reason why we'd let you move in without a cause. Earn what you want through your own abilities. If you want to use my identity as an excuse, I don't mind severing ties with you. Jiang Shumao realized that he had been too indulgent towards his sister's family in the past. Whenever they encounter difficulties, they only need to ask, and I will always lend a helping hand.
I never imagined that this would foster such a habit of taking things for granted among them. Su Yeching paused in her tea-drinking motion. Marry? I never imagined my future father-in-law would think of this much. I'm so excited. Of course, Su Yeching concealed it very well, and didn't reveal anything on her face. Big brother. Luli knew that his brother-in-law was serious this time, so he tried to smooth things over. Jiang Shumo stood up abruptly, not giving them a chance to speak. It's very late, you should go back. Yi felt that her family had come here today only to make a fool of themselves. He stomped his foot and was the first to walk out. He opened the door, calling out to those inside. They've already told you to leave, are you trying to stay? Jiang Maozhen and Luli exchanged a glance, knowing that things had gotten really bad today. Saying anything more will only provoke even greater resentment from my elder brothers. Let's find another opportunity later. The couple quickly stood up, saying, We've spoiled this child. We'll definitely discipline him properly when we get back. He quickly followed Yi out. Snort. Jiang Shumo was still angry and plopped down on the sofa. Dad, don't be angry. It's not worth getting sick from getting angry. Jiang Xingxuan quickly comforted his father. She knew that her father actually cared a lot about his younger sister. Jiang Shumao only had one younger sister, whom he doted on since childhood. But what my aunt did today really hurt my father's feelings. Jiang Shumao never expected that his beloved younger sister would be such a greedy person. Having been an older brother for over 40 years, this is the first time I've realized how pathetic I am. Xiaoyi, don't take today's incident to heart, and don't bother with them in the future. Jiang Shuma felt it was better to talk things out with Xiaoyi. He was afraid that Jiang Maozhen might go to see Xiaoyi behind his back. Out of consideration for his pride, Xiaoyi agreed to some of their unreasonable demands. Then I won't have to face this prospective son-in-law anymore. Su Yeching smiled genuinely at Jiang Shumao. Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Su Yeching hadn't originally intended to deal with that greedy couple. Now that my future father-in-law has spoken, it's as if I've received a royal decree. If Luli and his wife dare to come looking for him again, he will definitely slay the demons and show no mercy. Bai Jiaming didn't want everyone's mood to be affected by Jiang Maozhen and the others, so she changed the subject. The four of them chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, Su Yeching got up to say goodbye. Bai Jiaming really liked her future son-in-law. Knowing that Su Yeching lives alone makes me feel a little sorry for her. Xiaoyi, from now on, treat this place as your own home. Come visit often, and your aunt will cook you something delicious. Okay, auntie, then I won't stand on ceremony. Su Yeching felt an extraordinary sense of kinship with Bai Jiaming, as if they were all family. There's just one thing, next time you come, you can just bring your aunt a bouquet of flowers. You are not allowed to buy anything else. Otherwise, your aunt won't let you eat. Bai Jiaming deliberately put on a stern face and said. She knew Su Yeching was rich and didn't care about that little bit. However, Bai Jiaming also genuinely likes Su Yeching. It's not because Su Yeching is rich. I understand, auntie. I will definitely come empty-handed next time. Su Yeching felt a warm glow in her heart. Her parents lived far away, and she hadn't felt this warm sense of home in a long time. That won't do without flowers, there's no food to eat. Ha ha ha. Chapter 122 Dragon King. Back in her villa, Su Yeching slept soundly and peacefully that night. Su Yeching was surprised to find that her future mother-in-law was such an easy person to get along with. She felt incredibly lucky. A good night's sleep. Ding dong. Su Yeching felt that it had been a very, very long time since she had heard that pleasant voice. I almost thought the system had abandoned me. He immediately sat up, waiting for today's perk. Host, you are entitled to 1 monthly sign-in today. Would you like to sign in? Check in. No wonder Su Yeching felt that a long time had passed. This is my second monthly sign-up. In other words, the system only appeared a few times this month. Ding. Check-in successful. Host, you have received a villa at Yulong Bay number 01 for signing in today. As soon as she finished speaking, a red booklet appeared in Su Yeching's hand. Upon opening it, I found it was the property certificate for villa number 01 in Yulong Bay. Su Yeching knew about Yulong Bay. It was a well-known villa district in Huajian City. I heard that the people living there are all very rich and powerful. When the project first went on sale, it was incredibly difficult to find a room.
It's fair to say that without connections, even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy a villa in Yulong Bay. At that time, the large screens in various shopping malls were all displaying introductions to Yulong Bay villas, so it was hard not to know about them. At that time, Su Yecheng was a college student, working several part-time jobs. Seeing the introduction of Yulong Bay villas, I even fantasized that my life would be perfect if I could own one someday. I never imagined that the system would grant my wish. I just don't know how this system got hold of this villa. Reports at the time said that the Royal Dragon Bay villas sold out in just one day. Many people who had cash on hand couldn't buy a house. Putting away the property certificate, Su Yecheng decided to go and take a look at the Royal Dragon Bay villa. It was a dream of mine before, so I'm still a little excited. I got up, washed up, and ate a few bites of bread. Su Yecheng drove the Koenigsegg towards the Yulong Bay villa area. Su Yecheng did not go directly into the residential area, but drove her Koenigsegg around the Yulong Bay villa area. Judging by appearances, there are about 30 villas inside. They are all detached houses with their own courtyards, and each house is between 800 and 1,000 square meters. However, Su Yecheng looked at the property certificate she had brought with her, which stated that the property was 2,000 square meters. Su Yecheng couldn't find her villa, number 01, from the outside either. I'm going to go through the main gate of the villa and take a closer look at my own Yulong Bay number 01 villa. Unsurprisingly, they were stopped by the security guards at the entrance of the villa area. Su Yecheng expressed her understanding of the security guards' actions. This was my first time here, and I didn't indicate that I was a new owner in the villa area. The security guard stopping me is also a sign of being conscientious and responsible in his work. Moreover, being security guards in a high-end villa area, their professionalism is quite high. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, he was very polite. Just as Su Yecheng was about to take out the property certificate to explain, she was interrupted by a discordant voice. Su Yecheng, what are you doing here? Just by the voice, Su Yecheng knew it was Chen Yiming. Turning her head, Su Yecheng saw that Chen Yiming's car was driving out of the villa area. It seems that Chen Yiming is a homeowner in the Yulong Bay villa area. And you know what? It was an incredibly coincidental coincidence. Chen Yiming is indeed a homeowner in the Yulongwan villa area. Therefore, he knew clearly that Su Yecheng was not the owner of this place. Chen Yiming was originally driving to Chen's foreign trade. As soon as I stepped out of the villa area, I saw a shiny Koenigsegg parked at the entrance. Seeing that Su Yecheng seemed eager to go in, Chen Yiming felt that this was his territory and he should teach Su Yecheng a lesson. Seeing that Su Yecheng only glanced at him and did not offer any explanation, Chen Yiming got out of the car without minding the trouble and walked to Su Yecheng's car. If it were anyone else, Chen Yiming wouldn't have bothered with such a thing. He is not a homeowner in our villa complex, you can't let him in. Chen Yiming gave direct orders to the security guards. Mr. Chen, I am verifying this gentleman's identity. The security guards did not obey Chen Yiming simply because he was a resident of the villa area. His primary job is to ensure the security of the villa area. Su Yecheng did not barge into the villa area, and her actions just now seemed to indicate that she wanted to show her something. It seems to be to prove their identity. It was just that Mr. Chen, who was so rude, interrupted him. There aren't many residents in the villa area, so for security reasons, the security guards know the basic information of all the homeowners. What's there to verify? There are only so many residents in the Yulong Bay villa area. Don't you know them all? Besides, when Yulong Bay went on sale, this kid was probably working somewhere out of nowhere. What connection could he possibly have with Yulong Bay? Since the last gathering, Chen Yiming has conducted another investigation into Su Yecheng. They even investigated clearly how many jobs Su Yecheng had worked while in college. Unfortunately, no one could find out how Su Yecheng suddenly acquired so many assets. Unfortunately, these assets all have legal documentation and are not illegitimate gains. Therefore, Chen Yiming was very clear that when Yulong Bay opened for sale, Su Yecheng simply did not have the financial means to buy a villa there. Yulong Bay sold out within a day, and there was no word of any owner in the villa area selling their villa. Therefore, Chen Yiming was absolutely certain that Su Yecheng could not possibly be a homeowner in Yulong Bay. Sir, this is a private villa area, and you are not allowed to enter without permission. The security guard's attitude did not change because of Chen Yiming's words. He continued speaking politely. Su Yecheng gave the security guard an approving look. The young man was very upright. I am the owner of villa number 01 in Yulong Bay. This is the property certificate. Su Yeqing didn't want to make things difficult for the security guard, nor did she want to waste any more words with Chen Yiming. He handed the property certificate, which he had just been about to take out, directly to the security guard. The security guard took the property certificate, examined it carefully, and seemed somewhat uncertain. "Sir, may I make a phone call first? Because we haven't received any notification that villa number 01 has been sold, I need to confirm with the property manager." It wasn't that the security guard didn't believe Su Yeqing's property certificate. This villa, number 01, is truly exceptional. Villa number 01 is actually the Dragon King of the Yulongbei Villa area. The key point is that it is not for sale to the public. Back then, many people wanted to spend a lot of money to buy this number 01, but they were all rejected. The security guard was caught off guard without any prior warning. A young man will suddenly come over with the property certificate for villa number 01 and say that he is the owner of villa number 01. Can Su Yeqing didn't make things difficult for the security guards, it was just a matter of waiting a little longer. The security guard gave Su Yeqing a grateful look, then ran into the security room at the entrance of the villa area to make a phone call. Chapter 123 Rival. Chen Yiming, who was standing aside waiting to see Su Yeqing get kicked out, couldn't stay calm anymore. Villa number 01? Dragon King Villa? Just how much power does this Su Yeqing have? It's worth noting that his family only bought the smallest villa in the Yulongwan Villa area, which is only 800 square meters. But that villa, number 01, has an area of 2,000 square meters. The most crucial issue isn't money. Chen Yiming knew that Su Yeqing's assets were far beyond his estimation. The key point is that this villa number 01 is not for sale to the public at all. It's something you can't buy even if you have money. Chen Yiming is a homeowner in Yulongbei. He knows that many people wanted to buy this number 01 villa, but the developer rejected them all. Nobody knows why this developer is so arrogant, not even wanting to make money that's offered to them. Even the mysterious Mr. Jean couldn't secure villa number 01. How did you end up buying villa number 01? Although I really didn't want to ask Su Yeqing. But Chen Yiming was just too curious. What exactly is Su Yeqing's background? Perhaps by following this villa number 01, he can uncover even more information about Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing sat motionless in the Kanasikri. They simply waited quietly for the security guard to go and ask for instructions, as if they hadn't heard Chen Yiming's words. Su Yeqing had no intention of paying attention to Chen Yiming in the first place. The two were enemies, not friends, and she had no obligation to satisfy his curiosity. However, Su Yeqing understood just by looking at Chen Yiming's expression. This villa, number 01, must not only be large in size, but also hold a special place in the Yulongbei Villa area. "Hello sir, our property manager will be here shortly to take you to villa number 01. The security guard jogged over and greeted Su Yeqing politely. The security guard already knew when he called to ask for instructions. Villa number 01 was indeed sold this morning. Because it happened in the morning, the property management hasn't had time to notify them yet. The property manager did not expect the owner of villa number 01 to arrive so early in the morning. A white Volkswagen sped from the villa area to the gate and stopped. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and black trousers got out of the car. I jogged all the way to Koenigsegg's side. The property manager had already instructed the security guard to greet the owner of villa number 01 over the phone. Are you Mr. Su? I am Jing Yujie, the property manager of the Yulongwan Villa district. Jing Yujie received a notification as soon as he arrived at work today, saying that villa number 01 had been sold. The notice only mentioned that the homeowner was a Mr. Su. He was still wondering which deity could have bought this Dragon King villa. Jing Yujie was even wondering when the big shot who bought this villa would show up so he could finally see him in person. To my surprise, I received a call from the security guard shortly afterward, saying that someone claiming to be the owner of villa number 01 had arrived. Is villa number 01 really sold? Jing Yujie hung up the phone and immediately drove to the entrance of the villa area. I am Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing gave a brief reply. Jing Yujie only realized when he got closer that the owner of villa number 01 was quite young and also very handsome. Looking at his car, Jing Yujie knew that Su Yeqing's net worth was beyond his estimation. Hello Mr. Su, we have received the notification. Let me take you to see villa number 01 now. Su Yeqing started the car. Please lead the way. No trouble at all, it's nothing. Jing Yujie was flattered by Su Yeqing's polite manner. The people living here are all prominent figures. Normally, let alone those homeowners who think they are superior, they don't even give the property management staff a second glance, as if their eyes are on the top of their heads. Even those with better manners just won't give you a hard time. Expecting them to be polite to you is simply wishful thinking. Because in those people's eyes, they see themselves as just working for them. After comparing them, Jing Yujie felt that the owner of Villa number 01 was not only rich and powerful, but also very polite and well-mannered. Jing Yujie was even more motivated. He ran to his Volkswagen, started the engine, and drove Su Yeching's Koenigsegg toward the Dragon King number 01 villa. The security guard glanced at Chen Yiming, who remained where he was, and then returned to his security room to continue his shift. No one noticed that Chen Yiming, whose face appeared calm, was clenching his fists so tightly that the veins were bulging. I never expected Su Yeching to have such great patience. They can even acquire villa number 01. Looking at the property manager from earlier, he only had eyes for Su Yeching and didn't even notice my presence. In the past, Chen Yiming wouldn't have even given this property manager a second glance. But the situation is different now. Now, he and Su Yeching are both owners in the Yulongwan Villa area. The property manager completely ignored him. This left Chen Yiming with a surge of anger that he couldn't swallow. He took a deep breath and saw that everyone had left, leaving him standing foolishly at the entrance of the villa area. Chen Yiming walked reluctantly towards his car. She secretly vowed to herself that she must surpass Su Yeching and not let him always be one step ahead of her. Su Yeching, who had arrived at the entrance of Villa 01 with the property manager, did not care what Chen Yiming might think of her. It's already made clear that Chen Yiming covets Jiang Xingxuan. Therefore, the two of them are destined to be enemies-love rivals. Mr. Su, this number 01 villa is the largest villa in our Yulong Bay villa area. It's called Villa number 01 because it's the king of the villa area. The property manager introduced Villa number 01 to Su Yeching while leading her inside the villa. Mr. Su, look, this villa is not only the largest in area, but it also has its own swimming pool. Su Yeching looked at Villa number 01. It was indeed very grand. It not only has its own large garden, but also an artificial swimming pool. The interior decoration is also in a European and American style, combining luxury and fashion. It's clear that the decoration company put a lot of thought into it. Moreover, this number 01 villa has a very good location, which is in the middle of the villa area. It forms a posture where all the stars surround the moon. No wonder Chen Yiming's expression was so strange when he heard that he was the owner of villa number 01. However, Su Yeching is no longer interested in villa number 01. I was originally thinking of coming to check it out myself first. If it goes well, I'll bring Xianxian over to see it again. If Xianxian liked it, Su Yeching was even planning to make this place her future home after she got married. But everything changed after Su Yeching met Chen Yiming. No matter how good this villa number 01 is, Su Yeching won't bring Xianxian here anymore, let alone consider this place as his and Xuanxuan's future home. Because who would want to live in the same neighborhood as their love rival? I feel disgusted just looking at it. Chapter 124 Targeting Fengyun Trading. After a cursory glance at the villa with little interest, Su Yeching said goodbye to the property manager and left. Jing Yujie watched Koenigsegg leave arrogantly and muttered to himself. They must be rich. They didn't even show the slightest excitement when they saw villa number 01. Wait, how rich must someone be to be so calm? Jing Yujie shook his head. He couldn't understand the thoughts of the wealthy. Driving his Volkswagen, Jing Yujie left villa number 01. He still had to go to work. Su Yeching drove his Koenigsegg directly to Fengyun Trading Company. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. Jiang Haito entered, holding a document in his hand, which he handed to Su Yeching. Chairman Su, this is the latest news about Chen's foreign trade that you asked me to keep an eye on. Besides their normal foreign trade business, I have noticed that Chen Yiming of Chen's foreign trade has been frequently contacting some of our suppliers recently. Although they are all small suppliers and the activity is not too big, it is clear that Chen's foreign trade seems to be very interested in the construction industry. And it seems to be targeting Fengyun Trading. Jiang Haitao glanced at Su Yeching, because this was his own conclusion, and he wondered if it was too arbitrary. How so? Su Yeching believed that Jiang Haitao wouldn't just say something casually. Moreover, Chen Yiming had indeed always harbored resentment towards him. This possibility is also very high for Fengyun commerce. I collected some information and found that the construction suppliers that Chen Yiming contacted were basically supported by orders from our Fengyun Trading. And they all used the same supplier for the same parts. There are many suppliers in Huajiang City, but Chen Yiming only looks for those that are related to Feng Yun Trading. Based on this, I judge that Chen Yiming is trying to poach our Feng Yun Trading's employees by starting with those small suppliers.
Su Yeqing also became interested.
I never imagined that Chen Yiming had such lofty ambitions.
They actually want to switch industries and start their own Feng Yun Trading? Chairman Su, do you have a grudge against Chen Yiming? Zhang Haitao could only think that way.
Because Chen Yiming wanted to cross over into a different industry to bring down Feng Yun Commerce, the leading construction company in Huazhang City.
The risk is still quite high. A trade is like a mountain.
Not to mention that Feng Yun Commerce's position has always been very stable.
Rival in love. Su Yeqing didn't hide anything, and casually uttered 2 words.
Zhang Haitao was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure.
That Miss Jiang is indeed quite charming. Su Yeqing and Chen Yiming are both outstanding young talents in Huazhang City.
I never imagined that Chen Yiming would do something so crazy for Miss Jiang.
Isn't he afraid that it will implicate Chen's foreign trade? Alright, let's get to the overseas shopping and put away your gossip. What's your opinion on this? Su Yeqing knew that matters of the heart were most likely to arouse other people's curiosity.
Zhang Haitao was a little embarrassed that even though he was being so serious, his boss had guessed his thoughts. After regaining his composure, Zhang Haitao explained the plan he had devised after obtaining the information.
Chairman Su, these small suppliers are not actually indispensable to Feng Yun Trading. In other words, these small suppliers depend on Feng Yun Trading for their survival.
Even if Chen Yiming offers the most tempting terms, it doesn't guarantee their future business. Therefore, I think we should take advantage of the fact that Chen Yiming is still hesitating on the outside of the construction industry and completely cut off his path to getting in. Su Yeqing wholeheartedly agreed, as she thought the same thing.
Su Yeqing did not want Chen Yiming to expand Chen's foreign trade while they've now moved into the construction industry to try and get a piece of the pie.
I'm afraid that once he's established himself in this industry, the first company he'll target will be Feng Yun Trading.
This is consistent with the results obtained from the data collected by Zhang Haitao.
Tell me the specific methods. Su Yeqing knew that Zhang Haitao dared to say that, so he must have already come up with a plan.
The general manager I promoted has really taken on a lot of burdens for me.
Zhang Haitao handed over another document.
Chairman Su, these are the details of the 7 suppliers that Chen Yiming contacted.
I plan to bring them together privately to talk. I want these suppliers to agree to cooperate with Chen Yiming first.
Then provide Chen Yiming with as much stock as he wants to buy.
If it's not enough, Feng Yun Trading can provide support behind the scenes. Of course, I will contact other suppliers to stock up more.
If that doesn't work, I'll import from other places first. I can't let Chen Yiming achieve his goal of monopolizing the market. When Chen Yiming can't eat anymore and wants to vomit, we, Feng Yun Trading, will leverage our influence in the construction industry to suppress Chen Yiming's goods. It's frustrating to see him not sell off his shares, but if he does, he'll definitely have to take a huge loss.
Su Yeqing nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to make a teasing remark. Overseas shopping, it seems that anyone who offends you in the future will definitely suffer a terrible fate. Zhang Haitao wasn't embarrassed at all this time.
The marketplace is like a battlefield.
This time, it was Chen Yiming who first had malicious intentions to target Feng Yun Trading.
Then Zhang Haitao no longer needs to be lenient with Chen Yiming. In Zhang Haitao's mind, Feng Yun Trade is his battlefield.
I am a warrior protecting Feng Yun Trade, and no one can lay a finger on Feng Yun Trade.
Okay, let's do it your way. Just keep a close eye on Chen Yiming, he's no small fry. Su Yeqing can see this from the information he obtained from investigating Chen Yiming. That Chen Yiming is truly capable.
However, since they both fell in love with Jiang Xingxuan, they were destined never to be friends. Of course, because of Zhou You's matter, the fuse had already been planted between the two.
Okay, Chairman Su, I will report to you if there is any progress.
Zhang Haitao was a man of action. After asking for instructions, he immediately took his leave to attend to his business.
Su Yeqing walked to the French windows and looked at the small black dots on the street outside.
Suddenly, I realized that because of the change in my identity, the interpersonal relationships around me have also changed significantly. In the past, I was worried about my own basic needs for food and clothing.
Now we need to consider the operation of a company. Previously, it was just some of the most common personnel competition issues. Now it's competition between companies. Su Yeqing felt an indescribable sense of oppression. I was playing golf in the office to relax. Knock knock.
Enter. Su Yeqing thought that Zhang Haitao had something else he hadn't finished saying. But instead of his beautiful secretary, he walked in.
Chairman Su, the receptionist said that another man claiming to be your cousin has come with a woman and wants to see you.
Cousin? Su Yeqing was a little confused. How did I suddenly have so many cousins?
He said his name was Huang Xiaolong. After what happened to her cousin, Lina became more cautious.
I asked the receptionist to find out the cousin's name. Quickly, bring them up.
Upon hearing that it was Huang Xiaolong who had come to see her, Su Yeqing's mood immediately brightened.
Okay. Lina left. Chapter 125. You're the richest. Knock knock. Enter. Chairman Su. Lina led Huang Xiaolong and a woman in. Cousin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'll let the front desk know.
Su Yeqing saw Huang Xiaolong and went up to him warmly. When Lina saw that he really was the chairman's cousin, she wisely withdrew.
Did I forget to ask for your phone number last time?
Huang Xiaolong scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed.
He could have asked Manager Dong for it.
But he was also afraid that Manager Dong would laugh at him for not even knowing his own cousin's phone number.
Huang Xiaolong always remembered that Su Yeqing had promoted him.
Furthermore, Su Yeqing mentioned that he wanted to bring his girlfriend along for a get-together. So as soon as he got paid, Huang Xiaolong brought Xiao Lu over to invite Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan to dinner.
Su Yeqing was also a little dumbfounded when she heard Huang Xiaolong's explanation.
I always assumed that my cousin had his own phone number, so I didn't mention it.
He simply took out his phone. Your number hasn't changed, has it? Su Yeqing has always had Huang Xiaolong's phone number.
When I bought my phone, I saved all the numbers of people I considered important. I just didn't know that Huang Xiaolong was also in Huajiang City, so I never got in touch with him.
Nothing has changed. Huang Xiaolong gave an honest answer. Dial the number. This is my number, please save it. Good. Huang Xiaolong followed each instruction step by step. After saving the number, Huang Xiaolong remembered to introduce his girlfriend. Yi Qing, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Lu.
She also works at the Happy Valley amusement park as a ticket seller. Huang Xiaolong pulled the girl who had been hiding behind him without making a sound.
Xiao Lu, this is my cousin, Su Yeqing, who is also the owner of our large Happy Valley amusement park. Xiao Lu was a little nervous because it was her first time visiting such a large company and meeting her boss. He stammered, "Hello, boss."
Su Yeqing looked at Xiao Lu, who had a simple and honest face, and had a very good impression of her. It seems my cousin has good taste. Xiao Lu looks like a decent girl.
Hello, Xiao Lu, you can just call me Yi Qing from now on. I dare not.
Xiao Lu was really honest, she spoke her mind completely.
They successfully made Su Yeqing laugh. What's there to be afraid of? When you marry my cousin, I'll have to call you cousin-in-law. Su Yeqing's teasing made Xiao Lu blush, and she hid behind Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong quickly interrupted, Yi Qing, I got paid and I'd like to invite you and Miss Jiang to dinner.
Okay, I'll call Xianxian and tell her.
I'll go pick her up right away.
Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't refuse at all, Huang Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Yi Qing, now a big boss, would look down on his meal.
It seems I was overthinking things. Knock knock.
Because the office door was not closed, Lina knocked on the door as a formality and then came in with 3 cups of coffee. Su Yeqing invited Huang Xiaolong and Xiao Lu to sit on the sofa and have some coffee. She dialed Jiang Xingxuan's number and told her that her cousin and his girlfriend wanted to invite her to a get-together for a meal.
Jiang Xingxuan on the other end of the phone agreed immediately.
Jiang Xingxuan thought Su Yeqing, his cousin, was a nice person when they were at Happy Valley amusement park last time.
Jiang Xingxuan could tell that Su Yeqing and Huang Xiaolong, as cousins, had a very deep bond. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong did not have any different thoughts because of Su Yeqing's change of identity.
After hanging up the phone, Su Yeqing pressed the speakerphone button on the phone on her desk. Lina, have the security department bring the company's BMW X5 to the building entrance. Today, Su Yeqing is going out with Huang Xiaolong and the others, so she chose a car with more space. Because I really hated the feeling of underground parking garages, I directly ordered someone to drive the car to the surface.
Let's go, cousin, let's go pick up Xianxian first.
Su Yeqing led Huang Xiaolong and Xiao Lu directly down the private elevator. When we arrived at the entrance of Fengyun Commercial Building, the security manager had already parked the BMW X5 at the entrance and was standing respectfully next to the car waiting.
Su Yeqing took the car keys from the security manager and gestured for Huang Xiaolong and the others to get into the car. I started the engine and drove off. Because of what happened at the front desk last time, the security manager is still wary of Su Yeqing. But seeing that Su Yeqing didn't react at all, he felt a little more at ease. It seems that as long as I work hard in the future, Chairman Su won't cause me any trouble. Sitting in the BMW, Huang Xiaolong was deeply moved, as it was the first time he had ever ridden in such a nice car. Yi Qing, is this your car too? Huang Xiaolong remembered that Yi Qing drove a different car when she went to the large amusement park last time. Although he didn't recognize the brand, Huang Xiaolong knew it must be very expensive. This is the company car, I don't usually drive it. There are many of us today, so let's make this car more comfortable. Su Yeqing explained to Huang Xiaolong. Yi Qing, you are so different now than before. You're the richest person I know right now. Huang Xiaolong praised her without reservation. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely happy that his cousin was so capable. Cousin, who speaks as bluntly as you? Really? I'm telling the truth. Ha ha. The two cousins, Su Yeqing and Su Yeqing, chatted happily along the way. Xiaolu listened quietly, occasionally chuckling softly when she heard something funny, but she didn't interrupt. The BMW X5 arrived at the entrance of Huatai building very quickly. Su Yeqing made a phone call to tell Jiang Xingxuan that they had arrived downstairs and were waiting in the car. Mr. Su, is that really you? Look, you've changed your car. I almost didn't recognize you. Su Yeqing looked out the car window and saw Wan fucking a fucking jewelry. Chairman Wan, what a coincidence. Su Yeqing greeted him casually. Wan fucking's company is located in Huatai building, so it's quite normal to run into him. Mr. Su, I have a VIP card here. I wanted to give it to you last time, but I haven't had the chance. Wan fucking took out a gleaming gold VIP card from his bag and handed it to Su Yeqing. Actually, Wan fucking only came up with this idea of befriending Su Yeqing after he learned that Su Yeqing had bought a jade bracelet from fucking jewelry. Chairman Wan, you're too kind. Su Yeqing accepted the card without hesitation. Su Yeqing did not reject Wan fucking's obvious advances. You might need these business people someday. There's no need to shut people out. Okay, Mr. Su, then I won't disturb your date with Ms. Jiang any longer. Although Wan fucking noticed that there were two other people sitting in the back of Su Yeqing's car. However, Su Yeqing showed no intention of introducing them, and Wan fucking did not ask any questions either. Seeing that Su Yeqing didn't go upstairs, Wan fucking understood that he was waiting for Jiang Xingxuan. So, quite sensibly, he left first. Chapter 126 has a story. Yi Qing, everyone you know now is so amazing. Huang Xiaolong saw the 4 shiny black characters fucking jewelry printed on the VIP card in Su Yeqing's hand and said. It's worth noting that fucking jewelry is the most famous jewelry brand in Huazhang City. Don't even mention the commercials that air on TV every day, they all feature big name celebrities. Many building displays also show advertisements for fucking jewelry. His company rents a place in Huatai building. Su Yeqing gave a brief explanation. After all, he wasn't familiar with Wan fucking. It's Miss Jiang. Because Su Yeqing was talking to Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting in the back row, she didn't notice Jiang Xingxuan coming out of Huatai building. Huang Xiaolong noticed this and reminded Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing turned her head and, sure enough, saw Jiang Xingxuan running out. But judging from the young woman's expression, she didn't seem to notice him. No wonder, I've never driven this car on a date with Xianxian before. The young woman didn't recognize him at first. With a slight smile and a pleasant feeling, Su Yeqing honked the car horn and got out of the car. Jiang Xingxuan's attention was drawn to the sound of the horn. Upon seeing Su Yeqing emerge from the car, he immediately ran over. Why did you change your car? I didn't even recognize it. Su Yeqing looked at Jiang Xingxuan, who was panting a little from running, and gently patted her back to help her catch her breath. How many times have I told you not to run so fast? What if you twist your ankle? As she spoke, she took Jiang Xingxuan's hand and walked towards the passenger seat. My cousin and his girlfriend treated us to dinner. This car is a bit more spacious. Jiang Xingxuan nodded and, following the opening of the passenger door by Su Yeqing, saw Huang Xiaolong, whom he had met once before. There was also a very pretty girl. Jiang Xingxuan knew that this must be Huang Xiaolong's girlfriend. I greeted them first and then got into the car. Everyone was young, and with an extra girl on the bus, Xiaolu wasn't as reserved as before. The four of them quickly became acquainted and chatted happily about this and that. It was Huang Xiaolong's way of addressing Jiang Xingxuan as Miss Jiang that made Jiang Xingxuan feel very awkward. After being corrected several times, Huang Xiaolong finally changed his form of address. Because Huang Xiaolong had emphasized that he was treating, Su Yeqing didn't want to offend her cousin. Considering her cousin's financial situation, Su Yeqing chose a popular restaurant. He even claimed that he hadn't eaten this restaurant's roast duck in a long time and was missing it. This store is near the company where Su Yeqing used to work. Although it was a place of mass consumption, Su Yeqing couldn't afford to eat there back then. On one occasion, a colleague had a birthday, and everyone chipped in to buy a gift. My colleagues treated them to a meal here in return. However, one thing Su Yeqing said was true. Although this shop is small, the roast duck is really delicious. Huang Xiaolong was deeply moved. He knew that with Yiqing's current status, she would never normally come to an ordinary restaurant like this. My cousin really went to great lengths to save face for me. They parked the car in the parking space in front of the restaurant, and the four of them found a seat by the window. This location is quite spacious and has good natural light. After ordering, the four of them chatted happily again. Isn't that Huang Xiaolong? A woman's voice interrupted the conversation. All four of them subconsciously looked up and saw a reasonably well-dressed, average-looking woman. She's gained a little weight, and probably to show off her figure, she bought clothes a size too small, so they feel a bit tight. Li Shangyun? Huang Xiaolong was a little incredulous that he could run into her here. There's a story between Li Shangyun and Huang Xiaolong. The two were from the same village and were about the same age. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's mother thought her son was getting on in years in rural areas. People generally stop going to school and start going on blind dates and being introduced to potential partners around the age of 18 or 19. Li Shangyun was considered a beauty in the village. Huang Xiaolong's mother then asked a matchmaker to arrange a marriage for him. However, Li Shangyun's family looked down on Huang Xiaolong's family because they were poor, and they refused outright. Huang Xiaolong was unaware of the marriage proposal beforehand. He only heard about it from the villagers after being rejected. Feeling ashamed, Huang Xiaolong went to Huajiang City to work. Huang Xiaolong still feels a bit ashamed when he sees Li Shangyun now. But since they've taken the initiative to greet you, you can't just pretend you don't know them. Li Shangyun, what a coincidence, to run into you here. Huang Xiaolong stood up and greeted him somewhat awkwardly. Yes, I felt a little embarrassed back then when you left the village without saying a word, since I was the one who rejected you. Li Shangyun said this, but her expression was full of pride. Huang Xiaolong left the village after being rejected by him. Li Shangyun always thought that he hid away because he was too ashamed to face anyone. Su Yeqing and the other two exchanged glances, wondering what other story the two had. Xiaoliu's expression changed instantly. In her heart, Huang Xiaolong was the man she had chosen. Huang Xiaolong also told himself that she was his only girlfriend. What does this woman who suddenly appeared mean by saying this? Su Yeqing noticed the change in Xiaolu's expression, but he believed that his cousin would not do anything out of line. Cousin, aren't you going to introduce him? Su Yeqing didn't really want to get to know this Li Shangyun. He simply gave Huang Xiaolong and Xiaolu a chance to explain. Huang Xiaolong also noticed Xiaoliu's change and was very anxious, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Now that Yiqing had created an opportunity for him, Huang Xiaolong immediately spoke up. This is Li Shangyun, she's from the same village as me. I'm not very familiar with her. It's just that a few years ago, my mother asked someone to go to her house to arrange a marriage without consulting me. I was very angry when I found out, so I went out to work. As Huang Xiaolong spoke, he secretly observed Xiaolu. Seeing that Xiaolu's complexion gradually returned to normal, Huang Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced gratefully at Su Yeqing, who then glanced at Xiaolu. Huang Xiaolong gestured and pulled Xiaolu to introduce her to Li Shangyun, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Xiaolu." Looking at Xiaolu, who was pretty and slender, Li Shangyun felt inferior. Seeing Huang Xiaolong reminded me of the time I rejected him. Li Shangyun only came up to greet them to show off. She felt that no matter what woman the man she rejected found, she could never compare to him. But now, looking at her increasingly out-of-shape figure and the excess fat around her waist that she can hardly hide, Li Shangyun feels like she's been slapped in the face. Unable to swallow her anger, Li Shangyun looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. He gave a forced smile and asked, "Huang Xiaolong, where are you working now?" Huang Xiaolong was honest and said directly, "I work as a security guard at a large amusement park." Security? Li Shangyun spoke in a drawn-out, strange tone. Chapter 127 A Man of High Net Worth. Huang Xiaolong looked at Li Shangyun strangely. What happened to the security guard? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? I am very satisfied with my current job. Hee, I didn't mean to mock you. Li Shangyun feigned a hint of regret. I just felt that being a security guard was a dead-end job. Well, considering we're from the same hometown, I'll talk to my husband and ask him to let you work as a team leader or something at his construction site. Looking at Li Shangyun talking to herself, Huang Xiaolong suddenly felt that this woman was a bit fake. My husband is a contractor. Let me tell you, the construction industry is very lucrative these days. Li Shangyun noticed that none of the four people responded to her, as if they didn't believe her. He glanced around and suddenly pointed to a BMW outside. Look, that's my husband's BMW. Now you know how profitable construction is, right? As Li Shangyun spoke, she couldn't help but wiggle her waist with pride, causing the flesh on her waist to jiggle. Looking in the direction Li Shangyun was pointing, Su Yeqing and the others were speechless. That was the BMW X5 that Su Yeqing drove. Li Shangyun directly referred to him as her husband. This is no ordinary blatant lying. Li Shangyun never expected things to turn out so coincidentally. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was dressed very plainly and worked as a security guard, she immediately categorized him as poor. Of course, Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan, who came with Huang Xiaolong, were not among those Li Shangyun was showing off. Therefore, Li Shangyun didn't focus her attention on Su Yeqing and the others at all. Naturally, they didn't notice that Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan's clothes were not something ordinary people could afford. Is that BMW X5 your husband's? Huang Xiaolong rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. That was the BMW that Yi Qing had parked there earlier, and there were no other BMWs around. Of course. How about it? How about considering working for my husband? Li Shangyun felt smug, thinking she had fooled Huang Xiaolong. No need, thank you for your kindness. Huang Xiaolong is now certain that Li Shangyun is lying. I politely declined, not wanting to say anything more to this hypocritical woman. Ungrateful wretch. Li Shangyun noticed that no one showed her any admiration because of the BMW. She turned and left, somewhat annoyed. A bunch of country bumpkins, they deserve to be poor. Li Shangyun thought angrily. Ha ha ha. Watching Li Shangyun leave, Su Yeqing and the others couldn't help but laugh. That's hilarious. Trying to act all high and mighty, they've come to do it right in front of the real deal. The four of them did not let the unexpected incident spoil their enjoyment of the meal. After finishing their meal happily, Huang Xiaolong paid the bill. Su Yeqing didn't argue with her cousin about the cost of the meal. He knew this was a matter of his cousin's dignity. After leaving the restaurant, since it was still early, Jiang Xingxuan and Xiao Lu, the two girls, discussed where to go next. Su Yeqing? It really is you. Su Yeqing and Huang Xiaolong were originally standing to the side waiting for the two women to decide on the next steps. A familiar voice interrupted the two women's discussion. All four of them turned to look in the direction of the sound. Xiao Feng? Su Yeqing never expected to run into an acquaintance here. The earth is indeed round. I was having dinner with a friend here, and when I saw you in the restaurant just now, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Luckily, I ran out to see what was going on, and it really was you. Why would a big boss like you eat at a place like this? Xiao Feng was too excited. He hadn't had the chance to meet Su Yeqing since he met her once in his hometown. Although, as Su Yeqing had instructed, Xiao Feng went to Fengyun Trading to find General Manager Jiang. General Manager Jiang did indeed give his project some preferential treatment. But I wasn't familiar with General Manager Jiang after all. Unlike Su Yeqing, who is from my hometown, it's easier for me to talk to her. I like the roast duck at this restaurant. Noticing her cousin's slight discomfort, Su Yeqing offered a casual explanation. No wonder. Xiao Feng wanted to say something more, but two more people chased after him from inside. Brother Feng, why are you running so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. Seeing the man and woman chasing after them, Su Yeqing and Huang Xiaolong both felt that everything had come together today. For no other reason than that the woman who chased after them was none other than Li Shangyun, who had been boasting so much earlier. Brother Feng, you two know each other? Li Shangyun also saw Huang Xiaolong and was a little surprised that Brother Feng knew the security guard. It's no wonder Li Shangyun thought that way. In her eyes, Brother Feng was a capable man who knew big bosses in Huazhong City, including the chairman of Fengyun Trading. Today, her husband specially invited this guy out to dinner just to build a relationship with him. Fenggu is now the person her husband is trying to curry favor with. Naturally, Li Shangyun felt that Brother Feng shouldn't know someone like Huang Xiaolong, a nobody. You know each other too? Xiao Feng didn't think much of this small-time contractor named Lu'er Li Shangyun's husband. Seeing that Li Shangyun seemed to know Su Yeqing and the others, Xiao Feng wondered if he should reconsider. He's just a security guard at a large amusement park, is he really worth chasing after, Brother Feng? Li Shangyun was still resentful that Huang Xiaolong and his group hadn't given her any face. His words carried a hint of contempt. Security guard? Xiao Feng wondered if Lu'er's wife had forgotten to bring her brain with her when she left the house, or if she had gotten her brain caught in the door when she went out. If Su Yeqing, dressed in designer clothes, is a security guard, then what am I doing working on the construction site every day? I might as well just become a security guard. Xiao Feng felt that his initial decision was absolutely correct. It's completely impossible for Lu'er to contract some work from me. Of course, the conversation between Xiaofeng and Li Shangyun here is a bit like talking to a brick wall. Li Shangyun was targeting Huang Xiaolong, while Xiao Feng only had eyes for Su Yeqing. Therefore, misunderstandings are inevitable. Yes, he said it himself, and he's from my hometown, how could I be wrong? Seeing that Brother Feng didn't believe her, Li Shangyun explained again. Which one are you talking about? Su Yeqing is my neighbor, how did she become Li Shangyun's fellow villager? That's him, Huang Xiaolong. Li Shangyun pointed directly at Huang Xiaolong, who had been standing there without saying a word. Li Shangyun's womanly intuition told her that Fenggu and the person she was talking about seemed to be different people. Is there some important person here? Only then did Li Shangyun begin to look at the others. When Li Shangyun saw Su Yeqing, she swallowed hard. This man is so handsome, and the clothes he's wearing are something Lu'er couldn't earn even if he worked hard for a year. Li Shangyun felt annoyed. She had been focusing her attention on Huang Xiaolong, thinking about how to show off in front of him. How could we overlook such a man who clearly has a lot of money? Chapter 128. The red tickets are waving. Su Yeqing felt disgusted by Li Shangyun's appearance and turned her head away, unwilling to look at the woman any longer. Yi Qing, and who is this? Xiao Feng knew that anyone who could appear at a restaurant like this with Su Yeqing must have a special relationship with her. Even if he's just a lowly security guard, he's not someone I can afford to mess with. My cousin, Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Feng immediately reached out and shook hands with Huang Xiaolong. Hello cousin, I'm Yi Qing's neighbor, Xiao Feng. Li Shangyun was dumbfounded to see the man she and her husband called Brother Feng acting so obsequiously towards the security guard she looked down on. What's going on? Huang Xiaolong was also taken aback by Xiaofeng's enthusiasm. No need to be so polite, just call me Xiaolong. No, Yi Qing's cousin is of course my cousin. Xiao Feng is extremely skilled at flattery and bootlicking in society. Besides, he now relies on Fengyun Trading, and Xiao Feng genuinely regards Su Yeqing as his benefactor. If the god of wealth's cousin were really his cousin, Xiao Feng would be more than happy to accept it. Where do you work, cousin? Xiao Feng didn't believe that Su Yeqing's cousin was really just a security guard. Xiao Feng could believe it if it were a cousin like Su Yewu who didn't get along with Su Yeqing. However, the fact that Su Yeqing and Su Yeqing can dine together at such a casual restaurant clearly indicates that they are very close. I really am a security guard. Huang Xiaolong felt there was nothing shameful about his work and spoke about it openly and honestly. Brother Feng, I didn't lie to you, did I? Li Shangyun chimed in at the opportune moment, making her presence known. My cousin works as the security manager at my large Happy Valley amusement park. Xiao Feng, whenever you want to go out, just ask my cousin, and he'll give it to you for free. Su Yeqing couldn't stand Li Shangyun's disdainful look towards Huang Xiaolong, so she spoke up to explain. A large-scale amusement park? Yi Qing, is that large-scale amusement park yours? Xiao Feng was very surprised. I always thought Su Yeqing was just the chairman of Fengyun Trading. But it was this identity that made Xiao Feng feel that Su Yeqing was high and mighty. Who would have thought that Su Yeqing was the owner of the large Happy Valley amusement park, which is known as a money-making machine? Li Shangyun was also stunned she knew about the large Happy Valley amusement park. However, because the amusement park rides there are quite high-end and expensive, Li Shangyun has not yet been able to afford to go. It's unbelievable that Huang Xiaolong, a lowly security guard, has such a wealthy relative. Li Shangyun suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had agreed to Huang Xiaolong's family's arranged marriage back then, wouldn't that wealthy relative be my cousin now? Why would I need to hang out with Lu Er on the construction site every day? To put it nicely, Lu Er was a small-time contractor. It's basically just a group of 3 to 5 people who contract out a few jobs, and they only earn a little more money by working overtime. Sometimes Li Shangyun even had to cook for them. Moreover, they don't have a fixed place to live, they live wherever they work on a construction site. A small shipping container, just a few square meters in size, serves as Li Shangyun's home on the construction site. Li Shangyun appeared glamorous on the surface, but only she knew the bitterness in her heart. Yes, we have things to do today. Next time, you can go directly to my cousin. Su Yeqing was not willing to waste time on these unimportant people. Revealing his identity as the owner of a large amusement park was simply to prove that Huang Xiaolong was not just an ordinary security guard. Okay, go ahead and do what you need to do. Xiao Feng dared not stop Su Yeqing. If he upset Su Yeqing, who would he rely on in the future? Pressing the car key in my hand, the BMW's daytime running lights immediately turned on. They saw Su Yeqing and the others off as they got into their car and left. Xiao Feng turned around and prepared to leave, but noticed that Li Shangyun had a strange expression on her face. It turned out that Li Shangyun discovered that the BMW X5 that Su Yeqing and the others were driving was the same BMW that she had previously boasted about as her husband's car. The silent slap made Li Shangyun feel a burning pain on her face. No wonder Huang Xiaolong's expression was a bit strange back then. I realized I was bragging. Li Shangyun suddenly realized that Huang Xiaolong was deliberately keeping quiet and watching her make a fool of herself. The hatred in my heart deepened even further. Brother Feng, who was that guy just now? Why were you so polite to him? Lu Er stepped forward and asked cautiously. What he really wanted to ask was who had such great abilities that they could make Brother Feng bow and scrape like that. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Er and his wife. He had figured it out. It seems that Lu Er's wife and Su Yeqing's cousin don't get along. He is the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. Xiao Feng was so arrogant when he said that they were a couple who had never seen the world. You don't even recognize the big boss standing right in front of you. He deserves to only be a small-time contractor. Is he the chairman of Fengyun Trading? What did you say? Huang Xiaolong's cousin is the chairman of Fengyun Trading? Compared to Lu Er, Li Shangyun's expression was much more exaggerated. She boasted to the chairman of Fengyun Trading that her husband was just a small-time contractor? Li Shangyun suddenly felt like she'd been kicked in the head by a donkey. Didn't expect that, did you? He's not just an ordinary security guard. If he wanted to, do you think his rich and powerful cousin wouldn't help him? Moreover, Su Yeqing said that his cousin is the security manager of a large amusement park called Happy Valley. Does the manager understand? That level is far beyond what you call a lowly security guard. Xiao Feng is so arrogant, claiming to be Su Yeqing's neighbor. For those who are not familiar with him, he can boast that he is the childhood friend of the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and Trade. Childhood friend, those two words can intimidate a lot of people. Now that Xiao Feng has learned about Su Yeqing's other identity, his admiration for Su Yeqing has deepened even further. They ignored Lu Er and his wife, who were still in a daze. Xiao Feng got into his car and drove away. Realizing what had happened, Lu Er chased after the departing car for a few steps. Brother Feng. Unfortunately, two legs can't outrun four wheels, so they could only watch helplessly as the car disappeared from their sight. Lu Er sighed and turned around. Looking at Li Shangyun, who was still standing there without moving, he suddenly felt a light in his eyes. He ran up to Li Shangyun and spoke with a face full of anticipation. Shangyun, are you from the same hometown as the chairman of Fengyun Trading Company? Could you ask your fellow villager to put in a good word for you? Fengyun Trading can just throw a few projects at me. That way I can get projects directly without going through Brother Feng. Wouldn't that make me more money? Lu Er was talking to himself, and the more he talked, the more he felt he was smart. It seems like everything I said has come true, and piles of red bills are beckoning to me. Chapter 129. Completely ignorant. Li Shangyun's mind was in turmoil. On one hand, Li Shangyun regrets her past blindness. Huang Xiaolong, who had wealthy and powerful relatives, refused to accept the offer. She married a scoundrel named Lu Er. On the other hand, Li Shangyun was too embarrassed to say it out loud. All the boasts he made in front of the chairman of Fengyun Commerce and the others were exposed one by one. Although they didn't expose themselves to his face. But after Li Shangyun learned of Su Yeqing's identity, she felt that Su Yeqing was simply too proud to expose her. "Shang Yun, did you hear what I said? Do you have your fellow townsman's phone number? Why don't you call and ask? It's better that he's with his cousin, the chairman, right now, so it's easier to talk to him." Seeing that Li Shangyun didn't respond at all, Lu Er urged her anxiously. "No, I'm not familiar with them, and it's annoying." Li Shangyun is too ashamed to ask Huang Xiaolong for help now. He impatiently rejected Lu Er's suggestion. "You can go find him if you don't have his phone number. Didn't he say he was going to be a security manager at a large amusement park?" Lu Er was now extremely anxious. "I treated Brother Feng to a meal, but I didn't get any promises in return. I only have enough work to last a few more days. If there's no work to be done, the few people I've managed to gather will all run away with other people. Then I'll have to find work from others in the future, and the income will be significantly lower. I already said we're not familiar with each other. If you want to find someone, go find them yourself. There is no harm without comparison." Now, when Li Shangyun compares Lu Er with Huang Xiaolong, she suddenly realizes that she married the wrong person. My mood naturally turned sour. Not wanting to see Lu Er, Li Shangyun turned and left. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you have some shady relationship with Huang Xiaolong?" Lu Er grabbed Li Shangyun, who was about to leave, and questioned her. Before they got married, Li Shangyun was no longer a young girl. Over the years, Lu Er didn't say anything, but he always minded it. Seeing Li Shangyun's unusual reaction today, Lu Er had a gut feeling that there was something between the two. "You're insane." Li Shangyun was already in a bad mood, and Lu Er's questioning only made her regret her decision back then even more. Li Shangyun now desperately wants something to happen between herself and Huang Xiaolong. The question is, do they even look up to me? "You bitch." Lu Er, who had endured for many years, was also enraged by Li Shangyun's attitude and slapped her across the face. "You dare hit me?" The two people, both consumed by rage, instantly turned on each other. Jiang Xingxuan and Xiao Lu got along very well in the BMW. To make it easier to chat, Jiang Xingxuan even switched seats with Huang Xiaolong and sat in the back seat. Xiao Lu, who was a little shy at first, became more lively after getting to know Jiang Xingxuan. The two girls were chattering away, discussing which movie they wanted to see. "Let's go with this one, Pacific Rim. It's an American blockbuster, and I've heard it's really good." Jiang Xingxuan was discussing something with Xiao Lu on his phone. "Okay, I've heard about this movie from my colleagues. I've wanted to see it for a long time, but I've never had the chance." "Then I'll buy the tickets." Jiang Xingxuan booked 4 movie tickets online. They did not ask Su Yeqing and Huang Xiaolong for their opinions. For such trivial matters, your girlfriend can make the decision. "Yi Qing, just drive straight to Daga Shopping Plaza." "Yes, ma'am." Su Yeqing obediently turned right at the intersection and drove towards Daga Shopping Plaza. Ever since Su Mengsha confessed her feelings to him, Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan have tacitly stopped going to Xinlong Plaza. When Su Yeqing and her group arrived at Daga Shopping Plaza, the movie was about to start. The 4 of them rushed to the movie theater. At the request of the 2 girls, I bought 2 large buckets of popcorn. In Jiang Xingxuan's words, a movie without popcorn is incomplete. Su Yeqing was a little confused. Jiang Xingxuan, who couldn't eat much at meals, seemed to have an unusual fondness for these snacks. 1 minute before the movie theater lights went out, the 4 of them found their seats and sat down. At least I didn't have to fumble for a seat in the dark. "Xian, today's movie was really good. I can talk about it with my colleagues tomorrow." After watching the movie and walking out of the theater, Xiao Lu became more excited and talkative. After spending half a day together, Xiao Lu and Jiang Xingxuan had become good friends. Even the way they addressed each other became more affectionate. "I didn't know you liked watching movies so much. From now on, I'll invite you to come to the movies with me." Jiang Xingxuan genuinely likes this new friend, regardless of Huang Xiaolong's influence. It's just because Xiao Lu really feels this way about herself. "It's good, but I'm usually very busy with work and may not have time." Xiao Lu was a little embarrassed. She enjoys watching movies, but the cost of going to the movies is still a bit of a luxury for a working girl like her. Especially since I have a younger brother who just started college. Although her younger brother is very sensible and never asks her for money, he relies on his own part-time work to support himself. However, Xiao Lu hopes her younger brother will focus more on his studies, so she still sends him a portion of her salary each month for living expenses. Xiao Lu knew that Jiang Xingxuan wouldn't hold a grudge against her for that little bit of money. But Xiao Lu is a girl with self-respect. Xiao Lu couldn't bring herself to accept that Jiang Xingxuan was always treating her to movies. It's okay, let's add each other on WeChat, and you can contact me when you're resting. Jiang Xingxuan was unaware of Xiao Lu's family situation, but he enthusiastically took out his phone and added Xiao Lu on WeChat. Huang Xiaolong was aware of Xiaoliu's concerns. When Su Yeqing and Jiang Xingxuan weren't paying attention, he secretly whispered in Xiao Lu's ear, "Don't worry, I'm here." Xiao Lu was deeply moved by Huang Xiaolong's thoughtfulness and realized that she hadn't misjudged him. "Cousin, the girls have taken the lead this time, it's our turn to play next." Su Yeqing patted Huang Xiaolong on the shoulder and said. Jiang Xingxuan had always lived a life of comfort and ease since childhood, so he didn't think about such things. But Su Yeqing also came from a humble background. He naturally noticed Xiaoliu's unease. "I also understand how luxurious it is for people struggling to make ends meet to go to the cinema to watch a movie." Su Yeqing pretended not to see Huang Xiaolong's actions. So now, in an attempt to ease the tension, he deliberately spoke up. "I don't go out much, so I'm not really sure." Huang Xiaolong scratched his head and said embarrassedly. He basically lived and ate at the large Happy Valley amusement park. They either work at a large amusement park or live in the staff dormitory of a large amusement park. "I rarely go out to play. Occasionally, when I go out on dates with Xiaolu, we only go to places like parks. It's really rare to visit such a high-end place. Not to mention the places to play." Huang Xiaolong knew nothing about these things. Chapter 130: The Impact of an Unknown Creature. "There's a KTV on the 5th floor, so let's go sing and have some fun. It'll save us the trouble of finding parking if we go somewhere else," Su Yeqing suggested. "Alright, it's Yi Qing's turn to treat this time. Come on, Xiao Lu, let's order lots of good food." Jiang Xingxuan was having so much fun today that he happily grabbed Xiao Lu and ran toward the elevator. "Let's go, cousin." Su Yeqing put her arm around Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and followed the two girls. If her cousin weren't so ambitious, Su Yeqing really wanted to help him out financially. But Su Yeqing knew that her cousin would not accept it. "If I really did that, I guess my cousin wouldn't agree to let me hang out with him anymore." Therefore, Su Yeqing decided to secretly cultivate Huang Xiaolong so that he could gain more real power in the large Happy Valley amusement park. That way, I can find an opportunity to promote him in the future. Jiang Xingxuan ordered a small private room. There were only 4 of them, so the large private room felt too spacious. Although there weren't many people, Jiang Xingxuan ordered a lot of snacks. Su Yeqing looked at the thin Jiang Xingxuan and had a strange feeling. Don't girls nowadays pursue thinness as beauty? Seeing how enthusiastic Xianxian is about snacks, does she not care about them? Soon, Su Yeqing realized she was wrong. "Xianxian, aren't you afraid of gaining weight by ordering so much?" Xiao Lu was a little confused. Young ladies like Xianxian are very conscious of their figure. However, it seems that Xianxian didn't watch what he ate today. "It's okay, I'm naturally thin." Jiang Xingxuan spoke with great pride. "Women are naturally drawn to beauty, and I am no exception. But God was kind to her and blessed her with a physique that allows her to eat whatever she wants without gaining weight. That's why she's so fearless." Su Yeqing smiled helplessly. "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder this young woman is so fond of all kinds of delicious food. She must have something to rely on. Xianxian, I'm also the type of person who doesn't gain weight easily, so we can eat as much as we want." Xiao Lu was overjoyed. "My colleagues are always saying they want to lose weight, and if I eat even a little bit of something, they say it's an insult to them." This forced Xiao Lu to hide and eat cold drinks secretly, for fear of incurring public wrath. "Now that I've met someone just like me, I can eat to my heart's content." Looking at the two girls who were laughing with immense pride, Su Yeqing and Huang Xiaolong looked at each other in bewilderment. After Xianxian and Xiao Lu became familiar with each other, it seems like the two grown men have nothing to do anymore. I felt neglected. The snacks were quickly brought into the private room. Jiang Xingxuan and Xiao Lu were as happy as children. She didn't forget her boyfriend, and invited Su Yeqing and the others to eat together. Su Yeqing looked at the dessert that Jiang Xingxuan was offering to her, and then at the expectant look on Xuanxuan's face. He forced himself to eat a few bites. He really didn't like it. Huang Xiaolong also looked like he was taking bitter medicine, wondering why he didn't know Xiaolu liked these things so much before. "Cousin, let's sing." Su Yeqing picked up the microphone and handed it to Huang Xiaolong. It not only rescued Huang Xiaolong, but also freed himself from that pile of snacks and desserts. The four of them whiled away more than 2 hours in the private room. Huang Xiaolong checked the time and said to Su Yeqing, "Yeqing, Xiaolu, and I should go back now. I'm on duty tonight. It's still early. How about I talk to Manager Dong and ask someone else to be on duty tonight?" It was a rare opportunity for Su Yeqing to get together with his cousin, and he could tell that Xian really liked Xiaolu. "So I wanted to keep them a little longer." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "As the security captain myself, I can't set an example by breaking the rules. Otherwise, who will respect me in the future?" Seeing Huang Xiaolong's intense focus, Su Yeqing nodded. "Okay, cousin, just based on your work attitude, I believe you will do even better in the future." Huang Xiaolong has his own principles, and Su Yeqing will not violate them. "I'll take you back." Su Yeqing called to Jiang Xingxuan, and the four of them walked out of the private room together, ready to pay the bill and leave. Bang! The door to the next private room suddenly opened, and a person rushed out and almost bumped into Su Yeqing, who was walking in front. Fortunately, Su Yeqing reacted quickly, turning around with Jiang Xingxuan to avoid the impact of the unknown creature. "Do you still want that large amusement park contract? You dare run away from me?" A man rushed out of the next private room, cursing angrily, and looking somewhat disheveled. The words large-scale Happy Valley Amusement Park made Su Yeqing and her group stop in their tracks. Su Yeqing looked closely and, wow, it was someone she knew. It turned out that the disheveled man was the former general manager of Su Yeqing's company, known as Fatty Zhu. Turning her head, Su Yeqing looked at the unidentified creature that had stumbled and fallen to the ground because of her dodging. It turned out to be a woman, and well, she was somewhat disheveled. Because she was looking down, Su Yeqing couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Judging from their expressions, Su Yeqing knew what had happened inside. "I couldn't help but think to myself, these two are in such a hurry, doing business in a place like this in broad daylight? That fat Zhu is a general manager, yet he can't even afford to open a hotel?" Xu Pingzi paid no attention to Su Yeqing and the others, his mind was focused on the woman on the ground. The duck that was about to be eaten flew away before he could even get a bite. "Do you think Fatty Zhu can be happy about that? Qian Xinyue, what's wrong with you? Don't you want this big order anymore?" Xu Pingzi knew exactly what Qian Xinyue wanted to achieve, which is why he brought her here so brazenly. It wasn't that Fatty Zhu didn't want to go to a hotel, it was just that his wife was too shrewd, and he was afraid that if he used his ID card to book a room, it would be discovered. "That's why I thought of coming to a KTV. If you want a private room, you can make your own decisions and don't even need to register." But unexpectedly, Qian Xinyue would go back on her word at the last minute, even though everything was agreed upon at the beginning. Xu Pengzi's interest was piqued, but Qian Xinyue wanted to run away. Fatty Zhu couldn't stand it and chased after them. That's when the scene described above happened. Qian Xinyue? Su Yeqing was very familiar with this name. He was the department manager at his former company, Shuntai Technology. Su Yeqing found it a bit strange because Qian Xinyue was the manager of her department, meaning she directly supervised Su Yeqing and her colleagues. Therefore, Su Yeqing does know a little about Qian Xinyue. Although Qian Xinyue is known for being somewhat unscrupulous in pursuing performance targets, and sometimes even appropriating the achievements of interns, she is not without her own motives. However, they are quite law-abiding in their conduct. I heard she has a boyfriend she's been dating for several years, and they're at the point of discussing marriage. Su Yeqing couldn't understand why Qian Xinyue and Fatty Zhu would appear in a place like this. And judging from their expressions, something must have happened. Judging from what Fatty Zhu said, it seems that the two of them had agreed on something at the beginning. It's just that Qian Xinyue changed her mind halfway through. Could it be a conflict of interest?